Chapter 1 Goddess Strategy System has arrived. Magic City. A very tasteful restaurant. At this time, a beautiful and elegant lady in gorgeous clothes was sitting by the window. She was wearing black sunglasses, so even though her entire face couldn't be seen, her fair, smooth skin and lips as rosy as rose petals were enough to show how amazingly charming she was. In the restaurant, many male compatriots secretly glanced at her, but no one dared to approach her and talk to her. After all, the value of her clothes was no less than 30,000 yuan. Not to mention, the bag she was carrying was a new model of the season and was worth hundreds of thousands. With such strong charm and aura, she must be either a daughter of a rich family or a senior executive of a company. If a beauty like this doesn't have certain abilities, she won't be able to catch her eye at all. I bet that this kind of woman must be an extremely strong woman on weekdays. Just as everyone was talking with their heads down, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. A young man, about 1.82 meters tall, walked in with long legs. He looked around the restaurant, and his eyes finally fell on the elegant beauty sitting by the window. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile, and he walked straight towards where she was. This scene was naturally noticed by some people. No way? This boy, is he trying to flirt with that beautiful lady? It's going to be a good show. I bet $100 that this guy will be rejected miserably. You know what, this guy is pretty handsome, with a great body and looks. He's the type of guy that rich ladies like. Maybe he really has a chance of success. Why don't we make a bet and see who will win? At this moment, the young man completely ignored the looks of people around him. In less than a few seconds, he had walked to the seat in front of the elegant beauty and sat down. Qin Yang straightened his clothes, then checked the time on his phone, and immediately showed an apologetic look on his face. I'm so sorry, I'm late. It's okay, I just got here. What Sophie hates most is people not being punctual. Before Qin Yang arrived, she had made up her mind that she would question him thoroughly after he arrived. But when he saw Qin Yang sitting in front of him, he had an outstanding appearance and exuded an indescribable masculine charm all over his body. In an instant, all Sophie's anger disappeared. Instead, she gave Qin Yang a smile as if bathed in the spring breeze. What would you like to drink? Sophie raised her hand and motioned for the waiter to come over. A glass of lemonade, please. Qin Yang looked at Sophie and replied with a smile. His voice was deep and sounded indescribably charming. This made Sophie's eyes light up, and her favorability towards Qin Yang increased a little bit. The waiter nodded and just turned to leave. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on Sophie, and he touched his nose embarrassedly. Although he thought that the other person must be a great beauty, he still couldn't help but want to confirm it. Beauty, can you please take off your sunglasses? If someone else had made such a request, Sophie might not even respond. But when Sophie saw Qin Yang's face, he seemed to be very interested in her looks, so she nodded without hesitation. No problem. As she spoke, Sophie reached out and took off her sunglasses. That angelic face was completely exposed to everyone's sight. For a moment, everyone around was stunned. In ancient times, there was Su Daji who brought disaster to the country, and now there is Sophie whose beauty can captivate the whole country. Even though Qin Yang had seen countless beauties, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at this moment. He could tell at a glance that Sophie's facial features were delicate and she had never had any plastic surgery. At this moment, with just a light makeup on, she showed her stunning charm, completely defeating those popular stars. I didn't expect such a beautiful goddess to become Qin Yang's blind date. It seems that I am lucky. That's right. Qin Yang is here for a blind date. But he never expected that Sophie, who was going on a blind date with him, would be so outstanding in appearance and temperament. Now, can we get started? Sophie picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then, she smiled sweetly at Qin Yang. Can. Qin Yang also quickly came to his senses. Then, he took the initiative to introduce. My name is Qin Yang, I'm 26 years old, and I graduated from the finance department of Magic City University. 1.82 meters tall, Aquarius, likes photography, ball sports and food. Currently working as a delivery man for Black Swan, with a six-figure savings. Sophie listened with great interest, her eyes sparkling. After a moment, she couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect you to be an employee of the Black Swan Group. No wonder you look so good. I'm just curious. With your education, you should be able to find a well-paid job in other financial companies. Why did you choose to do this kind of work? Of course, I don't mean to belittle you. I'm just personally curious. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Sophie knew that asking this question would seem abrupt. But he couldn't suppress his curiosity, and asked while looking at Qin Yang closely. Black Swan Group is also a service platform similar to Meituan. However, it has extremely strict requirements on the appearance and height of delivery men. The clients we usually serve are high-end customers. So in terms of income, his income is naturally much higher than that of ordinary delivery guys. Occasionally, the tips given by guests start from 4 figures. It's simple. I prefer freedom. I personally don't like the intrigues in financial companies. And once I save up a certain amount of money, I can trade the stock market myself. You have to know that money is just a string of numbers to a qualified investor. Qin Yang shrugged and said indifferently. This scene caught Sophie's eyes, but made her feel surprised. It seems that you are very confident in your abilities. Sophie was full of admiration for Qin Yang. She didn't think that Qin Yang did this on purpose to attract her attention. From the moment the other person walked in to the moment he sat in front of him, and even his every move when he spoke, he was in an extremely comfortable state. In other words, this is the truest form of Qin Yang in life. Beauty, how should I call you? Qin Yang looked at Sophie's stunningly beautiful face and asked happily. My name is Sophie, I'm 25 years old, and I'm currently the president of a listed company. On weekdays, I spend most of my time working and socializing. I'm considered a strong career woman. Having said this, Sophie's eyes fell on Qin Yang and looked at him carefully. Qin Yang was not surprised at all. In fact, even if Sophie didn't confess voluntarily, he had already guessed 80% of it. When the two looked at each other, Qin Yang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Just at this moment, a series of electronic sounds suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, detecting that the host is attracted to the goddess president, the goddess capture system is activated. Complete random tasks to get rewards and attribute points, and increase the success rate of pursuing the goddess. Today's random task is open. 1. Play a song for the goddess and be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Black Swan Takeaway Group. Note, after accepting the task, you can temporarily possess the ability of a world-class piano master. Chapter 2, Playing to Alice for the Goddess shocked the audience. What? Goddess strategy system? When Qin Yang heard the name of this plugin system, he suddenly felt excited. The next moment, a virtual window popped up in front of him, clearly describing Sophie's various values. Goddess President, Sophie. Age, 25. Height, 1.72 meters. Bust, 38D. Appearance, 98 out of 100. IQ, 122. Personality, cold, arrogant. Favorability towards you, 70. Qin Yang was stunned. He knew that Sophie had a great figure, but he didn't expect her to be so hot. It was completely beyond his expectations. For a moment, his eyes were directed towards Sophie's proud figure. Ahem. Seeing that Qin Yang was looking at her with burning eyes and had no intention of looking away, Sophie deliberately coughed a few times to remind him. Soon, Qin Yang realized that his behavior was inappropriate and quickly withdrew his gaze. He immediately laughed awkwardly, and then said to Sophie, I'm so sorry. It's rare to meet a beauty like Miss Sue, so I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Humph, Qin Yang, I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker. Sophie's cheeks immediately turned red. She had already noticed the look in this guy's eyes, which had been constantly checking her chest, and she was afraid that he had some improper thoughts about her figure. Now he has found an excuse to exonerate himself. From this point of view alone, Qin Yang has good emotional intelligence and eloquence. Miss Sue, I was offended just now. How about I play a song for you to express my apology? Qin Yang was worrying about how to restore his image in Sophie's heart. At this moment, he just remembered the random tasks given by the goddess strategy system. Take this opportunity to try whether all this is true. Immediately, Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said to Sophie with a smile on his face. Why, you can also play the piano. Sophie showed a hint of surprise at what Qin Yang said at this moment. She didn't expect Qin Yang to have such talent. I know a little bit. Qin Yang himself has never played the piano. But because of the support of the goddess strategy system, he is full of confidence at this time. If your performance satisfies me, I will forgive what happened just now. Seeing Qin Yang's serious expression, Sophie's eyes suddenly flickered. Without any hesitation, he agreed to Qin Yang's proposal. Soon, Qin Yang stood up and walked straight to the center of the restaurant. There is a valuable piano. Qin Yang's actions immediately attracted the attention of the restaurant guests. What does that guy want to do? Does he want to show off his skills in front of the goddess? TSK. There are so many people here. If something goes wrong during the performance, we will lose face. After all, he is a young man and he likes to be in the spotlight. This little brother is so handsome. He could have made a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his talent. He is so charming. Of course, most people at the scene looked gloating and were not optimistic about Qin Yang. Qin Yang sat in front of the piano, completely ignoring the gazes of others. He gently stroked the black and white piano keys with his hands. Boom 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 boom. A string of beautiful notes rang out in the restaurant like joyful elves. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Qin Yang no longer had the contempt they had before. After all, this one skill is enough to prove Qin Yang's mastery of the piano. A song to Alice for Miss Sue. I hope she will live a happy life in the future. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang's temperament changed, and his hands kept moving on the black and white piano keys. The melodious piano music spread slowly, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Under Qin Yang's guidance, many people were immersed in the wonderful piano music. With world-class piano playing skills, Qin Yang displayed an even more powerful charm. The rhythm continued to accelerate, and Qin Yang's hands had already left a series of afterimages on the piano keys. Looking at Qin Yang's elegant performance, Sophie, who was sitting not far away, was stunned for a moment. This guy, his piano playing skills are at least at the professional level. No. Even higher. In her spare time, Sophie often goes to listen to piano concerts held by international masters. With her taste, she could almost immediately tell that Qin Yang's piano playing level was extremely high. Of course, Qin Yang can play piano pieces like to Alice. This in itself has proved that he has considerable strength. Time flies. Only until the last note fell did Qin Yang stand up and bow to everyone. My performance is over, I hope everyone enjoys their meal. At this moment, Qin Yang's every move showed his gentlemanly demeanor. Pa pa pa. The next second, thunderous applause rang out, and everyone looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of admiration. Most of the guests who can eat here are of good quality. Have the most basic appreciation for piano and art. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Qin Yang's piano playing and marveled at his talent. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Qin Yang was about to return to his seat when he was stopped by a beautiful young lady. Her figure and appearance are both excellent, but they are far behind Sophie. The male compatriots around him once again looked at Qin Yang with envy and jealousy, feeling that this boy was so lucky. Sorry, I'm afraid my future girlfriend will be jealous. Faced with this kind of approach, Qin Yang refused without hesitation. He had a good impression of Sophie, and now that he had obtained the goddess strategy system, Qin Yang had even less reason to be attracted to other women. After a while, Qin Yang returned to his seat, looked at Sophie with a smile and said, Miss Sue, are you satisfied with my performance? Not bad. Sophie nodded. Sophie was very satisfied whether Qin Yang was performing on the stage or rejecting other women's advances without hesitation just now. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of playing a song for the goddess, and you will be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Black Swan Takeaway Group. Black Technology, all rewards obtained by the host will be transferred to the host's name through legal procedures. Qin Yang heard the news the first time he heard it. At this moment, he was in a very happy mood. Although Black Swan Group is not listed, its asset valuation has exceeded 10 billion. The 30% stake in Qin Yang's hands is worth at least 300 million. He didn't expect that today's blind date with Sophie would be the turning point for him to reach the peak of his life. What are your plans next? Qin Yang looked at the time, raised his eyes and looked at Sophie and asked. Yes, the company will hold a high-level meeting later, and I have to go back to preside over it. Sophie thought about it and felt a little regretful. At first, she didn't have any expectations for her blind date today, so she specially arranged this meeting before Qin Yang came. The purpose is to be able to leave the blind date halfway through with an excuse. But she never expected that she would develop a good impression of Qin Yang at this moment. As the president of a listed company, Sophie never required her boyfriend to be a business elite or a child of a wealthy family. On the contrary, she cared more about the feeling of being together. Sophie has never been in love, but she has always longed to be in love. At this moment, Qin Feng gave her a strange feeling. In her heart, She seemed to be looking forward to the next interaction with Qin Feng. Really? That's a shame. Qin Feng showed a regretful expression on his face. Then, he quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Sophie. But it doesn't matter. Here's my contact information. We can always meet up when you're free. P.S. The new book is about to start. I hope everyone can give it 5-star praise. The writing style is more casual, and occasionally a little pretentious. Chapter 3, Did you fall in love with her at first sight? Sophie took the business card from Qin Yang and looked at it. The team leader of Black Swan Takeaway Group 1, Qin Yang, contact number 132. You're still a team leader? Sophie couldn't help but smile, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Yes. My performance was quite high, and I was promoted to team leader within less than 3 months of joining the company. Qin Yang's appearance and service attitude rank first on the platform. Most of his clients are rich girls and internet celebrities. Thanks to these clients, his performance soared in just 3 months. Today, Qin Yang has become the #1 delivery man at Black Swan. Sophie had no doubt about Qin Yang's answer. If it were her, she would also be happy to give the order to Qin Yang for delivery. Sophie put Qin Yang's business card into her designer bag, and then took out paper and pen from her bag. In front of Qin Yang, he wrote down a number directly. This is my private contact information, synchronized with WeChat. Remember, never disclose it to anyone else. Sophie has many suitors. Someone once paid a large sum of money to buy her contact information. In order to avoid trouble for herself, she had to remind Qin Yang in advance. Don't worry, I will never disclose other people's privacy. Qin Yang clearly realized that Sophie took this matter very seriously. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and saved Sophie's number in his address book. Add WeChat as well. Then, tear the note into pieces. Ding dong. After a while, Sophie received a message reminder on her mobile phone. Sophie quickly picked it up and checked it. Dark Horse Prince requests to add you as a friend. See here. Sophie couldn't help being curious. She raised her eyes and fixed her gaze on Qin Yang, and said softly, Qin Yang, your WeChat nickname is really funny. Why is it called the Dark Horse Prince? Instead of the White Horse Prince? Qin Yang shrugged and replied with a faint smile, because the one riding the white horse may not be the prince, it could also be Tang Monk. I'm the #1 delivery guy at Black Swan, and people nickname me the Dark Horse Prince. So, I changed my nickname to this. Sophie smiled brightly and felt that Qin Yang did have a sense of humor. Soon, she accepted Qin Yang's friend request. Thank you for playing for Alice for me just now. It made me feel very happy today. I hope we can meet again next time when we have time. Sophie said as she gathered her things and stood up. It was obvious that she was planning to say goodbye to Qin Yang. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. The two walked side by side towards the restaurant door. The guests around all cast their eyes towards Qin Yang and Sophie, the handsome man and beautiful woman. I have something to do with the company, so I'll leave first. Bye-bye. Sophie's car is a black high-end Porsche, which costs no less than 1,500,000. Qin Yang stood where he was and watched the Porsche leave. Afterwards, he rode his Harley-Davidson motorcycle brand back to his residence. Jiangwan Community. It is considered a relatively high-end residential area in Shanghai. The reason why he can live here is thanks to his good brother Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei was Qin Yang's roommate for 4 years in college. His family was in real estate, but Qin Yang had no idea how much assets they had. However, there should be several billion. You know, Zhang Bei alone has no less than 10 houses under his name. When Qin Yang was looking for a house after graduation, Zhang Bei rented this house to him at a low price, and he would come to live here from time to time. From this point, we can see that the relationship between the two is very close, and they are not just drinking buddies. Brother Qin, you're not going to date, are you? You actually went on a blind date? You said that with your conditions, it wouldn't take a minute to find a partner, so why bother going on a blind date? Qin Yang pushed open the door and just walked into the hall. He saw a handsome young man lying on the sofa. He is Zhang Bei, Qin Yang's best friend who has shared a dormitory with him for 4 years. I was bored too, so I went over to take a look. Qin Yang took off his shoes, put them on the shoe cabinet, and went straight to the kitchen. After washing his hands, he took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and walked out of the hall. Then, he threw one of the bottles to Jiang Bei, leaned comfortably on the sofa, opened the bottle and started drinking. Hey, you said, back then, the most beautiful girl in class and school all handed you love letters to confess their love. If you had accepted one of them, you wouldn't be single until now. If I post the news that you're going on a blind date to the class group, it will definitely cause a sensation. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with interest. To be honest, he couldn't understand what was going on in Qin Yang's mind. He spent 4 years in college being the most handsome guy on campus, but he never had a romantic relationship. A top student in the Department of Finance, he always tops the list. After graduation, he did not go to work for a financial company, but instead went to work as a delivery man for the Black Swan Group. There are many such things. Take out any one of them, it may be what others dream of. You dare. Qin Yang immediately frowned and gave Jiang Bei a fierce look. Hee, just kidding, are you so nervous? Seeing Qin Yang's serious expression, Jiang Bei quickly smiled. After only a few seconds of being serious, Jiang Bei immediately showed a gossipy face and asked Qin Yang. Brother Qin, tell me, which woman is so lucky to have a blind date with you? Who is the other person? Is he good looking? Do you have a photo? Is he the type that will die in the spotlight? When Qin Yang thought of Sophie, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a slight smile. She is the female CEO of a listed company. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and has an outstanding temperament. After she found out about my job, she didn't act snobbish. To be honest, today was our first meeting. I was amazed by her and even a little moved. There are many beauties around Qin Yang, of all shapes and sizes. Only Sophie left a deep impression on him. There is a feeling of being fascinated and excited. It's over. Brother Qin, you didn't fall in love with me at first sight, did you? Looking at Qin Yang's distraught expression, Jiang Bei couldn't help but hold his forehead and said with emotion. To be honest, Jiang Bei has known Qin Yang for so long, but this is the first time he has seen him so obsessed with a woman. Love at first sight? No, not really. Qin Yang touched his nose and said embarrassedly. He is not like Jiang Bei, the Sea King, who changes girlfriends every 1 or 2 months. I was single for 4 years in college and never had a relationship. Tell me, what is the identity of that woman? She is able to be so obsessed with you, Brother Qin. She must be a great love expert. I have to help you check, otherwise you'll be exposed as a scumbag and your friends will laugh to death if the news gets out. Jiang Bei quickly jumped up from the sofa and sat next to Qin Yang. At this moment, he put away his cynical smile and looked at Qin Yang with a serious face. As Qin Yang's best friend, Jiang Bei couldn't bear to see him fall into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 4, As expected of my brother Qin, this wave is really awesome. Jiang Bei, she's not as scheming as you say. Qin Yang shook his head and immediately denied Jiang Bei's statement. Her name is Sophie, and she is 1 year younger than me. She strikes me as a professional woman who is decisive and resolute. Sophie? Why does this name sound so familiar to me? I wonder where I've heard it before. Listening to Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei scratched his hair subconsciously, feeling that he had heard this name more than once or twice. It was just for a moment, but I just couldn't remember it. So Jiang Bei quickly took out his cell phone and checked it. After a moment, the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. No. No way. Could it be? It's really her? Brother Qin, take a look at the girl you are dating. Is she the beauty in the photo? Speaking of. Jiang Bei handed the phone to Qin Yang and asked him to confirm it personally. Yes, it's her. But she is more charming in person than in the photo. Qin Yang took a glance and immediately nodded towards Jiang Bei. Awesome. Brother Qin, you are really my brother. It would be fine if you didn't fall in love, but once you do, you come up with something so bombastic. Jiang Bei was extremely shocked when he received the affirmation from Qin Yang himself. At this moment, he could only look at Qin Yang with an expression of worship. What? You know Sophie too? Seeing Jiang Bei's excited expression, Qin Yang couldn't help but ask curiously. She is Sophie, one of the 4 most beautiful women in Shanghai, and a famous cold queen. Graduated from Yale University with a double master's degree in law and management. A true academic master. After returning to China, she founded a company on her own without relying on her family. It took her less than 3 years to go public. She is the dream goddess of many wealthy children. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with an incredible look at this time. He never expected that the woman Qin Yang had a blind date with would-be Sophie. This is simply shocking news. So amazing? After listening to what Jiang Bei said, Qin Yang had a better understanding of Sophie and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Brother Qin, why did you insist on going on a blind date? It turns out that the woman you are dating is actually a goddess of this level. After all the fuss, Jiang Bei felt like a clown. If I said that I didn't know who the woman was before I went there, would you believe me? Qin Yang shrugged, then spread out his hands, looking as if he knew nothing about it. Cut. Do you think I, Jiang Bei, am such a fool? Jiang Bei didn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Brother Qin, what did you talk about with Goddess Su after you met? What's her impression of you? Is there any possibility for you to continue your relationship? Jiang Bei completely believed in Qin Yang's charm. He was really curious in his heart whether this Goddess Su was really as otherworldly as the rumors said. Jiang Bei, when did you become so fond of gossip? Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Bei unhappily, feeling that this guy was acting abnormal today. That's Goddess Su. How can I not be curious about the goddess that so many men dream of? Besides, you're my best brother, I have to pay attention to your love life. Jiang Bei touched his nose and replied with a smile. We both had a good impression of each other and exchanged contact information. We will probably meet again when we have time. As for whether it will be successful or not, it depends on how we get along with each other in the future. Qin Yang did not hide anything and told Jiang Bei the truth. Awesome! Jiang Bei immediately gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. As Jiang Bei expected, even Goddess Su could not resist Qin Yang's charm. But brother Qin, if you really plan to date Goddess Su, I advise you to be mentally prepared. The family behind her is extremely powerful. Jiang Bei didn't say much, just gave a brief reminder. He knew that with Qin Yang's intelligence, he would definitely understand. Don't worry. I know what to do with this matter. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. If it were before, he might have had some concerns. But after obtaining the black technology system, he knew that his life would reach its peak. No matter how powerful the family behind Sophie is, Qin Yang is not afraid. Gossip time is over. Afterwards, Jiang Bei returned to the room and took out a notebook, then handed it to Qin Yang, and said with a playful smile on his face. Brother Qin, for your future happy life, start working hard now. Seeing Jiang Bei's expression, Qin Yang couldn't help but tease. Why, did you lose money in the stock market again? Jiang Bei sighed immediately and said with a depressed look on his face. I don't know what's been driving me crazy lately. The stock market is obviously doing well, but I'm losing money on everything I buy. Look, I've already lost more than 3 million. I really can't take it anymore. Brother Qin, please help me. Let's stick to the old rules. We'll split the profits 50-50. If we lose, it's all mine. As early as college, Jiang Bei started investing in the stock market. By chance, Qin Yang gave a little advice, and Jiang Bei made a small profit of several $100,000. Later, whenever Jiang Bei lost money, he would look for Qin Yang to recover the funds. After investing more than a dozen times, Qin Yang almost never lost money. He made about 1 or 2 million at most and hundreds of thousands at least. Therefore, no one knows better than Jiang Bei how outstanding Qin Yang is. 3 million? How come we lost so much this time? Qin Yang frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Jiang Bei would play such a big game this time. No way. A friend of mine insisted that he had inside information and asked me to invest with him. But who would have thought that I would be taken advantage of and ripped off? Losing money is a small matter, I just can't stand this anger. The deposit in Jiang Bei Bank's card is at least 8 digits. Although it was painful for him to lose several million, it did not mean that he had no chance of making a comeback. His greatest confidence comes from having Qin Yang as his helper. Let me take a look. Qin Yang quickly sat up and took Jiang Bei's notebook with one hand. His eyes fell on the stocks he invested in, and they were all green. It seems that a lot of losses have indeed been made. How much capital is left? At this time, Qin Yang asked Jiang Bei. If Qin Yang takes action, then naturally we can get as many as we want. I'll give you the entire 10 million first. If that's not enough, I'll mortgage 2 houses tomorrow and I can get at least 10 million. Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang choose to take action. Immediately, a deep smile appeared on his face, and he spoke very generously. No, this 10 million is enough. Qin Yang shook his head and quickly rejected Jiang Bei's proposal. Ding, the host has been detected to have entered the investment field, and the points mall is open. The points obtained after the host completes the task can be spent at the points mall at will. Current points, 500. Just as Qin Yang was about to analyze the market conditions, a burst of electronic sound suddenly came into his mind. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Qin Yang. Check the points mall. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Next second. When the virtual screen is transformed, many options appear. Student Halo, 1000 points. Sound of Nature, 2000 points. Get the God of Driving Skills, 2000 points. Master Level Carving, 2000 points. Investment by the Stock God, 5000 points. God Level Photography, 5000 points. The series of professional skills made Qin Yang excited. The skills are all very good, but unfortunately with my current points, I can't afford them at all. It seems that I have to work hard to complete the task in the future. Qin Yang thought to himself. It is detected that the current host's points are too low, and a random lottery will be held for rewards. Host, would you like to start the random draw now? Just as Qin Yang was calming down and preparing to exit the points mall, he received a reminder from the Black Technology System. At this moment, Qin Yang felt extremely excited. Without any hesitation, Qin Yang immediately said silently, "Start the lottery." Chapter 5, The Stock God Invests in the Shareholders Meeting. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the investment from the Stock God. As the sound of the Black Technology System fell, Qin Yang found that a strange memory suddenly popped up in his mind, making him feel a little headache. This process probably lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, Qin Yang's investment thinking underwent a dramatic change. It's worthy of being a Black Technology System. It's really awesome. Qin Yang clenched his fists, and at this moment he looked extremely excited. He became more and more confident about this stock market investment. Brother Qin, which stock do you think we should invest in this time? Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang's excited face and thought he had found the investment direction. At that moment, he hurriedly asked him. Don't worry, I'll take a look. Qin Yang skillfully opened the software and checked the stocks that had performed well recently. Feeling that the expected returns could not be achieved, he shook his head. Then, I analyzed the market again. About 10 minutes passed. Qin Yang found 3 stocks that suited his taste and marked them all. After putting the notebook on the table, Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei with a serious face and said, Jiang Bei, do you dare to make a big bet with me? Jiang Bei sat up straight and patted his chest with one hand. You must be joking. There is nothing I dare not do. Brother Qin, just tell me, how are you going to bet this time? Jiang Bei was too familiar with Qin Yang's character. Seeing his serious expression, he knew that he was going to get serious this time. 2 of these 3 stocks are bound to surge within a month and a half, and the increase will exceed 200%. The last one will more than triple in value within 3 months. This is a rare opportunity. If you trust me, mobilize all available funds to buy them. This time you can not only recover your losses, but also make a lot of money. With the halo of being a stock god, Qin Yang is now full of confidence in his vision. So he spoke directly to Jiang Bei. Real? After hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei immediately showed a look of shock on his face. Of course it's true. I'd never cheat you even if I cheat anyone else. Besides, I'm going to get half of the profit from this. I won't joke with you about this. Qin Yang replied with a serious face. Okay, I'll go back and raise the money. After saying, Jiang Bei jumped up from the sofa, picked up the sports car keys and went out directly. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He has already given the opportunity to make money, and the rest depends on whether Jiang Bei has the courage. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yang woke up from the bed, washed his face, and was about to go out. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone in his pocket rang at this moment. Qin Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Out of curiosity, I pressed the answer button. Before he opened his mouth, he heard a soft and pleasant voice coming from the other side. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? Who are you? Qin Yang couldn't help but ask back curiously. Boss Qin, I'm Lu Qi, the special assistant to the president of Black Swan Group. You have acquired 30% of the shares of Black Swan Group and are now the second largest shareholder of our group, so the president specifically asked me to invite you to attend the shareholders meeting this afternoon. I wonder if you are free. Lu Qi spoke carefully, fearing that she would leave a bad impression on Qin Yang. No problem. I happen to have time. I'll go over right away. Qin Yang replied with a smile. If Lu Qi hadn't called, Qin Yang would have almost forgotten that he now owns 30% of the shares of Black Swan Group. Then I will represent the group and welcome Mr. Qin. Qin Yang hung up the phone. I picked up the keys and went out, and soon arrived at the garage. Then he started the engine and rode his Harley-Davidson directly to the Black Swan Group. About half an hour later, Qin Yang appeared in front of the group building. After parking the car, Qin Yang walked towards the hall, took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Qi's number. Assistant Lu, I'm here. At this time, in the president's office. Lu Qi answered Qin Yang's call with excitement. When he heard that the other party was already in the lobby, he quickly ran towards the elevator. Boss Qin, please wait in the lobby. I'll be down to greet you. A few minutes later, Lu Qi was dressed in a professional female outfit. She moved her beautiful legs in black stockings and soon appeared in the hall. Special Assistant Lu? Qin Yang looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but ask curiously. You are Mr. Qin? Lu Qi was shocked. She had had 2 phone conversations with Qin Yang, so she naturally knew that Mr. Qin was not very old. But she never expected that Mr. Qin would be so handsome. Yes, it's me. Qin Yang smiled slightly and took the initiative to confirm his identity. Boss Qin, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lu Qi quickly bowed and apologized. Although he knew that Qin Yang was rushing to the group, he did not expect him to arrive so soon, so he did not have time to prepare for the welcoming ceremony. It's okay, I just got here too. Qin Yang waved his hands and didn't get angry about such a small matter. This made Lu Qi feel relieved and she developed a favorable impression of Qin Yang. Boss Qin, this way please. As she spoke, Lu Qi turned sideways and respectfully welcomed Qin Yang to the VIP elevator. The two took the VIP elevator directly to the 13th floor. Bite. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lu Qi walked out first. She hurried to the front desk and said to the beautiful lady at the front desk, "Notify the president and directors that President Qin is here." Yes, Special Assistant Lu. Soon, Lu Qi brought Qin Yang to the VIP reception room. He also took the initiative to introduce some relevant information about the group company to Qin Yang. At this time, the door was pushed open. Xia Zhengjun, president of Black Swan Group, walked in. He looked at Qin Yang and then introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Xia Zhengjun, the group president. Hello. Qin Yang stood up from the sofa and greeted Xia Zhengjun. The shareholders meeting will be held in 5 minutes. President Qin, why don't you come with me? Xia Zhengjun kept looking at Qin Yang, and was even more curious about the other party's origins. He is so young, yet he can come up with hundreds of millions of dollars. This shows how deep his family background is. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Inside the meeting room, the group's directors and senior executives had been waiting for a long time. Everyone was curious about who this Mr. Qin was. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Qin Yang and Xia Zhengjun walked in one after another. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is President Qin. He owns 30% of the group's shares and is currently the group's second largest shareholder. Let's welcome President Qin with applause. Xia Zhengjun walked up to everyone, pointed at Qin Yang, and solemnly introduced his identity to everyone. Hello, Mr. Qin. In an instant, there was a wave of applause. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, with a hint of awe in their eyes. While marveling at his youth and potential, I was even more curious whether he was the young master of some wealthy family. Hello everyone, I am Qin Yang, and I will officially become a member of the board of directors. On weekdays, I will not interfere with the operation of the company. All work arrangements will be made by Mr. Xie. Qin Yang did not want to get involved in the group's affairs. He just came here to handle the handover procedures and show up to let everyone know that there was such a person as him. Chapter 6, the delivery guy counterattacks the rich and handsome man and sends a loving dinner to the goddess. The meeting was over in less than 10 minutes. After all, the main purpose of holding this meeting is to let everyone know that Qin Yang has become the second largest shareholder of the group. Mr. Xia, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Qin Yang stood up, greeted Xia Jingjun, then turned and walked towards the door of the meeting room. Boss Qin, I'll see you off. Xia Jingjun smiled and nodded, then followed Qin Yang. During the period, the two passed by various departments of the group company. Xia Jingjun glanced at Qin Yang, then smiled and asked, Boss Qin, since you're here, why don't you say hello to the company employees? Because next time you come here, no one will know your identity. Qin Yang thought about it and felt that what Xia Jingjun said made sense. He nodded immediately and said, just do as Mr. Xia said. After receiving Qin Yang's affirmation, Xia Jingjun clapped his hands and shouted to the employees who were working, everyone stop what you are doing. I will introduce you to the company's new director, Mr. Qin. Hearing this, everyone put down their work and gathered around Xia Jingjun and Qin Yang. Their eyes first turned to Qin Yang. What's the matter with the company's new director? We haven't received any notification yet. But Mr. Qin is really handsome. He is not inferior to those top young handsome guys at all. He's handsome and rich. I don't know which rich family he belongs to. So, Mr. Qin will come to work in our company in the future? Then won't we be able to see Mr. Qin every day? Isn't this too happy? Seeing the company employees talking about it, Xia Zhengjun kept smiling. Then, he said to everyone again, Boss Qin has acquired 30% of our group's shares and is currently the second largest shareholder of the group. He will come to inspect the company from time to time in the future. Everyone should work hard and don't even think about being lazy. Yes, Mr. Xie. Everyone nodded quickly and answered in unison. At this moment, in the corner, Zhang Manli's expression was extremely wonderful. She thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes hard. But when she saw Qin Yang's face again, she was completely stunned. No way. Qin. How did Qin Yang suddenly become the second largest shareholder of the group company? Could it be that he is really a super rich second generation? Is it purely for the experience of delivering food to Black Swan Group? That's right, Zhang Manli was Qin Yang's immediate superior when he was a delivery man. Qin Yang seemed to have noticed Zhang Manli's astonished expression. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he took the initiative to walk towards her. Sister Zhang, thank you for your care some time ago. Since Qin Yang took office, Zhang Manli has always taken good care of him. Perhaps the most important reason is that he is reliable and has outstanding looks. Qin Yang kept all these in mind and never forgot them. Boss Qin, you are too polite. You are an excellent worker and rank first in the sales team in terms of orders. You don't need me to pay any special attention to you. Zhang Manli did not dare to take credit for it. After all, what Qin Yang said was true. No, I remember all your kindness to me. Starting today, you will be promoted to Vice President of Sales. Boss, yeah, there shouldn't be any problem with my arrangement, right? Giving Zhang Manli a promotion and a raise was Qin Yang's reward for his previous care for her. Of course, it is more of a recognition of her work ability and the belief that she is fully capable of serving as Vice President. No problem, everything will be done according to Mr. Qin's wishes. Xia Zhengjun smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Qin. Until now, Zhang Manli still feels like she is still dreaming. At this time, other colleagues in the company all looked at Zhang Manli with envy. After all, no one expected that Zhang Manli would know President Qin and be promoted by him personally. After Qin Yang finished dealing with these things, he left the group building directly. When I got home, it was already getting late. Qin Yang touched his stomach and suddenly felt a little hungry. I walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and saw that there were still a lot of ingredients inside. So he took out his cell phone and immediately called Jiang Bei. It took a few seconds before Jiang Bei answered the call. Jiang Bei, will you come back for dinner tonight? Qin Yang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. He personally loves delicious food, so he cooks for himself whenever he has time. This kid from Jiang Bei is also a foodie. Once he accidentally tasted the food made by Qin Yang, he was immediately amazed by it. Every time Qin Yang cooks, he would come over to eat. So over time, Qin Yang would do more every time. Brother Qin, I won't be going back tonight, you can eat by yourself. Jiang Bei is currently very busy in order to raise funds. From the moment he left Qin Yang's house, he mobilized all his personal connections and resources, preparing to mortgage all the properties under his name. At this moment, he was attending a cocktail party hosted by a friend. Although she really wanted to eat the food Qin Yang cooked, she couldn't spare the time, so she had to reluctantly refuse. Okay, I'm hanging up then. After saying that, Qin Yang decisively hung up the phone. Putting on an apron, he started working in the kitchen by himself. I'm not bragging. Although Qin Yang's cooking skills are not up to the level of a 5-star hotel chef, they are also incomparable to ordinary chefs. Qin Yang took out a piece of beef from the refrigerator, held the knife in his right hand, and started cutting it skillfully. Day. With superb knife skills, the beef was cut into even pieces. Then, Qin Yang took out 2 tomatoes and a few eggs, intending to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A few minutes later, all the ingredients and sauces were ready. Adding fuel to the fire, Qin Yang took the lead and immediately began to show his superb cooking skills. About half an hour. 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Ding dong! Just as Qin Yang was about to start eating, he received a message on WeChat on his phone. Qin Yang put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up his phone and saw that it was Sophie who sent him a message. President Su, Qin Yang, is there any delicious food nearby? Ding, a task is issued. Send a loving dinner to the goddess. The reward is proficiency in 8 languages. When Qin Yang heard the system issue the task, he suddenly understood. Then, with a smile on his face, he responded to Sophie without slowing down his movements. Dark Horse Prince, why, Miss Su is still busy and hasn't eaten yet. President Su, yes. The company received several large orders today and has been busy until now. I guess I will need to work overtime in the evening, so I want to ask if you have any delicious dishes to recommend. Dark Horse Prince, Miss Su, please send me the address of your company and I will send you a delicious meal. President Su, would this be too much trouble for you? Dark Horse Prince, it's okay. I'm a professional at delivering food. President Su, okay then. After saying that, Qin Yang received an address link. He quickly found a few boxes and bags from the cupboard. Pack up the food on the table. Not only that, Qin Yang also took out some fruits from the refrigerator, washed and cut them, and put them in a box. After that, I went out directly with the food and fruits. Jiangwan community is not far from Sophie's company, only a 20-minute drive away. Qin Yang walked into the lobby and took the elevator directly to the floor where Sophie was. At this time, in the president's office. Sophie leaned back in her office chair, looking at the chat history between herself and Qin Yang, a smile breaking out on her face. She was just asking in a roundabout way what kind of dishes Qin Yang liked to eat so that it would be easier for them to choose a place for their next meeting. But unexpectedly, Qin Yang actually offered to bring him dinner. At this moment, Sophie's cheeks were slightly flushed and she looked a little shy. It was in stark contrast to her previous appearance. However, while she was still daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 7 Beautiful Scene God's Gift. Miss Su, your takeaway has arrived. Qin Yang's voice came from outside the door. Come in. When Sophie heard the noise, she knew Qin Yang had arrived. He sat up straight, picked up the document and started reading it seriously, pretending that he was still busy. Snap. The door of the president's office was pushed open. Qin Yang walked straight in with food in his hands. His eyes quickly fell on Sophie, and then he smiled and said, Miss Su, we meet again. Qin Yang, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Sophie immediately put down the documents in her hand, stood up and walked towards Qin Yang. When you messaged me, I was at home getting ready to eat. I just prepared these dishes. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together? Qin Yang put the food on the table and then spoke directly to Sophie. What? You made all these meals yourself? When Sophie heard Qin Yang's words, her expression was stunned, and her eyes were full of surprise when she looked at him. She thought that these meals were made by a chef from some restaurant and Qin Yang just packed them up and brought them over. I never expected that the meal was cooked by Qin Yang himself. Yes. Although the food in restaurants and hotels is delicious, I personally prefer to cook it myself. They are all home-cooked dishes. If Miss Su doesn't like them, you can tell me what dishes you like and I will order them for you now. After Qin Yang finished speaking, his eyes were fixed on Sophie. No thanks, I'm not that picky about food. Sophie shook her head and quickly rejected Qin Yang's proposal. She was just trying to take this opportunity to taste Qin Yang's cooking skills. As he spoke, he took the initiative to untie the bag. Open the packed meals one by one and place them on the table. It smells so good. The aroma of food instantly wafted into the air. Plus, Sophie had a keen sense of smell and she smelled it immediately. Miss Sue, would you like to try it? See if it suits your taste? Qin Yang took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Sophie. Okay. Sophie didn't refuse. He took the chopsticks from Qin Yang, then picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth to chew. Next second, Sophie's eyes widened and her expression was completely frozen. It's delicious. It's really delicious. The beef is tender and has a great taste. The stir-fry sauce made the dish taste extremely delicious to Sophie. Since Miss Sue likes it, then eat more. After receiving Sophie's praise, Qin Yang smiled slightly and asked her to eat more. He even took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks and put food into Sophie's lunchbox. Qin Yang, thank you. Sophie's eyes flickered and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, her favorable impression of Qin Yang increased a little bit. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and reward, proficiency in 8 languages. At the same time, Qin Yang discovered that his points had reached 1,000. After he obtained the Black Technology System, he has completed a total of 2 tasks so far. According to his own analysis, he estimated that he would automatically obtain 500 points every time he completed a task. That's right. As long as I work hard to complete the task, it will only be a matter of time before I can go to the points mall to spend money. 10 minutes later. All the food on the table was eaten up. Qin Feng didn't eat much, and most of it went into Sophie's stomach. Sophie was lying on the expensive sofa, and she couldn't help burping. She felt like she was full. He glanced secretly at Qin Yang out of the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he looked calm and was not frightened by his amazing appetite, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Sophie, you are a CEO after all, you must have eaten all kinds of delicious food. Why are you eating and drinking so much in front of outsiders? Sophie was a little annoyed. She wasn't like this before. If I leave a bad impression on Qin Yang tonight, it would probably be a loss. Miss Sue, I have another piece of fruit here. Qin Yang quickly handed the box of fruit to Sophie and put the fork on it. No, I can't eat anymore. Sophie quickly waved her hand and rejected Qin Yang's kindness. Then, Qin Yang packed up the lunchbox and took the initiative to throw it into the trash can outside. Then, he turned back to the president's office. Qin Yang, I still have some work to do. If you feel bored, you can go back first. When I'm free tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. Tonight, Sophie ate a meal made by Qin Yang himself, so naturally she couldn't help but express her gratitude. She looked at her schedule and found that tomorrow night was a free time. So, Sophie wanted to express her gratitude to Qin Yang. It's okay. I live alone anyway, and it would be boring to go back. Why not just stay and see if I can help? Qin Yang shrugged and quickly expressed his thoughts. I see. Sophie was secretly delighted with Qin Yang's actions. She naturally knew that all this was just Qin Yang's excuse. His real purpose should be to stay with me for a while longer. Sophie knew it very well, but was too embarrassed to point it out directly. She felt that Qin Yang was not a bad person, so even though they were alone in the office, she was not afraid at all. Qin Yang, you graduated from Magic City University, so you must have real talent and knowledge. I just happen to have a document that needs to be translated. Can you help me with that? After Sophie finished speaking, she picked up a document from the desk and handed it directly to Qin Yang. She did this for 2 purposes. First, the document really needs to be translated, and it is obviously unrealistic to call employees back to the company to work overtime at this time. Second, she wanted to test whether Qin Yang had any other talents. Ding successfully translated the document for the goddess, and rewarded with a master-level guitar playing. Before Qin Yang could open his mouth to answer, the Black Technology System immediately issued a random task. This made Qin Yang feel happy and full of motivation. No problem. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. It just so happened that he had just acquired proficiency in 8 languages, so translating was effortless. Thank you for your trouble. I will treat you to a big meal later. Sophie smiled. After talking to Qin Yang, he returned to his office and devoted himself to his work. I really guessed it right. She is indeed a strong woman in the workplace. She is so ambitious. Looking at Sophie working seriously, Qin Yang was attracted by the charm she exuded and couldn't help but take a few glances at her. A few minutes later, Xin Yang quickly retracted his gaze, took the documents Sophie handed him and walked to a random workstation in the hall. After turning on the computer, I sat down and started translating. 9:30 p.m. In the president's office. Sophie finally finished the work at hand, stood up and stretched herself. It highlights the proud figure to the fullest. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Xin Yang walked in with the documents he had just translated in his hands, and just as he looked up he saw the scene. The scene became quiet for a while. Xin Yang took in Sophie's hot body, his throat moved and he swallowed secretly. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This kind of scene is really a gift from God. Sophie blushed and said to Xin Yang angrily, Are you still looking? Close your eyes right now. Chapter 8. So what if the Queen is the CEO? Routines have always won people as hearts. Xin Yang saw Sophie's shy face and quickly retracted his gaze, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Su, I didn't mean to peek. I just wanted to come in and tell you that I have translated those documents. Sophie's face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated violently. She didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that Xin Yang saw this scene. But when she came to her senses, she was shocked when she looked at Xin Yang's expression. Then, with an incredible look on his face, he asked, Xin Yang, you are kidding me, right? You have translated all of that huge pile of documents? It took Sophie only half an hour to hand the documents to Xin Yang. In such a short time, Xin Yang actually completed several hours of work. No wonder Sophie was so shocked when she heard what Xin Yang said. If you don't believe it, you can see it for yourself. Xin Yang has acquired the Black technology system and is proficient in 8 languages, so translating those documents is a piece of cake for him. In fact, it took Xin Yang less than 20 minutes to translate. He deliberately lingered outside for a while, otherwise Sophie's expression would have been even more stunned than it is now. Sophie couldn't believe it, so she quickly walked up to Xin Yang and checked the translated documents in his hand. Her English was pretty good, and she could quickly tell that Xin Yang's translation skills were excellent and that he was not making things up to fool her. It's incredible. Sophie couldn't help but sigh. He looked up at Xin Yang, his eyes full of admiration. After a moment, he said to him, Xin Yang, with your talent and ability, it is really unfair for you to deliver food. If you are interested in working in my company, I can hire you with a high salary. The treatment is definitely better than any other company. Would you like to consider it? Xin Yang smiled, then shook his head and said, Forget it. I don't like being constrained by others. Freelancing is more suitable for me. Okay, I respect your decision. At this moment, Sophie's eyes flickered. She found that Xin Yang in front of her was different from any man she had met before. He seemed to exude a very special charm that made people want to get to know him. But as I get to know him more and more, I find more and more surprises. He is simply a treasure boy. Super good looks, gentle and elegant conversation, superb cooking skills, and now also excellent translation ability. Sophie has realized that her impression of Xin Yang is getting better and better. The favorability has reached an unprecedented peak. Miss Su, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Xin Yang took out his cell phone and checked the time. Then, he said to Sophie. Good. Sophie wanted to refuse. After all, the two of them had only known each other for 1 day. Although she had a good impression of Xin Yang, the relationship had not developed so quickly. But when she saw Xin Yang's expectant expression, the words came to her lips but she swallowed them back quietly. She couldn't bear to let Xin Yang down. Then, Sophie simply tidied up her desk, picked up her bag and walked out of the office door. Xin Yang followed her naturally. Soon, the two walked out of the building. Xin Yang, did you drive here? Sophie looked at Xin Yang, curious about what car he was driving. Here, over here. Xin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pointed his finger at the Harley-Davidson not far away. Are you planning to use this car to take me back? Sophie looked a little surprised. She had never ridden a motorcycle in her life. Although Xin Yang's car looks cool, the price should not be too cheap. But Sophie still felt a little uncomfortable at first. I know that with Miss Su's status, she has always been picked up by various luxury cars when traveling, and has never ridden on a motorcycle like this. But in my opinion, you should try something new instead. At least riding on a motorcycle is more comfortable than sitting in the back seat of a luxury car. Miss Su, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to go for a ride in my car? A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The reason why he made this invitation was to see if Sophie would change because of him. The cold and aloof Queen President is paired with the Black Swan delivery boy. To outsiders, this is an incredible combination. But Sophie didn't mind. Therefore, in Qin Yang's opinion, Sophie would most likely not refuse his request. In this way, the two people will have more physical contact. This will promote the secretion of dopamine in the body, and if both parties have a mutual affection for each other, they will have a feeling of love. This is what Qin Yang really wants to achieve. Qin Yang, are you serious? Sophie stared at Qin Yang closely, as if she wanted to confirm that Qin Yang was not joking with her. Certainly. Qin Yang nodded without hesitation, then bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture to Sophie. Okay, in that case, I agree. Sophie raised the corner of her mouth, as if she was interested in Qin Yang's proposal. Without much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. See here. Qin Yang picked up a helmet and took the initiative to help Sophie put it on. Wear this, it will be safer. This was the first close contact between the two since they met. Qin Yang didn't think so much in his mind. His movements were very careful and his eyes were full of tenderness. Sophie, on the other hand, just stood there in a daze. She stared at Qin Yang's handsome face and was fascinated for a moment. Plop. Plop. Sophie's heartbeat was accelerating. A blush instantly appeared on both sides of her cheeks. Qin Yang didn't notice that there was something wrong with Sophie. After helping Sophie put on her helmet, he took the initiative to put one on himself. Okay, get in the car. Sophie nodded and sat carefully behind Qin Yang. Then, Qin Yang took out the key and started the engine of the motorcycle. Roar, roar, roar. Harley-Davidson was like a beast waking up from its slumber, and at this moment it let out a low roar. The sound was rough and had great explosive power. Just by listening to the roar of the engine, Sophie's blood began to boil and she felt a different kind of experience. Miss Sue, if you are scared, you can grab my clothes. Before leaving, Qin Yang kindly gave Sophie a reminder. Sophie didn't understand and was about to ask why. Boom! Qin Yang twisted the accelerator and the motorcycle took off like an arrow. Ah! Sophie couldn't help but scream, and subconsciously put her arms around Qin Yang's waist. Obviously, she was also shocked. Qin Yang, you did this on purpose, didn't you? When Sophie came to her senses, she found that she and Qin Yang were being very intimate, and her ears turned red instantly. She leaned close to Qin Yang's ear and cursed angrily. Miss Sue, please don't misunderstand me. This is a normal phenomenon when the motorcycle starts. It's your first time sitting here, so it's inevitable that you'll feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay. You'll get used to it after sitting on it a few more times. Under the helmet, Qin Yang grinned with a very bright smile on his face. Sure enough, as long as the routine is sophisticated, even if it is a Queen Sister CEO, she can only be teased obediently. Qin Yang feels quite satisfied with his current achievements. Chapter 9 President Su's questioning shocked Zhang Bei. At night in Shanghai, high-rise buildings with bright lights and nightlife are everywhere. Qin Yang carried Sophie on his motorcycle and sped along the street. To be honest, Sophie had seen the night view of the Magic City more than once. But tonight, she sat on the back seat of Qin Yang's motorcycle. Enjoying the gentle breeze, she hugged Qin Yang's waist tightly with her hands, feeling the warmth coming from his body. This feeling was so unprecedented that she couldn't help but feel intoxicated. This guy, it seems like he came prepared tonight. As the president of a listed company, Sophie is meticulous and has a very high IQ. She came to her senses and soon realized that all this was carefully planned by Qin Yang. Not only did it give the two of them space to be alone, it even created physical contact, quickly bringing them closer together. This made Sophie wonder, how could Qin Yang be so adept at picking up girls? Could he be an expert in love affairs or a veteran scumbag? About half an hour. Lanqin Villa District, in front of Sophie's home. Sophie got off the motorcycle and took off her helmet. A breeze blew towards her face, lifting her hair. It was at this moment that Qin Yang was fascinated. Qin Yang, I want to ask you a question. You must answer truthfully and not hide anything. Sophie looked serious and her expression seemed very solemn. At this time, Qin Yang also took off his helmet, gradually restrained the smile on his face, and replied seriously, okay, ask. How many girlfriends have you had before? Sophie took a deep breath, then stared at Qin Yang and asked. If I say we haven't talked about it, will you believe me? When Qin Yang heard the question asked by Sophie, he shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. What do you think? Sophie rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. But that's the fact. During my 4 years at university, although many people of the opposite sex confessed their love to me, my energy and time were all spent on my part-time job and studies, and I had no time to take care of other things. I'm somewhat famous in school. If you really don't believe what I say, you can check it out on your own and you'll know if I'm lying to you. Qin Yang is upright and has nothing to fear. He is not afraid of being investigated by Sophie at all. Is everything he said true? Seeing Qin Yang was so confident, Sophie couldn't help but wonder if she had misunderstood him. But how do we explain why he uses the routine so skillfully? Then tell me, why do you know so many little tricks about dating? Soon, Sophie focused her attention on this point and began to question Qin Yang. I had a roommate in college. He was a real second-generation rich man and a master in love affairs. He would change girlfriends every 1 or 2 months and would often show off in front of me. If you listen to it a lot, you'll inevitably learn a few tricks. I don't have much experience in dating, so I'll just give it a try. Of course, I don't mean to take advantage of you on purpose. I just feel that this way of getting along can bring the two of us closer together faster. Qin Yang touched his nose and looked guilty. Qin Yang, it seems that I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually have an expert to guide you. I'm telling you, you don't need any tricks to get along with me. You just need to let me see how good you really are. Okay, it's getting late, be careful on your way back. Sophie's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and then she spoke directly. Well, good night, you should go to bed early. After saying that, Qin Yang waved to Sophie, started the motorcycle engine, and his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. I didn't realize before that Qin Yang would use so many tricks. If I hadn't been alert, I would have almost fallen into it. But the feeling he gives me is really a little different. Sophie walked towards home, muttering to herself. The next morning. The warm sunlight shines through the window and onto the floor. Qin Yang was still chatting with Zhou Gong in his dream. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a figure rushed in and pulled away his quilt. Qin Yang's arm was suddenly pulled up, and he woke up instantly. Zhang Bei, why are you so crazy so early in the morning? Are you going to let me sleep? Qin Yang was sleepy and couldn't help yawning. When he saw clearly that the person who disturbed his sweet dream was Zhang Bei, he immediately complained out loud. Brother Qin, the sun is shining on your butt, why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and get up and wash up. I brought you breakfast. Zhang Bei looked excited and quickly spoke to Qin Yang. It's just breakfast, is that so important? How about you let me sleep a little longer? Qin Yang rubbed his eyes, turned around and was about to lie down on the bed again. Brother Qin, please get up quickly. After listening to what you said yesterday, I worked hard to raise money for the whole day and didn't have a good rest. If you don't give me a definite answer on this matter, I will be unable to sleep or eat. Seeing Qin Yang so calm, Zhang Bei couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Having said that, he forcibly pulled him up and pushed him to the bathroom to wash up. So, you have prepared all the money? At this time, Qin Yang had gradually regained consciousness. While squeezing the toothpaste, fill the cup with water. That's right. Zhang Bei nodded decisively. He never doubted Qin Yang's investment decisions, and Qin Yang never let him down. In order to seize this opportunity to make money, Zhang Bei put a lot of effort into selling all the properties under his name. In addition to borrowing money from friends in the circle, a total of 80 million yuan was raised. How many? Qin Yang asked casually while brushing his teeth. 80 million. Zhang Bei looked excited and quoted a huge amount of money. Not bad, you have some courage. Hearing this, Qin Yang nodded subconsciously and praised Zhang Bei in person. Brother Qin, your reaction is too calm, isn't it? This is 80 million, plus the more than 10 million I already have in my account. The total is nearly 100 million. You're investing such a large sum of money, aren't you really going to panic? Aren't you afraid of losing all your money? Zhang Bei has known Qin Yang for 4 years. I know that Brother Qin has a calm personality and is smarter than ordinary people. He has even manipulated millions of funds and made decisions in the stock market. But things are different now. This is 100 million. An astronomical figure that ordinary people would find difficult to earn in their entire lifetime. Zhang Bei thought Qin Yang would be shocked when he heard that he had raised so much money. But Qin Yang's reaction made him feel a little incredible. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? The opportunity to make money is right in front of me, and I am extremely excited. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down? This time, I will definitely let you make a lot of money. Qin Yang looked indifferent. Relying on his investment ability as a stock god, he analyzed this wave of market conditions. Right now, of course, we must seize this opportunity to accumulate our own wealth. After all, Qin Yang didn't know whether the black technology system would leave him one day in the future. Before that, he must seize every opportunity and enhance his own foundation. Chapter 10 Hesitation will lead to failure. Goddess Su calls for help. Brother Qin, I've invested all my savings this time, please don't let me down. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 50-50. Zhang Bei is full of confidence in Qin Yang's investment ability. Although he knew that he would face huge risks in withdrawing such a large sum of funds, he still firmly believed that Qin Yang would give him a surprise. I won't say anything more. Wait for me to finish trading the account, and you just need to monitor the market. Within 2 days, these stocks will start to rise, and then you can rest assured. Qin Yang knew that Zhang Bei must have taken huge risks to raise such a large sum of money. At the same time, this also represents Zhang Bei's recognition of his own strength. Therefore, no matter what, Qin Yang will not let Zhang Bei lose. Brother Qin still understands me. Zhang Bei felt relieved immediately when he got Qin Yang's reply. A few minutes later, Qin Yang finished washing up. The table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Ham, sandwiches, egg tarts, tea eggs, preserved egg and lean meat porridge and milk. Qin Yang sat in his seat and enjoyed himself. In the morning, 10 o'clock sharp. In the study, all 3 computers were running simultaneously. One of the large screens showed the stock market. One is used for market research and analysis. The last one is currently being operated by Qin Feng himself. Zhang Bei had already deposited the 80 million yuan he had raised into his account through a securities company. By opening the account through the software, Qin Feng and Zhang Bei could both see more than 90 million yuan in the account. Brother Qin, are we going to start now? At this moment, Zhang Bei felt inexplicably nervous. Well, we can't wait any longer. We have to get in as soon as possible. Now is the best time to buy in large quantities and catch the bottom. If it is a little later, when the market makers find out about our actions, I am afraid we will be in trouble. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He operated the computer with skillful hands and began to absorb large amounts of stock shares according to the original plan. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of orders were completed, with a total amount of up to 30 million. The amount in Zhang Bei's account is decreasing rapidly. Another hour passed. When Qin Yang pressed the last button, the balance in the account was instantly cleared. Phew, it's finally over. Qin Yang exhaled a breath and couldn't help stretching. Immediately, his face showed strong confidence. He looked at Zhang Bei and said, "You can always check this account if you have time in the next few days. Trust me, within half a month, the amount in your account will more than double." Hearing this, Zhang Bei's face was filled with excitement, and he bowed to Qin Yang. If this is true, if Brother Qin tells me to go east in the future, I will definitely not go west. Humph, you kid. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help but laugh. Just as Qin Yang stood up and walked out of the study door, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly took out his mobile phone, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. Brother Qin, who is calling? On the side, Zhang Bei saw that Qin Yang looked a little strange, and couldn't help but ask. Sophie. Qin Yang did not hide anything and told the name truthfully. Boom. Zhang Bei was stunned for a moment. He swallowed hard and said to Qin Yang in disbelief. Brother Qin, you are not kidding me, are you? Goddess Su is famous for her aloofness. Why would she take the initiative to call you? Could it be that she fell in love with you after meeting you yesterday? Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Because the facts are just as Zhang Bei said. It started from last night when Sophie took the initiative to send him a message, to the two of them having dinner together, and finally she agreed to let Qin Yang drive her home. All these things show that Sophie has a good impression of Qin Yang. It just made Qin Yang curious about what Sophie wanted to talk about. Brother Qin, why are you standing there? Answer it now. Seeing that the phone was ringing all the time, Qin Yang was reluctant to press the answer button. Zhang Bei felt anxious when he saw this scene. What's the hurry? Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Zhang Bei. Then, he slowly answered Sophie's call. Qin Yang, are you free now? I want you to do me a favor. Soon, Sophie's voice came from the other end of the phone. Her tone was a little anxious, and it sounded like she was in some trouble. At that moment, Qin Yang quickly spoke out to comfort him. Ms. Su, don't be anxious. If you have anything to say, just talk slowly. After some understanding, Qin Yang realized Sophie's current situation. Today Sophie was going to discuss cooperation with an international partner, but her translator told her that she was sick and hospitalized and could not attend the meeting. There was less than half an hour left, and Sophie had no time to find another translator. Qin Yang's figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and she remembered that Qin Yang had translated a document for her last night. So she quickly dialed Qin Yang's number and sent her a message for help. Ms. Su, please send me the address. I will rush over right away. While talking to Sophie, Qin Yang picked up the car keys and ran downstairs. A few minutes later, a Harley-Davidson was speeding towards Sophie's location. Peninsula Cafe. After Sophie hung up the phone, she sat in her seat with a dazed look on her face. She has always been very cautious in doing things and has prepared 2 sets of cooperation plans. But I didn't expect that something would go wrong at such a critical moment. I hope Qin Yang can make it in time, otherwise the company will suffer a huge loss this time. In order to get the opportunity to meet and talk with the other party, Sophie had already spent a lot of effort a month ago. If something goes wrong, this cooperation project will surely be taken over by other companies. And all Sophie's previous efforts will be in vain. She was unwilling to admit defeat. So, now all her hopes are placed on Qin Yang. About 20 minutes passed. The international business partner I was going to meet with has arrived at the Peninsula Cafe. She is a beautiful woman with foreign hair from country M. Behind him followed a middle-aged man, presumably her assistant. I didn't expect that Ms. Su is such a beautiful and charming lady. I am really surprised. Jessica sat opposite Sophie, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Jessica, you're beautiful too. Sophie understood what Jessica wanted to say, and immediately smiled and responded. Mr. Su, I'm very short on time, so you only have half an hour. I hope your proposal can impress me. Let's not talk about politeness, let's get started. Jessica smiled slightly and said immediately. I'm so sorry I'm late. Just as Sophie was hesitating about how to explain this matter to Jessica, a deep male voice came from behind her. This voice seemed familiar to Sophie. The next second, she turned around suddenly, and a handsome man in formal attire appeared in her sight. And he was Qin Yang, who rushed here quickly. Sophie and Qin Yang looked at each other. At this moment, Sophie felt an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. Chapter 11, it all started with the appearance, and fell in love with the talent of Goddess Su. Who is this? Jessica couldn't help but look at Qin Yang and asked curiously. It has to be said that Qin Yang has delicate facial features and his looks are not inferior to those popular young idols. Especially his eyes that exude strong confidence and have a kind of bewitching charm. It was this one glance that made Jessica develop a strong interest in him. Jessica, his name is Qin Yang, he is my friend and the translator I hired. Next, it will be of great help to our conversations and signings. Sophie came back to her senses and a bright smile appeared on her face. Seeing that Jessica was curious about Qin Yang's identity, she immediately introduced him to her. Jessica, nice to meet you. At this time, Qin Yang also came over and took the initiative to greet Jessica. Qin, you are very handsome and different from other men I have met before. I sensed a strong sense of confidence from your eyes. Jessica was in a high position and had seen all types of men. But at this moment, she herself did not expect that she would become interested in the man she had just met. Thank you for the compliment. Now Xiao Yang is proficient in 8 languages, so he can naturally understand what Jessica says. At the same time, he answered in a very pure accent. Qin, have you been abroad for some time? Your spoken English is really great. Jessica was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately asked Qin Yang. No, I've never been abroad. As for speaking, I practiced by myself through recordings. Of course, there are people from your country in our school, and I often communicate with them. Qin Yang spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, showing the demeanor of a gentleman. The more Jessica looked, the more admiration there was in her eyes. Sophie saw the whole scene. She was anxious. I feel that at this moment, I can't continue to sit and wait for death. So Sophie quickly spoke up to change the subject. Jessica, I really hope to reach a cooperation with your company. You should know that my company ranks high in the industry and has great advantages. To show my sincerity, I have included generous conditions in the contract and will never let you suffer any loss. Why don't you take a look first? After saying that, he took out a contract and handed it to Jessica. Jean, how about you help me translate? Jessica picked up the contract and took a look at it, but the content was in Chinese and she didn't understand it. I remembered that Sophie asked Qin Yang to come over just to help with translation. Jessica simply handed the contract to Qin Yang and asked him to help translate it. Of course, it's my pleasure. Qin Yang smiled and naturally would not refuse. He quickly opened the contract, glanced at it, and then looked at Jessica. What followed was extremely fluent English. Sophie was standing nearby and was shocked. She spent several days revising the contents of the contract before finalizing it. All the conditions added up would take up at least several pages. Qin Yang just looked at it casually and never looked at it again. He translated the contract terms and conditions to Jessica. Jessica seemed to approve of the contents of the contract as well, nodding at Sophie from time to time. About 5 minutes later, Qin Yang finished translating and returned the time to Jessica and Sophie. Sophie speaks English well, but she only knows basic communication. The contract terms were rather complicated, and she was afraid that she would make mistakes in the translation, so she didn't dare to take on the job at all. Boss Su, it seems that you are indeed very sincere, and the conditions you offer are indeed more generous than those of other companies. Jessie smiled sweetly, seeming very satisfied. Jessica, do you agree to cooperate with my company? Sophie understood the hidden meaning of Jessica's words. A hint of surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she quickly confirmed it with the other party. Good. I will take this contract back to have the company's legal department review it. If there are no problems, I will sign it and have my assistant deliver it to you. Boss Su, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Jessica acted decisively and immediately agreed to sign a contract with Sophie. Then he stood up and extended his hand to Sophie. Sophie hurriedly shook it, and the two sides reached a cooperation intention. Once the contract is signed and stamped, we become complete partners. Jessica didn't stay long. He picked up the contract, said hello to Sophie and Qin Yang, and left. Qin Yang, thank you so much. If you hadn't come to help in time, I'm afraid this cooperation would have been messed up, causing huge losses to the company's interests. Sophie smiled and thanked Qin Yang. The intention of cooperation was reached, and Sophie was visibly happy. She looked at Qin Yang and realized that he was dressed more formally today. Compared with yesterday's casual wear, Qin Yang exudes the unique charm of a successful man. What's there to thank me for? It's just a small favor. Qin Yang waved his hand and did not mention a word about the credit he had received. He has a low-key style of hiding his achievements and fame, and ignoring his personal affairs. When Sophie saw that Qin Yang did not ask for credit and took the opportunity to make some excessive demands on her, her favorability towards Qin Yang instantly soared. At this moment, Sophie recalled what happened just now, and a curious expression appeared on her face. She asked Qin Yang. Qin Yang, I noticed that you flipped through the contract a few times just now, and then translated it to Jessica without a script. Has your memory always been this good? Qin Yang nodded without hesitation, and then explained with a smile, not bad. When I was in primary school, I discovered that I had a photographic memory. So even if I didn't spend much time studying, I would always rank first. This situation continued until college. After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie immediately expressed her understanding. After all, some talents are innate. Just like herself. High IQ. High efficiency. What others might take 10 hours to complete, she might not even need half the time, or even less. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a meal. Sophie looked at the time and it was almost time for lunch. In order to thank Qin Yang for helping her so much, she must show some appreciation today. No problem. Qin Yang did not refuse and agreed decisively. Tianxiang Tower. This is a high-end specialty hotel in Shanghai. Most of the people who can eat here are successful people. Pick any one of them, and he is either a corporate executive or a child of a wealthy family. Before coming, Sophie had called in advance to reserve a private room. So after arriving at the door, Sophie greeted the front desk, and then a staff member led Sophie and Qin Yang into the private room. Qin Yang, this should be your first time here, right? After the two sat down, Sophie looked at Qin Yang and took the initiative to find a topic to start a conversation. Occasionally my friend would ask me to accompany him to some parties and go to some high-end hotels. But I have never been here. But looking at the decoration of this hotel, it is indeed very unique. Qin Yang nodded. He didn't feel embarrassed at all and replied directly to Sophie. Inside the private room, the two quickly started chatting. Chapter 12. The Shy Goddess Su Qin Yang's Tricks. Sir, miss, this is the menu of our hotel. After about a few minutes, a waiter pushed open the door, walked up to Qin Yang and Sophie, and handed the menu to them respectively. Qin Yang picked it up and looked through it. Any dish inside cost hundreds or thousands of dollars, so the price was indeed not cheap. However, he didn't say much. After all, the hotel is positioned as a high-end hotel. Customers who can come here to consume don't mind spending this little money. Qin Yang, just order whatever you want to eat, and don't be polite to me. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with a smile, hoping that he would not appear restrained and try to relax more. Miss Su, you should order some. After all, this is my first time here, and I don't know which dishes are more distinctive. Qin Yang quietly closed the menu. Then his eyes fell on Sophie and he spoke softly. Okay. Seeing that Qin Yang said so, Sophie couldn't find any other reason to refuse. So Sophie ordered 7 or 8 special dishes in one go, including both meat and vegetables. Just as the order was finished, Sophie looked at Qin Yang again and asked him curiously, Qin Yang, would you like some red wine? Let's just forget it. Qin Yang shook his head. He couldn't drink much and was afraid that he would get drunk and embarrass himself in front of Sophie. Seeing this, Sophie did not order red wine. The hotel is very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, the dishes started to be served. Qin Yang and Sophie ate and chatted, and soon the table was filled with dishes. Qin Yang, try these dishes and see if they suit your taste. Sophie looked at Qin Yang expectantly, and then spoke. Good. Qin Yang picked up the chopsticks and took the initiative to pick up the dish in front of him. Then, put it in your mouth and taste it. In just a moment, Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It's really worthy of the hotel chef's skills, the taste is delicious. The ingredients are fresh and melt in your mouth, leaving you with a lingering aftertaste. Qin Yang's taste is quite picky, but when he saw the hotel dishes on the table, he couldn't help but give them good reviews. If you like, eat more. Sophie saw an expression of enjoyment on Qin Yang's face and was very satisfied with the taste of the dishes. At this moment, the smile on her lips became even brighter. Miss Su, don't just watch me eat, move your chopsticks too. Qin Yang also discovered that from the moment he entered the private room until now, Sophie's eyes had been on him, never moving away for a moment. Even though Qin Yang had a strong psychological quality, he still felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Okay. Swish. As Qin Yang said this, Sophie's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. She subconsciously lowered her head and dared not look at Qin Yang again. Suddenly, she showed a shy expression. Even Sophie herself didn't know why, but her eyes would always subconsciously fall on Qin Yang. It seemed that he had a special charm that had been attracting me. Seeing Sophie so charming, Qin Yang couldn't help but want to hug her in his arms. But fortunately, reason overcame impulse. Inside the private room, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. After a while, Qin Yang took the initiative to pick up a piece of fresh meat and put it in Sophie's bowl. Miss Su, it's better to eat delicious food while it's hot. Sophie did not feel disgusted by Qin Yang's actions, and her mood even improved a lot. She raised her head and said in a gentle tone, "Thank you." The meal took more than half an hour as the two of them ate and chatted. Qin Yang was very satisfied with the dishes and couldn't help but eat a little more. Sophie was more reserved, but she obviously had a good appetite. Almost all the dishes on the table were cleared away by the two of them. Miss Su, I'm going to the bathroom. Qin Yang greeted Sophie, then stood up and walked out of the private room. Sophie, what's going on with you? It's just a meal with Qin Yang, what's there to be nervous about? You're staring at him the whole time. Are you afraid that Qin Yang doesn't know that you have some plans for him? As soon as Qin Yang left the private room, Sophie sat in her seat and couldn't help muttering. It's so embarrassing. Sophie felt that her image as a cold and aloof female president no longer existed in Qin Yang's heart. No, it should be said that from the very beginning, Qin Yang didn't think she was so cold. Even Sophie herself found it strange, because usually she was serious and looked cold in front of others. But only in front of Qin Yang, she acted a bit like a crazy fan. She seemed to be completely attracted by Qin Yang's charm. Qin Yang said he was going to the bathroom, but in fact he just found an excuse to leave the private room. At this time, he had already taken the initiative to walk to the front desk. "Beautiful lady, please help me check the bill for room 405. I'll pay the bill." Qin Yang smiled and looked directly at the front desk staff after he finished speaking. "Sir, your total spending is $7,600. Soon, the front desk staff checked and quoted an amount. Hearing this, Qin Yang took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and transferred the money. After paying the bill, he went straight back to the private room. When Qin Yang saw Su Fei sitting in a daze, he couldn't help but step forward and said to her, "Miss Su, I have already paid for the meal, we can leave now." "Qin Yang, didn't we agree that I would treat you to this meal? Why are you rushing to pay? Are you trying to show off in front of me?" When Sophie heard that Qin Yang had paid for the meal, her face was suddenly filled with surprise. When he came to his senses, he said to Qin Yang with a slightly dissatisfied look, "No, Miss Su, you misunderstood. I just happened to pass by the front desk, so I paid the money by the way. If you really feel bad about it, then let's make a deal. You'll pay the bill next time." Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then immediately explained, "Forget it, I won't bother with you this time." Sophie was just pretending to be angry. She was actually happy about Qin Yang's behavior. She knew very well that this was an excuse Qin Yang made for himself. "If she fails to treat us this time, we will have to wait until next time." All in all, she still owed Qin Yang a meal. A moment later, the two walked side by side in the passage, heading towards the gate. "Boss Su, what a coincidence, you're here to eat too." As soon as the two of them passed the private room next door, the door was pushed open. A handsome man in a suit appeared in front of Qin Yang and Sophie. When he saw Sophie's face, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and then he stared at Sophie. "Boss Ning, what a coincidence." Sophie couldn't help but feel a little shocked when she saw the man in front of her. But he quickly came to his senses and greeted the other party. "Since we've met, why don't we go in and have a couple of drinks? I'm having a party with a group of friends inside. If President Su is willing to do me the honor, they will definitely be very happy." Ning Ziyuan looked very attentive and even extended an invitation to Sophie. "Boss Ning, forget it. I'll host you and your friends for dinner some other day when I have time." Faced with Ning Ziyuan's invitation, Sophie hesitated for a moment and then decisively refused. At this time, Ning Ziyuan also discovered that there was a man standing next to Sophie. Qin Yang is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. Ning Ziyuan felt filled with crisis at just one glance. He subconsciously thought that Sophie rejected his invitation so decisively, most likely because of this man. Chapter 13, Goddess Su was successfully tricked by retreating. It turns out that President Su has friends around him. "I am so presumptuous." Ning Ziyuan smiled tearfully, then his eyes fell on Qin Yang and looked at him carefully. At this moment, he did not hide his curiosity about Qin Yang's identity, and asked Sophie directly, "I wonder if Mr. Su could introduce this friend of yours to me so that I can get to know him?" This made Sophie stunned. She didn't expect Ning Ziyuan to make such a request. Ning Ziyuan is a major client of Sophie Company, and the two have dealt with each other before because of their cooperative relationship. And this guy had actively pursued her. Unfortunately, Sophie didn't have any feelings for him and rejected him directly. At the moment, Ning Ziyuan obviously has a bit more hostility towards Qin Yang. "Ding, declare your sovereignty and help the goddess solve her problems. You will be rewarded with 10 million cash and a supreme black diamond card." Just when Sophie was feeling embarrassed and hesitant, Qin Yang heard the task issued by the black technology system. Suddenly, Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Hello, President Ning, my name is Qin Yang, and I'm Sophie's boyfriend." Qin Yang took the initiative to speak to Ning Ziyuan. At the same time, his hand also grasped Sophie's slender waist. With a little force, he hugged Sophie into his chest. For a moment, the two people's actions seemed extremely intimate, like a couple in love. Ning Ziyuan was stunned when he saw Qin Yang and Sophie being intimate with each other. The next second, a ball of nameless anger surged in my heart. He had thought that Qin Yang might be Sophie's suitor, but he never expected that the two of them had already confirmed their relationship. Moreover, this kid even declared his sovereignty in front of him. For Ning Ziyuan, Qin Yang's move was undoubtedly a provocation to him. It's not just Ning Ziyuan. Even Sophie had a look of astonishment on her face at this moment. What on earth is Qin Yang talking about? When did he become my Sophie's boyfriend? Who gave him the courage to take advantage of me? Sophie's first reaction was to break free from Qin Yang's arms. However, she felt the warmth in Qin Yang's chest, and Qin Yang's hand around her waist did not do anything excessive. Suddenly, her movements stopped. Boss Su, is everything he said true? Are you two dating now? Even though he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, Ning Ziyuan still seemed to have not given up. He looked at Sophie, hoping to get an accurate answer from her. Yes. Boss Ning, Qin Yang and I just started dating, and we didn't want too many people to know, so we didn't announce the news. So, please ask President Ning to keep this matter confidential. Sophie smiled awkwardly. She also wanted to take this opportunity to make Ning Ziyuan give up completely. So, I had no choice but to go along with the situation and smooth it over. Boom! Sophie's answer was like a thunderbolt, striking Ning Ziyuan hard on the head. He had an expression of disbelief on his face. After a long time, Ning Ziyuan looked at Qin Yang again with eyes full of jealousy. He was unwilling to give in, so he began to ask Qin Yang. Mr. Qin is really amazing. He can actually become President Su's boyfriend. I wonder where you work. What's your profession? Black Swan Takeaway Group. Currently serving as team leader. Qin Yang smiled faintly and answered truthfully. Mr. Qin, you should know yourself. With your status, I'm afraid you are not worthy of President Su at all. Ning Ziyuan was filled with anger and yelled at Qin Yang without any politeness. He would never have thought that Qin Yang was the delivery boy of Black Swan. How did this kind of person manage to win over Sophie? He would let it go even if he lost to a man who was nobler and more outstanding than himself. But Ning Ziyuan could never accept losing to a delivery boy. Boss Ning, there is no distinction between high and low professions. Your thinking is too narrow. Besides, my relationship with Sophie is completely our private matter. You should have no right to interfere, right? Even though Ning Ziyuan, who was standing in front of him at this moment, had a powerful background. But Qin Yang's face still showed strong confidence, and he didn't take him seriously at all. You? Ning Ziyuan was furious. His face turned blue and red, like a bomb that could be detonated at any time. Sophie, let's go. After Qin Yang said this, he put his arm around Sophie's slender waist and walked straight to the door. Only Ning Ziyuan was left standing there, watching the two of them walking away. Ding, the random task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million cash and a Supreme Black Diamond card. The reward has been issued, please check it. At this moment, Qin Yang felt that there was obviously an extra bank card in his pocket. The two of them walked out of the hotel and walked about 10 meters away. Sophie finally couldn't bear it anymore. Just when she was about to explode with emotions, Qin Yang seemed to have anticipated it. He took the initiative to loosen his claws on Sophie's waist, looked at Sophie innocently and said, Miss Su, I'm so sorry. The situation just now was special, so I took the liberty of pretending to be your boyfriend to help you out. If you think my actions were too abrupt, I am willing to accept your punishment. I have to say that Qin Yang's strategy is really too brilliant. This tactic of retreating to advance instantly reduced Sophie's anger towards Qin Yang. She calmed down and thought about it, and felt that what Qin Yang said made sense. I understand. But next time you encounter something like this, you should give me a heads up in advance. Your action just now was so sudden that I was scared. Sophie thought about what had just happened and felt surprised and happy. It was only because she had a good impression of Qin Yang. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid this matter would never be let go so easily. I promise, next time I'll wink at you in advance. When Qin Yang saw Sophie, he was not really angry. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He was afraid that his previous actions would affect the impression he left on Sophie. But you might have to be careful for the next while. That Mr. Ning is arrogant and has a strong background. I don't think he will give up so easily. Maybe he'll come back and cause trouble for you. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me as soon as possible and I will do everything I can to help you. Sophie remembered Ning Ziyuan's style of doing things. Suddenly, he hurriedly reminded Qin Yang. Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. Seeing that Sophie cared about him so much, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. So he nodded decisively. After sending Sophie back to the company, Qin Yang drove his motorcycle back home. In the hall, Jiang Bei sat on the sofa, eating melon seeds and watching TV. Seeing Qin Yang coming back, he immediately jumped up from the sofa, ran directly to him, and asked curiously, "Brother Qin, tell me the truth, did you go on a date with Goddess Su this morning?" Chapter 14, Hongmen Banquet treated Qin Yang as a liar. Jiang Bei, why did you become so gossipy? Instead of worrying about my affairs, you might as well go drink with your friends and kill time. Qin Yang was sitting on the sofa and saw that Jiang Bei had been coming to him for the past 2 days. It seems that she is planning to live here permanently, and he couldn't help but tease her. "Hey, brother Qin, don't I want to come over and keep you company? You said you would feel lonely living in such a spacious house by yourself? I'll come over, at least we two can take care of each other." Jiang Bei gave an awkward laugh, and then took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. In order to raise funds, he mortgaged all the houses under his name. Fortunately, the house where Qin Yang lived was kept, otherwise he might really be homeless. "Okay, I don't know you yet. But this house is yours. I have no objection to you living here as long as you want, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Qin Yang had already guessed Jiang Bei's current situation, but did not take the initiative to point it out. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a wicked smile, and said, "No problem." Seeing Qin Yang choose to compromise, Jiang Bei couldn't help but show joy on his face. At that moment, he agreed without hesitation. "You are not allowed to rummage through my room, and you are not allowed to bring women from outside back to spend the night," Qin Yang emphasized with a stern face and a serious expression. "Hey, I thought you were going to put forward some conditions, but it turned out to be this." "Don't worry, I will never do this." Jiang Bei patted his chest and promised solemnly. After the rules were agreed upon, Qin Yang no longer paid attention to Jiang Bei and got up and returned to his room. After a nap, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yang walked out of the room, but did not see Jiang Bei, thinking that he had gone out. "Brother Qin, change your clothes quickly. I'll take you to a feast." At this moment, the door of the next-door guest room was pushed open. Jiang Bei strode out and spoke to Qin Yang with excitement. "Okay." Qin Yang did not refuse. 10 minutes later, the two men came to the garage and stood in front of a silver Lamborghini. Jiang Bei sat in the driving seat, while Qin Yang sat in the passenger seat as usual. Qin Yang had just fastened his seatbelt when the engine of the sports car started. At this moment, it's like a wild beast is roaring, wild and powerful, making your blood boil. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he thought to himself, "When I have time, I will buy a supercar to drive." He got a Supreme Black Diamond card and a deposit of 10 million, which was more than enough to buy a sports car worth several million. Dihao Club. This is a high-end private club open to VIPs. The annual fee for an ordinary VIP card is 500,000 yuan. Above this, there are platinum cards and diamond cards. I heard that the annual fee for the highest level diamond card is as high as 5 million. Holding a diamond card of the club is undoubtedly a symbol of identity and status. Here, you can see disciples from Shanghai's wealthy families and popular entertainment stars almost every day. This shows how high the threshold is. Jiang Bei has a diamond card in his hand. When he showed the diamond card to the security guards at the door, the security guards were all shocked, and their attitude towards Jiang Bei and Qin Yang became even more respectful. The two of them went all the way to the 8th floor. In a huge room. Inside the room, there were already several people waiting there for a long time. "Jiang Bei, you are finally here." When Lu Feng saw Jiang Bei and Qin Yang pushing the door and walking in, an excited smile immediately appeared on his face. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Chen, Sister Bai, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Jiang Bei had a smile on his face and looked towards them. Sitting on the chairs were two handsome young men and a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament, all looking at Qin Yang and Jiang Bei. "It doesn't matter. We just arrived." Bai Yaxin smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flickering. "Brother Qin, let's sit down and talk." Jiang Bei didn't dare to leave Qin Yang aside, so he quickly asked him to sit down. Seeing Jiang Bei's respectful attitude towards Qin Yang, Chen Jiahao became very interested in Qin Yang's identity for a moment. At that moment, he went straight to the point and asked Jiang Bei, "Jiang Bei, please introduce this friend of yours to us." For a while, Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao all focused their eyes on Qin Yang. His name is Qin Yang. He is a top student in the finance department of Magic City University. He was my roommate for 4 years in college and also my best brother. Didn't I mortgage all the houses under my name to you yesterday? I just wanted to raise all the money so that he could help with the investment. Jiang Bei invited Qin Yang to attend the dinner today. Actually, he just wanted to introduce his good brother to everyone. Friends in the Jiang Bei circle are either rich or noble. Among them, Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng are the closest to him and have a better relationship with him. Therefore, at this moment Jiang Bei did not hide anything and told Qin Yang's identity truthfully. Jiang Bei, are you sure you're not kidding us? You have to know that you have raised nearly 100 million yuan this time. You just gave him such a huge amount of money to invest? Aren't you afraid that the money will go down the drain? Bai Yaxin's expression was instantly filled with astonishment. She really couldn't imagine what a crazy decision Jiang Bei had made. If this amount of money was put into a legitimate investment company, it would be a considerable sum. And they can't be sure that they will generate any benefits. Not to mention, it is now handed over to a college graduate. Yeah. Jiang Bei, do you want to think about it again? Although your family is rich and powerful, the loss of this money won't cause you any serious consequences. But if your parents knew about this, they would definitely scold you. Chen Jiahao also frowned, expressing his pessimism about Qin Yang's strength. In his opinion, Jiang Bei's move was too hasty. Jiang Bei, I think what Sister Bai and Brother Chen said makes sense. You can't let your emotions get the better of you. Lu Feng also nodded quickly and stood on the same front with Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin. Obviously, this dinner today has a special meaning. The three of them just wanted to see who this Qin Yang was and why Jiang Bei worshipped him like a god to the point of losing his mind and investing such a huge sum of money in him. Of course, they were more afraid that Jiang Bei had been cheated. Mr. Lu, Mr. Chen, Sister Bai, what are you thinking about? You haven't seen with your own eyes how powerful Qin Yang's investment ability is, so you misunderstand him like this. He is not a nerd. He helped me make a lot of money by investing long ago. Besides, this is a rare opportunity. I will never let it go. Seeing the three people trying to dissuade him earnestly, Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. It turned out that they had to invite Qin Yang and I to dinner with this purpose in mind. Chapter 15, Rehabilitating Qin Ji's Reputation and Making Millions of Dollars in Investment Profits. Jiang Bei, you have to understand that this investment is huge, it's not a small deal. If you lose all your money, can you afford the consequences? Seeing Jiang Bei trying hard to explain for Qin Yang, it seemed like he was completely brainwashed by him. Bai Yaxin on the side couldn't help but speak up and persuade Jiang Bei again. Sister Bai, I appreciate your kindness. But things are really not what you think. Qin Yang is really good at investment. I believe he will never let me down. Jiang Bei shook his head, seemingly not listening to anyone's advice at all. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room was very awkward. And at this time, Lu Feng looked directly at Qin Yang and asked him, Qin Yang, don't you have anything to say? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and looked relaxed. Then, he slowly said, as Jiang Bei's friend, I will naturally not harm him. He chose to trust me and gave me such a large sum of money to invest, so I will definitely not let him down. As for how you guys want to see me, I don't mind. Anyway, I'm not that interested in you guys. Chen Jiahao's face changed drastically, and the look he gave Qin Yang was full of hostility. He is the young master of the wealthy Chen family in Shanghai. He has a noble status and tremendous power. How could he be insulted like this by an unknown junior? If it weren't for the close relationship between Jiang Bei and Qin Yang, I'm afraid Chen Jiahao would have turned against him long ago. But even so, Chen Jiahao couldn't help but shout at Qin Yang angrily, Boy, you are so arrogant. Mr. Chen, calm down first. For my sake, don't bother with Qin Yang. At the critical moment, Jiang Bei still stood up and spoke good words for Qin Yang. He also knew in his heart that the reason why Chen Jiahao was so excited was entirely for his own good and he had no other ill intentions. Then, Jiang Bei also came up to Qin Yang and quickly explained. Qin Yang, you should also say less. Mr. Chen is my friend, I don't want you to hurt our relationship. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng and Bai Yaxin couldn't help but look strange. Jiang Bei's father, Jiang Hai, is a real estate tycoon in Shanghai. His company also controls several five-star hotels and commercial plazas. The assets are at least tens of billions, or even more than 10 billion. Jiang Bei is the only son of the Jiang family, and this is no secret in their circle. Logically speaking, Jiang Bei's status is not much inferior to theirs. But even so, why they were so respectful to Qin Yang really puzzled them. Could it be that this kid really has something extraordinary? Okay, for your sake, I won't bother with them. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a nice meal? I happen to be hungry. How about asking the waiter to serve the food? Xin Yang didn't want to have anything to do with these rich kids. If he had known that Zhang Bei was going to invite him to this kind of dinner, he would never have come no matter what. No problem. Everything will be done according to Brother Qin's wishes. I'll ask the waiter to serve the food. Zhang Bei and Qin Yang have known each other for so many years, so he is naturally familiar with Qin Yang's character. Knowing that he was trying to save face, she immediately smiled, called the waiter and started taking the order. We ordered 12 dishes, including Australian lobster, Kobe beef, caviar. Every ingredient is worth a lot of money. At the end, Zhang Bei specially ordered 2 bottles of 1995 Lafite. After a while, Zhang Bei then looked at Chen Jiahao, who looked angry, and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea and handed it to him, and quickly smiled and said, Mr. Chen, Qin Yang is not from our circle, so naturally he doesn't understand our rules. If he displeased you just now, I will use tea instead of wine to apologize to you on his behalf. Seeing Zhang Bei take the initiative to apologize, Lu Feng, who was sitting next to Chen Jiahao, pushed him. Chen Jiahao's expression then eased a little, and he picked up the cup and clinked it with Zhang Bei. For your sake, I won't pursue this matter any further. After saying that, he drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Seeing that everyone had a misunderstanding about Qin Yang, Zhang Bei knew that he had to come forward to explain. So, he stood up and said to Chen Jiahao and the other two with a serious expression, I know you are all worried about me, afraid that I will lose all my money after I give it to Brother Qin to invest. But the fact is just the opposite. Brother Qin invested all the money I raised in the stock market. In just 5 or 6 hours, he has already made a profit of millions. I have full confidence in his ability, but I also hope you won't have too many misunderstandings about Brother Qin. Before going out, Zhang Bei had already checked the funds in his account. I discovered that in just a few hours, the stock shares I held had already made millions in profit. It is also because of this that Zhang Bei is full of confidence in Qin Yang's investment. What? He invested the money in the stock market? In just 5 or 6 hours, he made millions of dollars? Zhang Bei, are you sure you're not kidding us? Bai Yaxin was the first one to recover from her shock. She looked incredulous, and then immediately asked Zhang Bei for confirmation. Sister Bai, when did I, Zhang Bei, ever lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can show you my investment account right now. As Zhang Bei spoke, he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. He opened the stock investment software, checked the profits and losses in the account, and then handed over the phone. As soon as these words came out, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin hurried over and looked at the phone screen with curious eyes. A few seconds later, the expressions of these 3 people were completely stunned. Especially Chen Jiahao, his mouth is so big that an egg can fit in it. Just now, he looked down on Qin Yang, thinking that he was just a college graduate and had no qualifications or ability to help Zhang Bei and manipulate such a large amount of funds for investment. But he never thought that he would be slapped in the face so strongly at this moment. Were these 3 stocks all selected by Qin Yang? Bai Yaxin's eyes flickered, and she quickly spoke up to confirm with Zhang Bei. That's right. Zhang Bei nodded in reply. Then, he immediately asked Bai Yaxin. Sister Bai, do you still remember that you asked me to invest in stocks with you and we lost 3 million? Remember. How come this has something to do with Qin Yang? Speaking of this, Bai Yaxin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If she hadn't insisted on forcing Zhang Bei to invest with her, Zhang Bei wouldn't have lost so much money. Although it is only a few million, it is a drop in the bucket considering their net worth. Of course it does. Brother Qin knew that I was in a bad mood because of my stock losses, so he decided to help me get some money back. After all, he had done something similar to this before when we were in college. He has helped me more than a dozen times, and he has never lost money on his investments. When it's low, I make a few 100,000, and when it's high, it's up to several million. This time, Brother Qin analyzed a rare market opportunity, which is why he asked me to raise money. As for how much, he didn't say clearly. I have absolute confidence in Brother Qin's investment ability. That's why I mortgaged my property and borrowed some money from you to raise such a large sum of money for him to invest. Chapter 16, Invisible Pretense is the Most Deadly. As soon as Zhang Bei finished speaking, Bai Yaxin and the other 2 looked at Qin Yang without the contemptuous look they had before. On the contrary, they admired Qin Yang's courage to manage such a large amount of investment at this age. After all, even if it were any one of them, they wouldn't dare to be so casual. And the most crucial point is that Qin Yang doesn't seem to be worried about financial losses at all. Is he really so confident in his investment? Or maybe he has extraordinary abilities in this area? These questions made the three of them extremely curious. Brother Qin, why don't you say something? Seeing that everyone was staring at Qin Yang with curiosity, Zhang Bei smiled awkwardly and walked forward shamelessly. He wanted to take this opportunity to bring Qin Yang, Sister Bai, and the other two closer together. No, I don't know what to say. Qin Yang quickly waved his hand and rejected Zhang Bei's proposal. Brother Qin, just tell us why you chose to invest in these three stocks, so that Sister Bai and the others can see your strength. That way, they won't misunderstand you anymore. Zhang Bei didn't want Qin Yang to miss the opportunity to prove his strength, so he stepped forward and immediately grabbed his arm. It seems like I won't give up easily unless you tell me. Okay, I'm afraid of you. In the end, Qin Yang had no choice but to agree. Immediately, he glanced at Bai Yaxin and the other two, and then said, the reason I chose to invest in these three stocks is my analysis of the current stock market situation, and I predict that they will soar in the next period of time. This is a rare opportunity, so I won't miss it. That's why I suggest Zhang Bei invest early. Of course, I was also surprised that Zhang Bei raised such a large amount of funds privately. But it also shows that he believes in my ability, which makes me very happy. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Bei's personal wealth should grow rapidly in the next period of time. At this moment, the room was silent. About 10 seconds later, Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng and Chen Jiahao looked at each other, as if they were still digesting what Qin Yang had just said. Jiahao, isn't your second uncle the president of a securities company? Why don't you call him now and ask him to confirm the future market trends of the three stocks Qin Yang has chosen? Bai Yaxin is the older of the three. Therefore, one's mind is inevitably delicate and one considers issues more comprehensively. This was the first time she encountered such a situation, but for Zhang Bei, she still gave a suggestion. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It seems that Sister Bai is more reliable at critical moments. Suddenly, Chen Jiahao's eyes flashed, and he remembered that he still had his second uncle to ask for help. Without hesitation, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed his second uncle's number. Beep, beep, beep. Less than a few seconds passed. The call was connected. Jiahao, you called your second uncle, is there something wrong? At the same time. Blue Ocean Securities, Chairman's office. A middle-aged man was sitting in an office chair, holding a cigar in one hand and a smile on his face, talking to his nephew on the other end of the phone. He is Chen Jiahao's second uncle, Chen Tianzheng. Uncle, I have a question for you. Please answer me truthfully. Because this involves my friend's investment of nearly 100 million yuan. Chen Jiahao did not hide anything and spoke directly to the point. Oh? A 100 million investment? It seems your friend is quite generous. Okay, if you have any questions, just ask. Second uncle will tell you everything he knows. When Chen Tianzheng heard his nephew talk about the matter so seriously, he immediately became interested and then said to Chen Jiahao, I have 3 stocks here. I want you to help me see from a professional perspective whether they have great potential and whether they are worth holding in large amounts at this time. Chen Jiahao did not hesitate and reported the names of the 3 stocks held by Zhang Bei. They are Jiaxing New Energy Company, Haiqiang Bio High Tech Company, and Kongmei Bio Pharmaceutical Company. Chen Tianzheng immediately turned on the computer at his desk, quickly found the 3 stocks, and analyzed them from his most professional perspective. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The more Chen Tian looked, the more incredible the expression on his face became. Uncle, are you still listening? Chen Jiahao saw that his second uncle was slow to speak on the other end of the phone. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Jiahao, tell me the truth, who is your friend who invested in these 3 stocks? His investment vision is really sharp. If you hadn't reminded me, my second uncle wouldn't have discovered that the potential of these stocks is so amazing. Chen Tianzheng was completely shocked. At this moment, he was even more curious about who was the master who could pick these 3 stocks. If possible, he really wanted to get to know her and make friends with her. What? Uncle, do you mean that these 3 stocks will skyrocket in the next period of time? Chen Jiahao was shocked. He didn't expect that even a professional like his second uncle would come to the same conclusion as Qin Yang. In this way, the truthfulness of what Qin Yang had just said was completely proved. Good. If nothing unexpected happens, the increase should be significant. If your friend invested 100 million yuan, he would definitely make a lot of money on this investment. Jiahao, you haven't answered your uncle yet. Who is that friend? How come I didn't know that you have such a great investment expert around you? Chen Tianjin was very curious about this person and wanted to find out his identity immediately. You also know that man, second uncle. He is Zhang Bei. But the person who helped him invest in these 3 stocks was someone else. His name is Qin Yang, and he was my roommate at Zhangbei University. I heard he was a top student in the Department of Finance. I didn't believe it at first and thought he was bragging. Now it seems that I underestimated him. At this moment, Chen Jiahao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After a long time, it turned out that the clown was actually himself. No wonder Qin Yang was so confident from beginning to end. It turns out that he is indeed an investment expert. What Zhang Bei said before was not a joke. Jiahao, you come from a privileged family and have always looked down on others. It's not surprising that you occasionally make mistakes. Second uncle advises you not to put on airs in front of such a truly gifted person. If you want to get along with them, you must cater to their preferences. From this point of view, Zhang Bei is obviously better than you. If you have the chance, you should ask him for more advice. Chen Tianjin recognized Zhang Bei. Chen Jiahao had brought him home as a guest before. Uncle, I understand. Chen Jiahao was silent for a while, then responded. Okay, I'm hanging up then. Then, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. And at this time, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng both stared at Chen Jiahao with anticipation. However, judging from the expression on his face, the answer is not difficult to guess. My second uncle's analysis is not much different from Qin Yang's. In other words, not only will this investment not be sold at a loss, but there is a high probability that it will make a profit. Chen Jiahao looked at Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng, and then spoke. Chapter 17 Zhang Bei's request, the rich family's children offer huge amounts of money. Boom! As soon as Chen Jiahao said this, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng beside him were immediately stunned. They didn't expect that even Chen Jiahao's second uncle personally confirmed Qin Yang's idea. In this case, Qin Yang does have real skills. It seems not difficult to understand why Zhang Bei admires him so much. Brother Qin, what I just said was nonsense, please don't take it to heart. Well, I'll use tea instead of wine to make amends to you. Chen Jiahao came back to his senses and gave a wry smile. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea and quickly handed it to Qin Yang. Mr. Chen, now you know how powerful my brother Qin is, right? I'm not bragging to you. Among people of my age, I have never seen anyone better than brother Qin. Although he doesn't come from a wealthy family like us, when it comes to earning ability, I only admire him. Zhang Bei stood next to Qin Yang and immediately started bragging. It seems like he is afraid that others don't know how outstanding Qin Yang is. Zhang Bei, that's enough. Stop praising me too much. Qin Yang's face turned slightly red and he looked obviously embarrassed. Although he will naturally become the focus of everyone wherever he appears. But he himself prefers to keep a low profile. At this moment, Zhang Bei was praising him so much that Qin Yang himself could hardly bear it anymore. Brother Qin, I'm just telling the truth, why are you shy? Besides, they are my best friends, not outsiders. There is no need for you to keep a low profile. It was obvious that Zhang Bei wanted Qin Yang to integrate into his circle. Taking this opportunity, I can also help Qin Yang expand his network. He knew very well that Qin Yang was extremely talented. But sometimes, talent is not everything. If you want to achieve great success, you need help from others behind the scenes. Zhang Bei was happy to be the guide, and even used his own connections to help Qin Yang achieve greater success. Yeah, Zhang Bei is right. Qin Yang, we can be said to have known each other for a long time. Don't take what happened just now to heart. It is obvious that Chen Jiahao intends to make friends with Qin Yang. Brother Qin, you are all my friends, why do you have to be unhappy over such a small matter? Why don't we all have a drink later and just consider it as making friends? Zhang Bei's words were unanimously agreed upon by Chen Jiahao and the other two. They all looked at Zhang Bei with gratitude. Well, I'll listen to you then. Seeing that Zhang Bei had said so much, Qin Yang was not such a tactless person. He also knew that these 3 people were able to mix in the same circle with Zhang Bei and become friends with him, so their backgrounds and identities must be extraordinary. Of course, Qin Yang didn't have any thoughts about these. He was more out of consideration for Zhang Bei's face and didn't want to embarrass him. After some time, the waiter finally brought the dishes together with a bottle of Lafite. Zhang Bei took the initiative to stand up and fill everyone's glasses. Then, he smiled and said to everyone, "Come on, let's have a drink and forget all the unpleasant things that happened before. By the way, let me celebrate my small profit in the stock market. Cheers! Cheers!" Qin Yang, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin were all happy for Zhang Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, the atmosphere at the table became lively. Several people were chatting with each other and bragging. For example, you recently bought a limited edition supercar, or you know how much profit the company you invested in made. During this period, Zhang Bei was the most popular area. Zhang Bei, you are so lucky to have an investment expert like Qin Yang to help you with your plans. In this way, wouldn't you be making money even when you sleep? And my second uncle said that the stocks you hold may have a significant rise in the next period of time. By then, you will earn more than just a few million. All funds may have to be multiplied several times. Chen Jiahao said to Zhang Bei with a hint of envy in his tone. Then, he secretly glanced at Qin Yang out of the corner of his eyes. To be honest, this kind of opportunity to make money is rare, and if possible, he would like to get a piece of it. It's just that he had some misunderstanding with Qin Yang before, and he was embarrassed to ask Qin Yang about this. Zhang Bei saw the expressions of Chen Jiahao and the other two and quickly guessed what they were thinking. After giving a wry smile, he took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Qin Yang and asked tentatively, "Brother Qin, can I still buy shares at this time? Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, and Sister Bai, the three of them usually take good care of me. Now that there is a rare opportunity, I want to help them earn some pocket money. Do you think it's okay?" Qin Yang looked indifferent. He had already guessed that Zhang Bei would say this. After all, Zhang Bei has never been the kind of person who likes to eat alone. "Zhang Bei, are you serious?" Qin Yang did not rush to answer Zhang Bei's question, but asked him with a serious face. "Certainly." Zhang Bei nodded decisively and answered without hesitation. "So, the three of you also want to invest?" Immediately, Qin Yang looked at Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng and Chen Jiahao and asked directly. "If we can, we certainly don't want to miss it." Bai Yaxin smiled slightly and took the initiative to speak. Seeing this, Qin Yang was silent for a while. It was just a few short seconds, but for Bai Yaxin and the other two, it was an extremely long process. "Okay, I agree. But you all have to follow my rules." Qin Yang raised his eyes and quickly looked at the three of them. "What rules?" Suddenly, Lu Feng couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "You give the money to Brother Qin to invest, and we'll split the profits 50-50. At this moment, Zhang Bei took the initiative to speak up and help Qin Yang explain. After hearing this explanation, Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin, and Lu Feng looked at each other. Then, they all nodded and said, "No problem. How much money do you plan to invest?" Qin Yang picked up the wine glass and took a sip. After a moment, he asked, "I can offer 50 million. Lu Feng spoke first. "I'll give you 30 million. Bai Yaxin has invested in many industries and does not have much liquid cash on hand. In addition, she had lost a lot of money in the stock market some time ago, so the 30 million was the maximum she could afford." "Jiahao, how much do you plan to pay?" Among the three, Chen Jiahao was the only one who had not spoken yet. So Zhang Bei couldn't help but ask him curiously. 100 million. Chen Jiahao's eyes flickered, as if he was unwilling to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He blurted out a sum of money as soon as he opened his mouth. Instantly, everyone present was shocked. "Jiahao, how dare you play such a big game? Otherwise, you should think about it carefully." Bai Yaxin looked worried at this moment. Although she had some confidence in Qin Yang's abilities. But stock market investment always carries certain risks. No one has ever dared to say that his investment will generate huge returns. It is not difficult to understand that Zhang Bei trusts Qin Yang. But why is Chen Jiahao also full of confidence in Qin Yang? Could it be that his second uncle told him something? Chapter 18, Morning Run, Encounter with the Beautiful School Belle Lu Ruyan. "Sister Bai, don't worry, I'm not acting on impulse. On the contrary, this is a decision I made after careful consideration. It's mainly because I have great confidence in Qin Yang's investment strength, so I don't think he will let us down." Chen Jiahao smiled slightly, then immediately looked at Bai Yaxin and explained to her. Since you have already considered it, I will not persuade you anymore. Seeing Chen Jiahao's determined face, Bai Yaxin knew that it would be futile for her to continue persuading him. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be more courageous than me. Zhang Bei was also shocked by Chen Jiahao's generosity. However, when he thought of the Chen family's strength and background in the Magic City, he quickly felt relieved. It's just a mere 100 million, which is nothing to the Chen family. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will definitely not let you down. Don't worry, within half a month, you will be thankful for your actions today. Today, Xin Yang has the ability to invest like a stock god. And those 3 stocks were carefully selected by him, so there is a high probability that there will be no mistakes. In the next period of time, the stock price will continue to soar. It is not difficult to foresee that his investment will bring rich returns. Then wish us success. Let's drink to each other. Zhang Bei stood up with a glass of wine in his hand and spoke to everyone excitedly. A dinner party. Let Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin realize Qin Yang's true ability. In their view, this is indeed something worth celebrating. So everyone enjoyed the meal very much. It was 8:30 in the evening when Qin Yang and Zhang Bei left the Dihao Club. Because they had drunk a lot of alcohol, the two were unable to drive, so they simply called a designated driver. The designated driver drove Zhang Bei home, and Qin Yang stopped a taxi and followed behind. Less than an hour. The two returned home. Zhang Bei, I'm going to take a shower and wake up first. After Qin Yang greeted Zhang Bei, he found a set of clothes in the room and went straight into the bathroom. After spending more than 10 minutes taking a bath, Qin Yang felt less drunk. Soon, he walked to the hall. At this moment, Zhang Bei looked at Qin Yang excitedly and said, Brother Qin, Sister Bai, and the others have transferred the money to my account. Okay, I understand. Tomorrow morning, transfer all the money to that investment account. Then, follow my instructions. Qin Yang nodded to indicate that he understood. Brother Qin, I noticed that you have changed a lot recently. Hundreds of millions of dollars were invested by you, yet you were able to remain so calm. If it had happened before, you would have been excited for a few days at least. Could it be that after you started dating, your career ambitions also started to soar rapidly? Zhang Bei stared at Qin Yang in surprise. If he hadn't been careful, he might not have noticed that Qin Yang had undergone such obvious changes. Nonsense. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Zhang Bei in annoyance. The reason why he seemed so calm was simply because in his eyes, the money was just a string of numbers. Possessing the investment skills of a stock god, Qin Yang's concept of money has become indifferent. As long as he is given some time, his assets will skyrocket. Not to mention, he now has a black technology system. In Qin Yang's eyes, a few hundred million is not worth mentioning at all. Anyway, I just think you're weird, but I can't tell what's different right now. Zhang Bei looked at Qin Yang with strange eyes. Okay, I think you've had too much to drink, so go to bed. Qin Yang smiled and started talking. He didn't have time to chat with Zhang Bei, so he went straight back to his room to rest. The next morning. Because he went to bed early last night, Qin Yang woke up before 7 o'clock. After washing up, I saw that the weather outside was good. He changed into sportswear and running shoes and prepared to go for a run around the community. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang appeared by the lake. There are quite a few people jogging here in the morning, and they all seem to live in the same community. Qin Yang exercises regularly, so he naturally has good physical strength. After running back and forth for a few kilometers, my forehead was already slightly sweaty. When he ran towards the community where he lived, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. Qin Yang, what a coincidence! I didn't expect you to come here for a morning run. A soft and pleasant voice soon reached Qin Yang's ears. Lu Ruyan, the campus beauty of the finance department of Shanghai University, is Qin Yang's classmate. At this moment, she was wearing a pink cloud sportswear, which highlighted her hot figure to the fullest. Her hair is tied up with a headband, revealing a capable temperament. Lu Ruyan? Why are you here? I saw a beautiful woman appear in front of me, and she was an acquaintance I knew. Suddenly, Qin Yang stopped walking. A hint of confusion appeared on his face, and he immediately asked. I just moved to Jiangwan Community yesterday and live on the 6th floor of Building 3. Before, I heard Zhang Bei say that you seem to live here. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Yang, and spoke softly. Yeah? That's a coincidence indeed. Qin Yang went out for a morning run today purely on a whim. But I didn't expect to meet my old classmate. By the way, I heard that you didn't apply for a job at a financial company after graduation. So what kind of job are you doing now? Where is your company located? Lu Ruyan was in a very good mood when she saw Qin Yang again, and she couldn't help but ask about his job and the location of his company. Have you heard of the Black Swan Takeaway Group? Qin Yang smiled and his eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. Yes, of course I have heard of it. Could it be that you became a delivery boy for Black Swan? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed, and she stood there in a daze. She could never imagine that the former top student in the department no longer worked in a glamorous financial company, but instead fell into depravity and became a delivery boy. Could it be that something happened to Qin Yang? Yes. This job is free, there is number 996 overtime and late nights, and the income is not low. I worked there for less than 3 months and I was already a team leader. Qin Yang chuckled and didn't feel embarrassed. To Lu Ruyan's surprise, he admitted it generously. Qin Yang, you are really wasting your talent and gifts by doing this. As your classmate, I still can't help but advise you that this is not a long-term solution after all. You are so outstanding that you shouldn't be buried. Lu Ruyan said with a serious face. She obviously didn't want to see Qin Yang waste his gifts and talents. Ruyan, everyone chooses a different way of life. In my opinion, there is nothing to be regretful about. Besides, delivering food is just a part-time job for me. The real main business is still financial investment, you can rest assured about this. Qin Yang shrugged and then spoke to comfort Lu Ruyan. I see, it seems I was worrying too much. After hearing Qin Yang's explanation, Lu Ruyan came to her senses and realized that she had been thinking the wrong thing. There was a hint of shyness on her face and she looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 19. It feels like being pursued. What company do you work for now? Qin Yang couldn't help but become curious, so he asked Lu Ruyan a question. Universal Finance. My cousin is a senior executive at this company, and she sent my resume to them. When I was notified of the interview, I had no time to prepare at all. But fortunately, I was admitted without any trouble in the end. When Lu Ruyan thought of this incident, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That's nice. I've also learned about this financial company. It is indeed one of the top companies in Shanghai. And their HR had invited me to work in their company before. It's just that I don't like being constrained, so I declined. Qin Yang shrugged and continued. He was not lying. With his academic performance and resume, he had become a sought-after employee among major financial companies before he even graduated. As long as Qin Yang wants, he is fully qualified to become a key training target of major financial companies. Qin Yang, can you please speak properly? You will have no friends if you behave like this. Lu Ruyan was really shocked by Qin Yang's Versailles. Of course, she knew very well in her heart that Qin Yang did possess this ability. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. Qin Yang shrugged, looking innocent. Have you finished your morning run? Come on, I know there's a very good tea restaurant nearby, I'll treat you to breakfast. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Yang and suddenly suggested. Okay, but I have to treat you. After all, I never have the habit of letting girls pay for me. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. As they spoke, the two of them walked side by side. When they were in college, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yang had a very good relationship. There were even several times when I couldn't help but express my affection to Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang had no intention of falling in love at that time. The girls who confessed their love to him included beauties from other departments and many daughters of wealthy families. Without exception, they were all rejected by Qin Yang. With these previous experiences, Lu Ruyan buried her affection deep in her heart and never dared to show it in front of Qin Yang. She was afraid that if Qin Yang found out, they would no longer be able to be just ordinary friends. A big part of the reason why Lu Ruyan moved to Jiangwan community was because of Qin Yang. Half an hour later. A tea restaurant with very stylish decoration. The two came to a quieter corner. Sir, miss, what can I do for you? Soon, the restaurant waiter came over. Show me some of your shop signs. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly and spoke directly. Okay. The waiter nodded and then turned and left. The two waited less than 5 minutes. The waiter brought some breakfast and placed it on the table. My two guests, please enjoy your meal. Xin Yang looked at the breakfast and found that they looked very delicate and appetizing. Xin Yang, try it first. Lu Ruyan immediately picked up the chopsticks and took the initiative to pick up a bun and put it in Xin Yang's bowl. Thanks. Xin Yang quickly thanked Lu Ruyan. After running for several kilometers in the morning, he had consumed a lot of energy and was already feeling hungry. Now that the delicious food is in front of him, Xin Yang naturally won't be polite. With the mentality of giving it a try, he put the bun in his mouth with chopsticks and took a bite. I found that the meat filling tasted delicious and there was soup splashing in my mouth. This bun tastes really good. Ruyan, you can try it too. Xin Yang smiled and then spoke to Lu Ruyan. Well, I'll try. The two of them had a very pleasant breakfast. Before leaving, Xin Yang ordered a few more items to pack up and prepare to take back to Jiangbei. On the side, Lu Ruyan looked a little strange. Jiangbei has been staying at my place for some time. I packed these to take back to him. Xin Yang was afraid that Lu Ruyan might misunderstand him, so he immediately started to explain. So that's how it is. I really envy you two for having such a good relationship. Lu Ruyan smiled and said with envy. He. Xin Yang was a little embarrassed. He always felt that there was some ambiguity in what Lu Ruyan said. Of course, maybe he was just overthinking it. Come on, I'll take you back. A few minutes later. The waiter packed up the breakfast Xin Yang ordered. Xin Yang paid for breakfast and planned to send Lu Ruyan back. Return home. Seeing that Jiangbei hadn't gotten up yet, Xin Yang came to the guest room. He turned the door handle and walked in. At first glance, I saw Jiangbei lying on the bed, sleeping like a dead pig. Jiangbei, hurry up and get up. I brought you breakfast. Xin Yang grabbed Jiangbei's arm, lifted it up suddenly, and lifted up half of his body. Brother Qin, please let me sleep a little longer, I'm really too sleepy. Jiangbei didn't even open his eyes. I turned over and planned to continue sleeping. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get up, I will cancel the investment plan this morning. Xin Yang has been with Jiangbei for so long, he knows too well that this guy has difficulty getting out of bed. If you don't give him some shocking news, he won't listen to you at all. Swish. Just 1 second. Jiangbei's eyes opened instantly and he quickly jumped up from the bed. Immediately, he showed a bitter face and said, Brother Qin, I won't let you play like this. I just want to sleep in, why is it so difficult? Unfortunately, Xin Yang remained indifferent. Okay, hurry up and wash up, then eat the breakfast on the table outside. The investment plan will officially begin around 10 o'clock. Before that, you must prepare the funds in your account. After he finished speaking, he did not stay in Jiangbei's room for long. He turned back to his room to change clothes. I see. Jiangbei was no longer sleepy at this moment, so he went to the bathroom to wash up. When I walked out of the living room, I saw breakfast on the table. He was sitting in a chair and eating when Xin Yang walked out of the room and sat down in front of the sofa. Jiangbei, have you told Lu Ruyan that I live with you? At this time, Xin Yang opened his mouth and asked Jiangbei. Forehead. Brother Qin, how do you know? The bun in Jiangbei's hand suddenly lost its fragrance. His expression showed surprise, and he obviously didn't expect Xin Yang to bring up this matter. I met her this morning when I was jogging. She told me that she just moved to Jiangwan community yesterday, and she also took the initiative to tell me that you told her that I also happen to live here. I think you need to give me a reasonable explanation. Xin Yang stared at Jiangbei with a playful look on his face. Jiangbei's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had a foreboding premonition. Immediately, he hurriedly said to Xin Yang. Brother Qin, please listen to my explanation. School beauty Lu has been asking me about your whereabouts. One time when I was drunk, she just called me and I accidentally let it slip. Brother Qin, I really didn't mean it, I swear. Chapter 20. The stunning goddess Su takes the initiative to make an appointment. 10 o'clock in the morning. Xin Yang controlled an account holding 180 million yuan and invested all the money in the stock market. Jiangbei was terrified watching from the side. Together with the previous 90 million yuan in funds, Xin Yang alone invested 270 million yuan. Even though Jiangbei had a strong background, he couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. However, Xin Yang looked calm, as if he was not worried at all about losing money on his investment. In the next few days, keep an eye on the account. If there are any major fluctuations, remember to notify me at any time. Before leaving the study, Xin Yang took the initiative to give instructions to Jiang Bei. After all, this money was invested through his hands, so he must take responsibility. Although Qin Yang felt that profit was a matter of time, in order to avoid unexpected situations, he still planned to let Jiang Bei pay more attention to it. Anyway, Jiang Bei has nothing to do on weekdays, so it's a good opportunity to exercise. No problem. Jiang Bei heard this and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Plus, in the president's office, Sophie officially signed the contract with Jessica Company, and she finally finished her work. So, he took the initiative to dial Qin Yang's cell phone number. Qin Yang, are you free today? As soon as the call was connected, Qin Yang heard Sophie's soft and pleasant voice. Instantly, his mood improved. Since Miss Su invited me, I am naturally free. Qin Yang smiled unconsciously and then answered the phone. Seeing Qin Yang answer so quickly, Sophie's mouth corners rose slightly. Jessica and my company have officially signed a contract. To express my gratitude, I plan to treat you to lunch at noon. I'll send the address to you on WeChat later. After hearing Sophie talk about this, Qin Yang was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he quickly replied, "Congratulations, President Su, the company has reached a new level. Okay, remember to come, and don't be late." Sophie was still upset about Qin Yang being late for her last blind date. That was the first time she took the initiative to wait for a man. She would never allow such a thing to happen a second time. Please rest assured, Miss Su. I promise I will arrive early. This time, it's my turn to wait for you. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile, and then immediately replied. Hang up the phone. Sophie sat in the president's office chair, her eyes twinkling, and she couldn't help but smile. He didn't even hear the sound of Secretary Shuya knocking on the door. The next moment, Shuya happened to see the scene. Oh my god? Why does President Su have such a crazy expression? Am I seeing things? After being stunned for a few seconds. Only then did Sophie come back to her senses. Seeing Secretary Shuya looking at her in astonishment, she immediately put away the smile on her face and said with some dissatisfaction. Shuya, don't you know how to knock when you come in? Boss Su, I knocked. Maybe you were just laughing so hard that you didn't hear me. Boss Su, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Shuya immediately showed an innocent expression and begged Sophie for mercy. Forget it, this won't happen again. Please check if I have any plans for the afternoon. Sophie looked serious and immediately asked Shuya. The company will hold a quarterly summary report meeting at 2 p.m. At 3:30, the boss of Shangshita wants to meet you to discuss cooperation matters. Shuya quickly checked the itinerary record in her hand, then looked up at Sophie to report. Cancel my afternoon meeting and adjust the time for my meeting with CEO Shangshita. I don't want anything to disturb me this afternoon. Soon. Sophie gave Shuya an order. Shuya was completely stunned by Sophie's instructions. She has been working as Sophie's secretary assistant for a full year and a half. In her impression, Sophie is an out-and-out career woman. Cold and with a strong aura. He is extremely serious about his work attitude. In the past, Sophie would never let personal matters affect her work arrangements. Even if something really happened and conflicted with her work, she still put the company's work first and never delayed it once. But at this moment, Sophie changed her usual behavior. Shuya thought back to when she just walked in and saw Sophie's infatuated smile. She suddenly came to her senses and imagined countless idle plots. Boss Su, are you going to meet a very important person this afternoon? It must be like this. Otherwise, President Su would not have made such an important decision. Could it be that this cold and aloof female CEO is really going to fall in love? If this news gets out, I wonder how many admirers of CEO Su will be brokenhearted and cry. Sophie had no idea what was going on in Shuya's mind at the moment. She packed her things, picked up the brand name bag on the table, and walked straight out of the president's office. At the same time, Qin Yang received the restaurant address sent by Sophie on WeChat. He picked up the key, went out immediately and rushed over. Sophia Restaurant. This is a restaurant with gorgeous decoration and full of style. Most of the people who come here to eat are couples. They are dressed gorgeously and speak elegantly. The atmosphere in the restaurant looks very comfortable. Sophie's friend said that this restaurant is very famous. There just never was an opportunity. After much thought, she decided to invite Qin Yang to dinner here. The main reason is that there has always been a voice in Sophie's heart telling her that Qin Yang is very special. If I miss this man, it will be a lifelong regret. Even though she had only known Qin Yang for 2 days, this man left a very deep impression on Sophie. And her affection for Qin Yang is unmatched by any other man. When Sophie appeared at the door of the restaurant, she attracted the attention of many male customers. Now, she was wearing a white dress that just reached her knees. The enchanting figure and perfect curves are highlighted to the fullest. A stunning beauty without any makeup and a fascinating temperament of a queen CEO. Sophie exuded a powerful aura and walked towards the hall step by step. Her eyes flickered and her gaze scanned the surroundings. Finally, I looked at a handsome man in the corner. Day. She walked towards him with her long, white legs in high heels, swaying in her steps. Suddenly, all the male compatriots in the restaurant cast envious and jealous glances at the handsome man. And this handsome man is Qin Yang. He had arrived a long time ago and had chosen a seat by the window so that he would attract less attention when meeting Sophie. It's a pity that Qin Yang still underestimated Sophie's charm. I also underestimated the jealousy of the men in the restaurant. Qin Yang, you came quite early this time. Have you been waiting for a long time? Not long. Sophie had already walked in front of Qin Yang and sat down on the chair. Her beautiful eyes flickered, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she asked Qin Yang. No, I've only been here a while. As long as I can wait for a goddess like Miss Su, no matter how long it takes, I think it should be worth it. Qin Yang smiled lightly and replied in a gentle voice. Swish. At this moment, Sophie's heartbeat quickened rapidly, her face turned red, and she couldn't help but reveal shyness on her face. She didn't expect that Qin Yang would actually say such words on his own initiative. Chapter 21. The focus of the audience. Qin Yang actively expresses his feelings. Smooth talk. Sophie looked accusing. But at this moment, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten a jar of honey. Look around you. Qin Yang did not explain, but instead signaled Sophie to look around. In an instant, Sophie raised her head and subconsciously followed Qin Yang's instructions, looking around the hall. What did she see? In the restaurant, almost all the male compatriots were looking towards where she and Qin Yang were. The two of them undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience at this moment. Now you should believe that I am only telling the truth. Qin Yang replied with a smile on his face. The scene before him seemed completely beyond his expectations. After all, Qin Yang never expected that Sophie would dress up so beautifully when she asked him to meet her today. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she attracted the attention of all male compatriots. Let's order. I'll treat you to dinner today, thank you for helping me last time. Soon, Sophie withdrew her gaze and spoke to Qin Yang. She was already accustomed to this kind of scene, so she didn't feel the slightest bit out of place, and her face looked indifferent. Then I'll be welcome. Qin Yang nodded. I picked up the menu and took a look at it, then asked the waiter for a plate of fear steak, a hot soup, and a dessert. Then he looked at Sophie and asked her what she wanted to eat. Sophie smiled brightly, and then said to Qin Yang, just be like you. As soon as the waiter turned and left, the two of them couldn't help but start chatting. Miss Su, I've always been curious. You are so beautiful, have an outstanding temperament, and are the female president of a listed company. The last thing you need is suitors. Why do you want to go on a blind date? Qin Yang could never understand Sophie's behavior. Faced with such a good opportunity, he mustered up the courage and couldn't help but ask Sophie. You too? According to the information I have investigated, you are a celebrity at Magic City University, with countless admirers, even the school belle and the daughters of wealthy families are no exception. If you want to have a romantic relationship, it won't be difficult for you. How could it be that you've been single till now? And you even went on a blind date with me? Sophie was curious. After the blind date ended that day, she couldn't help but investigate Qin Yang's background. When she thoroughly understood Qin Yang's situation, her impression of him changed greatly. Miss Su, I asked you the question first, so you have to answer my question first. Qin Yang did not give up even though Sophie took the initiative to change the subject. He smiled slightly and asked Sophie again. You're right. I do have a lot of suitors around me. They are either children of wealthy families, corporate executives, or elite returnees. But for me, I'm looking for a life partner, not a life partner. So, when I look for a boyfriend, I care more about the feeling of getting along with each other, rather than his social status or wealth. Seeing that Qin Yang was not giving up, Sophie insisted on asking him until the end. After pondering for a while, she finally chose to give a direct answer. After hearing the explanation, Qin Yang finally understood. So that's what it is. Indeed, a beautiful female CEO like Sophie must be the goddess that countless men dream of. Either they are greedy for her beauty and figure, or they covet her wealth and status. How many people really like her? I have already answered your question. Next, it's your turn. Qin Yang, why did you come to me for a blind date? Sophie herself was also very curious about this. Immediately, he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he immediately asked Qin Yang. If I say that I just happened to have some free time and wanted to go over and take a look, will you hit me? Qin Yang chuckled and then spoke. Don't you think your explanation is a bit too perfunctory? Sophie was obviously not satisfied with Qin Yang's answer. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, insisting that he answer again. But that's the fact. Although I also long for love in my heart, I will not casually confirm a relationship with others before I meet a woman who makes my heart beat. Qin Yang knows very well what type of woman he likes. Therefore, he would not have any bad thoughts just because a beautiful woman is very pretty. So what type of women do you like? At this time, Sophie boldly asked Qin Yang directly. She had a playful smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes kept flashing as she stared at him intently. Gentle in character, kind in conduct, able to distinguish right from wrong, and not greedy for fame and fortune. The most important thing is that she makes my heart beat faster. Qin Yang thought for a while and then answered truthfully. Your requirements are not high, why haven't you found it yet? Sophie was puzzled. In her opinion, if Qin Yang sincerely wanted to find a girlfriend like this, it would not be difficult considering his popularity. After all, Qin Yang is so handsome, has a very high academic degree, is humorous in conversation, and has high emotional intelligence. Under such conditions, it would only take a few minutes to find a partner. Anyway, I haven't met the right one yet. Qin Yang shrugged and replied with a relaxed look. Humph, it seems that your requirements are not low. Sophie couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Miss Su, what is your impression of me? To be honest, Qin Yang has a good impression of Sophie. It's not just because of the black technology system, he himself is very attracted by Sophie's beauty and personality. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally fight for it actively for himself. However, when Sophie faced Qin Yang's question at this moment, her expression instantly showed surprise. She seemed a little caught off guard and was completely unprepared. Not bad. Sophie smiled awkwardly and said. If I want you to be my girlfriend, will you agree? Qin Yang looked at Sophie sincerely, his expression looking quite serious. It seems to be serious and not a joke. Qin Yang, isn't this a bit sudden? We've only known each other for a few days. Although we get along well with each other, I think it's a little too soon to talk about this topic right now. Sophie collected her thoughts. She quickly recovered from her shock. In response to Qin Yang's request, he expressed his thoughts. It is true that she has a good impression of Qin Yang, and it is definitely better than any other man around her. But even so, Sophie would not be so impulsive as to agree to become Qin Yang's girlfriend so quickly. The two of them had spent too little time together and didn't know each other's personalities or lifestyles. What Sophie wanted to see was not for them to rush into being together just based on the good impression they had of each other. Chapter 22, Point Small Dress Up Master Halo. Then Miss Su, are you willing to give me a chance to pursue you? Qin Yang looked at Sophie and a smile immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, he was not frustrated because Sophie rejected his confession. To be honest, Sophie was the first woman who made his heart beat faster. So Qin Yang didn't care about his face and planned to shamelessly express his feelings to Sophie. At the same time, he also strives to gain an opportunity to pursue Sophie in an open and above-board manner. It depends on your performance. Sophie's face flushed slightly and she looked extremely shy. She didn't agree, nor did she refuse directly. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this, and thought to himself, Sophie didn't reject me in person. It seems that I still have a chance. And at this time, Qin Yang also discovered a key piece of information. Sophie's favorability towards him has reached over 80. According to the reminder of the black technology system, once the favorability value reaches above 95, the probability of Qin Yang's confession being successful will become very high. In this case, if I want to successfully pursue Sophie, I must improve her favorability towards me. In just a few seconds, Qin Yang's goal became clear. Don't worry, Miss Su. I will definitely perform to your satisfaction. Qin Yang smiled and said to Sophie. Not long. The waiter brought the dishes one by one. Qin Yang picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak on his plate into small pieces. Then, he stood up and took the steak from Sophie's table. Just as Sophie showed dissatisfaction on her face and was about to ask Qin Yang what he wanted to do, Qin Yang placed the cut steak in front of her and said with tender eyes, Miss Su, you should just eat my portion. I've already cut the steak for you. Seeing Qin Yang's actions, Sophie couldn't help but be stunned. If anyone else dared to do this in front of her, she would have been furious. But at this moment, Sophie did not feel any resistance in her heart, but instead a sense of warmth emerged. Thank you. After a while, Sophie whispered back. Qin Yang nodded, seeming very satisfied with his performance. A meal. The two of them ate for more than half an hour. The relationship gradually became subtle. Qin Yang has clearly expressed his affection for Sophie. Next, he will start pursuing Sophie. Sophie saw it all and was secretly delighted. Of course, she still has the look of a cool goddess on her face. But when facing Qin Yang, his attitude was not that cold and aloof that kept people at a distance. At least, Sophie also has a certain liking for Qin Yang. Qin Yang, are you going to work this afternoon? If possible, I want you to go shopping with me. Sophie had already made a plan in her mind before she came. For this purpose, she even asked her secretary to postpone her afternoon schedule in advance. However, she was not sure whether Qin Yang would agree. No problem. With Qin Yang's current net worth, he doesn't need to deliver food to support himself. Moreover, facing the invitation from the goddess, even if there are delays, Qin Yang will overcome all difficulties and will never miss such a good opportunity. Okay, let's go now. Sophie nodded. After saying that, he waved for the waiter. He took out a stack of cash from his bag and paid for the meal. Walk out of the restaurant door. Qin Yang was about to get the car, but Sophie stopped him with her hand. She looked at Qin Yang and asked curiously, Qin Yang, you should have a driver's license, right? Yes. What's wrong? Qin Yang touched his nose and answered quickly. Then drive my car. Sophie didn't want to sit on the back of Qin Yang's motorcycle, as the two of them would be showing such intimate behavior in broad daylight. If someone who knows me sees this, who knows what kind of scandal will arise? No problem. Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. Soon, the two walked in front of a red Maserati sports car. Qin Yang took the initiative to step forward and opened the passenger door for Sophie. Be careful not to hit your head. After Sophie sat firmly, Qin Yang sat in the driving seat and started the engine of the sports car. After about an hour, the two arrived at their destination. Muesli Square. This is the most prosperous shopping mall in Shanghai, no doubt about it. There are 10 floors in total, with clothes, shoes, bags, and cosmetics. Various luxury goods stores are located next to each other. Qin Yang and Sophie soon appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there were so many people at the scene that it did not attract the attention of others. Miss Su, where should we start our shopping journey? Qin Yang looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he smiled slightly, looked at Sophie, and asked in a gentle voice. Let's go and take a look ahead. Sophie's favorite activity in her free time is shopping. There are 3 wardrobes in her dressing room, all filled with various limited edition clothes. There are countless high heels, bags, and skincare products. But even so, she can't help but buy new models as long as they are released in the season. Love of beauty is a woman's nature. Even a cold goddess like Sophie is no exception. Welcome, sir and madam. Soon, the two walked into a gorgeously decorated specialty store. The waiter at the door had a smile on his face and immediately greeted them both warmly. Sophie's clothes are very tasteful, perfectly highlighting her curvaceous figure. Her eyes quickly swept across the clothes rack and immediately picked out a black hip-hugging miniskirt. Qin Yang, do you think this dress will look good on me? Sophie picked up the skirt and gestured in front of herself. At this moment, she stared at Qin Yang and asked with a smile on her face. Miss Su is so beautiful, so naturally she looks elegant in any clothes. Qin Yang quickly smiled and looked at Sophie and answered. Perfunctory. You know very well that this is not the answer I want. Sophie shook her head, a hint of disappointment on her face. She thought Qin Yang was an interesting person and would give her a different answer. Now it seems that Qin Yang is no different from the other people around her. This. Xin Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that his answer would make Sophie unhappy. In just a few seconds, Xin Yang realized the mistake he had made. His mind moved, and a virtual screen immediately appeared in front of him. Points Mall. Dresser has a very high aesthetic sense, is good at discovering the characteristics of others, and uses the characteristics of clothes to bring out the charm of others to the fullest. Price, 1,000 points. Xin Yang currently has 1,500 points and can definitely afford it. He didn't hesitate and chose to buy it directly. Swish. A wave of memories surged into Xin Yang's mind. The next second, he looked at Sophie and had countless inspirations. Miss Su, this dress doesn't suit you very well. If you trust me, how about letting me help you choose a skirt that suits your figure and temperament? Xin Yang smiled calmly, emitting a strong sense of confidence. Seeing this scene, Sophie couldn't help but be stunned. After a moment, she raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said in surprise, "No problem." Chapter 23. Not now, but later. When Sophie heard Xin Yang speak, she looked at him with interest. She was very curious about what kind of surprise Xin Yang would bring her next. Xin Yang's eyes focused, and his temperament seemed to have undergone subtle changes after a second. His eyes swept over Sophie, and then he walked towards the dazzling array of clothes racks. About 2 minutes passed. Xin Yang stopped. She reached out and picked out a brown skirt. In Xin Yang's eyes, this dress is the most suitable for Sophie, both in terms of style, design, and temperament matching. Then, Xin Yang took the initiative to hand the skirt to Sophie with a gentle smile on his face. Miss Su, you have an excellent figure and charm. If you wear this dress, it will undoubtedly highlight your personal temperament to the extreme. Why don't you give it a try? Sophie nodded decisively without hesitation. Immediately, she picked up the skirt and walked into the fitting room. Sophie has a very tasteful style of dressing, mainly because she has good taste. She took one look at the style of the skirt Xin Yang had chosen and knew it was the latest model of the season. Just as Xin Yang said, it really does bring out her figure and temperament perfectly. In the blink of an eye, several minutes passed. The door to the fitting room was opened. A beautiful figure walked out slowly. Sophie wore this dress, revealing her slender figure. The skin, as white and smooth as that of a newborn baby, is enough to shock people at just one glance. Especially when paired with Sophie's stunning beauty, the fairy walking out of the painting must look like this. So beautiful. Even Xin Yang, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but be stunned and fell deeply in love with her. Xin Yang, I didn't expect you to have such a good vision. Sophie walked up to Xin Yang and saw that he was impressed by her charm. For a moment, instead of being angry at his misconduct, she felt secretly happy inside. Miss Su, you are too kind. It's mainly because you have such a great figure. You are simply a natural clothes hanger. You look elegant in anything you wear. It's a shame that these luxury brands didn't invite you to be their spokesperson. Faced with Sophie's praise, Xin Yang did not get lost, nor did he pretend to be cool in front of her. At this moment, he just smiled indifferently, as if he felt that this little thing was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Xin Yang was so indifferent to fame and fortune, Sophie's liking for him increased again. She found that Xin Yang standing in front of her was indeed different from the other men who usually surrounded her. There is no pressure when being with him, and your mood will inevitably be happier. Xin Yang, it's not as exaggerated as you say. You just try to make me happy. Sophie knew that Xin Yang was joking with her, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, and she replied immediately. Miss, I think your boyfriend is right. Your temperament combined with this dress is really amazing. If you're willing, I'll ask a photographer to take a set of photos for you and put them in our store for promotion. In return, I'll give you the dress for free. You might want to consider it. At this time, the beautiful store manager walked up to Sophie and spoke to her excitedly. You misunderstood, he is not my boyfriend. When Sophie heard what the beautiful store manager said, she felt a little shy. If it's not now, it will be later. There's nothing wrong with calling ahead. Just when the beautiful store manager was feeling a little embarrassed for having said the wrong thing, Xin Yang took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile. Sir, you are right. Such a beautiful girlfriend should not be easily missed. The beautiful store manager's eyes flickered and she said with a wry smile. This one, and these ones, pack them all for me according to her size. Just because of the beautiful store manager's words, Xin Yang was in a good mood. Immediately, he picked out a few clothes from the hanger and asked the beautiful store manager to pack them up immediately. Xiao Chen, come quickly and help the distinguished guest pack his clothes. When the beautiful store manager saw how wealthy Qin Yang was, she couldn't stop smiling. She stretched out her hand to signal the salesperson not far away and quickly gave instructions. Yes, manager. The salesperson ran over quickly, picked up all the clothes at the manager's signal, and took them away to pack. Qin Yang, I have a lot of clothes at home, there's really no need to buy so many. When Sophie saw that Qin Yang took the initiative to pick out so many pieces for her, she immediately spoke out to stop him. Fine. This is the first time I go shopping with you, so I have to give you some nice clothes. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. It's just a few pieces of clothes. With his current wealth, it's not a problem at all. Hearing this, Sophie's expression was stunned. You want to buy these clothes for me? Qin Yang, no need for that. Sophie came to her senses and quickly refused. She didn't think of letting Qin Yang pay the bill, after all, his financial situation was different from hers. And this is a luxury store. Even though they are just a few pieces of clothing, the prices are not cheap. The amount can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. If Qin Yang really paid for it, he might have to pay for a year's salary. Sophie didn't want to see Qin Yang pretending to be rich. It doesn't matter. I recently helped my friend invest in stocks and made a lot of money. I can still take out this little money. When Qin Yang saw Sophie's expression, he knew what she was worried about. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a bit of joy. Real? Sophie's eyes flickered, and she became half believing and half doubting what Qin Yang said. Of course it's true. I'm not the kind of person who would rather save face than suffer. If you really can't afford the money, you won't say such things. Qin Yang looked serious and emphasized. Let's not do it. I don't want to cost you money. Sophie thought about it for a while, and finally shook her head to refuse. However, Qin Yang didn't give her this opportunity at all. Just walk up to the counter and pay. There were 6 or 7 pieces of clothing, all luxury brands, costing a total of 120,000 yuan. Qin Yang spent money without blinking an eye. Even Sophie was surprised by such courage. Since you gave me a gift, I can't just not express my appreciation. Come on, I'll take you to change your clothes. As soon as the two walked out of the store, Sophie turned around and her eyes fell on Qin Yang. Then, she said to him with a smile. No problem, I'll do as you say. Qin Yang nodded decisively and agreed. Then, he followed Sophie carrying the shopping bags. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, I finally saw a men's clothing store. Sophie walked in first. Qin Yang put the bag in his hand on the counter before walking inside. There are many styles of clothes on the hangers, and the prices are not cheap either. Qin Yang, here. When Sophie saw Qin Yang, she quickly waved to him. At this time, she had already picked out 2 sets of clothes. Chapter 24, Trouble Comes to Protect the Beauty. Qin Yang smiled slightly, then quickly walked up to Sophie and asked. Why, you picked it out so quickly? Sophie smiled and nodded. He picked up the clothes in his hand and started gesturing in front of Qin Yang. After a moment, he urged, go and try it quickly. Seeing this, Qin Yang did not refuse. He took the clothes from Sophie's hand and walked towards the fitting room. It didn't take long. The door of the fitting room was pushed open, and Qin Yang walked out slowly. At this moment, his image and temperament changed greatly. It is undeniable that Qin Yang is very handsome. After all, he is the recognized campus idol of Shanghai University and the dream boy of countless girls. He usually wears casual clothes, and his whole body reveals the charm of a peerless warm man. But at this time, he wore a white shirt and a black jacket on the upper body and a pair of trousers on the lower body. The combination brings out Qin Yang's domineering CEO temperament to the fullest. Qin Yang, you are so good looking. You will look good if you dress up a little. If you walk down the street wearing this, people who don't know you will think you are some rich young master. Sophie was very satisfied with Qin Yang's image, which even exceeded her expectations. Ha ha ha. What you said does make sense. But this outfit is more suitable for more formal occasions. I don't like to wear it like this normally. Qin Yang looked at himself in the mirror and nodded continuously. At least, he is quite satisfied with his image and temperament. In that case, let me pick out some casual clothes for you. Hearing Qin Yang's reminder, Sophie's attention immediately shifted to the clothes hanger. After careful selection, Sophie arranged for Qin Yang to try on clothes several times, and the results were surprisingly good. Throughout the whole process, Sophie seemed to be deeply attracted by Qin Yang's charm. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, never moving away for a moment. And all of this was seen by Qin Yang. He was secretly delighted inwardly. Judging from the current developments, the two of them were getting along quite well. As long as he works hard, I believe he will be able to win the beauty in no time. Pack up all these clothes he tried on. Sophie looked at the salesperson and spoke directly to her. No problem, I'll do it right away. The salesperson nodded excitedly. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky today to meet such a wealthy guest. Crack! Just at this moment, there was a burst of flashes, and the intimate scene of Sophie and Qin Yang was secretly photographed from not far away. The man was wearing a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses, holding a professional camera in his hand, and was monitoring Sophie and Qin Yang's every move. Boss Ning, your guess is correct. Miss Su and that boy named Qin are indeed together. The location is Musley Square, and the two of them are buying clothes in a specialty store. The man pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number directly. Then, he reported the truth to the person on the other end. Okay, keep an eye on it, I'll send someone over right away. After Ning Ziyuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ever since the last time Qin Yang took Sophie away in front of him, he has felt resentment towards Qin Yang. So, he spent a lot of money to hire a private detective to investigate Qin Yang's every move. Now that he knew that Qin Yang and Sophie were dating and shopping together again, Ning Ziyuan felt extremely jealous. Qin Yang and Sophie, who were buying clothes in the store at the moment, were unaware of all this. Sophie picked out a total of 4 sets of clothes for Qin Yang. 1 set of formal suit and 3 sets of casual clothes cost more than 80,000 yuan. Sophie originally wanted to buy a few more sets, but was rejected by Qin Yang. Miss Su, these few sets of clothes are enough for me to wear. You don't need to spend more money. Seeing Qin Yang say this, Sophie didn't want to force it. Immediately, I had to nod and agree. Okay, let's go. After buying the clothes, we'll go to the shoe store. Sophie was in high spirits while shopping. For her, this is just the beginning. Qin Yang did not refuse and followed Sophie's wishes. The two of them strolled around for a full 3 hours. Before walking out of the gate of Musley Shopping Mall, Qin Yang's hands were already full of various shopping bags. There were even several store salespeople following behind him. The two men came to the garage and put all the things behind the front trunk. Just as they were about to leave, a dozen burly men in black appeared from nowhere and blocked the way of Qin Yang and Sophie in just a moment. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Yang took the initiative to protect Sophie behind him, with a stern expression on his face. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. Boy, if you know what's best for you, kneel down immediately, slap yourself 10 times, and cripple your arms. If you make me happy, maybe I can consider letting you live. The fat man in the lead had an arrogant look on his face. Pointing at Qin Yang's nose, he began to threaten him directly. That's too much. Tell me, who sent you here? Qin Yang's eyes burst into anger. He could see that this group of people were obviously here to cause trouble for him. But he has never offended anyone, so how could such a thing happen to him? Humph. Are you scared now? The fat man raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled coldly. Then, he immediately sneered at Qin Yang. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having enough eyes. Some people are destined to be people you cannot afford to offend. Miss Su, please hide in the car quickly. They're coming for me, and I don't want to get you involved. Seeing that he had nowhere to retreat, Qin Yang moved closer to Sophie and whispered in her ear. It's obvious at first glance that these people are not good people. They don't show any mercy when they attack. Qin Yang, are you sure you can handle it alone? Why don't you hold on for a while? I'll call the police right now. Even when facing various big situations, Sophie can remain calm and composed. But at this moment, she couldn't help but start to worry about Qin Yang's safety. Ding, random task released. 1. Protect the goddess, attack with force, and give her enough sense of security. Reward, Grandmaster level Bajiquan. 2nd, find out who is behind this conspiracy and reward him with a $1 billion Thompson Epine luxury villa. When Qin Yang heard the black technology system give a task, his original worries vanished at this moment. He silently accepted the mission. Instantly acquire Grandmaster level Bajiquan skills. For a moment, Qin Yang felt that his whole body was full of strength. This punch is enough to knock a 1,000-pound elephant flying. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either you do as I tell you, or I'll let you learn what it means to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. The fat man smiled coldly, obviously having lost his patience with Qin Yang. Chapter 25. Who sent you here? Miss Su, please hide in the car first and lock the door. Qin Yang turned sideways and spoke to Sophie the first time. What about you? There are so many of them. If they really do something bad to you, how are you going to deal with it? How about I talk to them and I promise to give them some money so that they will let you go? Sophie was very anxious. At this time, he grabbed Qin Yang's arm with one hand and refused to let go no matter what. Don't worry. These guys can't hurt me at all. Give me a few minutes, I can take care of it quickly. If it were before, Qin Yang might have considered agreeing to Sophie's way of handling it. But now, his fighting power has undergone a drastic change. Qin Yang didn't take the dozen or so thugs in front of him seriously at all. At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, it's a good opportunity to use them to practice and see how powerful this Grandmaster level 8 extreme collapse is. Boy, are you really going to ignore my words? The fat man saw that Qin Yang didn't move at all after such a long time. In an instant, his face turned cold and he immediately felt angry. Come on, I want to see how tough this guy is. The next second, the fat man waved his hand. The dozen or so big men in black behind him immediately took action. They rushed towards Qin Yang aggressively, raising their fists to hit his cheek and chest. Qin Yang, be careful. Seeing this scene, Sophie couldn't help but exclaim. Court death. Seeing these thugs swarming over, Qin Yang had no intention of showing mercy. He was afraid that the fight would affect Sophie, who was behind him. At this moment, he pushed the ground hard with both feet. The entire figure shot out like a cannonball. Boom! With one punch, like a dragon crossing the river, it smashed directly into the body of the gangster in front of him. The man, weighing more than 130 kilograms, lifted his feet off the ground, flew into the air, flew backward 7 or 8 meters, and hit the ground heavily. Not only that, the man rolled on the ground several times. If there hadn't been a pillar blocking his back, he would have rolled on the ground for who knows how far. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. The fat man and his men were all looking at Qin Yang in amazement. They never expected that Qin Yang, who looked like a pretty boy, could be so powerful. He could send people flying with just one punch, shocking them to their core. No. No way. Could this kid be a martial artist? The fat man stared at Qin Yang and swallowed subconsciously. After a moment, the fat man gestured to his men around him. Quick, all of you, come at him together, don't let him have the strength to fight back. Yes, boss. Knowing that Qin Yang had some strength, everyone quickly restrained the contempt in their eyes. This time, 7 or 8 people rushed towards Qin Yang from all directions almost at the same time. He was thinking about subduing Qin Yang in one go and not giving him any time to breathe. You are just a bunch of ants, and you dare to embarrass yourself in front of me. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. Qin Yang clenched his fists, his bones crackling, and all the strength in his body was immediately mobilized. Swish! Qin Yang moved. He was as fast as lightning and chose to take the initiative to attack before being completely surrounded by this group of thugs. Qin Yang was seen walking around with his shoulders lowered, as light as a swallow. Baji collapses, sticks to the mountain and leans against it. A powerful blow to the shoulder. He immediately knocked one of the thugs away. Then, he dealt with the other people in an orderly manner. The battle lasted no more than 2 minutes. Originally there were more than a dozen men in black who surrounded Qin Yang, but in the blink of an eye, only 3 or 4 were left. They all fell to the ground, covering their injured parts and wailing. How is this possible? The fat man subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Qin Yang with great fear. He never expected that Qin Yang would be so powerful. The men he brought with him couldn't even last a few rounds against Qin Yang. Boss, this guy is too scary. With our strength, there is no way we can be his opponent. Otherwise, let's retreat quickly. A seemingly smart younger brother leaned close to the fat man's ear and whispered. Withdraw. The fat man also had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he felt that what his younger brother said was right. After pondering for a while, he immediately spoke. So, he planned to run away quickly with his brothers. It's a pity that Qin Yang had already seen through the fat man's thoughts. Want to run? Have you asked me? Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. The fat man and his men turned around, and before they could even run a few steps, their way was blocked by Qin Yang. Kid, I don't want to argue with you. If you know what's good for you, just get out of my way. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable situation. The fat man's face turned extremely pale. But at this moment, he knew that he could not show any timid look, otherwise it would only make Qin Yang more confident. He then gritted his teeth and threatened Qin Yang in a fierce tone. It has come to this, and you still dare to threaten me. This makes me wonder if your brain has been damaged by the door. Qin Yang didn't take the fat man's threat seriously at all. At this moment, he had to find out from the fat man who was targeting him behind the scenes. Tell me the truth, who sent you to trouble me? If you had told me, maybe I could have suffered less physical pain. When the fat man saw Qin Yang stopping him, he actually knew the details of the big shot behind the scenes. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly shook his head and said, I don't know what you are talking about. So, you're going to play dumb in front of me? Okay, since you won't cooperate, I can only use other methods to make you speak up on your own initiative. As he spoke, Qin Yang was taking steps, constantly closing the distance between himself and the fat man. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. When the fat man saw Qin Yang taking action, his face turned pale instantly. He subconsciously took a few steps back and shook his head frantically at Qin Yang. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Yang is not a soft-hearted person. If the fat man still doesn't tell the truth, he will use real means and will not show any mercy. Cold sweat broke out on the fat man's forehead. He didn't dare reveal the big shot's background because the other party was too powerful and the fat man couldn't afford to offend him. But in the current situation, if the fat man doesn't give Qin Yang an explanation, his end will not be good either. The fat man was still struggling, hesitating whether to speak. But Qin Yang has gradually lost his patience. Boom! Qin Yang kicked out fiercely. Even a fat man weighing over 180 pounds couldn't help but roll on the ground. Ah! The fat man let out a scream and felt a sharp pain in his chest instantly. Qin Yang's sudden attack stunned the fat man. Chapter 26 Thompson Deepening luxury house is in hand, beautiful woman. Fatty, my patience is limited. If you don't tell me who sent you here to cause trouble for me, be careful that I won't show any mercy and will kill you right away. Qin Yang had a gloomy face. The tone of his voice at this time was also very aggressive. It makes people feel that he can really do what he says. No. Don't fight me anymore. I said it. Qin Yang's kick just now made the fat man extremely frightened. He knew that if he didn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, the guy in front of him would definitely not let him go easily. As for him, he doesn't know how much suffering he will have to endure in the future. In order to avoid this from happening, the fat man made a bitter face and finally had to compromise. Humph, you'd better tell the truth. If you dare to lie to me, you will end up in a miserable situation. Qin Yang's eyes were cold as he stared at the fat man. I don't know his name, I just know my boss calls him Boss Ningnut. This big shot was very generous. He gave my boss a reward of 200,000 yuan and asked us to come over and teach you a lesson. The fat man didn't dare to hide it any longer. He covered his chest and hurriedly told Qin Yang everything he knew. Boss Ning? Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and he began to wonder when he had offended the big shot named Ning. If my guess is correct, the President Ning he mentioned should be Ning Ziyuan. Just as Qin Yang was thinking about who this Mr. Ning could be, Sophie had walked to Qin Yang's side without him noticing, and spoke with a serious expression. What? It's him? After being reminded by Sophie, Qin Yang immediately came to his senses and felt that it was very likely. Good. Last time when we had dinner, although it was the first time you met him, your attitude at that time might have annoyed him. Based on my understanding of Ning Ziyuan, he will definitely not let you go easily. It's just that I didn't expect that he would resort to such despicable means to cause trouble for you. Sophie couldn't help feeling helpless. After all, it was because of her that Qin Yang was implicated in this matter. For this, she felt very guilty. I see. That guy, I already knew he was not a good guy. But since he chose this method to deal with me, I will remember this account. If I have the chance in the future, I will make him pay a heavy price for what happened today. Qin Yang is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Since Ning Ziyuan had the courage to do such a thing, he would have to bear Qin Yang's wrath for his actions. Qin Yang, you must not be impulsive. Ning Ziyuan has a huge influence in the Magic City. Given your current situation, you can't defeat him at all. I am also responsible for this matter. Don't worry, I will help you get rid of this anger. Sophie quickly grabbed Qin Yang's arm and spoke to him with a worried look on her face. She also took the initiative to promise Qin Yang that she would find a way to help Qin Yang vent his anger. But there is a condition, that is, Qin Yang must not act rashly. Because she knew Ning Ziyuan's methods and style of doing things too well. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Sophie was so worried about his safety, Qin Yang quickly nodded and agreed to her. But he won't let this matter go easily. He would use his own way to let Ning Ziyuan know how stupid it was to offend him. Get lost. Qin Yang glanced coldly at the fat man and his men, and then spoke impolitely. Let's go, let's go. The fat man and his men looked terrified and fled the scene without caring about their embarrassment. Inside the garage, calm suddenly returned. Qin Yang, I really didn't expect you to be so skilled. So many people are no match for you. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with a smile. She felt that the man in front of her had once again brought her a surprise. In the situation just now, Qin Yang would rather put himself in danger than not protect her safety. This made Sophie feel unprecedentedly safe, and her favorable impression of Qin Yang also soared again. I exercise regularly, so my physical fitness is naturally good. These hooligans have no real skills at all, they just rely on their numbers. Dealing with them is a piece of cake. I'm sorry, I almost got you into trouble. Qin Yang looked at Sophie with an apologetic look. These guys were coming for him, and Sophie was frightened and almost implicated. This made Qin Yang feel bad. This matter is not your fault at all. Why do you have to apologize to me? Instead, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't taken action and driven this group of people away, the consequences would have been disastrous. Qin Yang, I owe you a favor. When Sophie saw Qin Yang apologizing to her, she couldn't help but smile. She knew very well that it was Qin Yang who helped her a lot, and she had no reason to blame Qin Yang. Miss Su, you are so polite. We've been shopping all afternoon. You must have had a great time, right? Come on, I'll take you back. After saying that, Qin Yang took the initiative to open the car door and made an inviting gesture to Sophie. Sophie smiled sweetly and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Soon, Qin Yang started the engine of the sports car. I stepped on the accelerator and the car moved away with a roar. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is a Thompson first-class luxury villa worth 1 billion. The property certificate and keys are in the drawer of the study, and all the procedures have been completed. Qin Yang received such a generous reward, and his mood immediately became happy. Sophie, who was standing by, saw a smile on Qin Yang's face and mistakenly thought that Qin Yang and she had a good time together this afternoon. During this time, he would glance at Qin Yang from time to time. You're not even to mention. Looking at Qin Yang's sharp profile from this angle, there is an indescribable beauty. Sophie had never had such close contact with any member of the opposite sex on a daily basis. In the company, she is a cool and handsome president with a strong aura. Everyone kept their distance from her. In addition, Sophie herself is very serious, which leads to more and more rumors about her. Almost no one can joke casually in front of her. She also rejected the pursuit of countless rich second generations and young talents, so everyone naturally regarded Sophie as a goddess president who can only be admired from afar but not desecrated. Inevitably, there are fewer people of the opposite sex who are close to her. If Qin Yang hadn't appeared, I'm afraid this situation would have lasted for who knows how long. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Qin Yang came back to his senses and realized that Sophie's eyes were constantly glancing at him. With a gentle smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask Sophie. Did I? It's your own illusion. I was just looking at the scenery outside the window. Sophie saw that she was caught red-handed. Her pretty face immediately turned red. However, she did not intend to admit it, and quickly found an excuse to cover it up. Such a shy goddess president caught Qin Yang's eyes, and at this moment, he couldn't help but stare in amazement. Chapter 27, The Gradually Fallen Goddess Su. To be honest, there are quite a few beauties surrounding Qin Yang. But for some reason, after he met Sophie, he found that other opposite sex had completely lost their appeal to him. In terms of appearance, temperament, and personality, after getting to know each other over the past few days, Sophie completely meets Qin Yang's standards for an ideal girlfriend. The most important point is that although the two have only known each other for a few days, they get along very comfortably. The two have complementary personalities and appreciate each other. Sophie did not dislike Qin Yang's unproductive behavior. This alone was enough to make Qin Yang's liking for her reach an unprecedented level. "Miss Su, do you have any plans this weekend?" Qin Yang withdrew his gaze, but the smile on his lips never faded. After a long time, he asked Sophie softly. "No." Sophie thought about it for a moment and this time pondered. At this moment, she suddenly began to feel nervous for some reason. He doesn't want to date me, does he?" It turned out to be just as Sophie expected. As soon as she said this, Qin Yang invited her. "If you don't mind, could you let me arrange the time? I promise you'll have a great weekend." Qin Yang set his eyes on Sophie, looking forward to getting her answer at this moment. I'll think about it." Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She didn't expect Qin Yang to be so direct. He was trying to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone, and it was as if he was preparing to launch a pursuit of me. For Sophie, it was really too much to bear. "No problem. There are still 2 days until the weekend. You can take your time to think about it. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. I just want to express my attitude to you. I'm looking forward to what choice Miss Su will make." Qin Yang smiled indifferently. At this moment, he was emitting an aura of confidence. Sophie found herself falling into Qin Yang's charm little by little. The man in front of her was living very soberly. It has not been tainted by worldly vulgarity. In front of her, Qin Yang never took the initiative to talk about monetary interests, nor did he talk about various lofty ambitions. He seems to be a lazy person with no ambition to make progress. But Qin Yang himself is quite talented. He is gentle and elegant, and can play the repertoire for Sophie Chen's piano. He graduated from the finance department of Shanghai University and is a financial talent sought after by countless financial companies, but he values freedom and finally chooses to be a food delivery boy. He is unrestrained and doesn't care what others think of him. He possesses great strength, but behaves in a low-key and reserved manner, making people have no idea of his true abilities. Qin Yang is the treasure boy that every woman dreams of. No matter how picky Sophie is, she can't help but feel moved when she meets a man like this. In front of Sophie's villa, the sports car slowly stopped. "Miss Su, we're here." After hearing Qin Yang's reminder, Sophie slowly came back to her senses. She got out of the car and saw that it was getting late, so she looked at Qin Yang and said, "Qin Yang, thank you for accompanying me for the whole afternoon and personally sending me back. This place is remote and it's hard to get a taxi. Why don't you just drive my car back?" Qin Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Sophie to say that. However, he did not refuse, but accepted it gracefully. Immediately, he looked at Sophie and said, "Okay, then I'll pick you up for work tomorrow morning. No, I still have a few cars in the garage, so I'd better not trouble you too much." Sophie's face instantly turned red. She just meant well, but she didn't expect Qin Yang to take advantage of the situation and even plan to come and take her to work tomorrow. If this were seen by the company's employees, there's no telling what kind of impact it would have. Sophie didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. "It's okay. I don't mind the trouble. Miss Su, let's make it a deal. See you tomorrow." Qin Yang didn't give Sophie any chance to reject him. After saying that, he turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Damn it! I clearly rejected him, but this guy still dared to make the decision on his own. Looking at the direction Qin Yang left, Sophie was furious and couldn't help stamping her feet. But after a moment, he felt secretly delighted because of the strong side shown by Qin Yang. She was used to the men around her obeying her in everything, but at this moment Qin Yang completely ignored her opinion and was determined to pick her up for work tomorrow. It is undeniable that Sophie has a good impression of Qin Yang. Otherwise, she would not have turned down her afternoon work arrangements and asked Qin Yang to accompany her for a whole afternoon. Jiangwan Community. Qin Yang drove Sophie's sports car home, but unexpectedly was stopped by the security guard at the door. The reason was that Sophie's license plate had not been registered at the entrance of the community. Fortunately, the security guard at the door knew Qin Yang. Only after seeing him in person did they open the door and let him in. This little episode did not affect Qin Yang's mood. Back home, Qin Yang walked into the kitchen. He took a bottle of cold drink from the refrigerator, opened it, took a big gulp, and then sat down on the sofa in the hall. After accompanying Sophie shopping for an entire afternoon and carrying large and small bags, even though he was full of energy, he could not hold on any longer. "Brother Qin, are you back?" At this time, the door of Jiang Bei's room was pushed open, and he walked over with a smile on his face. "Jiang Bei, you stayed at home all day? Why didn't you go out to play?" Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei and asked curiously. Hey. Brother Qin, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I've invested all my money in the stock market for you. At this critical moment, I don't have the heart to go out and play." From 10 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, Jiang Bei devoted all his energy to paying attention to the stock market. "I stayed at home the whole day and didn't dare to leave." "Then tell me, how much did you earn today?" Seeing that Jiang Bei was in a good mood at the moment, Qin Yang used his toes to think and knew that this guy had made a lot of profit in his account. "Not much, only about 5 million. When talking about this, Jiang Bei admired Qin Yang even more. The 3 stocks he held in his account skyrocketed today. If Qin Yang had not said in advance that there would be a significant improvement in the next few days, Jiang Bei would have been so excited that he called Qin Yang. "Not bad. In just 2 days, you have earned back all the money you lost in the stock market. In that case, shouldn't we two brothers go out and celebrate properly?" Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Of course. Let's go now." Even if Qin Yang did not make this request, Jiang Bei himself had the same intention. The two of them packed up and walked out of the house. Soon, we arrived at the underground garage. Jiang Bei was about to pick up the car, but found a Maserati parked next to his Lamborghini. "Who is so brave as to park in my parking space?" When Jiang Bei purchased this property, he also purchased several parking spaces. It was usually idle, but now there was a Maserati, so he naturally spotted it at a glance. At this moment, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, and he seemed to feel a little angry. "I drove this car back. I'm parking it in your parking space. Do you dare to object?" When Qin Yang heard Jiang Bei's words, he immediately took the initiative to explain. "What? Brother Qin, did you buy a new car?" Jiang Bei was immediately shocked, his mouth widened. He never thought that these 2 Maseratis would actually belong to Qin Yang. Chapter 28. Jiang Bei invites his girlfriend and best friend to dinner. "No. Although it is true that I drove the car back, it is not mine." Qin Yang shook his head and immediately denied Jiang Bei's idea. "Whose is that?" Jiang Bei couldn't help but be curious and asked. "This is Sophie's sports car. Didn't I go shopping with her this afternoon? And then I sent her back. She lived quite far away, and it was hard to get a taxi there, so she let me drive the car back." Qin Yang smiled and then took the initiative to explain. "What? Brother Qin, did I hear it right? You actually went on a date with Sophie this afternoon?" Hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei was stunned on the spot, his face filled with shock. Although he knew that Qin Yang and Sophie had interactions with each other and had feelings for each other. "But I didn't expect that their relationship would develop so quickly. What's that expression on your face? Do I need to report to you before Sophie and I go out to meet?" Qin Yang's expression froze and his tone became serious. At that moment, Jiang Bei realized that he had said the wrong thing. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Yang with a wry smile and said, "Brother Qin, I didn't mean that. I just didn't expect you to be so capable. Your relationship with Sophie has progressed by leaps and bounds. It's completely beyond my expectations. At this rate, it won't be long before she really becomes your girlfriend." Qin Yang nodded, a smile appeared on his face and he said, "This is a must." In the end, Qin Yang got on Jiang Bei's Lamborghini. Jiang Bei controlled the steering wheel with one hand while taking out his mobile phone from his pocket to prepare a reservation for the dinner room in advance. He did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked directly at Qin Yang, asking for his opinion. "Brother Qin, shall we still go to the same hotel as last time?" "It's all right. It's your treat today, so you can decide for yourself." Qin Yang shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. "Okay, I'll make the reservation right away." Seeing Qin Yang's answer, Jiang Bei quickly made a decision in his mind. "About half an hour." A Lamborghini sports car is parked at the gate of a five-star hotel. The car door opened, and Qin Yang and Zhang Bei quickly walked out of the sports car. As soon as the two of them walked through the door, the hotel manager immediately came up to them and said respectfully, "Mr. Jiang, this way please." Then, the hotel manager led the way and took Qin Yang and Zhang Bei to a quiet private room. At this time, two beautiful women with fair skin and beautiful looks were already sitting in the private room. "Meng Yan, you guys are here so soon? I thought you would be late." Looking at the two beauties in front of him, Zhang Bei immediately greeted them warmly. "When you called me, Xian and I were shopping nearby. Then we rushed here as soon as possible, so we got here quickly." Zhang Mengyan smiled sweetly, looked straight at Zhang Bei, and then quickly explained, "Who are these two?" At this time, Qin Yang on the side couldn't help but ask Zhang Bei curiously. He really didn't expect that Zhang Bei had also invited other people to have dinner together. "Brother Qin, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Mengyan. The other one is her best friend, Li Xianxian. I've always wanted to find an opportunity for you two to get to know each other. Now is a suitable opportunity, so I'll take the initiative. Brother Qin, you won't be unhappy, right?" Zhang Bei's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, fearing that his arrangement would cause him displeasure. Fortunately, after a long while, there was no sign of dissatisfaction on Qin Yang's face. "It's okay, it's just a meal. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being lively." Things have come to this, even if Qin Yang feels a little uncomfortable, it is not good to embarrass Zhang Bei. But at this moment, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. When did Zhang Bei get a new girlfriend? Judging from the appearance and temperament, it seems to be very different from the previous ones. "Brother Qin, my family arranged a blind date for me a while ago, and I met Meng Yan at that time. Brother, I'm serious this time, so don't make fun of me later." Zhang Bei was afraid that Qin Yang would joke too much and cause Zhang Mengyan's dissatisfaction. So, I informed him in advance. "Hey, you've changed your personality, haven't you? Even a master of love can be tempted sometimes?" Hearing this, Qin Yang showed an obvious smile. "Zhang Mengyan, she is the daughter of the wealthy Zhang family in Shanghai. Compared with Zhang Bei's family background, it is on par with them." The two met through the introduction of their family elders. When Zhang Bei met Zhang Mengyan for the first time, he was attracted by her noble temperament. It is no exaggeration to say that it was love at first sight. In the next 2 months, Zhang Bei used all his life's energy and thought to pursue Zhang Mengyan. Finally, half a month ago, the two officially established a romantic relationship. Only a few of Zhang Bei's closest friends knew about this news. The main reason for organizing this dinner tonight is that Zhang Bei intends to formally introduce Zhang Mengyan to Qin Yang. As for Li Xianxian, Zhang Bei had seen her several times and was not unfamiliar with her. If Qin Yang hadn't had a special liking for Goddess Su, Zhang Bei would have planned to introduce him to her and try to bring this handsome man and beautiful woman together. "Brother Qin, please, I really mean it this time. I don't want my girlfriend, who I finally managed to win, to be ruined by a few words from you." Zhang Bei looked at Qin Yang with a pleading look and said, "Okay, I'm just joking with you, is it necessary to be so scared?" Qin Yang spread his hands and a faint smile appeared on his face. At this time, his eyes turned to Zhang Mengyan and Li Xianxian. The two women were dressed gorgeously and appropriately. He naturally exudes a noble aura, and you can tell at first glance that he comes from a wealthy family. They are all very good looking, completely surpassing those popular traffic stars in the entertainment industry. Fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs are undoubtedly the hallmarks of a goddess. At this moment, Qin Yang realized why Zhang Bei was so moved. If it were him, facing such a blind date, he would also have other thoughts. "Zhang Bei, is this your good brother Qin Yang whom you mentioned before? The school idol who graduated from the finance department of Magic University but was willing to give up the high salary of major financial companies?" Zhang Mengyan's eyes were also looking at Qin Yang curiously at this time. It seemed that he wanted to see Qin Yang's uniqueness, which was why Zhang Bei admired him so much. After all, Zhang Mengyan had heard countless praises for him from Zhang Bei before. This also made Zhang Mengyan curious about who this Qin Yang was. "Yes, that's him. I admire brother Qin's talent and strength. At least among people of the same age, I can't find anyone else who can be compared with him." Zhang Bei gave a very high evaluation to Qin Yang at this moment. If the full score is 100, he will definitely give it 120. Chapter 29. My buddy is so green on his head. "Zhang Bei, is he really as good as you say?" Zhang Mengyan couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt on her face at this moment. She was born into a wealthy family and had been pampered since childhood. She had seen all kinds of men. Now, seeing that her boyfriend Zhang Bei praised Qin Yang highly, she immediately became interested. Of course, I can't lie to you, can I? I have shared a dormitory with brother Qin for 4 years. I know his popularity in school and his achievements better than anyone else. Moreover, brother Qin's strength in the field of investment is also extremely extraordinary. The reason I asked you to come over for dinner tonight is because I invested my money with him and made a profit of about 5 million. So, I'll take this opportunity to introduce you to each other. Zhang Bei took the initiative to hold Zhang Mengyan's tender little hand, with a playful smile on his face. 5 million? That's not a lot. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyan gradually understood why Zhang Bei admired Qin Yang so much. It turned out that it was because Qin Yang helped him make a lot of money through investment. Yes, 5 million is not a lot. But you have to know that this is only today's profit. I mortgaged my luxury house and sports car and raised more than 90 million. Brother Qin started investing the day before yesterday. He made a profit of 1 million yesterday and 5 million today. I estimate that in half a month, the account balance should more than double. Speaking of this, Zhang Bei felt a little excited. Boom! There seemed to be a bolt of thunder striking Zhang Mengyan's head. This completely shocked her and her expression froze instantly. Zhang Bei, are you sure you are not kidding me? You gave Qin Yang 90 million to invest? Aren't you afraid of losing a lot of money? Zhang Mengyan found that she still underestimated Zhang Bei's trust in Qin Yang. He was able to come up with such a large sum of money and give it to Qin Yang for investment. That's a full 100 million. Even though Zhang Bei has a strong family background, he cannot make a decision casually. Once a huge loss occurs and Zhang Bei's parents find out, he will definitely be scolded or even punished. What are you afraid of? With my brother Qin here, there's no way we'll lose money. Mengyan, you don't know brother Qin's strength, so you have such concerns. His talent and ability are by no means what you see on the surface. Faced with Zhang Mengyan's worry, Zhang Bei couldn't help but smile. Then, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Mengyan, and he quickly comforted her. I remain skeptical. Zhang Mengyan shook her head and said this after a moment. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Now we should sit down and order what we want to eat. Zhang Bei didn't dwell on this topic. With a wry smile, he quickly gestured for Zhang Mengyan and Li Xianxian to sit down and handed the menus to them respectively. Brother Qin, menu. Zhang Bei was sitting next to Zhang Mengyan, and Qin Yang was sitting on the other side. He did not show favoritism and quickly handed the menu in his hand to Qin Yang. It's my treat today, please feel free to order whatever you want to eat, and don't be polite to me. People feel refreshed when good things happen. The stock market made another profit of 5 million, which made Zhang Bei more confident in Qin Yang's investment. At the moment, he was rich and didn't care how much the meal cost. Xian, do you think what Zhang Bei just said is credible? Zhang Mengyan glanced at Qin Yang quietly, and after staring at him for a few seconds, she still felt a little confused. So she immediately leaned towards Li Xianxian and asked her in a low voice. Li Xianxian was sitting nearby, so she naturally heard the conversation between Zhang Mengyan and Zhang Bei. I think it might be true. Li Xianxian thought rationally for a while, then looked up at Zhang Mengyan and said. Why? Zhang Mengyan was puzzled and asked quickly. It's a simple truth. Zhang Bei is very smart, and it's not easy to deceive him. And you also saw that he was very respectful to Qin Yang. He treated him as his brother. If the investment really lost money, how could he be in such a good mood? How could he treat us to a big meal? After a while, Li Xianxian explained seriously. So, does Qin Yang really have such ability? At this moment, Zhang Mengyan also began to doubt the authenticity of the matter. She knew Zhang Bei's background very well. Although he is a nonchalant person and doesn't seem to be very serious, he is 1,000 times better than those playboys. It is precisely because of this that she gave Zhang Bei a chance and the two of them tried dating for a while. And so far, Zhang Bei has performed well in front of her, making her very satisfied in all aspects. There is no reason for this guy to lie to deceive himself because of Qin Yang's matter. After all, it does him no good. Good. Mengyan, how about you help me ask Zhang Bei if Qin Yang has a girlfriend? Li Xianxian hesitated for a while, but finally plucked up the courage and spoke to Zhang Mengyan. Ha! Xian, you are not interested in Qin Yang, right? When Zhang Mengyan heard her best friend say such a thing, the expression on her face was instantly filled with shock. She never thought that Xian and Qin Yang would fall in love with each other the first time they met. You know, there are many suitors who express their love to Xian. But even so, she didn't like any of them, so she is still single now. But now, after meeting Qin Yang, she was actually attracted to him. This made Zhang Mengyan feel a bit like she was dreaming. Qin Yang is handsome, and he is also a top student in the finance department of Magic City University. He has outstanding talents and abilities. If what Zhang Beifang said just now is true, then he is indeed a potential stock. It seems not difficult to understand why I like him, right? A hint of shyness soon appeared on both sides of Li Xuanxuan's cheeks. She had already made up her mind that she must let Zhang Mengyan learn more about Qin Yang from Zhang Bei. Mengyan, you are my best friend, you must help me with this. Li Xian tried every means to persuade him. Well, who makes you my best sister? Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Faced with the request of her best friend, Zhang Mengyan softened her heart and nodded in agreement. After a moment, Zhang Mengyan moved closer to Zhang Bei and looked at him. Zhang Bei, I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully. No problem, just ask. Seeing Zhang Mengyan's serious expression, Zhang Bei quickly sat up straight. Qin Yang, does he have a girlfriend now? Zhang Mengyan hesitated for a while, but finally asked. Mengyan, are you attracted to my brother Qin? You are my Zhang Bei's girlfriend, how can you ask about other men's emotional status in front of me? You are killing people and destroying their hearts. Zhang Bei was suddenly shocked. In an instant, the whole person was enveloped by a feeling of sadness. He realized that he had done something extremely stupid. That is, even though they knew that Qin Yang had a strong charm to the opposite sex, they still insisted on courting death by organizing such a dinner party. It's okay now. The girlfriend immediately fell in love with her best friend Qin Yang. Zhang Bei felt the top of his head suddenly turn green. He regrets and hates. But they are powerless to change this cruel reality. Chapter 30. If being handsome is a crime, then I am unforgivable. Asshole, what are you talking about? When did I ever say that I like Qin Yang? Zhang Bei, what kind of dirty things are you thinking about all day long? When Zhang Mengyan saw the sadness on Zhang Bei's face, she immediately knew that he had misunderstood. His face suddenly turned cold and he yelled at Zhang Bei in dissatisfaction. Isn't it? Otherwise, why would you ask me such a question? Zhang Bei couldn't help but be stunned. Did he misunderstand? But Zhang Mengyan was clearly asking her about Qin Yang's emotional state just now. Isn't it obvious that she is interested in Qin Yang? Why are you so stupid? Isn't Xian still single? I'm asking for my bestie, isn't that okay? Zhang Mengyan was filled with anger and questioned Zhang Bei with a stern look. So that's how it is. Mengyan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. As long as you are not attracted to brother Qin, then it's fine. After figuring out what was going on, Zhang Bei's mood suddenly became cheerful and he couldn't help but smile. Stop laughing. Answer my question quickly. Does Qin Yang have a girlfriend? Zhang Mengyan grabbed Zhang Bei's arm and then exerted force with her fingers. Hiss. Suddenly, Zhang Bei took a breath of cold air. But under Zhang Mengyan's fierce gaze, he still gritted his teeth and did not let out a painful cry. Mengyan, don't be like this, let's talk it out. Zhang Bei immediately begged Zhang Mengyan for mercy. If you don't want to suffer, then why are you talking so much? Tell me now. Zhang Mengyan rolled her eyes at Zhang Bei and quickly let go of his hand. I'm sorry. If you had asked me this question a few days ago, I would have been able to answer you with certainty that he didn't. But now, it's hard to say. Zhang Bei thought for a moment and then answered. Zhang Bei, what do you mean by this? Zhang Mengyan frowned, and then immediately asked. Brother Qin met the president of a listed company a few days ago and he has a good impression of her. At this stage, we are working hard to pursue it. Zhang Bei concealed the truth and told Zhang Mengyan some of the things he knew. Okay, I understand. As soon as Zhang Mengyan finished speaking, she immediately moved next to Li Xian. Mengyan, does Qin Yang have a girlfriend? Li Xian looked nervous and looked at her best friend expectantly. No. I just heard that Qin Yang recently met a beautiful female CEO, and he seems to have a good impression of her and is in the pursuit stage. Zhang Mengyan said with a smile. After hearing these words, Li Xianxian felt secretly delighted. So, she definitely has a chance. That's good. I just don't believe that I will lose to others with my charm. With this mentality, Li Xuanxuan's gaze subconsciously fell on Qin Yang. The more I looked at it, the more excited I became, and a playful smile appeared on my face. Yes, who can resist the charm of my Xianxian? Zhang Mengyan expressed her strong agreement with Li Xuanxuan's statement. In terms of figure, temperament, and family background, Li Xianxian is the goddess that every man dreams of. Even if Qin Yang is as outstanding as Zhang Bei said, I believe he will not be able to resist her charm. Less than 20 minutes passed. The waiter began to serve the food. The table was full, with more than a dozen dishes. Zhang Bei even specially opened a bottle of expensive red wine and filled everyone's glasses, and the atmosphere in the private room gradually became lively. Brother Qin, this is a toast to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a huge sum of money. Zhang Bei picked up the wine glass on the table, looked at Qin Yang the first time, and said excitedly, "Don't say that. We brothers don't have to be polite." Although he said this, Qin Yang did not refuse. He picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Zhang Bei's. "If Brother Qin needs me in any way in the future, just ask. I will go through mountains of swords and seas of fire without hesitation." In Zhang Bei's heart, he had already regarded Qin Yang as his best friend. This time, with Qin Yang's help, he won back all the money he lost in the stock market some time ago. This made Zhang Bei feel extremely happy. "It's enough that you have this heart." Qin Yang smiled and didn't say much. Although he and Zhang Bei are not blood brothers, they are better than brothers. It is also because of this that the two can still be so close after graduation and even live together. "Qin Yang, your investment ability is so strong, so don't you make a lot of money yourself?" Li Xianxian found the right opportunity, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. "No." Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then said, "I'm just helping Zhang Bei invest." "I don't believe it." Li Xianxian expressed doubts about this result. "Brother Qin is right. We were just doing small things before, so after all the investments, we didn't actually make much money. But 1 million or 800,000, that's definitely there." Seeing this, Zhang Bei immediately stood up to speak for Qin Yang. "That's pretty impressive too." Li Xianxian came from a distinguished family and used all her family's money. People naturally admire Qin Yang, who can earn millions just a few years after graduation. For a moment, she looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of favor. "If you don't mind, you can count me in as well. I happen to have quite a bit of pocket money on hand." This. A hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Yang's face. Originally he was just helping Zhang Bei with investment, but later on, out of respect for him, he agreed to let Chen Jiahao and the other two participate. And now, there is another one, Li Xianxian. He couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Zhang Bei saw through Qin Yang's dilemma at a glance and knew that he didn't know how to refuse for a moment. So, he quickly pulled Zhang Mengyan's arm. The latter immediately understood, and came close to Li Xianxian and whispered, "Xianxian, this is the first time you and Qin Yang have met. Being so proactive will scare him. Besides, investment is such a sensitive matter. How can you just hand over your money to someone so easily? If he loses, won't he be too ashamed to see you?" Zhang Mengyan thought that she could persuade her best friend in this way, but she didn't expect her to say with a smile, "It doesn't matter. It's only a few $100,000. I'll just lose it if I lose it. I can use this as an excuse to meet Qin Yang openly." Only then did Zhang Mengyan realize that her best friend had been deeply poisoned. All my earnest advice was of no use. But out of good intentions, she still patiently advised, "Stop fooling around. This matter cannot be rushed, it is safer to take it slow." And at this time, Qin Yang also looked at Zhang Bei and whispered to him, "What on earth is going on? Why do I always feel that the way they look at me is not right?" Zhang Bei immediately laughed, "Brother Qin, I have to say that you are really charming. I think Xianxian is attracted to you." In an instant, Qin Yang's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 31. Is this development too fast? What a joke! This is the first time I met her, and we haven't even had time to say a few words. How could she fall in love with me? Qin Yang subconsciously shook his head at Zhang Bei's guess, feeling it was a bit absurd. "Brother Qin, Mengyan just asked me if you are single. I think this matter is likely to be settled. You should think carefully about how to resist this kind of luck. Jiang Bei immediately stood aside, gloating over the other's misfortune. What? There is such a thing? You wouldn't really betray me, would you? At this moment, Xin Yang's expression changed drastically. Given Jiang Bei's style of forgetting his friendship for the sake of beauty, this has happened more than once or twice. Hey! You guessed it right. Jiang Bei finished speaking. He immediately stood up and sat in another seat, fearing that he would be punished by Qin Yang. Okay, good job, kid. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. Since the matter has come to this, Qin Yang had no choice but to give up. Immediately, he stared at Jiang Bei with extremely sharp eyes. About half an hour. The meal was almost finished. Zhang Mengyan and Li Xianxian suggested going to a nearby KTV to sing. Jiang Bei naturally raised his hands to refuse. But Qin Yang made an excuse, saying that he was tired and wanted to go back and rest early, so he declined. In the end, he took a taxi back home alone. The next morning, Qin Yang got up very early. After washing up, I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Considering that Sophie would not get up too early, I thought of bringing her some breakfast as well. Around 7 o'clock, Qin Yang took the car keys and went to the garage. He drove Sophie's Maserati and rushed over to pick her up for work. The journey takes about half an hour. If we rush there now, it's still just in time. Dark Horse Prince, Miss Sue, are you up yet? I have prepared breakfast for you and am on my way to your house now. President Sue, I just woke up and was about to wash up. You prepared breakfast for me? Thank you so much. Dark Horse Prince, I'll be there in about half an hour. President Sue, no problem. Inside the villa. At this time, Sophie had just gotten up. She was wearing sexy pajamas and standing in the bathroom washing up. Looking at the message sent by Qin Yang on the phone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise and a smile appeared on her face. Knowing that Qin Yang would be here soon, she couldn't help but speed up her movements. Afterwards, she quickly went to the cloakroom, intending to pick out a set of clothes that would better reflect her temperament. It took more than 20 minutes to go back and forth. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. When Sophie looked at the surveillance camera, she saw Qin Yang already standing outside the gate. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to get up so early. I usually go to work at 9:30. Sophie smiled brightly and her eyes fell directly on Qin Yang. Really? Then I am disturbing your rest. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but reveal a hint of apology on his face. It doesn't matter. I'm used to getting up early anyway. Please sit down first. I'll get you a bottle of water. Then, Sophie turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Qin Yang with a beautiful back view. At this moment, she was wearing a professional suit and dressed more formally. It is also because of this that Sophie's hot body is highlighted to the fullest. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but get a little angry. In less than a moment, Sophie reappeared in the hall. She handed the bottle of mineral water to Qin Yang and said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up so early in the morning." "It's okay, it's my pleasure." Qin Yang gave a wry smile. Then he pointed to the breakfast on the table. "When I got up in the morning, I made breakfast on purpose. If you don't mind, let's eat together." Sophie naturally would not refuse, and nodded immediately. The scene changed. The two sat at the dining table. Sandwiches, milk, poached eggs and grilled sausages, as well as a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. "Miss Sue, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something casually. I usually just eat something casual for breakfast, and never have such a rich breakfast like this." Qin Yang, thank you. Sophie looked at the table full of breakfast and felt a warm feeling in her heart. She was obviously touched by Qin Yang's thoughtfulness. This was the first time in Sophie's life that she had breakfast served by a member of the opposite sex. Moreover, it is a door-to-door service. Try it. If you like, I can continue to do it for you tomorrow. Qin Yang looked at Sophie expectantly. To be honest, if there was such an opportunity, he would like to make breakfast for her all the time. Brush. When Sophie heard Qin Yang's words, her cheeks immediately turned red and she looked quite shy. She felt that Qin Yang was too proactive. For a while, I couldn't adapt. No need. I don't want to trouble you too much. Seeing Sophie's reaction, Qin Yang quickly took the initiative to explain. For me, this is obviously an extremely happy thing. How can it be called a trouble? Hearing this, Sophie lowered her head even lower, not daring to look Qin Yang in the eye. After breakfast, Qin Yang planned to send Sophie to the company. The two walked out the door and sat in the Maserati. I'll help you. Sophie was just about to fasten her seatbelt, but unexpectedly Qin Yang was a few points faster. He was seen pressing against Sophie's body, holding the seatbelt with one hand and fastening it for her carefully. The distance between the two people was less than 10 centimeters. Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she could even feel the strength of Qin Yang's breathing. She suppressed her inner excitement and kept her expression calm. Thanks. Sophie glanced at Qin Yang and thanked him in a low voice. Boom! The sports car engine starts. Qin Yang held the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. The car speed increased instantly and headed directly towards Sophie Company. At this moment, Sophie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt a storm in her heart. Sophie, you are the president of a company after all. You must have seen a lot of ups and downs. Why do you feel moved by someone flirting with you like this? Hold on, don't make a fool of yourself in front of him. Qin Yang would occasionally glance at Sophie standing beside him out of the corner of his eyes. Today Sophie changed into a professional OL outfit, and she brought out the temperament of a queen president to the extreme. It just so happened that the temperament reflected by her outfit was completely in line with Qin Yang's aesthetic. So Qin Yang was also very excited. Along the way, no one dared to speak first, so the atmosphere in the car seemed a little subtle for a while. Finally, Qin Yang couldn't help it. He laughed dryly, and then asked, Miss Su, are you free tonight? I bought 2 movie tickets and would like to invite you to watch it together. Faced with Qin Yang's invitation, Sophie was a little undecided for a moment. Should I agree or refuse? After all, the two have only known each other for 2 days, and they are about to enter the dating stage. This efficiency is too fast. If she refused in person, Sophie was afraid that Qin Yang would be angry. She is very conflicted. Chapter 32. Goddess Su agreed to the invitation to visit the billion-dollar mansion villa. Okay. After hesitating for a long time, Sophie finally decided to accept Qin Yang's invitation. No reason, just because Qin Yang is the man she has never felt the slightest bit of annoyance towards. Of course, there is another main reason. She is not young anymore and her family is always pushing her to get married. Even if she didn't choose Qin Yang, she would still not be able to avoid going on blind dates with other men in the future. In contrast, Sophie would rather try to date Qin Yang. Perhaps this is the best solution at the moment. Okay, when you get off work in the evening, send me a message and I'll pick you up. Qin Yang had no idea what Sophie was thinking about. Seeing that the other party accepted his invitation, he was quite excited at this moment. After all, this is a good start for Qin Yang. Although he has no experience in love, it does not mean that Qin Yang has low emotional intelligence. On the contrary, with the help of Jiang Bei's spies, Qin Yang understood a little bit. Since Sophie chose to agree, it proved that she still had some feelings for me. If you press on while you're at it, you might be able to quickly build a relationship between the two of you. Company building. A Maserati sports car was parked at the gate. All employees working in the company know that this is President Su's car. At this time, the car door opened. Unexpectedly, a handsome and elegant man walked out. This scene startled the security guard standing at the door instantly. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, fearing that he was dazzled and saw it wrong. Qin Yang walked to the passenger seat and took the initiative to help Sophie open the door. Not long. Sophie also walked out of the car. She looked at Qin Yang, smiled slightly, and took the initiative to speak. Qin Yang, we're at the company. Thank you for sending me to work. Well, go ahead, I won't bother you then. Qin Yang nodded, his eyes full of tenderness. See you tonight. After saying that, Sophie picked up her bag, left a beautiful back view to Qin Yang, and walked straight towards the company building. In just 1 hour. The gossip about Sophie being sent to the company gate by a mysterious man this morning spread throughout the building in an instant. This news can't be false, right? Everyone knows that our CEO Su is an icy beauty who doesn't care about worldly things. How could she possibly be with an ordinary person? The security guard at the door saw it with his own eyes, there's no doubt about it. Maybe Ms. Su is aloof because she has high standards. She has always had many suitors, including tall, rich, handsome men and overseas returnees. She should be able to pick one she likes, right? But Qin Yang knew nothing about all this. After leaving Sophie's company, he hailed a taxi on the road and prepared to ride his Harley-Davidson home. Oh, by the way, I remember that the black technology system rewarded me with a Tangshan first-class luxury villa worth 1 billion. I have time now, so I can go and take a look. It's not appropriate to always live in Jiangbei. Qin Yang also didn't want to keep owing Jiangbei a favor. Now that he owns a luxury villa, he naturally cannot leave it empty. Do it when you think of it. After Qin Yang picked up the car, he rushed back to Jiangwan community as soon as possible. He returned to his room and took the property certificate and keys from the drawer. Without wasting a moment, he headed straight to the Thompson Epine luxury villa. 10:30 in the morning. Qin Yang appeared at the gate of the villa. Sir, can I help you? The security guard on duty at the door saw Qin Yang, who was tall and handsome and dressed elegantly, and hurriedly walked forward respectfully and asked curiously. I'm the owner of the house here, and I plan to come over to my house. Qin Yang smiled slightly, and then spoke directly. Please wait a moment. I'll call our person in charge over. Hearing this, the security guard's face changed drastically. After greeting Qin Yang, he immediately called his superior through the intercom. In less than a few minutes, a professional manager in a suit appeared in Qin Yang's sight. He walked quickly to Qin Yang and said to him in a flattering manner, Sir, what is your name? Qin Yang. Qin Yang told his name. Mr. Qin, could you please show me your property certificate? The manager in a suit and tie bent over and said very respectfully. Okay, I just brought it here. After saying that, Qin Yang handed the property certificate to the manager. The manager took the property certificate with both hands with a respectful look on his face and began to check it carefully. After a moment, he quickly raised his eyes to Qin Yang and said, Mr. Qin, please come this way. I will take you to see my villa now. Then he handed the property certificate back. About 10 minutes. Two figures appeared at the gate of a detached villa. Mr. Qin, we're here. This is it. The manager smiled slightly and gestured to Qin Yang. Well, thank you for your help. Qin Yang took out the key to the villa's door and unlocked it directly. Snap. Qin Yang pushed the door open and strode in. The decoration inside the luxury villa is extremely gorgeous, adopting the Nordic architectural style, which makes Qin Yang's eyes light up when he sees it. The hall is in a very elegant location, with a huge glass crystal chandelier hanging overhead. The sofa, coffee table, and various furnishings look extremely comfortable. All kitchen appliances are imported high-end products, and the installation and construction are very sophisticated. The independent restaurant is spacious and can accommodate a party of more than a dozen people. Private cinema, gym, karaoke room. The backyard has a pleasant landscape and is planted with various green plants. Looking around, you can see a green lawn. There is also a private swimming pool, which covers a large area. After touring the luxurious villa, Qin Yang was extremely satisfied with all the furnishings and objects there. He immediately grinned and thought to himself. So this is what rich people are like. An ordinary life is indeed enjoyable. And from today on, this will be where Qin Yang lives. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone in Qin Yang's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and found that the call was from his sister Qin Yun. Qin Yun, the campus beauty of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, is currently a sophomore. Yun, what's wrong? Do you need anything from me? Qin Yang pressed the answer button, his tone full of doting. He has always been extremely protective of his sister, fearing that she would suffer any injustice. He even sent a sum of money every month as living expenses for Qin Yun. If he hadn't doted on Qin Yun so much, the balance in his bank account would have exceeded 7 figures long ago. Brother, school is off today. I'm out shopping with my roommate. Can you come and join us? A sweet and pleasant voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Qin Yun has had a very unique voice since she was a child. Even without any professional vocal training, she can sing that ethereal and beautiful voice. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yang supported her in applying for the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Okay, send me the address now and I'll come find you. Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. Then hurry up, I'll wait for you here. Qin Yun replied with a smile. Then, he sent his location to Qin Yang's WeChat. Chapter 33 Qin Yun and Hanxi. After receiving the location sent by Qin Yun, Qin Yang did not delay and immediately decided to set off. In less than 40 minutes, the figure appeared directly in the commercial shopping center. Peninsula Cafe. At this time, Qin Yun and her roommate Han Shi were sitting together near the door. Yun, does your brother really agree to come over? Han Shi looked at Qin Yun excitedly and asked expectantly. That's right. He has agreed to come. He must be on his way now. Han Shi, I have already created the opportunity for you. The rest depends on you. I can't help you. Qin Yun actually knew everything about Han Shi's little thoughts. She has had a crush on her brother for a long time and has always wanted to find an opportunity to meet Qin Yang. Now that I have finally got the chance, I can't let it go easily. Rest assured. Whether this succeeds or not, I will make up for the lipstick and bag I promised to buy for you. Han Shi smiled sweetly, looking very happy. The two were chatting. Qin Yang's figure has walked into the gate. He glanced around the store and quickly found Qin Yun's location. Immediately, he strode towards this side. Qin Yun. When they were less than a few meters apart, Qin Yang greeted his sister directly. Brother, you got here really fast. We were just chatting about you. The moment she saw Qin Yang, Qin Yun immediately stood up and rushed towards him. The brother and sister have a very good relationship, and since they are rarely together, they are inevitably excited when they meet. Really? What are you talking about me? Hearing this, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Nothing, just chatting. Qin Yun felt a little guilty. She didn't dare tell her brother that she sold him out just for lipstick and brand name bags. If he really knew, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. You know, Qin Yang gives her a lot of living expenses every month. What's the difference between doing this and killing the donkey after it has done its job? Han Shi, my roommate, you've met him before. Soon, Qin Yun asked Qin Yang to sit next to her, looked up at Han Shi, and took the initiative to introduce him to him. Hello, brother Qin. Han Shi wore delicate makeup today, and her outfit perfectly highlighted her temperament. She looked like a little fairy, and it was obvious that she had put a lot of effort into leaving a good impression on Qin Yang. I often hear Yun mention you, and I want to thank you for taking care of her at school. Qin Yang smiled slightly and spoke to Han Shi in an extremely gentle voice. Where? Qin Yun and I are good sisters, and we should help each other. On the contrary, brother Qin, aren't you at work today? Will it bother you too much if Qin Yun calls you over? Han Shi's every word and action reveals her intelligence and thoughtfulness. For a moment, Qin Yang had a very good impression of her. Won't. My sister asked me personally, how can I refuse? Even if there is no time, I will squeeze in. When Qin Yang said this, his eyes were full of doting as he looked at Qin Yun. Brother, let's go shopping together. The coffee is all gone. If it weren't for waiting for Qin Yun, and Han Shi would have left long ago. Okay, I'll do as you say. Qin Yang naturally had no objection and immediately agreed. Soon, the three of them walked straight out of the Peninsula Cafe and headed upstairs. This entire shopping mall has thousands of stores. There are countless types of clothing, bags, shoes, and skincare products. A few minutes later, Qin Yun and Han Shi took the lead and walked into a clothing store. Looking at the dazzling array of new clothes on the hangers, his eyes lit up and he couldn't move anymore. Brother, do you think I look good in this dress? Qin Yun picked up a skirt in her hand, put it in front of herself and gestured, then looked at Qin Yang with anticipation and asked. You are beautiful and have a great figure, so naturally you look good in any clothes. But I think this one will suit you better. Seeing that Qin Yun was so looking forward to his opinion, Qin Yang naturally answered with a smile. He told the truth. After all, Qin Yun is also the campus beauty of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. In terms of appearance and figure, she is definitely one in a million. It's just that Qin Yang has acquired the skills of a makeup artist, so his vision is naturally more discerning. It seems to be true. Qin Yun subconsciously took the clothes from Qin Yang's hand, then walked to the mirror and looked at it carefully. The same thought as Qin Yang actually came to her mind. But Qin Yun was surprised. When did her brother's taste in clothes become so good? Brother, I didn't expect you to have such a good eye. You helped me find the right clothes for me at a glance. Tell me the truth, what is going on? Qin Yun looked alert, her eyes immediately fixed on Qin Yang, and then she started asking questions. Aside. Han Shi couldn't help but become curious and looked at Qin Yang. It seemed that she was extremely looking forward to what kind of answer he would give. What's going on? I just thought this dress suits you, and I just said it casually. You're questioning me like I'm sick. In response to Qin Yun's questioning, Qin Yang remained calm and did not feel panicked at all. I just made up a random excuse and easily got away with it. Brother, are you okay? Qin Yun then discovered. Qin Yang in front of him seemed to have a huge change in temperament. Compared with the previous period, there is an inexplicable change. Kid, why are you guessing? You should just pick out your clothes. To tell you the truth, I've made a lot of money from stock trading recently. Just buy whatever you want. Don't be polite to me. Qin Yang smiled and said to Qin Yun in a wealthy manner. Made money again? How much? Qin Yun was no longer surprised by hearing this. After all, things like this have happened more than once or twice. Not much, maybe 7 or 8 million. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a faint smile. Boom! Qin Yun and Han Shi were immediately shocked and stood there in a daze. Not much, I only get about 7 or 8 million. Is this something a human can say? The scene fell into deathly silence. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Yun threw herself into Qin Yang's arms with excitement. She hugged him tightly with both hands, unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, and said, Brother, are you sure what you just said is true? Are you kidding me? Qin Yun has always known that her brother is a financial genius. While in college, he had already earned more than $1 million through the stock market. But now, wealth continues to skyrocket, which is completely beyond Qin Yun's expectations. Just such a small amount of money makes you so excited? Then if I become a billionaire and own tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, won't you be overjoyed? Seeing his sister Qin Yun's excited face, he couldn't help but shout out with excitement. The smile on Qin Yang's face became more and more intense. Chapter 34, The Shameless Toad Song Deepening. If there really comes such a day, I would be willing to do so. Brother, you are amazing. You have only graduated for 2 years and you can make so much money. If I can't find a job in the future, you have to continue to support me. Hearing this news, Qin Yun was happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. In the first 2 years after graduation, Qin Yang gave up the olive branches extended by major financial companies in Shanghai and insisted on becoming a freelancer. In the end, he even became a delivery boy for He Tiangu. Because of this incident, Qin Yun was very angry with her brother. Now it seems that she was overthinking. My brother is so outstanding, how could he not make money? It hasn't been long since then, and his wealth has skyrocketed so much, almost reaching tens of millions. If I had worked peacefully in the company, I might not have achieved what I have today. No problem. You are my most beloved sister. If you really don't want to work, just follow me after graduation. I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000, which is more than enough for you to squander. If it's not enough, I'll give you a raise. Qin Yang looked at Qin Yun with a smile and said with a doting look on his face. Brother, you are so good to me. It's a pity that we are brother and sister, otherwise I would wake up laughing in my dreams if I had a considerate boyfriend like you. Speaking of this, Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a little regretful. My brother is so gentle and considerate, and he has both talent and good looks. I don't know which woman he will be chosen by in the future. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? After all, you are the campus beauty of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. There must be many men pursuing you. Isn't it a matter of minutes to find a boyfriend? Of course, if your standards are as good as your brother's, it would be quite difficult. Qin Yang is not being conceited, but the facts are right in front of him. Rich people are not necessarily handsome, and handsome people are not necessarily talented. Even if he possessed all of the above advantages, he might not be as gentle and considerate as Qin Yang. Qin Yun was doted on by Qin Yang, so her standards for finding a boyfriend were inevitably much higher. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been single until now. Narcissism. Qin Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Yang boasting in front of her. Yun, I really envy you for having a brother who dotes on you so much. Han Shi walked forward and looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of envy. Of course, she would secretly glance at Qin Yang from time to time. For her, Qin Yang is the real target. Qin Yun, Han Shi, I didn't expect you to be shopping here too, what a coincidence. That was when it happened. A voice broke the silence. Hearing this, Qin Yun, Han Shi, and Qin Yang all looked towards the person who came. Song Deepening, why are you here? Do you dare to follow us? At this moment, Qin Yun's face became gloomy, and she spoke to the other party in a cold tone. How is that possible? It's my sister's birthday in a few days, and I just came here to buy her some new clothes as a birthday present. I just didn't expect to meet you here. Do you think this is fate? Song Daming didn't care at all about Qin Yun's attitude towards him. He just laughed awkwardly, walked up to Qin Yun and explained quickly. Of course, Qin Yun and Han Shi would not believe it at all. After all, this guy stopped the two of them at the school gate, asked them about their well-being, and even wanted to drive them for a ride. It hasn't been that long and we meet again. If you say it's a coincidence, they won't believe it even if you kill them. Do you think we are fools who would believe you so easily? Seeing that Song Daming still insisted on making excuses in front of him, Qin Yun couldn't help but snort coldly and said angrily. It doesn't matter. I see that you two really like the clothes in this store, so why don't I buy a few pieces for you? Just consider it as my apology to you, how do you think? Song Daming's face immediately revealed a strong sense of superiority. He is a well-known celebrity in school. His family has assets worth tens of millions and he is a thorough second-generation rich. Using such means, he has won the hearts of countless beauties. Even if she is the most beautiful girl in the department or school, it is no problem at all. If he wasn't interested in Qin Yun, why would he go to such great lengths to show off in front of her? Don't think you can show off in front of me just because you have a few bucks. I'm telling you, you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. There's no way I would fall in love with a scumbag like you, let alone be your girlfriend. Qin Yun knew exactly what Song Daming was thinking. What she hated most was the guy who just relied on his few bucks to show off his superiority. His face is full of the smell of money, and he wishes he could do whatever he wants if he had money. That's right. Song Daming, our Qin Yun won't fall for your tricks at all. Don't waste your time, just get out of here. Han Shi's eyes revealed a hint of disgust when he looked at Song Daming. She had disliked this guy for a long time, but she had never confronted him. Unexpectedly, this guy became more and more aggressive and harassed Qin Yun again and again. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and exploded at this moment. Are you sure? This is a Chanel clothing store. Any piece of clothing costs tens of thousands. With the little money you have, I'm afraid you may not be able to afford it, right? Song Daming knew that Qin Yun and Han Shi loved these luxury clothes, so he appeared at this time. His pocket money is hundreds of thousands a month, so buying a few luxury clothes is no problem at all. As long as he could make Qin Yun obey him, he didn't mind spending a little more money. Who said they can't afford it? At this moment, Qin Yang stood up and took the initiative to protect Qin Yun and Han Shi behind him. His face was full of gloom. Through the conversation just now, Qin Yang has roughly understood it. This guy is shamelessly pestering his sister and even intends to win people's hearts in this way. This suddenly filled Qin Yang's heart with anger. This toad actually wants to eat swan meat? No way. Who are you, kid? I talked to them, what the hell is it to you? If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, don't you consider your own abilities? Don't end up getting yourself into trouble. Only then did Song Daming realize that there was a handsome young man standing next to Qin Yun and Han Shi. At first, Song Daming thought this guy was a salesperson in the store, but now it seems obvious that this is not the case. You are quite arrogant. I'll give you 3 seconds. Now, apologize to Qin Yun immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Qin Yang's tone was cold, and at this moment an extremely strong aura burst out from his body. Instead of feeling afraid, Song Daming's mouth corners curved into an evil arc and he burst into laughter. He immediately pointed his finger at Qin Yang's nose and said sarcastically with a look of disdain. Just you? You dare to order me? You kid, do you know who I am? Chapter 35 Want to run? No way. Are you done? Seeing Song Daming's arrogant attitude, Qin Yang knew that if he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he would not know how powerful he was. Suddenly, she glared at him with cold eyes. Why, are you scared? Because I don't want to bother with you right now, get out of here right now. Otherwise, I can call dozens of people over in a minute, and by then, I'm not sure if you can still stand here and talk to me intact. Song Daming felt extremely unhappy when he saw Qin Yang's pretentious look. So he snorted coldly and threatened directly. Bang! Qin Yang didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and slapped Song Daming directly on the face. The sound is crisp and loud. Because Qin Yang was too angry, he showed no mercy at all. Song Daming was sent flying with a slap in the face. His entire figure flew backwards several meters and rolled thousands of times on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. For a moment, everyone in the store heard the noise and their attention was immediately drawn to it. Ah! You kid, you dared to attack me? Are you looking for death? Song Daming felt a burning pain on his cheek, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was furious. His eyes flashed with coldness, he stared at Qin Yang and roared. I think you should be the one seeking death. How dare a toad like you set your sights on my sister? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Qin Yang shook his hands and said to Song Daming with a playful look. I'm telling you, if you dare to bother her again, it won't just be a slap in the face. I will make you pay a price 1,000 times more painful than this. Song Daming's expression darkened. He didn't expect that this guy would be Qin Yun's brother. But even so what? Song Daming is a well-known rich second generation in the Magic City Conservatory of Music. He has a noble status and has never suffered such humiliation. If he doesn't take revenge for this, how will he survive in the future? Okay, if you have the guts, just wait for me. Song Daming got up from the ground in a panic, then said something harsh to Qin Yang, then ran out covering his injured face. Brother, you are too impulsive. Song Daming has a strong background and is considered a well-known figure in our school. You are now publicly humiliating him. Given his revengeful style, he will definitely cause trouble for you later. Qin Yun was deeply touched that her brother stood up for her. But when he thought about the possibility that Song Daming would take revenge on him, he couldn't help but feel worried. Yun, don't worry. I don't care about this kind of clown. Believe me, this guy can't cause much trouble. If he dares to continue to bother you in the future, tell me and I'll punish him. Qin Yang showed a slight smile on his face, and it seemed that he didn't take Song Daming seriously at all. Elder brother. Qin Yun wanted to say a few more words, but didn't want to be interrupted by Qin Yang. Okay, there's no need to ruin your good mood for someone like this. Don't you want to buy some clothes? Whichever one do you like, I'll buy it for you. Faced with Qin Yang's generosity, Qin Yun quickly put her worries aside. After shopping for about half an hour and picking out more than a dozen pieces, Qin Yun still felt unsatisfied. Just as he was about to buy a few more pieces, Han Shi stopped him. Yun, is that almost enough? The clothes in this store are not cheap. I can't wear all the clothes I bought. It was Han Shi's reminder that helped Qin Yun come back to her senses in time. Brother, how about we stop here today? Although Qin Yang made a lot of money, he was willing to pay for her. But Qin Yun couldn't help feeling a little distressed to spend so much at once. You know, this is a Chanel brand store, and the price of each piece of clothing is really not cheap. Beautiful lady, pack up all the clothes they just tried on. I'll buy them all. Qin Yang looked at the salesperson not far away and gestured to her. No problem. When the beautiful saleswoman saw that Qin Yang was so generous, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. He hurried over and quickly packed up the clothes that Qin Yun and Han Shi had tried on. The total is 253,700. Sir, would you like to pay by card or other method? Soon the beautiful saleswoman calculated the prices and said to Qin Yang with a smile on her face. Swipe your card. The password is 6 zeros. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the beautiful saleswoman. Okay. Drop. The counter staff swiped the card to pay, and the whole process went smoothly. Sir, your bank card. The staff member handed Qin Yang's bank card with both hands, his expression full of respect. Why are you still standing there? Grab your things and go. Qin Yang took the bank card and walked out of the store with the shopping bag, but saw Qin Yun and Han Shi still standing there in a daze. At that moment, he couldn't help but remind him directly. Oh, here it comes. Qin Yun quickly came to her senses, picked up the shopping bag and quickly followed. Brother, the way you paid the bill just now was so cool. After hearing this, Qin Yang's expression changed immediately, and he said to Qin Yun with a little dissatisfaction. You mean, I'm not handsome if I don't pay for you? Qin Yun, you are too snobbish, aren't you? Do you really think of me as a free ATM machine? Nonsense, I don't think so. Qin Yun shook her head instantly and said coquettishly. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm going to buy you some shoes and skincare products while I'm happy today. Qin Yang has money now, and given his love for Qin Yun, he naturally wants to buy more things for her. She must have what others have, brand name clothes, bags and shoes, and even high-end skincare products, and she must have what others don't have even more. In short, it's just 3 words: I'm not short of money. Xin Yun was so moved that she almost cried. She has enjoyed Qin Yang's doting since she was a child, and this is no exception even now that she is in college. Thank you for everything you have done for me, bro. What's there to thank me for? I'm your brother, who else should I favor if not you? Qin Yang reached out and touched Xin Yun's head, his eyes full of doting. One afternoon, the 3 of them visited dozens of stores. There are so many shopping bags that I can no longer carry them. For this purpose, Qin Yang specially called for a runner and a special car to deliver these things to the door of Qin Yun's dormitory. However, while waiting, a familiar figure appeared not far away. The man in the lead was Song Daming, followed by 20 or so hooligans. They each held a baseball bat and a steel pipe in their hands, and it was obvious that they were here to take revenge on Qin Yang. Brother, what should we do now? Song Daming is clearly here to cause trouble for us. How about we run away now? Qin Yun's face turned pale. She didn't expect that Song Daming's revenge would come so quickly. He came with so many people and with great momentum. Run? It's too late. None of you can run away today. Song Daming walked closer and heard Qin Yun's words. He immediately snorted with disdain. Chapter 36, Shocking Power. What? The lesson I just gave you wasn't enough, and now you have to come to me to suffer? Faced with such a situation, Qin Yang's performance was completely different from Qin Yun's. He was a master of Bajiquan, and he didn't take the 20 or so thugs in front of him seriously at all. What made Qin Yang laugh was that Song Daming completely ignored his previous warning and was about to come to him to die. This is the first time Qin Yang has seen such a stupid guy. Ha, it's come to this, and you can still laugh. Okay, very good. You just slapped me in the face, I'm going to pay you back 100-fold. From childhood to adulthood, Song Daming has never been slapped in the face by anyone, especially in public. He had a deep hatred for Qin Yang and was eager to take revenge, so he couldn't wait until tomorrow. The 20 or so thugs behind him are well-known tough guys in this area. Song Daming spent 200,000 to hire them just to make Qin Yang pay the price immediately. Come on, all of you. Whoever captures this guy first will be rewarded with an extra 50,000 yuan. These people are all obsessed with money. When they heard the reward of 50,000 yuan, everyone's eyes widened and they treated Qin Yang as a cash cow. With the weapon in his hand, he quickly approached Qin Yang's location. Yun, Han Shi, you 2 step back. I will take care of these people myself. You 2 should pay attention to protecting your own safety. At this time, Qin Yang was more worried that the fight would affect Qin Yun and Han Shi. He turned around and quickly asked them to keep their distance from him. Brother, you have to be careful then. In order not to distract her brother, Qin Yun and Han Shi immediately retreated 7 or 8 meters. But he was still worried about Qin Yang's safety, and his face was full of worry. Yun, you have to trust your brother. Since he said he can handle it, there should be no problem. Han Shi saw that Qin Yang had a calm expression and was not afraid of Song Daming and the others at all. I guess that he should be strong enough to deal with this kind of situation. What are you still standing there for? Come on, kill this guy. Song Daming's eyes flashed with coldness. He wished he could step on Qin Yang's head right now, and then look down at this guy to see what qualifications he had to be so arrogant in front of him. The gangsters are ready to fight and are taking action one by one. Go to hell. The leader, a yellow-haired man holding a baseball bat, rushed towards Qin Yang quickly and swung it hard at his chest. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and punched out with just one punch, and the baseball bat broke. Next second, he flew into the air and raised his leg to do a side kick. The yellow-haired man's feet left the ground and he flew backwards 7 or 8 meters in an instant, then rolled over the concrete floor several times. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The yellow-haired man covered his chest, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart. The scene fell into deathly silence. The gang's eyes widened instantly, and they stood there in shock. They never expected that Qin Yang's seemingly weak body could burst out with such powerful strength. Acting decisively, ruthlessly, in just a few seconds, he was able to knock down a person, shocking them completely. How is this possible? Is his strength so formidable? With just one person, he can intimidate these gang members? The most shocked person was Song Daming. At first, he thought that calling on so many people to deal with Qin Yang was already an exaggeration. Now it seems that I have underestimated this kid's strength. Don't you want to punish me? Why are you standing there? Just come on. Today, I will defeat you all one by one. Qin Yang was full of energy and ambition at this moment, showing his arrogance and dominance. The thug's legs seemed to be filled with lead and weighed 1,000 pounds. With the previous example of Huanmao, everyone no longer looked at Qin Yang with such contempt as before. What replaced it was an extreme fear. No one wanted to attack Qin Yang at this time and bring trouble upon themselves. Assholes, I paid you to come here, not to let you sit here and do nothing. Come on, come on. With so many of you, no matter how powerful he is, he will still be unable to resist. Song Daming had a gloomy face and yelled at the thugs in front of him. However, the gangsters were still afraid of Qin Yang's strength and did not dare to act rashly. Song Daming was in a stalemate over this. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, 300,000. If anyone can help me deal with this guy, I will give him the money immediately. Boom! At this moment, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the gangsters was ignited again. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. 300,000 was already a considerable sum of money for those of them who were living on the edge of a knife. This price is worth the risk. The next moment, there were several burly men among the gangsters. They held bayonets from their waists and said coldly to Qin Yang with ferocious faces, "Boy, if you don't want to be beaten to a pulp, then you should confess your crime to Master Song. If you really lose your life, don't blame us for being ruthless." When Song Daming saw the current scene, the corners of his mouth immediately curved into an arc, a very evil smile. "Humph, let's see what tricks you have now. Qin Yun, you can't run away. I'm going to have a good time with you in front of your brother." This moment, Song Daming's eyes couldn't help but become hot when he looked at Qin Yun. He seemed to be able to see the scene of Qin Yun being toyed with under his crotch. "You don't know your own limitations." Qin Yang's eyes flashed with disdain. He never took this gang of thugs seriously from the beginning to the end. Now, they dare to speak so brazenly in front of Qin Yang, they are simply courting their own destruction. Superior. There was a gleam of ferocity in the eyes of those burly thugs. In less than a moment, they united and launched an attack on Qin Yang at the same time. They are fast, but Qin Yang is even faster than them. Swish! Only a shadow was seen flying by. Qin Yang's figure disappeared on the spot. The thugs suddenly lost their target. Just as they were confused and looking for Qin Yang's trace. Bang bang bang! After several muffled groans, they were kicked hard in the lower back. The powerful impact caused them to lose their balance instantly and their faces hit the ground heavily. The ribs were broken and I will probably have to stay in the hospital for several months. Trash, all of them are trash. I paid you to come here to help me solve the problem. More than 20 people didn't even touch this kid's hair. What use do I have for you? Song Daming's eyes were filled with anger and he was extremely dissatisfied with what was happening before his eyes. If I had known earlier, I should have asked my family to send some bodyguards over. Only with their strength can they subdue this bastard. Seeing that something was wrong, Song Daming, who was hiding behind the gangsters, wanted to run away immediately. It's a pity that Qin Yang had already noticed it early on. He pushed off the ground with his legs and his body shot out like a cannonball. In just a moment, Song Daming's way was blocked. Why, you were so arrogant just now, but now it's only been a short while and you want to run away? You are a very good abacus guy. Unfortunately, I won't let you get away so easily. Qin Yang grinned and said with a playful look on his face. Chapter 37. Don't waste your energy. The person she likes is me. You, don't do anything stupid. If you dare to hurt me, I will not let you off easily. Song Daming's face turned pale. But even so, he still insisted on being stubborn and yelling in front of Qin Yang. Bang! Qin Yang swung his arm and slapped him. There is no need to explain too much to such a brainless person. Moreover, he had said before that if he dared to cause trouble again, his fate would be even worse. Since Qin Yang can say it, he will naturally do it. Asshole! Song Daming staggered and fell to the ground. Both the left and right sides of his face were branded with a bright red palm print, which looked quite symmetrical. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. In the face of Qin Yang's powerful strength, he was simply powerless to resist. Kneel down and admit your mistake, then slap yourself 100 times. Once you've done all this, I'll let you go. After a moment, Xin Yan walked up to Song Daming and spoke to him condescendingly. Bah, forget it. How could Song Daming be willing to suffer such humiliation? He rejected Qin Yang's proposal without even thinking about it. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and kicked Song Daming in the chest. This blow almost dislocated his internal organs. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth instantly, and his face couldn't help but twist. It was obvious that he was suffering from pain that ordinary people could not imagine. I'll give you one more chance, just speak nicely. Qin Yang smiled and stared at Song Daming. It seemed that if Song Daming's answer did not satisfy him, he would continue to suffer physical pain. I admit my mistake, please don't do it again. The look in Song Daming's eyes when he looked at Qin Yang was full of fear at this moment. This guy is simply a lunatic. They start fighting as soon as they disagree. If this continued, Song Daming was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by Qin Yang. Snap, snap, snap. Under Qin Yang's coercion, Song Daming had no choice but to get up from the ground, kneeling down and slapping himself in the face. He slapped her 100 times in 4 or 5 minutes. After the fight, his face was swollen like a pig, and it was completely unrecognizable compared to his previous appearance. Go away! Don't harass my sister anymore, or you'll end up in a worse situation than this time. Don't think I'm kidding you. Qin Yang, always keep my word. Qin Yang looked arrogant and shouted at Song Daming. And all of you, disappear from my sight in 10 seconds. The next second, Qin Yang warned the gang of thugs with sharp eyes. Everyone felt relieved. When he learned that he could leave, he ran faster than a rabbit. Brother, when did you become so powerful? With so many people, they can't hurt you at all. Qin Yan took a deep breath and stared at Qin Yang with shock in her eyes. Today alone, my brother has brought me so many surprises. You know, I like to exercise. Some time ago, I signed up for a boxing training class. I learned all these skills at that time. It's just that I didn't expect that I could be so good after just some casual practice. These few ordinary thugs are no match for me. Qin Yang smiled awkwardly, and then explained to Qin Yun. Real? Qin Yun looked doubtful, and her intuition told her that this must be a reason her brother had made up. However, seeing that he didn't want to tell the truth at all, Qin Yun didn't dare to ask any further questions. Of course, when has my brother ever lied to you? Qin Yang touched his nose. Although he knew that this reason was a bit far-fetched, he found a more appropriate excuse at the moment. It's getting late, you should go back to school. I'll call a special car for you. Send me a message when you get to the dormitory. Qin Yang did not give Qin Yun a chance to refuse. Soon, he took out his cell phone and started making arrangements. Before leaving, Qin Yang transferred 500,000 yuan into Qin Yun's bank account. Take this money and spend it first. If it's not enough, come back to me for more. There's no need to put yourself in a difficult position in the future. Qin Yun was naturally deeply moved by Qin Yang's generosity. Immediately, he thanked Qin Yang with an excited look on his face. After Qin Yun and Han Shi left, Qin Yang rode his motorcycle directly to Sophie's company. At this time, I think she should be getting off work soon. Qin Yang did not forget to make an appointment with Sophie for dinner and a movie in the evening. And at this time, the gate of Sophie company. A black Porsche 911 worth more than 2 million yuan was parked not far away. The trunk was opened and filled with roses and balloons. With such a scene, it is obvious that someone is preparing to confess his love. Qin Yang was bored waiting, so he walked over out of curiosity. The owner of the Porsche is a rich second generation who is about her age. He was wearing a neat suit and a pair of sunglasses. The hairstyle was specially fixed with hair wax, which looks extremely cool. Dude, who are you planning to confess to when you're blocking the entrance to the company? What's it to you? Gao Jun glanced at Qin Yang, and felt unhappy when he saw that this guy's appearance was a threat to him. At that moment, naturally, I didn't give him a good look. Qin Yang saw that the other person was inexplicably hostile towards him, so he didn't say anything more. He sat back on his motorcycle and subconsciously took out his cell phone from his pocket, intending to send a message to Sophie to ask her when she would get off work. Dark Horse Prince, Goddess Sue, how long will it take you to get off work? I'm already at the door of your company. Unfortunately, after Qin Yang sent the message, he didn't receive a reply from Sophie for several minutes. Out of boredom, he had no choice but to watch some videos. About 10 minutes later, Ding dong. Goddess Su finally replied. President Su, sorry, I was in a meeting in the conference room just now and didn't see your message. I'm done with my work here, I'll pack up and go down right away. Dark Horse Prince, it doesn't matter. It won't take too long. Just finish the work at hand, so we can have fun in the evening. Xin Yang was very considerate and had no intention of urging Sophie. In the president's office, Sophie leaned back on the sofa, looking at the message Xin Yang had just sent, a smile inexplicably appearing on the corner of her mouth. This guy is quite considerate. If it was someone else who had waited this long, they might have felt resentful. But now, he seems to understand me. See here. Sophie picked up her bag and immediately stood up and walked downstairs to the company. 5 or 6 minutes later, Sophie had just walked out of the company gate and was looking around for Xin Yang, but unexpectedly a man appeared in her sight. Gao Jun was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, and he expressed his love to Sophie with deep affection. Miss Su, since the first time I saw you, I have fallen in love with you. Every night, you appear in my dreams, which makes me realize that I can't live without you. I like you, please be my girlfriend. Faced with this sudden confession, Sophie's face showed astonishment, and she was obviously extremely surprised. Less than a moment later, Sophie rejected him face to face. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your confession because you're not my type at all. So what kind of man do you like? I can become better for you. Gao Jun refused to give up and immediately asked Sophie. No need to guess. The person she likes is me. You have no chance at all. A voice came from behind, instantly breaking the awkward situation. Chapter 38, Slap the Face of the Licking Dog. Rich second generation rewarded with 10 billion group shares. Ding, random mission released, host defends goddess and slaps the face of the licking rich second generation. The reward is worth 30% of the shares of China Resources Group worth 10 billion. Xin Yang was delighted, as this triggered another plot mission. And this time the reward is more generous than before. China Resources Group's businesses are mainly in catering, star-rated hotels, real estate, and clothing. In the Magic City, there is also a giant Buddha. These shares are worth billions and will continue to soar in value for a long time to come. Xin Yang didn't expect that his luck would be so good this time and he could get such a good reward. In an instant, the look in his eyes when he looked at Gao Jun became excited. Is it you? At this moment, Gao Jun turned around suddenly and Xin Yang's figure appeared in his sight. Isn't this the guy who just spoke to me? Yes, that's me. Xin Yang shrugged and a confident smile appeared on his face. Humph, you're just riding a broken motorcycle, how much is it worth? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? With Miss Su's vision, how could she be interested in you? Boy, I think you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Are you still dreaming? Gao Jun naturally would not believe Xin Yang's one-sided statement. Contempt immediately appeared on his face, and he spoke to him with a disdainful tone. Believe it or not, that's your business. Miss Su, let's go. Xin Yang withdrew his gaze from Gao Jun, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and then he spoke directly to Sophie. Good. Sophie completely ignored Gao Jun's existence and nodded to Xin Yang. Seeing the two of them about to leave together, Gao Jun finally came back to his senses from his shock. He shook his head violently, unable to believe what he saw. No, this is impossible. Miss Su was known for her high standards. How could she possibly be interested in a brat like you? Tell me the truth, what methods did you use to threaten Miss Su into submission? Gao Jun felt extremely unwilling. He simply couldn't bear to watch Sophie being taken away by Xin Yang. In just a moment, Gao Jun rushed up to the two of them and blocked their way. Get out of the way. A hint of coldness flashed in Xin Yang's eyes. He didn't want to use violence in front of Sophie, so he burst out with a strong aura, trying to intimidate Gao Jun. It's a pity that Gao Jun was not moved at all. I asked you a question, why didn't you answer me? You kid, do you really think that I, Gao Jun, am easy to mess with? Gao Jun's eyes were stern, and he wished he could give Xin Yang a good beating right now. It was this kid who ruined his own good deeds. If he doesn't pay the price, he will never be able to get over the anger in his heart. Miss Su has made it very clear just now. She doesn't like you at all and doesn't want to be your girlfriend. Are you deaf? Or do you just not understand what people are saying? I don't have time to waste time talking to you. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. Xin Yang's patience is limited. Especially since this guy confessed his love to Sophie in front of him, he already felt very uncomfortable. If Qin Yang hadn't wanted to show a perfect image in front of Sophie, he would have slapped her in the face long ago. There was no way he would have wasted so much time talking to her. If you have the guts, try it. I want to see how capable you are. You dare to act so presumptuously in front of me, Gao Jun. Gao Jun, however, is the eldest son of the Gao family and has been pampered since childhood. He now owns 3 companies with total assets exceeding 100 million. Not to mention that the Gao family behind him is also quite powerful in the whole country. There are few people who dare to offend Gao Jun, except for those young masters in the upper circles of Shanghai. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and slapped Gao Jun hard on the face. The sound is crisp and extremely loud. Asshole! How dare you hit me? A bright red palm print was imprinted on Gao Jun's face, and he could feel the burning pain even more. At this moment, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He subconsciously covered his cheek, and then stared at Qin Yang with cold eyes, wishing he could kill him. She actually made him lose face in front of the woman he loved. Isn't this what you asked for? I'm just doing what you want. Get out of my way, or I'll get slapped in the face. Qin Yang sneered, then took Sophie's hand and walked directly towards Harley-Davidson. Gao Jun originally wanted to step forward to stop it, but Qin Yang's slap just now almost knocked her unconscious. For a moment, I felt a little afraid of Qin Yang. Asshole, I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch the woman that Gao Jun likes, you must pay a painful price. And for this slap in the face, I will return it 100-fold and 1,000-fold. Gao Jun stared at Qin Yang's back with vicious eyes. Immediately, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number immediately. Check who is the man who has been close to Sophie recently. I want all his background information, the more detailed the better. Then, send someone to keep a close eye on him. Ding, random mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the shares of China Resources Group worth 10 billion. Within 24 hours, the top management of China Resources Group will contact the host to handle the handover procedures. Please wait patiently. Qin Yang was secretly excited to receive such a generous reward. However, he did not show it in front of Sophie. Qin Yang, thank you for helping me out. But you are still too impulsive. Gao Jun is not an ordinary person. His background is not simple. You slapped him in the face. With his personality, this matter will definitely not end. I'm afraid you may encounter a lot of trouble next. After walking a distance, Sophie looked at Qin Yang with concern and couldn't help but speak. Including this time, this is the second time Qin Yang has rescued himself. At the same time, he offended an unfathomable enemy. With Qin Yang's current strength, he is no match for these wealthy kids. She was very afraid that Qin Yang would be implicated because of her relationship. Don't worry, Miss Su. I'm sure I can handle it. Let's not talk about this for now, let's think about where to go for dinner next. Qin Yang smiled slightly, not taking what Sophie said to heart at all. With his current strength, he has enough confidence to challenge these so-called rich kids. Besides, as long as Sophie is around, the black technology system will continue to issue tasks. The more tasks he completes, the stronger he will become. Qin Yang is a smart man, so his goal is very clear and has never changed. You. Sophie frowned, seeming to be very unhappy with Qin Yang's attitude. After all, I told Qin Yang all this out of good intentions, wanting him to be alert and take precautions before anything happens. I know all about Miss Su's good intentions. But since I dare to do these things, I naturally have the courage to bear them. If we really encounter difficulties, don't we still have you? Will Miss Su just stand by and watch? In order to make Sophie relax, Qin Yang explained with a smile. Chapter 39 Goddess in Love Super Reward. You have a point. Seeing this, Sophie no longer bothered about this issue. Night falls quietly. Qin Yang and Sophie soon arrived at a nearby star-rated hotel called Paradise on Earth. The two people appeared in the hall and instantly caused a sensation. There is no other reason, it's just because they are both handsome and beautiful with outstanding temperament. People who don't know them would think they are just a pair of idle stars. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Qin Yang chose a quieter corner. Miss Su, if I remember correctly, your taste should be lighter. I've already ordered a few dishes, see if there's anything you want to add. Qin Yang sat opposite Sophie, took the menu from the waiter, ordered a few dishes first, and then handed the menu to Sophie. No, just order some. Sophie couldn't help feeling happy when she saw that Qin Yang remembered her taste so clearly. I immediately declined his proposal. Okay, let's serve these first. If they're not enough, we can add more. Qin Yang nodded and said to the waiter with a smile. By the way, I noticed that you have been quite free recently, so should there be no problem with your work? Sophie seemed to remember something. At this time, he looked at Qin Yang and asked curiously. You mean Black Swan's part-time job as a takeaway delivery man? I have already quit that job. Now I am a freelancer and do some investments. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Sophie would care about him so much. In less than a moment, he came to his senses and explained to Sophie with a smile. Quit? Why did you quit for no reason? So what are the returns from your investment now? Sophie frowned, seeming puzzled by Qin Yang's behavior. If you invest in stock market full-time and cannot guarantee profits, it is easy to lose all your money. It's okay. A few days ago, one of my brothers raised some money and asked me to help him invest in stocks. We have made a profit of 7-8 million yuan so far, and we split the profits in half. For now, we are not short of money to spend. Qin Yang thought about it and finally decided to reveal his financial strength to Sophie. Although he knew that this amount of money might not be much in Sophie's eyes. But at least it can prove that Qin Yang can fully guarantee his living by his own ability. At the same time, it also highlights one's own talents and abilities. So much? Sophie was also shocked when she heard the amount. In just a few days, Qin Yang was able to make so much money, which shows how talented he is in stock market investment. Although this amount was just a drop in the bucket in her eyes, the fact that Qin Yang could earn it in a short period of time was enough to prove his talent and ability. Such a potential stock was chosen by myself. At this moment, Sophie couldn't help but sigh that her vision for men was indeed equally outstanding. Not much. In half a month, the estimated value will skyrocket several times. By then, I shouldn't be short of money. If your company is short of funds and needs financing, you can come to me at any time. Don't think that Qin Yang said this in a small tone. But every word he said was true. Even without counting the group shares he currently holds and the luxury homes he owns, the amount in his bank account alone is a full 10 million. Not to mention, when the stock market investment ends, he will be able to get a considerable amount of money. Qin Yang, I didn't expect that. I still underestimated you. Sophie took a deep breath, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yang changed. Less contempt and more admiration. The guy in front of me is simply a treasure boy. He is handsome, gentle, has a positive outlook on love, no bad habits, and possesses many talents and abilities. Now, even the ability to make money has far exceeded Sophie's expectations. There is absolutely no blind spot in 360 degrees. He is like the male god that countless women dream of. Right now, I just have a special liking for her. Sophie felt an unprecedented joy in her heart. This would make her several times happier than if she had signed several big orders. Maybe I should give him a chance and try dating him for a while? At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in Sophie's mind. If you miss this man, you may never meet him again. Miss Sue, thank you for the compliment. I can barely make a living, I can't compare with you at all. Qin Yang looked humble and seemed to be complimenting Sophie. Qin Yang, can I ask you a question? Sophie's eyes flickered. She hesitated for a while and then stared at Qin Yang. Miss Sue, just ask whatever you want to ask. Qin Yang nodded slightly, signaling Sophie to speak directly. What do you like about me? Or what attracts you to me? As soon as she finished speaking, Sophie looked at Qin Yang expectantly, wanting to get an answer from him. To be honest, if Qin Yang said that he only liked her beauty, she would think that this man was superficial. This made Sophie very disgusted because the countless men who had confessed their love to her before were all after her wealth and beauty. To be honest, there are many beautiful women around me, and I often ask myself why I don't like them. I never understood this feeling until I met you. I cannot deny that I like your beauty and your unique temperament. But more than that, I like your character and values. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't be so comfortable with each other. It feels like we met too late. Qin Yang thought for a long time before organizing his words to speak to Sophie. This answer came completely from his heart and was sincere. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. The reason why Qin Yang fell in love with Sophie at first sight was probably because of this. Your answer satisfies me. I'm willing to try dating you for a while. It will last for 2 months. If we get along well and really feel that we are good to each other, we can officially confirm our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. What do you think? Sophie hesitated for a moment. In the end, he mustered up the courage to tell Qin Yang his thoughts. Boom! Qin Yang felt as if a bolt of thunder had fallen on his head, completely stunning him. It took him a moment to recover from his shock. Miss Su, is what you just said true? Are you sure you are not kidding me? Until this moment, Qin Yang still couldn't believe his slap, and confirmed with Sophie with a nervous face. Sure, I'm serious. Why, don't you want to? Sophie's eyes flickered and she looked at Qin Yang in surprise. No, I do. I very much do. I just feel that this is all too surreal and I can hardly believe it. Qin Yang was excited and replied with a smile. Ding, the core mission is released. If you win the heart of the goddess within 2 months, you will be rewarded with all the shares of the Civet Cat Group worth 100 billion, a Bugatti Chiron supercar worth 100 million, a Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee watch worth 80 million, and a random god-level skill, and 3,000 points. Confused. I was stunned. This is the most generous reward package Qin Yang has ever seen. The total value exceeds 100 billion. Chapter 40, Watching a Movie with Tsundere Goddess Su. Qin Yang was secretly ecstatic about the core task issued by the Black Technology System at this time. As long as he can complete this task, he can get these rewards and become a billionaire. From now on, I will never be short of money. Qin Yang, then I will wait and see your performance next. Sophie has made it clear and has officially given Qin Yang the opportunity to pursue her. As long as Qin Yang makes a little effort, and if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the two of them officially establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Don't worry, I will do my best and will never let you down. Qin Yang nodded vigorously, still looking a little excited. Not long. The waiter then brought the dishes and placed them on the table one by one. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Around 8 o'clock. Qin Yang took Sophie out of the hotel gate. After finding out there was a cinema nearby, Qin Yang decided to reserve a seat in advance. Ms. Su. Don't call me Miss Su, it sounds strange. Just call me Sophie or Fair. Qin Yang was just about to ask Sophie what type of movie she wanted to watch. But I didn't expect that I would be interrupted before I could even finish my words. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yang immediately smiled, and then asked in a gentle voice, Fair, this is the cinema's schedule for tonight. Take a look and see if there is any movie you want to watch. After saying that, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand his cell phone to Sophie. A romantic movie, this one. Sophie usually leads a leisurely life and usually never goes to the movies. However, this doesn't mean she isn't interested. She quickly picked out a movie called Unforgettable Love from the action, horror and romance movie genres. Okay, I'll start booking a seat now. Qin Yang smiled slightly and stared at Sophie with interest. He didn't expect that Sophie, who looked like an ice goddess, actually liked to watch this type of movie. However, Qin Yang did not dare to ask more questions. Okay. Soon, the two headed straight to the cinema. About 20 minutes. Qin Yang and Sophie appeared at the entrance of the cinema. Go sit on the sofa over there. I'll go get your tickets and buy you something to eat. Qin Yang was afraid that Sophie would be uncomfortable standing and waiting in her high heels. Therefore, he didn't want her to queue with him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sophie felt warm inside and naturally did not reject Qin Yang's proposal. She walked and sat on the sofa, but her eyes were always on Qin Yang and never left. This Qin Yang is quite careful. Sophie usually wears professional attire and high heels when she goes to work, and her feet usually ache after standing for a long time. Qin Yang must have noticed this, so he felt sorry for her and asked her to sit down and rest while he waited in line. Although this was a very small action, Sophie saw it and was naturally touched. Fortunately, Qin Yang didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, he bought milk tea and some snacks, took out the movie tickets, and then walked towards Sophie. Sorry to have kept you waiting. There are quite a lot of people coming to watch the movie today, and they all have to queue up to get their tickets. Nua, I bought you some milk tea and snacks, so you can satisfy your cravings while watching the movie later. Qin Yang sat next to Sophie. This was the first time the two of them had such close contact. He could clearly smell the lavender perfume emanating from Sophie, which was elegant, not pungent, and smelled particularly pleasant. Actually, you don't have to buy these. I don't usually drink milk tea or eat snacks. I pay more attention to maintaining my figure. Sophie smiled sweetly, looked into Qin Yang's eyes, and then spoke slowly. So that's how it is. It's all my fault for not asking you first. In that case, let's give these to other people. Otherwise, it would be a shame to throw them away. Qin Yang touched his nose, never expecting that his efforts were in vain. Subconsciously, there was a hint of frustration on his face, and he was about to give the milk tea and snacks that he had queued up for to buy to other people. After all, it is impossible for him to eat so much by himself. But just as Qin Yang stood up and was about to speak to the couple next to him, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Sophie. After all, you queued up hard to buy it for me. If I don't accept it, it would be too inhumane. Give it to me. It's just right for me to have a taste. Sophie's cheeks blushed and she looked a little shy. She just felt in her heart that she couldn't let Qin Yang down. You can't just give away the things he queued up for so hard to buy to other people for no reason, right? You don't want it? Qin Yang said subconsciously. I changed my mind. Bring it here. Sophie grumbled. Then, he reached out to Qin Yang to ask for it. Seeing this, Qin Yang showed a smile. He knew that the reason Sophie changed her mind was probably because she didn't want to waste his kindness. Okay, all for you. This episode undoubtedly brought the two closer together. Finally, the movie is about to begin. Qin Yang and Sophie stood up and walked towards the inner hall of the cinema. Since I bought a seat relatively far back, no one could disturb me. The field of view is wide and the viewing experience is full. In front of Qin Yang and Sophie, there were also many couples sitting. They behaved affectionately and cuddled up to each other. Qin Yang looked at it and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He glanced secretly at Sophie, but he never imagined that she was also secretly looking at him. For a moment, the two looked at each other. The air was silent, and neither of them spoke. In the end, Qin Yang felt guilty, so he gave a dry laugh and took the lead in shifting his gaze to other places. The movie begins. Sophie's attention was quickly focused on the screen. She almost forgot when was the last time she went to the cinema. Now I am in the cinema again and I was immediately attracted. While drinking milk tea and eating snacks in her hand, she felt extremely relaxed whole body and mind, and completely forgot about the existence of Qin Yang beside her. This kind of goddess Sue is more real. Looking at this scene, Qin Yang's mouth curled up slightly, feeling that Sophie was particularly real. Sophie was absorbed in the plot of the movie, but Qin Yang was looking at her carefully. Every inch of skin and makeup on your face. It seems that he is completely attracted by Sophie's beauty. You're not watching the movie, why are you staring at me? Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Sophie then realized that Qin Yang was not watching the movie properly and his attention was always on her. And I don't know when this situation started. I just think you're better looking than the movie. So, it's inevitable to take a few more glances. Qin Yang didn't feel embarrassed either. In front of Sophie, he took the initiative to confess. These words instantly made Sophie's heart beat faster. What nonsense are you talking about? Sophie looked shy and couldn't stand Qin Yang's eager gaze at all. He immediately turned his face to the other direction to relieve his inner excitement. Don't you know the saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? In my eyes, you are unique. No movie or beautiful scenery can compare to your smile. Qin Yang completely ignored Sophie's shyness and spoke directly from his heart. Chapter 41. Do you want to come to my house? Qin Yang, tell me the truth, are you sure you have never been in a relationship before? After hesitating for a few seconds, Sophie finally turned her head back. At this time, she looked at Qin Yang seriously and questioned him. No. Qin Yang shook his head. Then where did you learn these love words from? You can tell from the looks of it that this is your usual routine. You just say it without thinking. If you say you've never been in love before, I'll be the first one to not believe it. There was a hint of doubt in Sophie's eyes. It's not that she didn't believe Qin Yang, she just thought this guy was too good at talking. Those words just now left her completely defenseless. It would be fine if it was any other rich second-generation young man, but these words came from Qin Yang's mouth. For a moment, Sophie couldn't help but think too much. Hey, that's it? I learned all these tricks on the spot. If you don't like what I say, I'll change it. Why do you keep doubting that I've been in a relationship before? Qin Yang quickly came to his senses and realized that his behavior might have made Sophie suspicious. After giving a wry smile, he immediately began to secretly warn himself that he must never make a slip of the tongue again in the future. Otherwise, it might cause more misunderstandings. Remember this, you are now Sophie's nominal boyfriend, so you must not act so frivolously in front of other members of the opposite sex. I, Sophie, can't afford to lose this person. Sophie's angry look was extremely cute in Qin Yang's eyes. Of course, her words had another meaning. Qin Yang couldn't say such things to other women except Sophie. It can be seen that Sophie also has her own little tricks. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, and then quickly apologized to Sophie. I'm sorry, I will pay attention next time, please don't be angry with me. Snort. Sophie didn't say anything either, she just snorted. After that, the two did not continue the conversation. As the plot of the movie progresses, the most high-energy moment comes. In a love movie, there is always one scene that is most touching. Sophie was completely immersed in it. Although she has never been in love, women are naturally emotional. No matter how cold she appears to be, she is very soft-hearted at heart. She was moved, her eyes were red and crystal tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Qin Yang naturally noticed this scene. Fortunately, he was prepared and quickly took out a tissue from his pocket. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to wipe Sophie's tears. Thank you. Sophie finally came to her senses. She found herself crying in front of Qin Yang. She became nervous when he saw her weakest side. Fair, you don't have to be so strong in front of me. With me here, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I can protect you from the wind and rain. Qin Yang's eyes were filled with heartache. Sophie appears to be glamorous and successful on the surface, but in fact she is under tremendous pressure. Qin Yang was very clear about this. He wanted to give Sophie a shoulder to lean on and show her delicate side. I'm fine. Sophie shook her head, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and hugged Sophie's head directly, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. I'm serious. As long as I'm here, I will never let you suffer any injustice. Sophie wanted to break free, but she was no match for Qin Yang. Seeing this, she had no choice but to give up. She leaned on the man's shoulder like a little bird, and the feeling was extremely wonderful. Warm and touching. For some unknown reason, Sophie actually began to enjoy it. This continued until the end of the movie. In the cinema, everyone left one after another. Sophie was about to leave Qin Yang's shoulder, but was stopped by a big hand. No hurry, let's wait a little longer. I think you have never been so relaxed as you are now. In this case, enjoy yourself for a while. Soon, Qin Yang's voice was heard. To be honest, Qin Yang's voice is very nice. It's the kind of heavenly sound that can make you imagine a handsome man just by listening to his voice over the phone. Surprisingly, Sophie did not refuse. Just like that, after everyone in the cinema left, Qin Yang and Sophie stayed for another 10 minutes. If it weren't for the staff in the cinema interrupting and ruining their alone time, I'm afraid neither of them would be willing to leave. It's still early, shall we go for a walk? Qin Yang looked at the time and it was just past 9 o'clock. It would be too early to send Sophie back now. He thought about it and then made a suggestion to Sophie. Okay. Sophie agreed without hesitation. At night, the breeze blowing on your face makes you feel extremely cool. When Qin Yang saw Sophie was wearing so little, he immediately took off his coat and put it on her. Thanks. Sophie was warmed by Qin Yang's actions. After being shy for a while, she thanked Qin Yang. Let's go over there and take a look. Riverside. The two walked side by side, and the dim street lights lengthened their shadows. At this moment, the two of them looked like a couple in love, making others envious. Qin Yang, do you have any plans for the future? Sophie thought about it and took the initiative to break the silence. Not yet. Qin Yang shook his head and then explained. I care more about the present than the future. There's a saying that goes, we don't know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, so we should enjoy life while we can. Live every day well and don't let yourself regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang looked at Sophie curiously and asked, Fair, what is your goal? I have always wanted to be a professional woman and make my company bigger and stronger. But after meeting you, I suddenly realized that there is another way for me to live. Maybe I can give it a try. Sophie smiled and then said, Whatever decision you make, I support you. After all, doing what you want to do is a happy thing. Qin Yang's eyes revealed his love for Sophie. he discovered that the woman in front of him had a unique charm that fascinated him. No wonder he was able to buy into the goddess strategy system only after meeting Sophie. I am very happy today, thank you for everything you have done for me. Sophie's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Qin Yang with burning eyes. This man brought her too many unexpected surprises today. You're welcome. When you have time, we can make another appointment. If you want to go somewhere, you can tell me in advance and I will go with you. Qin Yang spoke without even thinking. Good. The locomotive engine started, turning into a beautiful landscape. Sophie sat in the back seat, hugged Qin Yang's waist tightly with both hands, and headed straight for home. An hour later. The main gate of the villa. Qin Yang stopped the car, put one foot on the ground, turned around and said to Sophie. Fair, we're here, get off the car. Qin Yang, do you want to come to my house and sit down? Sophie hesitated for a while, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. Forget it. You've been working hard all day, go home and take a hot bath and rest early. Good night, and have a sweet dream. It was already past 11 o'clock, and Qin Yang was afraid that it would be inappropriate to enter Sophie's house at this time. So he shook his head and refused with a smile. Chapter 42. This is what I should do as a boyfriend. Well, be careful on your way back. Seeing Qin Yang's tactful refusal, Sophie did not force it. On the contrary, her favorable impression of Qin Yang increased again. As expected, he is worthy of being the man she likes. His character and responsibility are obvious to all. Okay, I'll watch you go in. Qin Yang smiled and signaled to Sophie with his eyes. Sophie nodded and quickly walked into the villa. Return to Jiangwan community. Qin Yang walked into his room and took a comfortable hot bath. While wiping his hair, he took out his cell phone and looked through Sophie's circle of friends. She only occasionally posts some updates about food and scenery, and there are almost no photos of herself. It seems like I need to find a chance to take some photos so I can use them as wallpapers for my phone. Qin Yang thought, since he chose to date Sophie, he naturally had to take it seriously. No words were spoken that night. The next morning. When the warm sunlight shines through the windowsill and onto the floor of Qin Yang's room. He rubbed his eyes and gradually woke up. I picked up the phone on the counter and checked the time. 8:10 a.m. Oh no, I forgot to set the alarm last night and overslept. Qin Yang immediately jumped up from the bed. While putting on his clothes and shoes, he ran straight to the bathroom to wash up. Afterwards, he immediately walked out of the room and rushed to the kitchen. It took me about 20 minutes to make breakfast. Brother Qin, you came back so late yesterday, why didn't you sleep a little longer? You even got up so early in the morning to make breakfast for me. How embarrassing. Jiang Bei heard some noise in the kitchen and came over without him noticing. Seeing that Qin Yang was busy, he couldn't help but smile and spoke to himself. Jiang Bei, you think too much. This breakfast is not prepared for you. If you want to eat, either make it yourself or buy it outside. Seeing Jiang Bei's narcissistic expression, Qin Yang instantly rolled his eyes at him. And then, he attacked in an unpleasant tone. What? It's not made for me? Brother Qin, you have changed. You were not like this before. Could it be that this breakfast was specially made for that queen-like CEO? No way, has your relationship developed so fast? I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've seen you cook for a woman. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked shocked and could hardly believe his ears. Is the man in front of me still the Qin Yang I know? He had only known Sophie for a few days, but such a big change had happened. Could it be that I was really brainwashed by President Su? Get out of the way now and don't interfere with my work. Qin Yang did not explain much, obviously agreeing with Jiang Bei's statement. Oh my god. This news is more shocking than if I won the lottery. Brother Qin, you either don't have a relationship or you can do it so quickly. I really admire you. Jiang Bei couldn't help but sigh. There was a flash of gossip in his eyes instantly. When you have time, bring your sister-in-law back to let me meet her. I still can't believe that you can conquer President Su. Qin Yang did not respond, all his attention was focused on the movements in his hands. Okay, we'll talk about it later. 10 minutes later. Qin Yang packed his breakfast in a bag, then went out with his keys. Jiang Bei's curiosity was instantly aroused, and he actually had the idea of following Qin Yang. Forget it. If Brother Qin knew that I was following him, he would definitely be very angry. I'd better just keep an eye on my stock market and avoid any accidents. Anyway, when the time is right, I will be able to meet the real master. Less than an hour. The gate of the Su family's luxury villa. Ding dong. Qin Yang stood at the door with breakfast and quickly pressed the doorbell. Strange, who would ring the doorbell so early in the morning? Could it be that Qin Yang brought me breakfast again? At this time, Sophie had just finished washing up in the bathroom and was about to go to the cloakroom to change clothes. I thought to myself after hearing the doorbell. After a moment, she put down the clothes in her hands and walked directly to the lobby on the first floor. Looking at the surveillance screen, I immediately saw a familiar figure. Is it really him? Sophie was shocked and quickly quickened her pace to open the door of the villa herself. Qin Yang, why are you here? After seeing Qin Yang's face, Sophie said in surprise. Why, I can't come. Qin Yang smiled indifferently, then spoke. No, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect that you would come and bring me breakfast today. Sophie really didn't expect this, so her heartbeat quickened and she looked a little excited. Then you have to learn to adapt. Because from now on I will make breakfast for you and bring it to you personally. When you finish eating, I'll drive you to work. Qin Yang said this, but in fact he did not consider himself an outsider. He walked directly into the villa. Will this be too much trouble for you? Sophie felt a little surprised, but she didn't say it. At this moment, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face, but she finally looked at Qin Yang and asked. No trouble. This is what I should do as a boyfriend. I finally got this opportunity, which allows me to perform well. Do you want to reject my kindness? Qin Yang frowned and stared at Sophie as he spoke. No, that's not what I meant. Okay, since you want to send it, then let's do as you wish. Sophie knew in her heart that Qin Yang wanted to perform well in front of her because of what he said yesterday. She naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, the two walked to the villa lobby. Qin Yang put the breakfast in his hand on the dining table and then found the bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen. Fresh meat ravioli and pasta. Although time was not abundant, fortunately Qin Yang had prepared the materials in advance, so he was able to make it in a hurry. Qin Yang, I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. Sophie looked up at Qin Yang and greeted him. No problem. I'll wait for you. Qin Yang nodded without hesitation. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Sophie walked back to the cloakroom and looked at the dazzling array of clothes on the hangers. She couldn't help but feel troubled for a moment. I was thinking about what style I should wear to surprise Qin Yang. Qin Yang was completely unaware of this. He was downstairs, waiting for about 10 minutes. Day. The sound of high heels hitting the floor became louder and louder. Qin Yang raised his eyes and immediately saw a fairy who was so beautiful that she seemed to be otherworldly. Sophie was wearing a white gauze dress, revealing a pair of long, white legs at her feet. The angelic face, the devilish figure, and the outfit at the moment made Qin Yang stare in amazement. Fair, you look so beautiful today. Qin Yang quickly praised him. Just today? Wasn't I beautiful before? Sophie smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked at Qin Yang. Of course not. It's just that you are dressed up today and look even more charming than before. What Qin Yang said at this time was all from the bottom of his heart, without a single falsehood. Chapter 43 Goddess Favorability +2. You just know how to talk nonsense. Sophie rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Although Sophie knew that the other party was praising her on purpose, she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. Then she walked gracefully to the dining table and sat down. Qin Yang, did you cook all these breakfasts yourself? Sophie looked at the breakfast on the table and asked Qin Yang in surprise. That's natural. Why, isn't it to your taste? Qin Yang nodded. Immediately, a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. No, I like it very much. When I was very young, my grandmother often made me fresh meat wontons. But since she passed away, I have never eaten it again. Sophie shook her head subconsciously and immediately took the initiative to explain. Really? In that case, try it right away. Qin Yang is quite confident in his cooking skills. Although he is not a professional chef, his cooking skills are not much inferior to theirs. Listening to Sophie talking about the fresh meat wontons made by her grandmother, Qin Yang felt a sense of anticipation. I long to make the fresh meat wontons myself so that Sophie would be satisfied. Good. Sophie wasn't being pretentious. Soon she sat on the chair, picked up the chopsticks beside her, and then took the initiative to pick up a piece of wonton and put it in her mouth to chew. After a moment, Sophie's eyes widened and her whole expression was filled with surprise. Tasty. Sophie's eyes subconsciously swept towards Qin Yang, and she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Since it tastes good, then you can eat more. These are all for you. Qin Yang was sitting in front of Sophie. He held his chin with both hands and stared at Sophie with a smile on his face. Seeing her enjoying her meal, I felt particularly excited. Try it too. Sophie felt a little embarrassed when she saw Qin Yang watching her eat. So, she picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat wonton, and handed it to Qin Yang's mouth. Qin Yang's expression froze and he was stunned at first. However, when I saw Sophie's serious eyes, I knew she was not joking. Instead, I specifically wanted to share the food with myself. Seeing this, Qin Yang's mouth curved up into an arc, and a smile filled his entire face. He did not refuse and put the fresh meat wontons into his mouth. Fair, you can tell me what you want for breakfast in the future, and I will cook it for you myself. If I don't know how to do it, I'll learn it and I'll make sure you're satisfied. This was the first time Qin Yang was willing to make breakfast for a person of the opposite sex other than his family members. And he really enjoyed this feeling and never got tired of it. It doesn't matter. As long as you make it, I like it. Sophie's cheeks turned slightly red at some point, and her expression looked full of shyness. She looks even more charming and attractive than her usual image. Qin Yang looked at this scene and was stunned for a few seconds, and instantly lost his mind. Did you see enough, idiot? Sophie naturally noticed Qin Yang's straight gaze, and felt even more embarrassed for a moment, and immediately said to him coquettishly. Not enough. There was no trace of fear on Qin Yang's face. The next moment, he looked at Sophie seriously and said gently. You are so beautiful that I will never get tired of seeing you even if I see you every day. Plop. Plop. Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her cheeks turned red and her whole face looked extremely shy. What are you talking about? Are you going to let me have breakfast? Sophie felt as if her heart was beating wildly. She subconsciously lowered her head and didn't dare to meet Qin Yang's eyes. Good job. This was the first time in her life that she felt so shy. This guy is so smooth talking. How come I didn't notice it when I was with him before? When Qin Yang saw Sophia's shy face, the smile on his face became more obvious. After a while, he said. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. I'll take you to work later. Sophie still didn't dare to look up. But the chopsticks in his hand did not slow down. In about 10 minutes, she had finished eating all the meat wontons in the bowl. Qin Yang took the initiative to clean up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. Sophie looked at Qin Yang's back, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she didn't know what she was thinking for a moment. Okay, let's go out. When Qin Yang came out of the kitchen, he said to Sophie. Qin Yang, drive my car to the company later. That motorcycle of yours seems a little out of place. Sophie picked up her bag, took out the key to the Maserati sports car from it, then walked to Qin Yang and handed it to him. Indeed. Then it seems I have to buy a car to facilitate our future travels. Qin Yang rides a motorcycle because he likes the unrestrained and free feeling. But if it is used to pick up Sophie to and from get off work, it is obviously not suitable. No, I have a Porsche 911 in my garage. If you don't mind, you can take it and drive it. Otherwise, it will just gather dust in the garage. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Sophie spoke immediately. Is this appropriate? At this moment, Qin Yang couldn't help scratching his hair, feeling like he was being kept by a rich woman. Something's inappropriate. The car is only driven for you, not directly given to you. Of course, if you don't want it, you can buy another one yourself. You are not short of money now anyway. Sophie spread her hands, looking indifferent. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he hesitated. If he rejected Sophie's kindness at this moment, it would most likely make the other party unhappy. Okay, let's do as you say. When I get back, I'll drive away the Porsche 911 in your garage. In the end, Qin Yang chose to accept Sophie's kindness. Ding, the goddess favorability towards the host increases by +2. A series of electronic sounds came from Qin Yang's mind. At this moment, he found a virtual screen appeared in front of Sophie. Sophie's favorability towards me has reached 85. It seems that my actions just now have made Sophie's favorability towards me increase a little bit again. Women are indeed not creatures that can be measured by common sense. Fortunately, Qin Yang did not make the wrong decision. The main entrance of the villa. Qin Yang and Sophie were sitting in a fiery red Maserati sports car. The engine started, and with a roar, it drove directly towards the company. 9:45. The sports car stopped at the gate of Sophie Company. Qin Yang got out of the car first and opened the door for Sophie. Then, Sophie appeared gracefully. There were quite a few pedestrians passing by. They all stopped at this moment and looked at Qin Yang and Sophie. Isn't that the cold and majestic President Su? Who is the handsome guy next to her? Looking at how close they are probably dating. This is big news. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that President Su, the icy queen, would actually get so close to the opposite sex. Who is that handsome guy? He has a handsome face and outstanding temperament. Could he be the young master of a wealthy family? For a moment, everyone present was talking about it and acting as the gossip party of UC Shock Department. Chapter 44, the news that President Su, the iceberg queen, is in love causes a sensation in the company. Qin Yang, I'm going to work first. Sophie lifted her hair from her forehead, looked at Qin Yang, and spoke in a gentle voice. Go ahead. If you need anything, feel free to call me. 24 hours, dedicated to serving Goddess Su. Qin Yang bowed slightly and performed a gentlemanly etiquette. Good. Sophie's mouth corners slightly raised, and a smile spread across her face. After saying that, she walked towards the company gate with graceful steps. Qin Yang did not leave immediately, but stood there, watching Sophie's figure gradually disappear before he sat in the driving seat of the sports car and stepped on the accelerator to leave. Company front desk. Xiaoqian saw Sophie walk out of the elevator and walk towards her. He immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet her. Hello, President Su. Sophie was in a good mood today, and subconsciously nodded to Xiaoqian as a greeting. Hello, President Su. On the way to the president's office, the company employees greeted Sophie as usual. If Sophie had followed her previous style, she would have almost ignored it. But in cash, she actually had a smile on her face and nodded to everyone. This scene instantly made everyone feel incredible. As soon as Sophie walked into the president's office, everyone immediately became lively. Was I dazzled just now? President Su actually smiled? And he took the initiative to say hello to us? Could it be that President Su took the wrong medicine? This is too abnormal and does not fit her style at all. I know about this. I just went downstairs to pick up a package and saw a handsome guy personally driving our CEO Su to work. The two were talking and laughing, and it looked like they were dating. This is impossible. Our President Su has such high standards and has so many suitors around her, but she has never been interested in any of them. How can she just fall in love? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? At this time, the president's secretary Shuya came over. That's enough. It's working hours now. Everyone should focus on work and not gossip about Mr. Su's private affairs. Otherwise, if President Su gets angry, you all know the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately shut up, quickly sat back at their workstations, and dared not discuss anything anymore. Shuya, come to my office for a moment. It was at this time. The door of the president's office was pushed open, and Sophie's voice came from inside. Okay. Shuya quickly responded, then put down everything she was doing and ran to the door of the president's office. Boom, boom, boom. Shuya stopped and fixed her makeup before knocking on the door. Come in. Sophie's voice came from the office. After getting permission, Shuya pushed the door and walked in. Boss Su. Shuya stood in front of Sophie and said respectfully. What was that noise outside the door just now? Sophie held the teacup and took a sip. Then he looked up at Shuya and asked curiously. She was not deaf. She must have noticed the loud noise outside just now. Boss Su, I. Shuya was stunned, obviously not expecting Sophie to ask such a question. For a moment, she was speechless and didn't know how to answer. You can just say it straight. Colleagues outside the door are discussing whether Mr. Su is in a relationship. For 2 consecutive days, President Su was sent to work by a mysterious handsome guy. That's why everyone couldn't help but gossip. Seeing that Sophie's eyes were determined to get to the bottom of the matter, Shuya gritted her teeth and told the truth. So that's why. After hearing what Shuya said, Sophie came back to her senses. I didn't expect that Qin Yang sending me to work would cause such a big commotion in the company. Boss Su, don't worry. I'll warn them when I get out later not to talk about your private affairs behind your back. Seeing that Sophie didn't speak for a long time, Shuya thought she was angry. He immediately thought of a remedy and spoke to her. It doesn't matter. Everyone will know about this sooner or later anyway. Sophie waved her hand and immediately rejected Shuya's proposal. What? Boss Su, is everything they said true? Shuya was stunned for a while before she could help but muster up the courage to ask. That's right. I am indeed dating Qin Yang now. Go out later and tell everyone the news truthfully. From now on, they won't have to make groundless speculations about me behind my back. Isn't it just a love affair? It's not something shameful. Sophie walked and sat upright, so there was no need for her to be afraid of what others said. Okay. Boss Su, do you have any other instructions? Shuya's face was filled with shock. After finally coming back to his senses, he asked Sophie. No more, get out. After Sophie finished speaking, she immediately signaled Shuya to leave the office. Shuya nodded, then walked out of the office and closed the door behind her. Whoosh whoosh. Shuya took a deep breath and tried to digest this explosive news. As Shuya confirmed it herself. Just 1 hour. The news that the Icy Queen President Su was in love spread throughout the entire building. Everyone is very curious about the background of President Su's mysterious boyfriend. Qin Yang was completely unaware of all this. Mr. Qin, I'm Xiao, the president of China Resources Group. Are you free now? Regarding the acquisition of 30% of our China Resources Group's shares, you still need to come here in person to handle the formalities. At this time, Qin Yang was driving a Maserati and didn't know where to go. The phone in my pocket immediately started ringing. He had just pressed the answer button when a deep voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I received 30% of the shares of China Resources Group yesterday, but I have not received any news to inform me to go through the formalities. Qin Yang just remembered at this time. No problem, I'll go over there right now. Qin Yang turned on the navigation and found the address of China Resources Group. He stepped on the accelerator and the car speed increased instantly. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the group. China Resources Group, inside the president's office. After Xiao hung up the phone, his brows relaxed slightly. From the sound of his voice, this Mr. Qin should not be very old. To be able to come up with such a large sum of money at once, his origin must be extraordinary. We must not offend him easily. After figuring this out, Xiao immediately picked up the phone on the desk. Secretary Su, inform everyone that a major shareholder of the group will be coming over later. Have everyone prepare for the welcoming ceremony. Okay, Mr. Xia. Less than an hour. Qin Yang drove a Maserati sports car and appeared at the entrance of the China Resources Group building. Qin Yang opened the car door and walked out in a dashing manner. Sir, you can't park here. Before Qin Yang had taken a few steps, he was blocked by a security guard. Then help me move it. Qin Yang took out the key to the Maserati and threw it directly to the security guard. The security guard subconsciously reached out and grabbed the key. When he turned around, Qin Yang had already walked into the hall. Then, Qin Yang spoke directly to the front desk staff. Hello, my name is Qin Yang. Your President Xiao just called me and asked me to come over to handle the equity transfer procedures. Chapter 45. Wait, I'll come pick you up. Are you Mr. Qin? The beautiful front desk clerk had received a notice from the group earlier. They said that the group's major shareholder would come and asked everyone to be prepared to welcome him. Seeing that Qin Yang was so young and also a rare handsome guy, she was completely stunned. It's me. Qin Yang nodded and admitted the truth. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I will notify our CEO Xia immediately. The beautiful employee looked excited. He quickly picked up the phone on the table and immediately dialed the president's office. In less than a few minutes, the elevator door opened. Xiao's figure appeared in the hall, followed by a group of people, walking towards Qin Yang in a mighty manner. Are you Mr. Qin Yang? Xiao walked closer, looked at Qin Yang with a shocked look and asked. Yes, you are President Xiao Xia? Qin Yang smiled slightly, then spoke. Mr. Qin, you are really young and promising. At your age, you have become a major shareholder of China Resources Group. This achievement alone is enough for most people to look up to you. What Xiao said was not entirely a compliment. He was telling the truth. After all, not everyone in their early 20s could come up with such a large sum of money to acquire 30% of the shares of China Resources Group worth tens of billions. At least, Qin Yang was the first one he met. Mr. Xia, you are overpraising me. Let's talk business. Qin Yang smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. This was originally a reward from the black technology system, and he didn't spend much effort to obtain it. Mr. Qin, this way please. Xiao nodded respectfully, then turned his body to the side and made an inviting gesture. Soon, Qin Yang, accompanied by Xiao, came to the president's office. Secretary Su had already prepared the tea and brought it directly to Qin Yang. Then, he took out another document and handed it to Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, this is your equity agreement. As long as you sign your name, you will own 30% of the shares of China Resources Group and become the second largest shareholder of the group. Xiao looked at Qin Yang and said respectfully, "Okay, I'll take a look first." Qin Yang nodded, and then quickly checked the document. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he took the pen from Secretary Su and signed his name on the contract. The contract is made in duplicate. Qin Yang kept one copy for himself, and the other copy was taken away directly by Secretary Su. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for becoming the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. If you have any questions in the future, please give me your guidance. Xiao hurriedly congratulated him and gave Qin Yang enough face. Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite. I won't interfere in the affairs of the group. Everything is still under your control. Unless the group is going to make some major decision, there is no need to bother me if there is nothing else. After all, I still recognize President Xiao's abilities. Qin Yang looked very serious and didn't seem to be being polite at all. Seeing this, Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Qin Yang, who was still very young, would interfere with the group's operations once he became a shareholder of the group. Now it seems obvious that he was overthinking it. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your trust. Through simple chatting, Xiao developed a certain liking for Qin Yang. The other party is of noble status and has elegant manners. He must be from a big family. Mr. Qin, this is my business card. If you need anything, just come to me. Xiao took out a business card from his arms, and then handed it respectfully to Qin Yang with both hands. Secretary Su, please help me get the paper and pen. Qin Yang didn't have a business card, so naturally he couldn't exchange it with Xiao. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Secretary Su beside him. Mr. Qin, here you go. Soon, Secretary Su brought paper and pen and handed them to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and nodded, then picked up a pen and wrote a string of numbers on the paper. Boss Xia, this is my personal contact information. Please don't spread it around. After saying that, he handed the paper to Xiao. I will definitely remember Mr. Qin's instructions. Xiao looked respectful and folded the paper and put it into his pocket. After doing all this, Xiao's eyes flickered, and then he spoke to Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, I have already set up a banquet in Tianshan Pavilion to congratulate you. Please be sure to honor me. This. Qin Yang was a little confused. He didn't expect that Xiao had arranged a banquet in advance. Mr. Qin, is there something important you need to do? Seeing Qin Yang's hesitation, Xiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I thought that this arrangement would disturb Qin Yang's subsequent schedule. Not really. I just feel that I have caused trouble for President Xia. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then explained. In that case, Mr. Qin must do you the honor. After all, the top management of the group is still looking forward to meeting you. The reason why Xiao made such arrangements was to introduce Qin Yang to everyone. At the same time, some important customers of the group were also present at the banquet. If Qin Yang was not present, the meal would have lost its original meaning. Boss Xia has invited me so warmly. If I refuse, it would be too disrespectful. Okay, let's arrange it according to what Mr. Xia wants. In the end, Qin Yang chose to agree after being persuaded by Xiao. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Qin. I will arrange it right away. When Xiao saw Qin Yang nodded in agreement, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. After a moment, Xiao looked at Secretary Su and said to her, Secretary Su, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, President Xia. A few minutes later. Xiao personally accompanied Qin Yang and inspected the group. It was quickly approaching lunchtime. A group of people stood at the entrance of the group building. "Mr. Qin, I have arranged a car to pick us up, let's go together." Xiao looked at Qin Yang and said softly, "No, I can drive myself." After saying that, Qin Yang walked towards the security guard at the door. "Sir, your car keys." When the security guard saw that Qin Yang was accompanied by President Xia himself, he suddenly felt extremely scared. I secretly thanked my lucky stars that I didn't offend this young master, otherwise I would be laid off in minutes. "Boss Xia, I'll leave first then." Taking the keys of the sports car from the security guard, Qin Yang began to walk towards the Maserati not far away. "No problem." As he was speaking, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Xiao. Obviously, he specially arranged a special car to pick him up. However, since Qin Yang chose to drive himself, Xiao couldn't force him. Qin Yang opened the car door and sat down in the driving seat. After checking the time, he took out his phone and called Sophie. "Fair, do you want to have lunch together? I'll pick you up. I happen to have a dinner party here, I can introduce some people to you." At the same time, in President Su's office, Sophie answered Qin Yang's call. When she heard his voice, she subconsciously looked up at the time. It turned out that it was time for dinner. But she still had some unfinished work on hand. Sophie thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I still have some work to do. After I finish it, I'll go eat by myself." "How can that be possible? It's time to eat. When can't we work? Wait for me at the company, I'll pick you up." Qin Yang didn't give Sophie any chance to refuse. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Sophie wanted to say something more when she heard a busy tone on the phone. In the past, if someone had dared to hang up on Sophie like this, her face would have turned extremely cold. But because that person was Qin Yang, at this moment her heart was inexplicably warmed by his domineering attitude. Chapter 46: The True Identity of Goddess Su. Less than half an hour. Sophie Company, in front of the president's office. Boom boom boom. Qin Yang took the initiative to knock on the door. "Come in." Sophie's voice was soon heard from inside the house. Snap. Hearing this, Qin Yang pushed the door open and walked in. Then he saw Sophie, without even raising her head, still concentrating on the work at hand. "Fair, come on, accompany me to a dinner party." Qin Yang walked to Sophie's side and took her tender little hand. Sophie subconsciously raised her head and stared at Qin Yang. After a moment, he said, "What dinner party? Tell me clearly first. It's hard to explain right now, let's talk while we're walking." Sophie was half-heartedly led to the elevator door by Qin Yang. Soon, two figures appeared at the company's gate. The Maserati sports car had been waiting for a long time. Qin Yang opened the door so that Sophie could get in. Then, he sat in the driving seat. Boom! The sports car engine roared and the speed increased instantly. "Qin Yang, where are you taking me?" "Now." Sophie sat in the passenger seat, tilted her head, stared at Qin Yang with curiosity and asked. "Tianxiang Pavilion. A friend of mine insisted that I go to a banquet, and I thought you hadn't eaten yet, so I came here to pick you up. By the way, introducing those friends to you will help expand your network of contacts." Qin Yang smiled awkwardly and replied quickly. "Who is the other party? Why do you take him so seriously? Tell me about it, maybe I know him too." Sophie thought about it for a moment and immediately asked. "You should have heard of China Resources Group, right?" Qin Yang pondered for a while before speaking to Sophie. "China Resources Group? Xiao? That friend you mentioned, could it be him?" Xiao's name quickly flashed through Sophie's mind. Immediately, she looked at Qin Yang in shock and asked in disbelief. "Yes, that's him." "Why, you really know him?" Qin Yang nodded and looked at Sophie with some surprise. He didn't expect that Sophie actually knew Xiao. "Yes, Uncle Xia and my dad are friends." "Just Qin Yang, how do you know him?" Sophie frowned slightly, and couldn't help but become curious about this. "Well, you'll know when you get there." Qin Yang did not give a direct answer at this moment, but kept it a secret instead. After all, he had no intention of hiding from Sophie the fact that he owned shares in China Resources Group. "Okay, I want to see what you have in mind," Sophie said with a smile. "Tianxiang Pavilion. After Qin Yang parked the car, he took Sophie into the gate. "Sir, miss, do you have an appointment?" The lobby manager immediately stepped forward and greeted Qin Yang and the other man respectfully. "We are Mr. Xiao's guests. Please take us to room 305. Qin Yang went straight to the point. "Okay, both of you, this way please." Afterwards, under the guidance of the lobby manager, Qin Yang and Sophie came to the door of private room 305. Qin Yang pushed the door open, took Sophie's hand, and walked straight in. In the private room. The place is full now. At first glance, there were more than 10 people. Most of these people are senior executives of China Resources Group, and a few are friends invited by Xiao. When everyone saw Qin Yang and Sophie, their eyes were filled with shock. "Mr. Qin, you are finally here." When Xiao saw Qin Yang, he immediately stood up from his seat and walked forward to greet him. In just a moment, he discovered that there was a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament standing next to Qin Yang. The key point is that he knows this beautiful woman. "Sophie, do you know Mr. Qin?" Xiao couldn't help but be curious and asked her quickly. "Uncle Xia, Qin Yang is my new boyfriend." "How did you two meet?" Sophie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was extremely curious about this. "What? Mr. Qin is your boyfriend? Are you two dating?" Upon hearing the news, Xiao was extremely shocked. He never expected that Su Tiannan's daughter was so capable and found such an outstanding boyfriend. "Yeah. Uncle Xia, you haven't answered my question yet. How did you and Qin Yang know each other?" Sophie couldn't help but be curious and asked Xiao again. "Mr. Qin." Xiao subconsciously looked at Qin Yang, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Qin Yang nodded imperceptibly, indicating that Xiao could speak directly. "Sophie, Mr. Qin has acquired the shares of China Resources Group and has become a shareholder of our group. I specially arranged this banquet to celebrate for Mr. Qin." Xiao showed a slight smile on his face, and then explained seriously. "What? Qin Yang acquired the shares of your China Resources Group and became a shareholder of your group?" Boom! This news instantly shocked Sophie. She thought she had misheard. "Yes, you heard me right. Now, Mr. Qin holds 30% of the shares of our China Resources Group and is the second largest shareholder of the group. Sophie, I have to say you have a good eye. You picked a rich son-in-law for your family. Your parents will be very proud of you if they knew this news." Xiao could imagine what expression Su Tiannan would have when he knew the news. "I will definitely laugh so hard that I will wake up laughing even in my dreams." This. Sophie's brain froze and she was unable to react for a moment. "Please take a seat first. We can't keep everyone waiting too long." Qin Yang took Sophie's hand and quickly walked to the main seat. "Waiter, prepare the food." Xiao had already made arrangements in advance. Just wait for Qin Yang to arrive and start preparing the dishes. "Mr. Qin, these are the dishes I ordered without your permission. Do you think there is anything else you need to add?" After a while, a menu appeared in Xiao's hand and he handed it to Qin Yang. "Fair, is there anything you like to eat? If it's not enough, I'll order more." Qin Yang didn't even look at it and handed the menu to Sophie immediately. "That's enough. Uncle Xia has made very thorough arrangements." Sophie just glanced at it and closed the menu. "Let me introduce to you all, this is Mr. Qin, he is now the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. The one next to him is his girlfriend, Sophie. She also has another identity. She is Su Tiannan's daughter." Xiao finished speaking. Everyone looked at Qin Yang and Sophie with eyes full of respect. Su Tiannan, the helmsman of the Su family, one of the most powerful families in Shanghai, has assets worth over 100 billion yuan and is a well-known figure in Shanghai. As for Qin Yang, he was able to acquire shares of China Resources Group at such a young age, so he must have an extraordinary background. Mr. Qin and Ms. Su are a perfect match made in heaven. Yes, both of them are young and promising, they are a perfect match. Everyone was talking at once, and every word was a compliment. They are all old hands who have worked hard in society. When faced with Qin Yang and Sophie, two young people with such great backgrounds, they can readily praise them with all kinds of words. Of course, they were telling the truth. After all, anyone who sees Qin Yang and Sophie will think that they are a good match. "Fair, are you Su Tiannan's daughter?" At this moment, Qin Yang looked at Sophie in shock. "Right. I thought you already knew my identity. Why, does it surprise you?" When Sophie saw the expression on Qin Yang's face, she immediately found it a little funny. She wasn't sure whether Qin Yang was pretending or not. But there is one thing Sophie is very clear in her mind: the Qin Yang she knows is definitely not the kind of man who is greedy for fame and fortune. So there is no possibility that he approached me with other purposes. On the contrary, Sophie felt very curious. How did Qin Yang become a shareholder of China Resources Group? And where did he get such a large sum of money? Or did Qin Yang hide his true identity from her? Sophie desperately wanted to get an answer from Qin Yang. It's a bit unexpected indeed. After all, I really don't know your true identity. Qin Yang gave a wry smile. He didn't care who Sophie was. He just needs to know that Sophie is his girlfriend, that's enough. Chapter 47: What's wrong with holding hands? But you actually hit it so deeply. Without a word, they acquired the shares of China Resources Group. To be honest, Sophie thought Qin Yang had an ordinary background from the beginning. At best, he is a talented academic master, and there is no way to associate him with the rich second generation. Even though Sophie couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of her. Well, fair, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Qin Yang looked around and found that everyone pricked up their ears, seeming to be very interested in his identity. He couldn't find a suitable reason for a moment, so he said to Sophie, "Okay, then you have to think carefully about how to explain it to me." Sophie smiled. It is not difficult to see that she was very much looking forward to what kind of explanation Qin Yang would give her. "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Under the dining table, Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's hand. Sophie's first reaction was to break free, but Qin Yang was too strong. She struggled for a long time but failed. In the end, he let Qin Yang hold him. Sophie looked at Qin Yang, only to see him pretending nothing had happened. "Bad guy. You just take advantage of me." Sophie couldn't help but curse Qin Yang in her heart. Not long. The door of the private room was pushed open. The waiter placed each dish on the table and opened a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. Obviously, these were all arranged by Xiao in advance. "Come on, everyone, raise your glasses and congratulate Mr. Qin on becoming a shareholder of China Resources Group. In the future, maybe there will be trouble for Mr. Qin." Xiao stood up, holding a red wine glass in his hand, and greeted everyone. "Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Congratulations, Mr. Qin." Everyone was very cooperative and toasted Qin Yang in unison, giving him enough face. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room became lively. "Thank you, everyone." Qin Yang raised his wine glass and gestured to everyone. Then, he took a small sip. When everyone saw Qin Yang's actions, they all drank the red wine in their glasses. Then, the banquet officially began. Sophie didn't seem to like this kind of occasion and hadn't spoken a word since the beginning. He occasionally moved his chopsticks, but didn't eat much. Qin Yang naturally noticed this. So, he took the initiative to pick up some fresh meat and put it in Sophie's bowl. "Eat more meat, otherwise you'll get hungry easily when you start working." Faced with Qin Yang's concern, Sophie's mouth corners slightly raised, and she suddenly felt like she was being held in the palm of her hand. It is precisely because Qin Yang is by her side that Sophie is willing to attend such occasions. Soon, Qin Yang and Sophie had almost finished eating. After saying hello to everyone, I left early. As soon as the two walked out of the private room, they felt a lot more relaxed. "Fair, it's still early, let's find a place to sit." When Qin Yang saw that Sophie seemed to be hesitant to speak, he knew that she had a lot of curiosity to ask him. It just so happened that he was just about to explain it to Sophie, so he spoke directly. "Okay." In a coffee shop with a very stylish decoration, Qin Yang and Sophie sat in a quiet corner. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. "Fair, from beginning to end, everything I said to you is true, you have to believe me." In the end, Qin Yang took the lead in breaking the deadlock. He explained to Sophie with a sincere look on his face. "Then tell me, where did the funds for your acquisition of China Resources Group's shares come from?" Sophie was obviously particularly curious about this. "I especially want to get a clear answer from Qin Yang. This money is from the profits I made from helping someone invest. The amount is quite large, so I don't usually use it. Considering the rapid development of China Resources Group in the past 2 years, I will acquire some shares." Qin Yang had already thought of what to say in his mind. At this time, he spoke to Sophie with a serious face. "Qin Yang, are you sure you didn't lie to me? After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie's face changed instantly. Then, he immediately asked Qin Yang. Fair, I swear, everything I said is true. Although it sounds unbelievable, this money was indeed earned by my own ability. Isn't that right? Qin Yang worked so hard to complete the task, so it is not excessive for him to be rewarded with billions of dollars. Once he completely gets Sophie, the reward will be even more generous. By then, Qin Yang will be a billionaire. To him, money is just a string of numbers and he can spend it at will. You are so amazing. How can you make so much money? Sophie knew it clearly. The valuation of China Resources Group is around 13 billion yuan. Qin Yang acquired 30% of the shares at one time, which cost at least nearly 4 billion yuan. How did Qin Yang make such a huge sum of money? Who says I'm an investment genius? God has blessed me with this. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. He could see that Sophie was already half believing it. Qin Yang, tell me the truth, are you a private equity tycoon? Do you specialize in investing and managing wealth for a group of wealthy people? Sophie stared at Qin Yang with a serious face. Apart from this possibility, she really couldn't think of a better explanation. A 25 or 26-year-old college student who has just graduated for a few years can earn billions of wealth through his own ability. This sounds like a legend. It's not impossible for you to understand it this way. Qin Yang hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed with Sophie's statement. At this moment, Sophie looked at Qin Yang with admiration in her eyes. She never expected that the man in front of her would bring her such a huge surprise. As the daughter of Su Tiannan and the daughter of the Su family, she has a noble status. If talking about marriage, one must pay attention to the matching of family backgrounds. If Sophie really decides to be with Qin Yang in the end, she will naturally take him home to meet her parents. If Qin Yang didn't have strong strength, he would not be able to pass the test of his parents. But now, it seems that all this is no longer a problem. What on earth am I thinking about? Sophie came back to her senses and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She actually began to worry whether her parents would be unhappy after meeting Qin Yang. Fair, I promise that I will never hide anything from you in the future. Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's fair and tender little hand, his eyes flashing with affection. Let go. In public, can you please pay attention to the impact? Sophie looked shy and looked around guiltily, afraid of causing discussion among others. What are you afraid of? We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, what's wrong with holding hands? They are very restrained in not openly showing affection or showing off their love. There is no way Qin Yang would obey obediently. He found Sophie's hand so soft. Hold it in your hand and don't want to let go for a moment. Sophie was born into a wealthy family and was spoiled by everyone, never having to do any housework. Every night, I soak my hands and feet in milk. Not to mention, her dressing table is filled with skin care products worth tens of thousands of dollars. The aspect of maintenance is beyond ordinary people's imagination. It is also because of this that every inch of Sophie's skin is white and tender. No wonder Qin Yang couldn't let it go after experiencing the feel of it. Chapter 48. Please call me a romantic confession without mentioning love. Qin Yang, let go of your hand. Sophie is a thin-skinned person and has no experience in love. At this moment, Qin Yang was holding her hand in public, her cheeks instantly blushed and she looked extremely shy. At that moment, she immediately glared at Qin Yang and couldn't help but said coquettishly, I don't. Qin Yang rejected Sophie's request without even thinking about it. It was also his first time to fall in love, and the first time he openly held a girl's hand. This made Qin Yang's heart beat faster and he felt extremely excited. Especially since his girlfriend is so beautiful, she is the goddess that countless male compatriots dream of. Suddenly, he couldn't help wanting to show off. If you don't let go, I'll be really angry. Sophie's eyes changed slightly, revealing an angry look. But she is Goddess Su after all. She is very charming even when she is angry. If you want me to let you go, you can, but you have to agree to one condition. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, as if he was making his own calculations. You took advantage of me and you still dare to make demands on me? Qin Yang, don't you think you're a bit of a scoundrel? Sophie's face was filled with astonishment. She had not expected that Qin Yang had such a side to him. Can't you be a scoundrel to the person you like? Fair, you underestimate love after all. Qin Yang felt that teasing Sophie seemed to be a very joyful thing. The goddess president, who usually looks high and mighty, now shows such a cute expression in front of him. This contrast also allowed Qin Yang to see the truer side of Sophie. Then tell me, what are your requests? Sophie was left in a state of confusion by Qin Yang. Seeing that his request was not met, the two seemed to be in a stalemate. After much hesitation, Sophie finally chose to compromise. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm going to take up one of your days. All your schedules will be arranged by me. As long as you promise, I will let go now. Qin Yang thought for a while, then said with a smile. Is it that simple? Sophie is so smart that she naturally knows that Qin Yang is planning to date her. I thought of using this method because I was afraid that if I took the initiative to invite myself, I might be rejected. Sophie saw through Qin Yang's little thoughts at a glance. Of course, she didn't expose it directly. Instead, he pretended that he knew nothing and cooperated with Qin Yang in acting. That's right. Qin Yang nodded decisively. Then he looked at Sophie expectantly. Okay, I agree. After thinking for a few seconds, Sophie nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Yang took the initiative to let go of Sophie's hand. I won't bother with you about this matter this time, but if you dare to take advantage of me like this next time, I will never let you go. Sophie raised her pink fist and warned Qin Yang in a bad mood. We are in a relationship now, so what's wrong with holding hands? Is it against the law? Besides, we are both adults and have every right to pursue love. Fair, you have to learn to adapt. Qin Yang chuckled, and then immediately began to explain. You're so smooth talking, I don't want to bother with you. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Sophie suddenly felt a little shy. He quickly turned his head to other directions, not daring to look at Qin Yang anymore. What are you looking at? No other man is as handsome as me. Not far to Sophie's right, there was a handsome guy with outstanding temperament sitting. From this angle, you can just see his sharp face. Qin Yang naturally noticed it, and suddenly felt a little unhappy. Snort. Don't forget, you are still in my probation period as my boyfriend. Whether you can become my permanent boyfriend depends on my mood. Sophie couldn't help but smile, as if she had completely grasped Qin Yang. She could feel that Qin Yang was getting anxious at this moment. Fair, look into my eyes. Qin Yang couldn't help but hold Sophie's hand tightly again and said in a serious tone. Next second. Sophie turned her head and looked at Qin Yang. Her heartbeat began to speed up and she felt inexplicably nervous. Qin Yang spoke, and he said to Sophie in the most gentle voice, everything is different. For example, I have you, but they don't. I want to hold your hand, from the time we fall in love to the age of 70, and then to the end of time. Fair, maybe I can't express myself well, but I'm really happy to meet you. You are a surprise that I will only meet once in my life, and you are also the reason why I don't love anyone else. You look amazing, you're a good candidate for a relationship with me. Remember this, no matter now or in the future, you are and can only be my, Qin Yang's, woman. Faced with Qin Yang's sudden romantic confession, Sophie felt like she was electrocuted, and ripples appeared in her heart. As the daughter of the Su family, the president of a listed company, and a goddess with both beauty and talent, she has been confessed to by countless suitors. But Qin Yang's confession was the most affectionate, which moved Sophie deeply. Qin Yang, you're too cheesy, shut up. Sophie looked shy and immediately couldn't help but reach out to cover Qin Yang's mouth. Okay, I won't say any more. As long as you don't get mad at me. Qin Yang grinned, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. After this episode, the relationship between the two became closer again. Time flies and another half an hour has passed. Are you going back to the company later? Qin Yang looked at Sophie and couldn't help but ask. Well, I still have some work to do. If you hadn't forced me to accompany you to this banquet, I would have handled it by now. Thinking of this, Sophie gave Qin Yang a cold look. Of course, she wasn't angry. It was because Qin Yang insisted on pulling her over that Sophie knew this guy's secret. In comparison, there should be more happiness. Okay, then I'll take you back to the company. Soon, the two got up and walked out of the cafe. When they arrived in front of the Maserati sports car, Qin Yang took the initiative to open the door so that Sophie could sit directly in the passenger seat. The details are full and he is patient in every action. Boom! The sports car engine started, accelerated with a roar, and drove towards Sophie company. 2:30 in the afternoon. Sophie walked into the president's office and devoted herself to her work. Xin Yang drove back to Jiangwan community, packed his things, and prepared to move to the Thompson Epine luxury villa. But when he was halfway there, he found that he seemed to be followed. In order to confirm this, Xin Yang deliberately made a detour and turned several corners. A black Audi car was following closely behind him like a ghost. Who on earth is so sneaky that he dares to follow me? Is it Ning Ziyuan? Or is it Song Daming? No matter who is behind this, if he dares to take advantage of me, I will make him pay a heavy price. Xin Yang's eyes flashed with determination. Then, he steered the car and drove towards a more remote location. Chapter 49. Come to me if you can. Boss, we seem to be exposed. At this time, a big man in black in the Audi saw Xin Yang suddenly drive the car to a remote place, and then there was no movement. Suddenly, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. No way? We are keeping such a distance, how could he find out? When Lei Hao heard the report from his subordinates, his first reaction was disbelief. After all, he has been in this business for many years and has a strong awareness of anti-reconnaissance. Tracking and investigating news, there has been no failure so far. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, a figure appeared outside the car window, and he knocked on the window glass. Lei Hao and his younger brother subconsciously turned their heads away, and their expressions were instantly filled with shock. Why is he here? The person who came was Xin Yang. Get off! Xin Yang's voice was so cold that people didn't dare to refuse. Boss, what should we do now? The big man in black turned around and immediately looked at Lei Hao and asked. Come on, let's go down and see what this kid wants. Seeing that there were 4 people on his side, and each of them was tall and strong, Lei Hao was not afraid of Xin Yang's tricks at all. So, he spoke directly. Several people got out of the car swiftly. Tell me, why have you been following me? And who sent you here? Xin Yang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point and asked Lei Hao. He could tell at a glance that this guy was the commander of the operation and might know more information. What are you talking about? Who's following you? Lei Hao naturally would not admit it. At that moment, he simply turned a blind eye and tried to get away with it. It's a pity that Xin Yang is not so easy to fool. Bang! A punch was thrown. It immediately hit Lei Hao's chest. Because Xin Yang's punch was too fast, no one had time to react. All they saw was Lei Hao's figure suddenly rising into the air, then flying backwards 7 or 8 meters before falling heavily to the ground. Boss! Lei Hao's men reacted and couldn't help but exclaim the first moment. Immediately, he ran quickly to Lei Hao to check his injuries. My patience is limited. If you don't want to suffer, tell me the truth. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll end up in a miserable situation. Xin Yang is not kidding. With his current strength, let alone the mere 4 people in front of him, even if the number was 10 times more, he would not be afraid at all. Still dare to take action and knock them down one by one. Asshole, you dare to attack me. Heizi, all of you come at me together. I want to see how capable this guy is. Xin Yang didn't use much strength in this punch. But Lei Hao had 2 broken ribs in his chest, and even speaking and breathing were accompanied by pain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression became extremely gloomy. In the end, he still couldn't swallow this bitter pill. He gritted his teeth and gave orders to his younger brothers beside him, asking them to teach Xin Yang a lesson. Yes, boss. As soon as the words fell, Heizi and his 2 companions stood up and surrounded Xin Yang. Boy, you are so brave to hurt my boss. Next, I will let you know how serious the consequences of doing this are. Bang! 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 Xin Yang's figure flashed and he immediately disappeared from the spot. The fist in his hand punched out several times in succession. The 3 big men in front of him hadn't even reacted yet, and they were hit hard in the chest. Next second, the 3 of them fell to the ground in an instant, rolling several times, looking extremely embarrassed. This moment, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face. Only then did they realize how terrifyingly powerful Xin Yang, who was standing in front of them, was. You guys dare to shout at me? You are simply courting death. Xin Yang glanced at them with disdain and then snorted coldly. Then, he walked directly towards Lei Hao. With every step he took, Lei Hao felt more fearful. No, don't come over. Big brother, we just didn't recognize you. If we have offended you, please forgive us once. Just ask me whatever you want to know, and I will tell you the truth. Lei Hao's face turned pale in an instant, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain in his body, and hurriedly knelt down towards Qin Yang, begging for mercy. If you had cooperated earlier, why would you have to suffer this? What a jerk. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and snorted disdainfully at Lei Hao. Then, he changed the subject and immediately questioned Lei Hao. Answer my question just now. Why did you follow me? And who instructed you to do this? It's Gao Jun, Master Gao. He gave me 200,000 and told me to keep an eye on your movements and report to him every once in a while. Lei Hao did not dare to hide anything and told Qin Yang the truth. When did your tracking begin? Qin Yang couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that he had only met Gao Jun once, but this guy actually hired someone to monitor him. It started when you were dating President Su. Brother, Master Gao asked me to do all this. It has nothing to do with us. Please, give us a chance to live. When Lei Hao saw Qin Yang's terribly gloomy face and thought of his horrific skills, he couldn't help but beg for mercy. Go away, go back, and tell Gao Jun that if you have any tricks, just come after me. If anyone dares to go after Sophie, I will never let him go. At this moment, Qin Yang's voice was full of hostility. As for Gao Jun, Qin Yang really never thought that this guy would engage in so many conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes. But now that he has discovered it, he absolutely cannot sit there and wait for death. Yes, I will tell Master Gao everything that big brother said without missing a word. Lei Hao looked grateful. Then he followed his men and fled in disgrace. Jiangwan Community. Qin Yang parked his car in the garage and found that Zhang Bei's Lamborghini was no longer there. He thought that he should not be at home at this time. After returning home, I found that it was true. So Qin Yang returned to his room and packed up some valuable items. An hour. There was a noise in the hall. Qin Yang guessed that it must be Zhang Bei who came back, so he opened the door and walked out. When Zhang Bei saw Qin Yang, he immediately opened his arms and rushed towards him excitedly. Stop! Zhang Bei, what do you want to do? Qin Yang immediately shouted loudly and quickly stopped Zhang Bei's actions. Brother Qin, you are really my god of wealth. The stocks I hold have soared today, and so far, I have made a total profit of more than 10 million. All this is thanks to you. I must give you a hug to express my respect for you. Zhang Bei looked excited. In just a few days, he had made so much money from his stock investment. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of this. It was also because of this that Zhang Bei realized how powerful Qin Yang was. He had already made up his mind to hold Qin Yang's thighs tightly. After this, will you still be afraid of having no money to spend? Chapter 50 Men, love is the most important thing. Okay, I already feel your feelings, so there's no need for a hug. Qin Yang glanced at Zhang Bei with disdain. After a while, he finally remembered his business. Zhang Bei, you're back just in time. I have something to tell you. Starting tomorrow, I will move out. This house is for you to enjoy slowly. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Zhang Bei was stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother Qin, are you kidding me? You're actually going to move away? Do you have to part ways with your brothers just because you're in a relationship? Zhang Bei really couldn't accept this sudden news. What nonsense are you talking about? I just found a better place to live, and I didn't want to cause you any more trouble, so I chose to move out. I didn't say I was going to break up with you. Qin Yang had actually anticipated Zhang Bei's reaction. After all, the two of them have lived together for some time, and his announcement of moving out would indeed make Zhang Bei feel a little uncomfortable. Brother Qin, where are you moving to? Are you going to live with your CEO Su? Zhang Bei's eyes narrowed, and this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Otherwise, why would Qin Yang suddenly make this decision? Live together with your head. We've only just confirmed our relationship for a few days, how could we possibly develop into living together? Even if you use your toes to think about it, you know that this is impossible. Qin Yang held his forehead, shocked by Zhang Bei's ferocious words. In that case, why do you want to move out again? My house is in such a great location and has been luxuriously renovated. Where else can you rent it? Zhang Bei tried his best to persuade Qin Yang not to move out. This is a carefully considered decision, and you should support me. It's a pity that Qin Yang has made up his mind and is not moved at all by Zhang Bei's kind words. Zhang Bei, go get the 2 suitcases in my room, and then I'll take you somewhere. After a long while, Qin Yang spoke to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was full of curiosity, wondering what Qin Yang was up to. But in the end, he still obediently followed Qin Yang's instructions. They each carried a suitcase and walked out of the house. Soon, they arrived at the garage. Qin Yang opened the front trunk of the sports car and put the suitcase in. Then, he signaled Jiang Bei to get in the car. Thompson Epine luxury villa area. When the sports car drove to the gate, Jiang Bei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly changed his expression. Brother Qin, this is the most luxurious villa area in Magic City. Why did you bring me here? Are you going to move here? Hearing Jiang Bei's words, Qin Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't help but smile and said, Yes, you guessed it right. I bought a luxury villa here. It would be a shame if I didn't live in it. Jiang Bei's expression was immediately stunned. He suspected there was something wrong with his ears. Brother Qin, you said you bought a villa here? Is that true? Thompson 1 luxury villas are famously expensive in Shanghai. The price of a house per square meter is at least 200,000 yuan. Any villa here is worth hundreds of millions, which is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even in Jiangbei, you can't afford it. At this time, do you still think I'm kidding you? Qin Yang couldn't help but smile, and then began to explain. This is too unbelievable. Brother Qin, it turns out that you are the hidden boss. I have always underestimated you. At this point, Jiang Bei had no choice but to believe it. By investing in the stock market, it is easy to make tens of millions in just a few days. A luxury villa worth hundreds of millions does not seem so out of reach. After figuring this out, Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with complete admiration. About 10 points. The two arrived at the door of the luxury villa. Qin Yang took out the key from his pocket, opened it, and pushed the door open. Taking Jiang Bei with him, he quickly walked into the villa hall. Wow! The decoration and architectural style are all the latest. And this crystal glass lamp is worth a fortune. Brother Qin, are you afraid of living alone in such a big villa? How about letting me move in and live with you? Even Jiang Bei, a wealthy second generation who has seen the world, couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. This luxury villa is more spacious than his house and more valuable. Sure, if you want to come and stay, you're always welcome. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms upstairs, you can take your pick. Qin Yang immediately nodded in agreement to Jiang Bei's proposal. Really? Then I really won't be polite to you. I'll move all the things over when I get back. Jiang Bei was excited. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and took several pictures of the surroundings. Qin Yang ignored Jiang Bei and walked upstairs with his suitcase. In a blink of an eye, night falls. The time suddenly came to 6:30. Jiang Bei, I'm going to pick up Sophie from get off work. I can take you back on the way. Of course, if you want to stay at my place tonight, you have to find a way to get dinner yourself. There are some ingredients in the fridge that I bought, you can cook for yourself. Qin Yang walked down from upstairs to the hall and saw Jiang Bei sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, so he spoke directly. Brother Qin, you have changed. You were not such a person who valued love and righteousness before. Ever since I got a partner, it has become extremely difficult for me to eat the meals you cook for me. This made Jiang Bei miss his previous life. Okay, make your decision quickly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Qin Yang didn't buy it at all. Immediately, he said unhappily. Just drop me off on the road. I'll take a taxi back by myself. It won't affect your date at all. Jiang Bei dare not delay Qin Yang's important matter. He now sees clearly that Qin Yang is the kind of person who either doesn't want to be in a relationship or, once in a relationship, will forget everything else. Yes, you are very conscious. Keep it up. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. A few minutes later, the engine of the Maserati sports car started, the speed of the car suddenly increased, and it drove directly towards the city. At the same time, in the president's office. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. Sophie came back to her senses and subconsciously picked up her phone to check. When she saw Qin Yang's name appear on the screen, she couldn't help but smile. Fair, are you off work? I'll come pick you up. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Yang's caring voice came from the other end. This made Sophie, who had been working for a whole afternoon, feel that all her fatigue disappeared instantly, and her mood became cheerful. I just finished my work here and was about to go downstairs. How long will it take you to get there? Sophie smiled slightly and asked Qin Yang curiously. Right away, no more than 5 minutes. You can come down now. Qin Yang looked at the navigation and replied quickly. Chapter 51, When you like someone, you can't hide it with your eyes. Hearing this, Sophie smiled and nodded. After hanging up the phone, Sophie quickly packed up the documents on her desk, picked up her bag and walked out of the office. At the same time, a fiery red Maserati sports car also appeared in front of the company. Qin Yang opened the car door and just as he got out, he saw Sophie walking towards him with elegant steps. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly took out a bouquet of roses from the car and walked straight towards Sophie. When I came here, I happened to pass by a flower shop. Seeing this beautiful rose, I couldn't help but want to buy it for you. Fair, I hope you like it. After saying that, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand over the rose in his hand. Thanks. Sophie didn't hesitate, she reached out to catch the rose and held it in her arms. I booked a popular restaurant in advance. I heard it's a popular date spot for couples. That's great, we can go and experience it. Before coming to the company, Qin Yang had done his homework in advance. So at this moment, he took the initiative to invite Sophie. Okay, I'll do as you say. Sophie nodded in agreement, indicating that she had no objection. To be honest, she is usually a very opinionated person. But after being with Qin Yang, he took the initiative to arrange everything. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, she enjoyed it very much. Okay, let's get in the car. Qin Yang smiled gently and took the initiative to open the passenger door for Sophie. Boom! After a few seconds, the Maserati sports car engine roared and drove directly towards the destination. Solman Restaurant is located on the 18th floor of the city center building. Sitting near the window, you can have a panoramic view of the night view of Shanghai. Moreover, the chef was specially hired from abroad and is good at cooking fresh soup. Everyone who has checked in here has praised it highly. Of course, Qin Yang saw all these on the Deepening app, so he came here because of its reputation. Fair, this way. Qin Yang held Sophie's hand and they sat by the window. As soon as I sat down, the waiter came up and said enthusiastically, Sir, madam, this is our menu. Please take a look and see what you would like to order. Fair, just order whatever you want to eat. Qin Yang signaled to the waiter and handed the menu to Sophie. Sophie naturally took the menu and flipped through it. In less than a moment, Sophie said directly to the waiter. Caviar for the appetizer, mushroom soup for the soup, orf steak for the main course, and pudding for dessert. And this gentleman? The waiter wrote down all of Sophie's requests in a small notebook. Then, he asked Qin Yang. I'm just like her. Qin Yang smiled slightly and spoke quickly. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. The waiter finished taking note, said hello and turned to leave. Fair, actually I don't usually eat Western food, and I rarely come to such formal occasions. However, I considered that you might prefer a sense of ceremony, so I specially arranged the dinner location here. I hope you like it. Qin Yang's eyes fell on Sophie, and then he spoke in a gentle voice. I know everything. Qin Yang, thank you for considering me so much. Of course Sophie knew this, so she was very touched at this moment. Before, she and Qin Yang had always eaten in hotels and casual restaurants. In this kind of situation, he would definitely feel restrained. But in order to make her happy, Qin Yang took her feelings into consideration in everything. Sophie understood all these details. She suddenly felt that Qin Yang was indeed different from those men who claimed to love her. Qin Yang is not only good at expressing himself, but also at showing his feelings through actions. Silly boy, I am your boyfriend now, isn't it my duty to treat you well? Although we have only known each other for a short time, I can be sure that I am really attracted to you. So, I will treat you well in my own way and then get your approval. Qin Yang's eyes were full of affection, and he kept looking at Sophie. You are handsome and speak well. It's no wonder that there are so many beautiful women around you who like you. But fortunately, you are in my hands now. Sophie couldn't help but sigh, wondering whether she was lucky or she and Qin Yang were destined to be together. The two of them would inexplicably come together and even get along pretty well. As for marriage, God's arrangement is the best. Maybe, we two are really destined to be together. When Qin Yang saw Sophie's sweet smile, he couldn't help but stare at her. Sophie's smile is very healing and completely in line with Qin Yang's aesthetic standards. So in his opinion, no scenery could be more charming than Sophie's smile. Xin Yang, to be honest, I never thought that I would establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with someone I've only known for less than 3 days. You are the exception, the only exception. Until now, Sophie still felt a little unbelievable. Why did I make such a bold decision at that time? That's right, don't you see how charming I am? Xin Yang couldn't help but brag about himself. Okay, stop being so ungrateful. You are still in the probationary stage. If you don't perform well in the future, you may not be able to become a regular employee. So you have to work harder and perform well. Sophie was very satisfied with Xin Yang. Of course, she wouldn't say it, let alone admit it directly. The fact that two people have only been together for a few days doesn't mean anything. Everything takes time to verify. Don't worry, you can't escape from my grasp. Xin Yang said with confidence. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about and they were having a very happy chat. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes. Sophie had been busy all afternoon and was already feeling hungry. However, in front of Xin Yang, she still tried her best to maintain her perfect image. Chew slowly and pay great attention to table manners. Xin Yang would steal a glance at her from time to time, liking the unique temperament in her. In the past, he often heard people say that beauty is a feast to the eyes. Now that I have experienced it myself, I finally understand the meaning of this word. Inside the restaurant. The lights are dim, the decorations are full of style, and there is a romantic piece of music. The atmosphere of the date has finally reached its peak. Sophie's heartbeat began to speed up and she felt inexplicably nervous. The same is true for Xin Yang. He even noticed that couples around him were being intimate, with some even kissing in public. You can't look at it, let alone think about it. Sophie naturally noticed Xin Yang's eyes looking around. Her cheeks turned red and her expression was full of shyness. Immediately, he spoke up to dispel Xin Yang's thoughts. Okay, I'll do as you say. Xin Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he knew in his heart that their relationship had not yet reached that point. At present, being able to hold hands is already good enough. In the following time, the two seemed to be eating, but their thoughts were drifting somewhere unknown. Finally, the dinner was over. Xin Yang got up and walked to the counter to pay the bill before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 52: A Comforting Hug from Goddess Su. This meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan. But for Xin Yang today, it is just a drop in the bucket. After paying the bill, he quickly returned to his seat. But at this time, Sophie was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where did she go? Just as Xin Yang took out his cell phone from his pocket and was about to send a message to Sophie. Sophie was walking towards him slowly, with a hint of apology on her face. Sorry, I went to the bathroom and didn't have time to tell you. It doesn't matter. It's still early, why don't we go for a walk around the bund? Xin Yang smiled indifferently, and then directly asked Sophie for her opinion. Sure. The weather is nice tonight. I'm sure you can see a nice night view there. Sophie readily agreed to Xin Yang's proposal. She knew that the scenery over there at the bund was beautiful at night. Okay, it's decided then. Xin Yang immediately finalized the itinerary. The bund in Magic City. The whole area was brightly lit and filled with people. There are dragon boats cruising the river at night, and many vendors are taking advantage of the high flow of people to sell all kinds of gadgets. Fair, I'll go buy the tickets, let's go play on the dragon boat. This was Xin Yang's first time visiting here. He was soon attracted by the scene before him. He took Sophie's hand and couldn't help but feel eager to try it out. Seeing Xin Yang's excited face, Sophie found it difficult to refuse. So he nodded quickly and said with a smile, okay. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you as a reward for you treating me to dinner tonight. Sophie had been to this place many times, but she had never experienced a dragon boat cruise on the river at night. Now that Xin Yang is by my side, I feel a little excited for a moment. In order to buy a ticket, Xin Yang waited in line for more than half an hour. Sophie stood beside Xin Yang the whole time without any complaints. If it were before, she would rather spend her time on work than waste time waiting in line. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait too long. Finally bought the ticket. Xin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's tender little hand and walked towards the boarding area. Strangely enough, Sophie was a little resistant to the idea of holding hands at first. But as time goes by, and with Xin Yang's tough attitude, I have slowly gotten used to it. Of course, that was all. She would not allow Xin Yang to go any further. Ta ta ta. The dragon boat started to move and gradually moved forward. Qin Yang and Sophie stood at the bow of the boat and looked out. The skyscrapers on the shore emitted lights of various colors, all of which were reflected on the river. The scenery was incredibly stunning. The gentle breeze blew on the faces of the two people. Sophie's hair looked very flowing, and it hit Qin Yang's face from time to time. At the same time, a faint and elegant fragrance came. It doesn't smell like perfume, but more like the natural body odor that emanates from Sophie. And at this moment, Qin Yang and Sophie sat close to each other, and the air began to be filled with the scent of romance. After a while, Qin Yang's eyes fell on Sophie's face, and he couldn't help but say, "Fair, you are so beautiful, you are simply the goddess in my heart. Qin Yang, don't think you can get any benefits from me by praising me. I'm telling you, don't mess around." Sophie looked shy. In this situation, she had a premonition that Qin Yang must have bad intentions. So without hesitation, he spoke directly. "Don't worry, I won't force you." Through these few days of getting along and understanding each other, Qin Yang gradually realized that Sophie was slow to warm up to relationships. The two of them held hands, which was all Qin Yang's initiative and his insistence on reasoning for. If the relationship is to go further, it will probably take some time to get along. The dragon boat swam quickly in the river, which took about an hour. The wind was very strong by the river, so Qin Yang immediately took off his coat and put it directly on Sophie's shoulders. Sophie's heart instantly warmed by Qin Yang's actions. However, she immediately shook her head. "Qin Yang, you'd better put on this coat. It's too windy here, and you'll catch a cold if you only wear this." "It's okay. I exercise regularly, so I'm in good shape. This little bit of wind is nothing to me." Seeing Sophie's concern for him, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. What he said was true. Given his physical condition, it was impossible for him to catch a cold so easily. "Of course, if you feel sorry for me, I don't mind you giving me some warmth." As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, he took the initiative to open his arms and pretended to hug Sophie in his arms. "You've got a nice idea." Sophie subconsciously took a few steps back. Then, he stared at Qin Yang with a vigilant look on his face and said, "Qin Yang, I just realized that you are full of bad intentions and are trying to take advantage of me in various ways. Tell me the truth, have you always coveted my beauty?" Qin Yang saw that his plan could not succeed, so he immediately spread his hands and said with an innocent expression, "No way, you're just overthinking it." Sophie didn't believe a word of Qin Yang's sophistry. At that moment, he said angrily, "Humph, you still want to quibble, I think you are. Fair, how can you think so badly of me? Am I, Qin Yang, a gangster in your heart who will only do evil to you?" Qin Yang was a little angry inside. He didn't expect Sophie to think of him like this. Suddenly, he said with a little anger, "No, that's not what I meant." Seeing a hint of anger on Qin Yang's face, Sophie realized that what she had said seemed a little inappropriate. "Qin Yang, please don't be angry. I was just joking with you." Sophie's face was filled with panic, and she was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. "Can you joke around? Fair, I'm sincere to you, you should be able to see it. You can't use my love for you and my preference for you as a weapon to hurt me." Qin Yang's voice was low and he seemed really angry. "I'm sorry, Qin Yang, I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it that way, so please don't be angry with me." When Sophie heard what Qin Yang said, she realized that she had gone too far. An expression of apology immediately appeared on his face, and he started to explain directly to Qin Yang. "If you want me to not be angry, it's not impossible to forgive you. But you have to show your sincerity." In just a moment, the initiative of the situation fell into Qin Yang's hands. Sophie had no idea that she was being led by Qin Yang. It can even be said that she had fallen into Qin Yang's trap from the very beginning. Is Qin Yang angry? Of course not. All of this was just a trick he used to achieve his own goals. Poor Sophie, she was completely kept in the dark. "Then tell me, what do you want me to do?" In order to make Qin Yang forgive her, Sophie was naturally willing to do anything. "You broke my heart, so giving me a comforting hug shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" After hesitating for a while, Qin Yang slowly spoke to Sophie. Chapter 53, Who of Us is the Hooligan? Let us go on a spontaneous trip. When Sophie heard Qin Yang's request, her expression instantly became extremely shy. Finally, she gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and hugged Qin Yang tightly with both hands. Plop! Plop! Sophie could clearly feel her heartbeat quickening and her breathing becoming rapid. An excited, nervous expression appeared on his face. On the other hand, Qin Yang. At this moment, his hands quietly fell on Sophie's back and his head rested directly on her shoulder. His nose trembled slightly as he smelled the special fragrance coming from Sophie, and an expression of enjoyment immediately appeared on his face. Now, can you finally let me go? Sophie finally came back to her senses and spoke to Qin Yang in a somewhat nervous tone. No, I haven't hugged you enough. Qin Yang rejected Sophie's request without even thinking about it. This made Sophie completely dumbfounded. She always felt that all this was a carefully planned plan by Qin Yang so that she would obey. And the more I think about it, the more so it seems. Finally, Sophie couldn't help it and started to struggle. She subconsciously pressed her hands on Qin Yang and tried to push him away. However, she found that Qin Yang's figure was better than she had imagined. Six-pack abs, well-defined and very tactile. No matter how hard Sophie tried, she couldn't break free from Qin Yang's arms. Fair, you just said I was a hooligan. So what are you doing now? Qin Yang noticed Sophie's actions, and immediately couldn't help revealing a hint of amusement on his face, and asked with a smile. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to push you away. I didn't mean to take advantage of you at all. Faced with Qin Yang's questioning, Sophie's face showed extreme shyness. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. This is so embarrassing. Okay, I don't blame you. After saying that, Qin Yang let go of Sophie. Seeing that she was free again, Sophie quickly took a few steps back and kept a certain distance from Qin Yang. It happened that the dragon boat docked at this time. Sophie hurriedly walked ashore, not daring to look back. Seeing this scene, the smile on Qin Yang's face became even more intense. Fair, wait for me. He shouted and chased after her. In front of the Su family villa, Qin Yang drove Sophie back. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Fair, go back and take a hot bath, then have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the weekend, don't worry and leave your time to me, I will arrange everything. Before leaving, Qin Yang gave Sophie some instructions. Okay, then be careful on your way back. Sophie smiled brightly and quickly replied to Qin Yang. Well, I'm leaving. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he drove away. Sophie slept soundly that night. She even had a dream, but she couldn't remember what it was like. But there was one thing she was sure of, that was she dreamed of Qin Yang. The next morning. It was not even 8 o'clock yet, but Qin Yang had already woken up. After spending some time washing up, he headed straight downstairs. Then, I went to the kitchen and made breakfast. After dealing with all this, Qin Yang sat on the sofa in the hall and prepared to start planning today's itinerary with Sophie. According to his original idea, he wanted to take Sophie to a seaside resort for 2 days. But with just the two of them, Qin Yang was afraid that Sophie would feel uncomfortable. So the first thing he wanted to do was to call Jiang Bei to join him. This is a good opportunity to integrate Sophie into my circle of friends. Thinking of this, Qin Yang picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for several seconds but no one answered. Just when Qin Yang thought that Jiang Bei was still asleep and would not answer the call. Brother Qin, you called me so early in the morning, is there something urgent? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Bei rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but ask. Isn't it the weekend? I plan to go to a beach BB with Sophie for 2 days, but I think it's not appropriate for just the two of us, so I want to ask you to come along. Call your girlfriend along, and the 4 of us can go over there and have some fun together. How? Qin Yang smiled and spoke directly to Jiang Bei. A beachfront BB? It sounds pretty good. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Jiang Bei was startled and immediately jumped up from the bed. I have to say, he was moved at this moment. Brother Qin, I'll call Meng Yan later and ask for her opinion. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Qin Yang nodded, no problem. After hanging up the phone, he started looking up information on his mobile phone. See which beachfront homestay has a better environment and what entertainment activities are nearby. At the same time, Jiang Bei was no longer sleepy. He called his girlfriend Zhang Mengyan immediately. Mengyan, are you free these 2 days? I want to invite you to spend a vacation at the beach. A vacation? Sounds like fun. Just the 2 of us? Zhang Mengyan had just gotten up. I received a call from Jiang Bei and answered it almost immediately. No, there's also brother Qin and his girlfriend. Zhang Bei did not hide anything and told the truth immediately. What's going on? It's only been a few days and he has confirmed his relationship with that female CEO? As soon as Zhang Mengyan heard the news about Qin Yang and his girlfriend, she immediately showed curiosity. After all, this matter concerns the happiness of her good friend Li Xianxian. I just heard what brother Qin said. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Anyway, I haven't even met her in person yet. Zhang Bei had heard of Sophie's reputation. He had seen her photos, but he had not had the chance to see what she looked like in person. And now that there is such a good opportunity, Zhang Bei is indeed tempted. Okay, let's go and take a look. Zhang Mengyan thought for a moment and accepted Zhang Bei's invitation. Okay then, you can pack your things now. I still need to talk to Qin Yang. Zhang Bei looked excited. In his heart, he had a vague feeling that something good would happen during this vacation to the beachfront BB. Okay, I'll hang up first. After Zhang Mengyan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The other side. After Qin Yang received Zhang Bei's accurate reply, he booked a few rooms at a seaside BB. Then he went back to his room, packed a few sets of clothes, and carried his suitcase to the hall. I took the prepared breakfast and walked towards the garage. 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yang's figure has appeared at the gate of Sophie's villa. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Sophie took the initiative to open the door for him. It's the weekend today, and you still get up so early to make breakfast for me. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Qin Yang holding breakfast in his hands, Sophie's eyes flickered and she couldn't help but smile. It's not hard at all. You eat it while it's hot, and then start cleaning up after you're done. Qin Yang shook his head and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Sophie immediately showed a look of surprise on her face. She didn't know what Qin Yang was up to. What do you mean? Where are we going? Chapter 54, She escapes, he chases her. The game of love with high EQ. Don't ask yet, you'll know when you get there. Don't forget that you promised me yesterday that you would let me arrange your weekend time. Do you want to go back on your word? Seeing a hint of hesitation on Sophie's face, Qin Yang was suddenly shocked, fearing that she would suddenly change her mind. You're being so secretive. I'm afraid you're going to sell me out. Sophie couldn't help but complain. Of course, she didn't think so in her heart. After all, through spending these days with Qin Yang, she knew that this guy always liked to create surprises. Perhaps, this arrangement is no exception. Nonsense. I spent so much effort to catch you, how could I let you escape from me so easily? Qin Yang quickly shook his head and rejected Sophie's idea without hesitation. Well, sit on the sofa for a while, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. Sophie was still wearing her pajamas at this time, obviously she had just got up. Fortunately, this pair of pajamas is relatively conservative, otherwise Qin Yang would have feasted his eyes. No problem. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After all, it was not his first visit, so he did not feel restrained. Put breakfast on the dining table, then go to the kitchen to get out the dishes and set them aside. After doing all this, Qin Yang sat on the sofa in the hall, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei, Sophie and I will leave around 10 o'clock. Do you want to go with us or with your girlfriend? And at this time, Zhang Bei happened to be at Zhang Mengyan's house. When he saw the message from Qin Yang on his phone, he immediately asked Zhang Mengyan. Mengyan, brother Qin sent a message saying that they will leave around 10 o'clock and asked if we want to go with them or go by ourselves? 10 o'clock? The time is so tight, I haven't even had time to pack my things yet. Or else, you can ask him to send the address over and we can drive there ourselves. When Zhang Mengyan heard the time, her face suddenly showed surprise. There is less than an hour left before departure. She thought for a moment and then spoke to Zhang Bei. Okay, then I'll talk to brother Qin. Zhang Bei felt that what Zhang Mengyan said made sense, so he made the decision. I immediately sent a message to Qin Yang. Not long after, Zhang Bei received an address link on his mobile phone. Seeing this, Zhang Bei smiled and replied, Brother Qin, let's meet later. I'll call you when we get there. Okay. Day. Qin Yang just finished chatting with Zhang Bei. I could hear the sound of high heels hitting the floor, crisp and rhythmic. When I looked up, I saw Sophie was about to go downstairs. Because it's the weekend, Sophie is dressed casually today. A white tight skirt perfectly highlights the beautiful figure. Her hair was tied up with a silver hairpin, making her look particularly capable. Sophie's facial features are very delicate and her skin is fair and smooth. Now that she had carefully applied makeup, her charm instantly reached a higher level, making Qin Yang feel particularly stunning at just one glance. Qin Yang's eyes widened, and he was completely captured by Sophie's charm. Even when Sophie walked right in front of him, he didn't react. "How is it? Do I look pretty in this outfit today?" In fact, Qin Yang didn't need to explain. Sophie already knew the answer just by looking at his expression. It was when Sophie asked that Qin Yang suddenly woke up and gradually came to his senses. "Fairy, don't you know how charming you are? You actually asked me such a stupid question. Are you really hoping that I will praise you?" Qin Yang showed an expression that said, "I understand you," and immediately couldn't help but smile and said, "So are you going to praise me or not?" Sophie smiled sweetly and stared at Qin Yang with a playful look on her face. Ahem. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One look from her could make a city fall in love with her, another look could make a country fall in love with her. I'd rather not know that she could make a city fall in love with her, as it's hard to find a beauty like her again. Qin Yang couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment, and a poem suddenly emerged in his mind. In an instant, he recited the poem to Sophie with great emotion. "Not bad, I guess you're qualified." Sophie's heartbeat accelerated instantly. "It's like it's covered with honey, so sweet. Have you packed all your things? Is there anything I can help you with?" Qin Yang walked up to Sophie and expressed his desire to help. "Yeah, everything is packed. Just go upstairs and help me carry it down." Sophie nodded and quickly spoke to Qin Yang. "Good." Soon, Qin Yang walked towards the second floor. When I came to the corridor, I saw a suitcase standing quietly outside the door. "Oh, what a pity. I thought I could see what Goddess Sue's room looks like. Now it seems that she has seen through my little tricks a long time ago. I thought I was the better one, but I didn't expect Sophie to have risen to the atmosphere." "I expected it. Is this the game of dating a queen like CEO? This is too brain-consuming. Complaints are complaints. But isn't Qin Yang also enjoying it?" Qin Yang carried the suitcase and stared at the door with longing eyes for a few seconds. Finally, I couldn't help but walk downstairs. "Qin Yang, my suitcase shouldn't be heavy, right?" Seeing Qin Yang taking down the suitcase, Sophie looked at him with a playful look while eating breakfast. "Not heavy, very light. I thought you were going to bring a lot of stuff." Qin Yang shook his head and replied with a chuckle. "Why, are you disappointed that I didn't come into my room?" Sophie asked immediately with a smile on her face. "Ahem. Fair, what are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person you think." Qin Yang immediately denied it. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked. Sure enough, after what happened last night, Sophie has become very shrewd. He even knew how to set a trap for Qin Yang. But fortunately, Qin Yang had already been alert. This reaction speed must be praised. "What kind of person are you?" I still have a question mark in my mind. But I also tell you, I, Sophie, will not fall for the same trick a second time. Sophie felt particularly shy when she thought of the night cruise on the river with Qin Yang dragon boat on the bund last night. It was the first time she experienced Qin Yang's routine. Only then did I realize that this man was particularly scheming. The purpose of everything is just to find ways to take advantage of oneself. Because of this, Sophie's competitive spirit was aroused. Qin Yang just wants to have fun, so let us see who is more capable. This. Qin Yang was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to answer, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the little incident last night would make Sophie's sense of vigilance so strong. But it doesn't matter. During this weekend vacation to the beach, they were able to stay together for 2 full days. After spending such a long time together, Qin Yang still didn't believe that he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. She ran away and he chased her. Qin Yang was confident that Sophie would never escape from his grasp. Chapter 55, Beach Vacation, Stay in a Luxury BB. Around 10 o'clock. Seeing that Sophie was almost ready, Qin Yang took the lead in putting her suitcase into the car. "Get in the car, let's go now. It will take at least several hours to get there." Sophie immediately showed a hint of curiosity on her face. "Why do we have to go so far? You said you were so busy at work every day that sometimes you didn't even have time to eat. It's a rare weekend now, don't I want to take you out to relax?" Qin Yang chuckled and his eyes fell directly on Sophie's pretty face. Then tell me first, where are we going to play? Sophie couldn't help it and wanted Qin Yang to reveal some information in advance. You'll know when you get there. If I tell you now, there will be no surprise at all. And this time it's not just the two of us, there's also my brother and his girlfriend. Qin Yang thought about it for a while and still felt it necessary to tell Sophie in advance. Anyone else? Hear this. Sophie looked a little surprised. She thought that this weekend date that Qin Yang had carefully planned was just a trip for the two of them. Now it seems that she was overthinking it. Somehow, Sophie felt a slight sense of loss in her heart. Yeah. It's more lively when there are more people. Besides, I've always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to introduce you to them. Qin Yang kept his eyes on Sophie's expression, fearing that he would make her unhappy. Now it seems that Sophie's reaction was not very big. So that's how it is. Sophie nodded to show her understanding. The driving distance was quite far, so Qin Yang took out the Porsche 911 from Sophie's garage and planned to drive to the beachside BB. After the two got in the car, Qin Yang started the engine. Then, he directly opened the navigation on his mobile phone and drove according to the route. This was Sophie's first time going out with a man. Although she didn't know the specific destination yet, her heartbeat had already started to accelerate. Even more, I am looking forward to the next journey. 1 hour after Qin Yang and Sophie set off. Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan loaded their luggage into the car and prepared to set off. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Porsche 911 was already parked in front of the Seaside BB Hotel. Qin Yang spent some time and finally found a parking space. After parking the car, I turned around and found Sophie sleeping soundly with her head resting on the headrest. The scene before him made Qin Yang's breathing slow down a little. He was afraid of disturbing Sophie's sweet dream. Qin Yang opened the car door and walked down. After confirming that the car door was locked, I went to the front desk to check in. A few minutes later, Qin Yang hurried back. But he found that Sophie was already awake. At this moment, she was looking at the scenery around her. After seeing Qin Yang's figure, she immediately walked towards him. I was wondering why you were being so secretive. Turns out you wanted to take me to the beach. The scenery here is nice, and there are many entertainment options. I thought about it for a long time before finally deciding to bring you here. How is it? Is this a surprise? Qin Yang smiled and looked at Sophie expectantly. Forget it. After all, I almost forgot when was the last time I went to the beach. Sophie nodded and was quite satisfied with Qin Yang's arrangement. I have already completed the check-in procedures for the BB. Let's pack our luggage and go over for a tour. Qin Yang took the initiative to suggest. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sophie naturally had no objection to this. Soon, Qin Yang took the suitcase out of the car. However, he did not intend to ask Sophie for help. Instead, he carried one in each hand. How about letting me help you carry one? After all, this suitcase isn't very heavy. Sophie felt embarrassed when she saw that she had nothing in her hands. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. No need, I will take care of these trivial matters. How can I trouble you? Don't say these 2 suitcases are so light. Even if they were heavy, I would bring them to our BB. You know, Qin Yang's physique has long been beyond ordinary people. It was just 2 suitcases, no problem at all for him. No matter what Qin Yang said, it was impossible to get Sophie to help. Fortunately, the address of their BB is not far away. It took about 7 or 8 minutes to get there. Qin Yang took out the room card and opened the door directly. As soon as you enter the lobby, you can see the sea through the glass windowsill. The warm sunshine, the blue sky, and the endless sea. The scenery before them made Sophie and Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel. So beautiful. Sophie looked delighted. To be honest, she was extremely excited at this moment. She didn't expect that all this carefully planned would turn out to be such a huge surprise. Fair, you can go to the rooftop and have a look. The scenery there will definitely be more beautiful. I'll put our luggage in the room first, and then I'll go upstairs to find you. Qin Yang smiled slightly, and then immediately made a suggestion. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Sophie nodded quickly. So she went straight upstairs and headed towards the roof. The homestay has 2.5 floors, and the total area is estimated to be 100 square meters. The layout and decoration downstairs looked quite luxurious. Qin Yang booked it for 2 days and spent 25,000 yuan. As for Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan, he had made arrangements in advance and let them live next door to him. After putting all the luggage in the room, Qin Yang looked around. He didn't want any surveillance cameras in the house. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Qin Yang went up to the roof to meet Sophie. Sophie heard some noise in the corridor and turned around, only to see Qin Yang appear in front of her with a camera in his hand. Snap! The lights are flashing. A beautiful photo of Sophie has just been released. This place has a great view, perfect for taking photos. Qin Yang looked at Sophie with a smile, and immediately couldn't help but speak. I'm warning you, if you dare to take a picture of me that makes me look ugly, you'll see how I'll deal with you later. It was a rare opportunity for Sophie to go out, so she was in a good mood and did not argue with Qin Yang. Don't worry, even though I'm an amateur photographer, I still have the most basic aesthetic sense. What's more, you are dressed so beautifully today. You look great in every angle. No matter how you take pictures, you will look good. Qin Yang was telling the truth. Although his composition is simple, the combination of the scenery and Sophie creates a stunning charm. Smooth talk. Sophie gave Qin Yang a displeased look. But at this moment, her heart was filled with joy, not to mention how happy she was. Fair, just strike a few poses and I'll take some artistic photos of you. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Qin Yang really didn't want to miss it. He smiled and said to Sophie, "Okay." Sophie agreed without hesitation. Then, she struck some extremely charming poses. Chapter 56, Pure CEO Style? Zhang Mengyan from Jiangbei arrives. Sophie did not deliberately show her charm, it was just because her outfit today was so stunning and her behavior was extremely inconsistent with her usual image. For a moment, the charm naturally increased. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he would fall into it inadvertently. Snap! Snap! Even so, Qin Yang's movements were not slow at all. Sophie posed in a new pose every few seconds, and he was always able to adjust the angle to capture her most attractive side. After a while, Qin Yang looked at the photos in the camera and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. He seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece. Show me. At this time, Sophie was also very curious about what Qin Yang looked like in the photo. So, he hurried towards him. Qin Yang nodded and immediately handed the camera in his hand to Sophie. Sophie took it and her eyes were quickly attracted by the photos in the camera. Qin Yang, are you sure the person in this photo is me? Sophie looked at the woman in the photo on the camera, and her face was full of shock. She didn't expect that Qin Yang was so talented in photography and could take such beautiful photos of himself. If it's not you, then who else could it be? I just adjusted the composition and lighting to blend you and the scenery behind you into one. This way, the photos will look beautiful. Otherwise, why would I say I want to take artistic photos of you? When Qin Yang saw Sophia's excited face, he knew that she really liked the photos he took. I remember you said just now that you are just an amateur photographer? But your photography skills are obviously very professional. Are you planning to lie to me again? Sophie reacted quickly, her eyes immediately fixed on Qin Yang, and she took the initiative to question him. I just learned some photography skills before, but they're not as good as you think. Seeing that Sophie misunderstood, Qin Yang tried to explain it clearly. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. But since you're so good at taking pictures, why don't you take a few more for me? When I get back, I can print out the photos and put them in my room as decorations. Sophie's eyes lit up, and she immediately spoke to Qin Yang. Okay, no problem. Qin Yang did not refuse and agreed decisively. At Sophie's request, Qin Yang specially took several photos in a unique style. Pure wind control. Cool style. I have tried almost all kinds of different styles. At the same time, it also opened Qin Yang's eyes. He realized that if he hadn't gotten to know her more carefully, he would never have thought that Sophie had such a side to her. Ding-a-ling. Just as the two of them were enjoying taking photos, the cell phone in Qin Yang's pocket rang. Excuse me, I have to take a call first. Qin Yang looked at Sophie apologetically, and then quickly took out his cell phone. When I looked at the caller ID, I saw it was Jiang Bei calling, so I just pressed the answer button. Brother Qin, Meng Yan and I just arrived at this BB. Where are you? Let's go find you. Jiang Bei's voice came directly from the other end of the phone. Jiang Bei set off an hour later than Qin Yang. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Okay, then just come over here, I can give you the key. Qin Yang smiled slightly and immediately replied to Zhang Bei. The phone just hung up. Sophie looked curious and asked Qin Yang, has your friend arrived? That's right. Let's go downstairs and wait for them. 10 minutes later. There was a doorbell ring at the door of the BB. Qin Yang went forward and opened the door, and saw Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan. Suddenly, he greeted us with a warm look on his face. Come in first and see if you are satisfied with this environment. Brother Qin, President Su is also in there? Zhang Bei looked at Qin Yang and asked in a low voice with a playful look on his face. You better behave yourself and don't talk nonsense later. Qin Yang glanced at Zhang Bei sharply. Hey, that's a must. Zhang Bei felt the threat from Qin Yang and immediately nodded in agreement. Then, he took Zhang Mengyan's hand and walked inside. In the hall. Sophie had been sitting quietly on the sofa against the wall. When she saw Qin Yang appear with Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan, she quickly stood up. Let me introduce her to you. She's Sophie, my new girlfriend. His name is Zhang Bei. He was my roommate for 4 years in college. This is his girlfriend, Zhang Mengyan. After everyone sat down, Qin Yang stood up and took the initiative to introduce themselves. She is the cold and arrogant CEO Sophie that was rumored? How come she is Qin Yang's girlfriend now? This moment. Zhang Mengyan immediately looked towards Su, with an expression of extreme shock on her face. She never expected that Qin Yang's girlfriend would be Sophie. That's right. She and Brother Qin met through a blind date. After coming back that day, Brother Qin was completely distracted. I guess he must have fallen in love with Goddess Su at first sight. After that, he launched a frantic pursuit. To be honest, their relationship developed so quickly that even I found it a little unbelievable. Zhang Bei couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he heard the news from Qin Yang, his expression was exactly the same as Zhang Mengyan's. It seems like Xian has no hope at all now. Zhang Mengyan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew very well that Sophie was an extremely outstanding woman. In terms of family background and ability, her good sister Li Xian is not as good as her. It is simply wishful thinking to want to snatch Qin Yang away from her. Hello, I'm Sophie. At this time, Sophie smiled sweetly and took the initiative to greet Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan. Of course, this is entirely for Qin Yang's sake. After all, inviting them both over at this time is enough to show that they both occupy a very important position in Qin Yang's heart. Sister-in-law, I've heard Brother Qin mention you before, and I've always wanted to find a chance to meet you. Why? Sophie's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, and she couldn't help asking. Brother Qin has always been surrounded by countless beauties, but he didn't fancy any of them. He fell in love with you at first sight. So I can't help but feel curious in my heart. How charming are you to attract him? Now that I've met you in person, I finally understand that he really has good taste. Zhang Bei laughed awkwardly and immediately explained. With these words, both Qin Yang and Sophie were praised. In an instant, Qin Yang gave Zhang Bei a gratified look. Sophie, on the other hand, looked surprised. It turned out that Qin Yang fell in love with her at first sight. No wonder after the blind date that day, Qin Yang had been trying every way to get close to me. Of course, the best assist was Sophie herself. If she didn't have a good impression of Qin Yang, she wouldn't have sent him a message first, creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone and meet. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Sophie looked at Zhang Bei with a smile. My impression of him was instantly profound. Chapter 57, I understand your thoughts, brother. Zhang Bei, Mengyan, I booked a bed and breakfast for the two of you. It's right next door to mine. Here's the room card. Go ahead and pack your luggage. Let's meet up later and discuss where to have dinner together. Soon, Qin Yang took out the room card and handed it to Zhang Bei. Brother Qin has made thoughtful arrangements. In that case, let's go first. Zhang Bei nodded. Immediately, he took Zhang Mengyan out of the BB. Qin Yang even followed them out and pointed out their location. Brother Qin, tell me the truth. Do you have any plans in mind when you take Goddess Su to the beach for vacation this time? If you need my help, just ask. We are both in this relationship. For your happy life, I don't mind being your flirt. While Zhang Mengyan was walking in front, Zhang Bei put one hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, and the two of them put their heads close together, and immediately spoke in a low voice. Can you please stop being so dirty? Am I that kind of person? After hearing Jiang Bei's words, Qin Yang's expression changed and he immediately glared at him with dissatisfaction. Pretend, keep pretending. Brother Qin, we have known each other for such a long time and have lived together all this time. How could I not know what you are planning? If you really have no feelings for Goddess Su, then why do you insist on inviting her to a place like this? And you're staying here for 2 days, and you specially booked such a luxurious BB here? Jiang Bei was not fooled by Qin Yang's one-sided words at all. Only men understand men, and what's more, they are such close brothers. Jiang Bei had already used similar tactics many times before. Ahem. I made this arrangement because I was worried that Fair was under too much pressure at work, so I brought her here to relax. Jiang Bei, I'm not like you who plays with women. I'm very responsible when it comes to relationships. Once I fall in love, I'll devote myself to it wholeheartedly. When Qin Yang saw that he was misunderstood by Jiang Bei, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Then, he began to explain to him. Alright, Brother Qin, just think of it as my misunderstanding. But are you sure you don't want my help? You should know that this is an opportunity to quickly bring you and your sister-in-law closer. It would be a pity if you miss it. Although Jiang Bei is full of evil intentions. But the words are rough, the truth is there. If he was there to assist, it might be of great help to Qin Yang's subsequent arrangements. You are worthy of being my brother. Okay, when the time is right, I will definitely let you help me. Qin Yang smiled, obviously agreeing to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, why are you still standing there? Can't you see that it's hard for me to carry the suitcase by myself? Why don't you come and help me? Just at this moment. Zhang Mengyan turned around, looked straight at Jiang Bei, and shouted at him. Here I come. Brother Qin, I'll go first. We'll talk about it in detail later. After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he quickly ran to Zhang Mengyan's side, took the suitcase from her hand, and the two walked towards the BB. Qin Yang just returned to the BB. Then I saw Sophie sitting on the sofa, looking through the photos in the camera. Before Qin Yang could speak, Sophie raised her head, looked at him and said, That Jiang Bei is really interesting. I just heard him say that you and him shared a dormitory for 4 years in college? No wonder you two have such a good relationship. In response to Sophie's question, Qin Yang nodded decisively. Thinking back to the past, he smiled and said, That's right. After I graduated, I didn't go to work at a financial company. At that time, many people thought I was crazy, but he was the only one who comforted me every day and even let me live in the house under his name until now. Although we are not related by blood, in my heart, I have already regarded him as my brother. I remember I mentioned to you last time that my brother lost a lot of money in the stock market. It was him. Later, he mortgaged all the luxury villas under his name and raised some funds for me to help him invest. In just a few days, he had made back all the lost money and even made a lot of profit. Sophie nodded slightly. She remembered that she had heard Qin Yang talk about it before. But I didn't expect that person to be Jiang Bei. I remember the son of the Jiang family in Magic City was also called Jiang Bei, right? He is quite famous in the circle. I didn't expect you to be so lucky that he is actually the prince's best friend. Sophie's beautiful eyes moved, and she stared at Qin Yang with interest. When I make friends, I only care about their character, not their background or family background. If you are not of the same kind, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to fit into the other person's circle. Qin Yang could clearly hear the teasing tone in Sophie's words. Of course he knew in his heart that Sophie meant no harm and was perhaps just joking. Yes, you see this point very clearly. Sophie was born into a wealthy family and has seen too many people completely abandon their dignity and bottom line for the sake of profit. It is indeed rare to find someone like Qin Yang who is willing to give up a high-paying job simply for freedom. But he is a rare talent. As long as he wants, he can have considerable wealth at any time. Now I have also achieved good results in investment. If nothing unexpected happens, I will invest in projects that interest me based on my hobbies and interests. Qin Yang now has a large amount of funds on hand and some group shares in his name. He has enough capital to act as an angel investor and explore some new projects. Yes, at your age, you can achieve these results by yourself. You are worthy of being called a legend. Qin Yang, maybe I will need your help in the future. Ever since she learned about Qin Yang's worth, Sophie no longer dared to underestimate the man in front of her. Even though he did not come from a wealthy family, his own strength was enough to match the wealth of a wealthy family. No problem, as long as you ask, I can give you anything you want, as long as I have it. Xin Yang grinned, his expression revealing a strong sense of confidence. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for nearly half an hour. The other side. After Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan arrived at the BB, they packed their things quickly and lay down on the soft big bed in the room. After driving for an entire afternoon, Jiang Bei was indeed a little tired, so he took a short nap. Zhang Mengyan was lying beside her playing with her cell phone. The first thing she did was to pick up her phone and send a message to her best friend Li Xianxian. Xianxian, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Your idol is already taken. Less than 20 seconds after the message was sent, Li Xianxian immediately replied. Mengyan, what is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Xin Yang took his female CEO to the beach for vacation and invited Zhang Bei and me. Do you know who the female CEO is? It's Sophie. She is the one with both talent and beauty, and she is the goddess that countless young men in the industry dream of. They have already confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so I suggest you forget about him as soon as possible. Zhang Mengyan had a look of regret on her face, but she finally typed and told her best friend the cruel fact. No, that's impossible. Li Xianxian looked at the phone screen, completely stunned. Chapter 58 Girlfriends are meant to be pampered. Mengyan, didn't Zhang Bei say last time that Qin Yang was in the stage of pursuing him? It's only been a few days, how could she agree to be Qin Yang's girlfriend? Isn't Sophie famous for being aloof? Why would she agree to Qin Yang's pursuit? Li Xianxian suddenly had numerous question marks in her mind. Then she immediately typed and asked her best friend Zhang Mengyan. You ask me, I don't know either. I just saw them together with my own eyes, and they were staying in the same BB. Xianxian, I've met Sophie in person. It's not that I don't want to be on the same side with you, but even I think they are a good match. And I can see that Qin Yang really likes Sophie. It will be very difficult for you to compete with her. After all, Li Xianxian was her best friend, so when Zhang Mengyan was trying to persuade her, she tried her best to pay attention to her choice of words and expressed herself in a more tactful tone. I'm just not happy. I finally met a boy I liked, but after just a few days, he was snatched away by someone else. Thinking of this, Li Xianxian felt filled with grievance. Xianxian, this only means that there is no fate between you and Qin Yang. You said you are so beautiful and have many suitors around you. You will meet the right person in the future. Zhang Mengyan patiently comforted her again. This chat lasted the entire afternoon. In the evening, around 5:30 p.m., Qin Yang sent a message to Zhang Bei, and he and Sophie were getting ready to go out. Seeing this, Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan also set off immediately. After the four of them got together, they planned to find a restaurant nearby to eat. I just searched on my phone and found a good seafood buffet restaurant not far ahead. Should we go over and try it? Or do you want to eat stir-fried food? Should we go to another restaurant? Qin Yang put forward his own suggestions. Of course, he did not rush to make a decision, but instead left the decision-making power to everyone. That's fine with me. I agree, the seafood buffet is pretty good too. Sophie and Zhang Mengyan both nodded. Seeing that both women agreed, Qin Yang immediately said, okay, it's decided. Brother Qin, don't you plan to ask for my opinion? Can you please not treat me as transparent? Seeing that he had no say at all, Zhang Bei's face immediately became dissatisfied. He immediately spoke up and said to Qin Yang. Zhang Bei, I think you have a pretty good EQ. Why would you do something stupid at this time? They both agree. If you jump out at this time, aren't you just asking for trouble? Qin Yang looked at Zhang Bei and couldn't help but reveal a worried look. This guy usually knows how to please girls, why is he committing suicide at such a critical moment? Or did those women deliberately let Zhang Bei pursue them just because of the money he had? Faced with Qin Yang's questioning, Zhang Bei was suddenly speechless. He realized that his opinion was indeed redundant. Asking or not asking could not change the final result. In that case, why should Qin Yang continue to waste his breath? Okay, let's go. Qin Yang withdrew his gaze and then took the lead to walk forward. Not long. The group came to the seafood buffet restaurant. As soon as they walked in, the four of them attracted a lot of people's attention. The two pairs of handsome men and beautiful women were dressed so fashionably that they stood out in the crowd. Soon, everyone chose a quieter place to sit down. Fair, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Qin Yang's eyes turned to Sophie first, and then he asked softly. It's okay, just bring whatever you want. Sophie likes seafood very much and is not picky about food. As long as Qin Yang brought it to her, she would like to eat it. Zhang Bei, let's go. Qin Yang pulled Zhang Bei and walked directly towards the dining table not far away. It was filled with plate after plate of various types of seafood. In about 10 minutes, Qin Yang and Zhang Bei walked back and forth several times and got some of almost everything. Then, I specially prepared a few bowls of sauce. And at this time, the soup base is also just boiling. Qin Yang took the lead and threw some fish fillets and fresh shrimps in, without letting Sophie do anything at all. Brother Qin, you are too good to your sister-in-law, aren't you? Zhang Bei was sitting right opposite Qin Yang at this moment. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Girlfriends are meant to be spoiled. If I don't treat her well, do I expect others to treat her well? When Qin Yang heard this, he immediately gave Zhang Bei a displeased look. Did you hear that? I think you should learn more from your brother Qin. Don't just make me angry all day long. Zhang Mengyan was very excited because Qin Yang's words touched her heart. Immediately, she hurriedly gave instructions to Zhang Bei. Yes, you are right. Zhang Bei naturally didn't dare to refute, so he had to nod and agree quickly. Sister Su, to be honest, I really envy you for finding such an outstanding boyfriend like Qin Yang. He is much stronger than the one in my family. After saying that, Zhang Mengyan looked at Zhang Bei with disappointment. Mengyan, it's not that I'm not good enough, it's that brother Qin is too good. You compare me to him, aren't you deliberately humiliating me? Zhang Bei is still aware of this. But Zhang Mengyan was deliberately slandering him in front of outsiders at this moment, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Mengyan, what Zhang Bei said makes sense. You really can't compare the two of us. He, like you, comes from a wealthy family and lives a life of luxury. He is used to being served by others on a daily basis. He can only do this in front of you. If it were anyone else, he would have quit long ago. Qin Yang noticed that Zhang Bei's expression looked a little strange. In an instant, he stood up and spoke to help smooth things over. Immediately, he glanced at Zhang Bei, signaling him not to be angry. The two brothers have a tacit understanding. Even though they only communicate with their eyes, they can still understand various meanings. Qin Yang is right. The best state of a relationship is when both parties are giving and learning to tolerate each other, rather than just asking for things. Do you know why Qin Yang and I decided to start dating after only knowing each other for a few days? It's because during the few days we spent together, we found that our personalities and values were very similar, so it was easy for us to get along well with each other. So, there is a feeling that we met too late. Of course, you can also understand it as getting along well. At this time, Sophie, who had been silent and listening to the conversation, took the initiative to speak. These words seemed to be intended to remind Zhang Mengyan. In Sophie's opinion, Zhang Mengyan still has a kind of proud princess syndrome and insists on being spoiled by Zhang Bei. But this way of getting along is not enough to maintain the relationship between the two and keep them together stably. I understand. Zhang Bei, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. Zhang Mengyan seemed to realize that what she had just said was inappropriate. She quickly took Zhang Bei's hand and said apologetically, It doesn't matter, how could I be mad at you? When Zhang Bei saw Zhang Mengyan apologize, his heart softened immediately. The original dissatisfaction in my heart suddenly disappeared. Chapter 59 Goddess Su, he is so good, I can't refuse him. Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan did not quarrel over this trivial matter. Qin Yang and Sophie looked at each other inadvertently, and then chuckled. After a while, Qin Yang saw that the shrimps were ready and was the first to take out a few. After peeling all the shrimp shells, she did not eat them first, but put them directly into Sophie's bowl. This move, Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan were instantly fed with a lot of dog food. Although Sophie herself felt a little surprised, she could understand it. Thanks. Seeing this, Sophie smiled and took the initiative to thank Qin Yang. Come with me, why are you so polite? Eat it with confidence. If it's not enough, I'll peel more for you later. Qin Yang shook his head. In his opinion, this was what he should do. Only in this way can Sophie feel his kindness. Zhang Bei, I want to eat shrimp too. Peel them for me. Only then did Zhang Mengyan understand Qin Yang a little and realized that he was so gentle. No wonder Jiang Bei keeps talking about this brother all the time and never stops talking about him. Thinking of this, she immediately felt a little jealous and acted coquettishly towards Jiang Bei. No problem. Jiang Bei nodded. At this moment, the movements of his hands couldn't help but become faster. By the time we finished the meal, it was already dark. Xin Yang suggested that everyone go for a walk on the beach. Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan had obviously eaten too much. They touched their bulging stomachs and nodded. Sophie hadn't spoken yet, but at this moment she could clearly feel that Xin Yang's eyes were always on her, as if he was very much looking forward to her answer. Okay, I think this is great. In the end, Sophie agreed decisively. Soon, everyone walked some distance away from the restaurant door. The sky by the sea is full of stars. It is different from the crowded skyscrapers and red lights in Shanghai. It's quiet and peaceful here, without the hustle and bustle of crowded places. Even if we met pedestrians on the street, they were all in pairs. Xin Yang and Sophie were walking side by side on the road. A breeze blew towards them, blowing Sophie's hair to the corners of Xin Yang's mouth. To be honest, Xin Yang was enjoying this moment very much. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Next second, Xin Yang directly took Sophie's tender little hand. Sophie was shocked. She didn't expect Xin Yang to be so bold. Subconsciously, I wanted to take my hand back. But he found that Xin Yang was incredibly strong. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Xin Yang's palm. Bad guy, hooligan. You just take advantage of me. Sophie couldn't help but curse under her breath. Xin Yang naturally heard it, but he acted as if nothing had happened. With a nonchalant expression on his face, he continued to play dumb. And at this moment, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan followed behind Xin Yang and Su Fei, about 2 or 3 meters away. Although the sky was slightly dark, they could still see the whole process clearly. The two of them felt like they were watching spectators at the scene and were extremely excited. Jiang Bei, what charm do you have about your brother Qin that could make the famously cold and beautiful CEO Sophie like him so much? Look at the state of these two people now. It's hard to imagine that they have only known each other for a few days. People who don't know would think they have been in love for many years. Zhang Mengyan was extremely curious about this. You don't know this, do you? First of all, brother Qin is handsome. Just relying on this face, he can make countless beauties vying for him. This is also the easiest thing for him to stand out among men. Secondly, brother Qin is a very talented person. He is a rare academic master in the finance department of Magic City University. All the teachers who have taught him are full of praise. It is also because of him that I can make a profit in the stock market and earn such a large sum of money. Third, brother Qin is really serious about relationships. He won't date, but once he's in a relationship, nothing in his mind is more important than his girlfriend. A man who is so outstanding in appearance, talent, and character is irresistible to any woman. Even though Sophie is known as a cool CEO, she is still a woman after all. When she meets a high-quality man like brother Qin, she knows very well that if she misses him, it may become the biggest regret of her life. That's why I'm so eager to establish a relationship with brother Qin and assert my initiative. Otherwise, if she gets lured away by other women, she won't even have anywhere to cry. Jiang Bei has every say on this point. Xin Yang was confused by Sophie's little thoughts, but as a bystander, he could see them clearly. So-called love at first sight? It's nothing more than lust at first sight. What ultimately brings two people together is the heart-pounding feeling they get after spending time together. This kind of heartthrob is the most important factor that gradually brings two people closer and even develops into a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. You see things clearly. Then why don't you feel the same way about me as they do? Jiang Bei, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not good enough? Zhang Mengyan was shocked by Jiang Bei's analysis. They have been in love for several months. If it weren't for today's opportunity, she wouldn't have known that Jiang Bei had such a clear mind. But he has never been so attentive to himself. No, Mengyan, please listen to my explanation. Seeing Zhang Mengyan turned hostile and immediately got angry, Jiang Bei suddenly became anxious. I won't listen. After saying that, Zhang Mengyan turned and left. Jiang Bei couldn't stay there any longer and immediately chased after him. But Xin Yang didn't know that the couple Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan staged such a farce because of him. Now, Xin Yang held Sophie's tender hand and felt very happy. Beautiful scenery, warm breeze, and a beautiful woman by your side. How he wished that this kind of life could continue forever. Qin Yang, this is the real purpose of your careful planning to invite me here, right? Seeing that Qin Yang's face was always smiling, he had no idea how to spell the word restraint. Sophie felt a little shy inside, but couldn't bear to see this guy so proud, so she asked him directly. I don't have any purpose. If I have to say anything, it's that I hope you can relax and not have too much pressure. On the weekend, we should be happy. We shouldn't stay at home and work all the time, right? You can never make enough money in your lifetime, but good times are short-lived. I hope that after you meet me, you will be happy every day, so that when you look back on it in the future, the memories in your mind will become a movie, and time will treat you tenderly. Qin Yang chuckled and looked at Sophie with affectionate eyes. Use an extremely gentle voice to express your truest thoughts. Humph, don't think that you can hide your little thoughts by saying it so beautifully. Qin Yang, I won't be fooled by you again. Sophie's heart suddenly felt like a deer beating fast, and she was moved by Qin Yang's words. She looked at Qin Yang in shock and found that this man was completely different from the men she had met. Although his mouth is full of sweetness, he is very nice to her. Even though she has the persona of a cold and beautiful CEO, who wouldn't want to have a boyfriend who is handsome, talented, humorous, and treats her wholeheartedly? She felt extremely fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't agree to date those suitors before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wait for a treasure boy like Qin Yang. Chapter 60, The Cold Goddess's Personality Collapses? Fair, how could you think so bad of me? Seeing Sophie looking at him warily, Qin Yang suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Sophie actually saw him this way. It's not that I deliberately think this way, but every time you act, you confirm my thoughts. Sophie couldn't help but give Qin Yang a blank look. Facts have told her time and again that this guy is full of bad intentions and uses one trick after another. When she is with Qin Yang, she has to be careful. Otherwise, who knows how much more you will be taken advantage of. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, some intimate actions can help enhance our relationship. I don't want to be eliminated by you in less than 2 months. Of course, this was Qin Yang's joke. He had absolute confidence that he could make Sophie feel his charm and fall in love with him. All this is done to achieve my lofty pursuit. Humph, don't forget that the decision is in my hands. If you go too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Sophie saw Qin Yang's smug look, she suddenly felt a little unhappy. In an instant, he immediately revealed his trump card. Don't. It would be such a pity if you missed such an excellent boyfriend like me. Maybe I won't be able to find another one in the future. What Qin Yang said was not exaggerating at all. Although he is not the best, he is definitely the most sincere to Sophie. Besides, Qin Yang hopes to complete this mission and become a billionaire. Achieve success in both love and career and become a winner in life. It won't happen that you will fail now. Who said it can't be found? There are so many good men in the world, who says there are no better ones than you? It's just that I'm busy and don't have the leisure time to discover it. When Sophie saw Qin Yang flattering herself, she immediately ruthlessly exposed him. Although she subconsciously felt that what Qin Yang said might be right. But how could she admit it directly? Women are often proud creatures. In the game of love, people always like to take the initiative, especially someone with Sophie's personality, who hopes to control Qin Yang. Instead of letting herself be manipulated by Qin Yang. Yes, you are right. But I just held your hand, I didn't do anything excessive to you. Fair, you don't have to be so serious with me, right? Qin Yang smiled and then said to Sophie. Of course I do. If you had done anything untoward to me, how could I have communicated with you so calmly now? I'm just giving you a heads up so you can get rid of all the thoughts in your mind. Sophie looked very proud. She found that she now liked seeing Qin Yang looking like he had a headache more and more. Because this represents the competition between himself and Qin Yang, and he occupies an advantageous position. Why should we worry about these things when we can just go out for a walk, enjoy the sea breeze, and see the night view? We agreed to come out to relax, why do you have to make the atmosphere so depressing? Qin Yang also realized that the current situation was somewhat deviant. He smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. It's not your fault. At this moment, Sophie's hand was held tightly by Qin Yang. She immediately looked here and gestured to Qin Yang. Okay, it's all my fault. I apologize to you here. Qin Yang took the initiative to surrender. He was willing to show weakness as long as it could put a smile on Sophie's face. Hey, where are Jiang Bei and Meng Yan? How come in such a short while, I don't know where the people have gone? At this time, Qin Yang came to his senses and found that there was no one behind him. He couldn't help but speak out curiously about this. They should be nearby. Let's go look for them. Sophie guessed in her heart that it was most likely that Jiang Bei took his girlfriend away on purpose. The purpose was to give Qin Yang and her a chance to be alone. Although Sophie and Jiang Bei had only met twice, Jiang Bei gave her the impression of being wise and particularly loyal. He can definitely do this. It's a pity that Sophie is too confident. Little did he know that it was because Zhang Mengyan ran away in anger that Jiang Bei chased her and tried his best to cheer her up. The two searched for a while. Finally, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan were seen on the beach. They sat on the beach, shoulder to shoulder, being very intimate. Seeing this, Qin Yang and Sophie did not bother them. Night. After the two returned to the BB, Sophie went straight to the room on the second floor and took out a black briefcase from her suitcase. What's in this? Qin Yang followed curiously, and after seeing Sophie's actions, he couldn't help but ask. Laptop. Sophie didn't look at Qin Yang, but put the computer on the table. After a moment, pressed the power button. Fair, are you still planning to work now? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask. No, I just checked my email to see if there was anything I needed to respond to. This is a habit Sophie has developed over the years. No matter how late it is, as long as she is free, she will check her email for new messages. Okay, I won't bother you then. Seeing that Sophie said this, Qin Yang didn't say anything else. He walked out of the room and headed downstairs. There is a kitchen and a refrigerator in the homestay. There are even a lot of fresh fruits, eggs, vegetables and fresh meat in it. Obviously, these were all arranged in advance by Qin Yang and his staff. Qin Yang took out some strawberries and cherries from the refrigerator. He was not sure which one Sophie liked. Just wash them all. Then, he took a fruit plate and went straight upstairs. Fair, I washed some fruit for you. Qin Yang came into the room and saw Sophie sitting in front of the computer typing, apparently replying to an email. Put it here first, I'll eat it later. Sophie turned her head, glanced at Qin Yang, and said with a smile. It's okay, I'll feed you. Would you like strawberries or cherries? Qin Yang didn't think too much about it. With a smile on his face, he spoke directly to Sophie. I can do it myself. Sophie was startled and immediately stopped what she was doing. Take the initiative to pick up a strawberry from the fruit plate and put it in your mouth. Okay, then you take your time eating, I'll go take a shower first. Qin Yang looked at the time and it was indeed late. After saying that, he went straight back to his room, packed out his clothes, and headed downstairs to the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Sophie has finished her work. She turned off the computer and walked out of the room. The figure just appeared in the hall. Snap! The bathroom door was pushed open. Qin Yang walked out straight away. Ah! Sophie looked at the scene in front of her and suddenly screamed. The image of a cool and aloof CEO was completely forgotten at this moment. She subconsciously covered her eyes with her hands. But less than half a second later, a gap appeared between the fingers. His eyes were fixed on the scene before him. It seems that every second you watch is earned. Chapter 61 Beautiful Scene, Shy Goddess Sue. Even Qin Yang himself was startled by Sophie's sudden appearance and scream. Suddenly, he looked at Sophie with an apologetic look and said, Sorry, I didn't expect you to come down so soon. At this moment, Qin Yang had just walked out of the bathroom and had not had time to put on his upper body clothes. He is neither fat nor thin, but his chest and abdominal muscles are very clear. Especially her skin, which was fair and smooth, not much inferior to Sophie herself. Sophie has always hated muscular men and finds them a bit disgusting. But now after seeing Qin Yang's figure, his previous thoughts have been overturned. Unconsciously, I looked at her a few more times, and my cheeks turned slightly red. Sophie, what on earth are you thinking about? Soon, Sophie came to her senses and cleared the evil thoughts from her mind. She reached out and touched the corner of her mouth, fearing that she would drool at Qin Yang's figure. Of course, this can't be blamed on her. After all, no woman can resist the love for a perfect body. Even Sophie is no exception. You, put on your clothes quickly. Sophie was extremely shy, and finally spoke to Qin Yang against her will. Qin Yang nodded decisively, picked up the clothes in his hand and put on a set, and his perfect figure was immediately covered up. This made Sophie's eyes flash with a hint of regret. "I'm done. The water is very hot. Please be careful when you wash." Qin Yang wiped his hair with a towel in one hand and kindly reminded Sophie at the same time. Sophie gradually came back to her senses at this time and nodded slightly. She turned around immediately and ran back to her room on the second floor. Then he leaned against the door, his breathing and heartbeat becoming tense. At this moment, she looked shy and exuded a peculiar temperament. "What's wrong with me?" It was obviously Qin Yang who was seen naked by me, so he is the one who suffered the loss. Why did I react so violently? And why did I blush? It's over. How will Qin Yang see me? Will he think that I am attracted to his figure? Countless questions popped up in Sophie's mind. When I thought about it carefully, I realized that my reaction was too intense. So she stayed alone in the room for more than 10 minutes before she calmed down. Then, he packed a set of spare clothes and toiletries from the suitcase and mustered up the courage to walk downstairs. In the hall, Qin Yang was tinkering with the projector. He held the remote control in his hand and immediately put the screen down. They planned to watch a movie together after Sophie finished taking a shower, putting a perfect end to today's trip. Sophie took a quick glance and saw that Qin Yang didn't notice her at all, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She walked straight into the bathroom and tested the water temperature with her hand before starting to fill the bathtub. When the water is almost full, take out the shower gel that I brought with me and squeeze it in. After completing the preparations, Sophie slowly took off her clothes, admiring her hot body with unscrupulous eyes. Sophie has always paid attention to maintaining her figure, and she has spent a lot of energy in this regard. Conditioner, shower gel, and skin care products are all imported high-end brands. Although she is naturally beautiful, she can kill a lot of women in seconds even without taking any special care of herself. But she hopes to always keep her appearance at the peak. So for the sake of beauty, she also made great efforts behind the scenes. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. Qin Yang had already prepared everything and was just waiting for Sophie to come out of the bathroom. The two discussed which movie to watch. Snap! Finally, the bathroom door opened. Sophie changed into a set of creamy white pajamas. It looks conservative, but it perfectly shows off her body curves. Qin Yang was amazed the first time he saw Sophie. Sophie tied her hair up with a towel, but even so, it still got wet accidentally. Qin Yang. At this time, Sophie couldn't help but shouted to Qin Yang. "I'm here, how can I help you?" Hearing Sophie calling his name, he immediately got up from the sofa and ran towards her quickly. "Help me find a hairdryer. When I was taking a shower just now, I accidentally got my hair wet. I need to blow dry it." Sophie looked at Qin Yang and immediately asked him for help. "Okay, wait a moment." Qin Yang nodded, and then began to search around the house. In less than a few minutes, he took out a hairdryer from his room and soon appeared in the hall again. "Fair, I found it." Qin Yang came up to Sophie and said to her with a smile on his face. "Just sit here and let me blow you. I just happened to have the projector ready. Take your pick and see if there's a movie you particularly like." When Sophie heard this, she was stunned. However, she saw that Qin Yang's face was sincere and he didn't have any intention of tricking her. After hesitating for a while, he nodded shyly. When Qin Yang saw Sophie agreed, the smile on his face couldn't help but become even brighter. He quickly plugged the hairdryer into the power supply and reached out to untie the towel on Sophie's head. In an instant, Sophie's hair fell on her shoulders. At this moment, Qin Yang and Sophie were very close, and he could clearly smell the faint fragrance. It could be the shower gel, or the natural body fragrance that Sophie exudes naturally. Just this moment made Qin Yang feel happy and relaxed. "Why are you still standing there? Let's get started." Seeing that Qin Yang was not moving, Sophie couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. "Oh, okay, I'll get started right away." Qin Yang immediately came back to his senses from his beautiful fantasy. He stood behind the sofa, held Sophie's hair with one hand and started blowing it with a hairdryer with the other. At this time, Sophie couldn't help but put a smile on her face. Holding the remote control in hand, I started to choose if there were any good movies. "Qin Yang, what type of movie do you want to watch?" As if she felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle at the moment, Sophie deliberately opened her mouth and asked Qin Yang. "As long as it's what you want to see, I have no problem with that." Qin Yang smiled slightly and replied immediately. Sophie is usually busy with work and doesn't have much time for leisure and entertainment. The number of times I go to the movies is even less. She tossed and turned, unable to make up her mind for a moment. I happened to see a love movie called Time and Space Lovers and thought the name was good, so I just clicked to play it. Xin Yang's movements couldn't help but speed up a bit. Fortunately, Sophie's hair was only slightly wet, so it didn't take much time to deal with it. Done. A few minutes later. Xin Yang turned off the hairdryer, tidied Sophie's hair, and sat quietly beside her. He also turned off the lights in the hall. After all, watching a movie in this environment will seem more atmospheric. Chapter 62. I just want to be Goddess Sue's exclusive chef. The lights in the hall were dim, with only a glimmer of light coming from the screen. As the plot of the movie unfolded, Sophie watched it more and more attentively. Little did he know that Xin Yang was quietly shrinking the distance between them. A large hand went around Sophie's back, intending to hold her shoulders. Bang! Just when Xin Yang was feeling proud and thought he was about to succeed, Sophie raised her hand and slapped his palm hard. This made Xin Yang feel a pain and he quickly retracted his hand. He immediately felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Sophie had already seen through his tricks. Xin Yang, if you still want to watch the movie, then watch it carefully and don't think of any other crooked ideas. Sophie turned her head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Obviously, she had been on guard against Xin Yang's little tricks from the very beginning. Okay, I got it. Xin Yang suddenly felt very regretful. I didn't expect that at such a suitable time, Sophie would completely figure out my plan. Almost there. It's really just that little bit. After his action was exposed, Xin Yang immediately became obedient. At this moment, Sophie was secretly glancing at Xin Yang out of the corner of her eyes. Seeing his depressed face, I suddenly felt funny. This guy is really full of bad intentions. Does he really think that I am the kind of girl who has never seen the world and will be won over by his little tricks? Humph, you're still a little immature. The two of them watched the movie for nearly 2 hours. It was not until the show ended that Xin Yang took the initiative to stand up and turn on the lights in the hall. By this time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Xin Yang thought about other arrangements for tomorrow, so he immediately said to Sophie, "It's getting late, let's go to bed early." "Well, I'm a little sleepy." Sophie nodded, then stood up and walked straight back to the room. A few minutes later, Xin Yang was lying on the bed, muttering in difficulty, "Fair is too wary of me now, and I have no idea where to start. If this continues, I won't be able to achieve the effect I want. It seems I have to find a way to change the current situation as soon as possible." The other side. Sophie was sitting in the recliner with an expensive facial mask on her face. She was fiddling with the camera in her hand, her eyes fixed on the photos Xin Yang took of her. This guy really brought me a lot of surprises today. It would be better if he was more serious. Until now, Sophie didn't know what charm she had that made Xin Yang rack his brains to take advantage of her. In fact, it was not that Xin Yang wanted to take advantage of Sophie on purpose. He just wanted to cultivate their relationship and development in this way. According to research, when there is physical contact between opposite sexes, a kind of dopamine will be secreted in the body, which stimulates the brain and makes the heart beat faster. Xin Yang fell in love with Sophie at first sight, and it was his first love. So from the moment Sophie agreed to date him, he secretly made up his mind to stabilize this relationship as soon as possible. Xin Yang wanted to become a full-time employee as soon as possible during his internship, but it would be impossible if he didn't put in more effort. That night, the two of them had a lot of thoughts in their minds, and finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, around 6:30, Xin Yang slowly opened his eyes and gradually woke up. He got up, dressed, and walked straight out of the room. When passing by Sophie's door, he couldn't help but lighten his steps. After going downstairs, Xin Yang took some time to wash up. Then he walked towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as he was busy in the kitchen, he heard footsteps on the stairs. "Fair, why are you up so early? Did you not sleep well last night?" Xin Yang stopped what he was doing and subconsciously looked towards Sophie. After seeing her figure, he couldn't help but ask. "No, I slept well, I just woke up now," Sophie explained with a smile. Then her eyes fell on Xin Yang, with a hint of surprise on her face. "Xin Yang, are you preparing breakfast now?" "That's right. You're up now, so tell me, what do you want to eat for breakfast? Noodles or rice porridge?" With the ingredients currently in the refrigerator, these two types of dishes are all that can be made. Qin Yang immediately asked Sophie. Noodles, the breakfast you made yesterday was delicious. Sophie thought for a moment and said to Qin Yang with a smile. Okay, then you wash up first. I'll make it now and we can eat in a while. Qin Yang nodded. The ingredients are all readily available and are not difficult to prepare. So he moved his hands much faster, and he estimated that it would not take long before he could serve a bowl of hot noodles to Sophie. Sophie smiled sweetly, and looking at Qin Yang's busy back, she suddenly felt warm in her heart. It wasn't long before she headed towards the bathroom. When I was about to wash up, I found that the mouthwash cup was already full of water and there was a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it next to it. The first thing Sophie thought of was that this must have been prepared for her by Qin Yang in advance. This man is always considerate and touches people with some details. To be honest, Sophie really enjoyed the feeling of being held in the palm of her hand at this moment. About 10 minutes later, Sophie finished washing up and quickly came to the kitchen. I was just about to ask Qin Yang if there was anything I could do to help. But he saw Qin Yang carrying a bowl of noodles and putting it on the dining table. Fair, the noodles are ready, come over and try them. Qin Yang smiled slightly, walked to Sophie's side immediately, put one hand on her shoulder, and pushed her to sit down at the dining table. Then, he signaled her to start eating. You only made one bowl? Sophie couldn't help but ask Qin Yang. There's more in the pot. You can get more when you're done eating. Qin Yang hurriedly explained. No, that's not what I meant. You've been busy for so long, hurry up and serve a bowl so we can eat together. It's not like that. I'll just let you watch me eat, okay? Sophie shook her head and said with a smile. Okay, wait for me for a while. Qin Yang laughed awkwardly, then realized that he had misunderstood Sophie's meaning. He quickly served a bowl of noodles and sat opposite Sophie. Try it first to see if it tastes good. Qin Yang didn't pick up his chopsticks, but looked at Sophie with anticipation. It seems that getting her approval is more important than anything else. Good. Sophie was not pretentious. Pick up the chopsticks and start eating. Her movements are very graceful and it's a pleasure just to watch her eat. Suddenly, Sophie's eyes lit up. She found that the noodles made by Qin Yang were even more delicious than she had imagined. Qin Yang, with your culinary skills, it would be a shame if you didn't become a chef. Sophie looked at Qin Yang and couldn't help but praise him. No, I don't want to be a chef. Even if I want to be one, I will only be your personal chef. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he stared at Sophie with sincere eyes. In an instant, the two looked at each other. The air was immediately filled with the scent of love. Swish! Sophie's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, making her look shy and charming. This scene made Qin Yang fall completely. Chapter 63. This time you drive, let me hold you. Qin Yang, why are you saying such cheesy things so early in the morning? Sophie lowered her head, looking extremely shy. After a long while, he spoke to Qin Yang in a very low voice. Making breakfast for my girlfriend, in my opinion, is a happy thing. Why, don't you think so? Seeing Sophie being shy, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, Sophie's reaction was unnecessary. I don't know. For a moment, Sophie's thoughts were a little confused. She had witnessed countless big scenes, but had never been as nervous as she was at this moment. Sophie knew that Qin Yang did this simply to express his love for her. But she is a slow-moving person after all, so I hope their relationship can be developed slowly. But Qin Yang's attack was as fierce as a storm, making Sophie unable to resist. Okay, I won't say anything more. Just eat your breakfast first. Qin Yang gave a wry smile, then immediately shut up and focused on the noodles in his bowl. However, he would occasionally glance at Sophie out of the corner of his eyes. Just because Sophie looks particularly beautiful when she eats. I'm done eating, I'm going upstairs to change clothes first. After saying that, Sophie quickly got up and walked towards the room on the second floor. Qin Yang looked at Sophie's excited expression, and the smile on his face lasted for a long time. After he finished eating the noodles, he took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. In the blink of an eye, time quickly came to past 8 o'clock. Day. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the corridor. Qin Yang was sitting on the sofa in the hall, so he naturally heard the noise. He subconsciously looked over there. I saw Sophie wearing a red off-shoulder dress and delicate makeup, walking slowly towards the side. Qin Yang, what are your plans for later? Where are we going to play? Sophie walked up to Qin Yang and asked curiously. To the beach. But it's obviously not appropriate for you to wear this outfit. Or, go upstairs and change into another set. When Qin Yang saw Sophie's outfit at this moment, his eyes were filled with amazement. But when he thought about being admired unscrupulously by others, he felt very uncomfortable. So, he immediately persuaded Sophie to change her clothes. Okay, I understand. Sophie hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to agree. Turning and walking towards the second floor, a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She naturally knew that this was just Qin Yang's excuse. 10 minutes later, Sophie went downstairs again. This time she changed into a sports outfit and looked more conservative. But even so, it could not hide her graceful figure. Come on, let's go. I have already sent a message to Jiangbei. I guess they have already set off by now. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately spoke to Sophie. Seaside. Quite a crowd had already gathered here. Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan had been waiting here for a long time. Brother Qin, here. When Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang and Sophie, he shouted at them. How did you get here so quickly? Qin Yang walked over and asked curiously. If I hadn't come earlier, the motorboat would have been rented out long ago, and we wouldn't have had a chance to use it. Brother Qin, I rented 2 boats. Here are the keys. We each have 1 boat. After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he handed the key to Qin Yang. Thanks for your hard work. Come on, take me over there to have a look. Qin Yang patted Jiang Bei on the shoulder. After a moment, he spoke out. The group of 4 soon arrived at the place where the motorboat was moored at the beach. Fair, can you drive this? Qin Yang directly inserted the key and started the motorboat. At this moment, his eyes couldn't help but fall on Sophie curiously, and he asked her curiously. I haven't played this yet. But I think this shouldn't be difficult, right? Sophie suddenly became interested. With a smile on her face, she said to Qin Yang. How about letting me try first? Qin Yang naturally would not refuse, and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Several people took off their shoes on the shore and put on life jackets. After a while, Sophie took the lead in sitting in the driving position of the motorboat and grabbed the handles with both hands. At this time, Qin Yang also sat behind Sophie, and subconsciously put his arms around her slender waist. Such an action instantly scared Sophie. She immediately turned her head, glared at Qin Yang, and said unhappily. Qin Yang, are you trying to take advantage of me again? Qin Yang immediately shook his head and tried his best to explain, it's unfair. If I don't hold you, you might just throw me out later. You can't joke about my safety, can you? Sophie looked shy and blushed. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have fallen into the trap designed by Qin Yang again. Then you'd better behave yourself, or I'll settle this account with you later. In desperation, Sophie had to warn Qin Yang. Don't worry, I promise I won't touch anything. Fair, you have to believe in my character. Qin Yang replied seriously. Boom! Sophie accidentally turned the accelerator. The motorboat accelerated instantly and rushed directly into the sea. The sudden scene surprised Sophie. Fortunately, she held the handle of the motorboat tightly with both hands. Gradually, she was no longer afraid, but began to enjoy the feeling. She also gradually put Qin Yang's arms around her waist and forgot about taking advantage of him. Oh no! Qin Yang also enjoyed it. He pressed against Sophie's back and could smell the fragrance emanating from her body. For a moment, ripples began to form in my heart. Qin Yang, I finally understand why you like driving that motorcycle so much. This feeling is really wonderful. This was an experience Sophie had never had before. Although she was on the sea at the moment, she could still imagine how exciting it felt when Qin Yang drove her for a ride before. Yes. After all, who can resist this kind of extreme speed experience? Qin Yang whispered loudly into Sophie's ear. Sophie released her foot on the accelerator and the speed of the motorboat gradually decreased. In the end, it came to a complete stop. At this moment, just floating on the sea. She turned around and said to Qin Yang, you can drive now. I want to sit in the back and hold you. Good. Qin Yang immediately nodded in agreement and began to adjust the positions of the two. There were constant waves on the sea, and the motorboat shook from time to time. To ensure her balance, Sophie moved very gently. After spending some time, the two finally adjusted their positions. Fair, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Xin Yang made sure that Sophie was sitting firmly and holding him tightly with both hands before he started to turn the accelerator. Boom! The motorboat was like an arrow shot from a bow, bursting out at an extremely astonishing speed and sprinting across the sea. Chapter 64 Princess Hug for Goddess Su. I have to say that Xin Yang's skills are indeed outstanding. The motorboat in his hands seemed to be endowed with a soul, and he could always perform some difficult moves inadvertently. He even tried drifting on the sea. While Sophie felt excited, she was also afraid that she would be thrown away by the huge inertia. So from beginning to end, she held Xin Yang tightly with both hands and dared not let go no matter what. Brother Qin, your driving skills are amazing, right? How did you do it? At this time, Zhang Bei, who was not far away, was shocked after seeing Xin Yang's operation. He immediately drove over on a motorboat and asked him. It's easy. You'll get it after a few tries. Xin Yang chuckled and told the truth. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll capsize the motorboat. By then, my clothes and Minyan's clothes will be soaked. Zhang Bei shook his head and decisively gave up the idea of trying. Ha ha. Hearing Zhang Bei's words, Sophie couldn't help laughing out loud. She had just experienced it herself, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to do what Xin Yang did. If they didn't have skilled techniques, it would be very likely that, as Zhang Bei said, both the person and the motorboat would capsize into the sea. We've had enough fun, let's get ready to dock. At this time, Xin Yang and Zhang Bei had already driven a long distance. If we don't start the return journey now, it will be a big trouble if the motorboat runs out of gas. Good. Zhang Bei naturally would not refuse. About 10 minutes later, the two drove the motorboat directly onto the beach. Wow, this is so exciting. Sophie landed on her feet, stepped down from the motorboat, and couldn't help but let out a breath. The rapid speed on the sea made her heart beat faster. Until now, I still can't calm down for a while. If Sophie hadn't believed in Xin Yang's driving skills, she would have screamed long ago. Fair, are you okay? Xin Yang saw that Sophie's face was a little pale and the situation didn't seem good. The first thing he did was rush forward and ask her. I'm fine. Sophie shook her head. Let's sit over there and rest for a while. Xin Yang bent down and let Sophie put her hand on his shoulder. Then he hugged Sophie's thighs with both hands, and then exerted force suddenly, holding Sophie in his arms like a princess. Xin Yang, I'm really fine, please put me down. When Sophie saw herself being held in Xin Yang's arms, a hint of shyness immediately appeared on her face. At this moment, her eyes were looking at Xin Yang's profile. At such a close distance, she found that Xin Yang's facial features were so delicate. A straight nose, curved eyebrows, and lips as tempting as roses. At this moment, Sophie couldn't help but stare in amazement. It was the first time for her to stare at a man so seriously. Be good, stop making trouble and listen to me. Xin Yang would never listen to Sophie and would not let go easily no matter what she said. Holding Sophie, they soon arrived at the shade. Xin Yang looked up and saw a makeshift shop not far away, so he greeted Sophie. Sit here for a while. I'll go get you some water. After saying that, he stood up and walked away. But just when Xin Yang left for a while, a man wearing beach shorts and sunglasses happened to walk past Sophie. Just at this moment, he discovered a stunningly beautiful woman sitting under the tree. He subconsciously took off his sunglasses and stared at Sophie with excitement. Beauty, my name is Lu Xing, and I'm the owner of ABB. Would it be convenient for us to be friends? Faced with the man's approach, Sophie couldn't help but frown. Immediately, he said in a cold tone, it's inconvenient. Beauty, don't be like this, it never hurts to have more friends. Lu Xing was obviously a shameless man and did not give up just because of Sophie's refusal. Instead, he became more and more courageous and even planned to sit next to Sophie and have a good chat with her about life. I'm warning you, you'd better disappear from my sight now. Otherwise, when my boyfriend comes back, you'll end up in a terrible situation. Sophie stared at Lu Xing with a vigilant look, and then gave him a kind reminder. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Humph, beautiful lady, do you really think that I, Lu Xing, can be so easily frightened? Even if you have a boyfriend and he appears in front of me right now, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Seeing Sophie's bad attitude, Lu Xing's face suddenly darkened and he immediately spoke in a stern voice. Yeah? Just at this moment, a voice came from behind Lu Xing. In an instant, Lu Xing turned his head sharply and looked at the person who came. Qin Yang was staring at him with a cold look on his face. Boy, do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? And you want to mind my business? Seeing Qin Yang's pretty face, Lu Xing immediately said with a disdainful look. I just left for a while, and you dared to hit on my woman. You are so brave. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. He never imagined that in such a situation, someone would dare to have bad intentions towards Sophie. This was simply touching his reverse scale. You are her boyfriend? After hearing Qin Yang's words, Lu Xing immediately understood. Good. Weren't you just shouting that you were going to deal with me? I'm standing in front of you now, just use whatever means you have. Qin Yang looked at Lu Xing with interest, wanting to see what abilities he had that made him so arrogant in front of him. Boy, I like your woman. Tell me how much money you want to give her to me. Lu Xing grinned and spoke directly to Qin Yang. What do you mean? You want to buy her away with money? Qin Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that the other party would say such a thing. Good. 100,000? 200,000? Or 500,000? As long as you can offer a price, I can agree to it. Lu Xing is a second-generation demolition tycoon. In addition to a homestay hotel, he also owns several villas in Shanghai and is worth nearly 100 million yuan. It was the first time he met a beautiful and elegant lady like Sophie. No matter what he said today, he couldn't let Sophie slip away from him like this. Bang! Qin Yang didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped Lu Xing hard in the face. Do you think you can take advantage of my woman just because you have a few bucks? Should I say that you are ignorant of life and death, or that you are a man of great skill and courage? Lu Xing was slapped by Qin Yang and immediately staggered and fell to the ground. He looked shocked and couldn't understand why this guy suddenly went crazy and wanted to hit him. Boy, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. As long as you are willing to give this woman to me, I will give you 1 million, how about it? Lu Xing thought the price he offered was too low, and Qin Yang was very dissatisfied. So, the price was doubled again. Chapter 65, A Rage for Beauty. For just 1 million, you want to get your hands on my woman? Do you really think I'm short of this little money? Seeing that Lu Xing was still harboring evil intentions, Qin Yang's expression immediately became even more gloomy. He stepped forward and kicked Lu Xing directly in the chest. Boom! Lu Xing's body, weighing more than 100 kilograms, immediately slid a distance on the sand pile. Cough cough cough. Boy, you are looking for death. At this moment, a lot of blood was flowing out of the corners of Lu Xing's mouth, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. I wish I could step on Qin Yang's head and crush it right now. Do you know that I can call a group of helpers with just one phone call? If you want to leave here at that time, it will be nothing but a foolish dream. Lu Xing was considered a big shot in the area. Anyone who knows his background will be respectful when meeting him. Now that he was being punched and kicked by Qin Yang, as well as mocked and insulted, he immediately became filled with rage. Really? Then I'll stand here today and wait for you to gather everyone. I'm going to leave it to you. No matter who comes, no one can save you. If you dare to take advantage of my woman, I must destroy you. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth curved up noticeably, and he didn't look timid at all. In his eyes, Lu Xing would inevitably pay a heavy price for his actions. Okay, wait for me. Lu Xing endured the pain from his body. He immediately pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Within 5 minutes, call all your brothers and have them grab their weapons and come to the beach immediately. And at this time, Qin Yang completely ignored Lu Xing, took the initiative to walk to Sophie's side, and asked softly. Fair, he didn't harass you, did he? Sophie shook her head and replied softly, No, luckily you came back in time. But it seems that this guy is not a good person either. Qin Yang, are you sure you can handle it? It was obvious that Sophie was a little worried about Qin Yang's safety. Don't worry, it's not like you haven't seen my skills before. Even if he calls over a group of people, so what? No matter how many come, I will defeat them all. I want him to know that if he dares to catch my woman's attention, he must pay the price. Qin Yang smiled slightly and comforted Sophie. Really? Sophie recalled the scene where Qin Yang defeated more than 20 thugs by himself, and the worry on her face gradually disappeared. It's less than 5 minutes. Then I heard the roar of a locomotive. More than a dozen motorcycles drove towards Qin Yang's location. At a rough glance, there are probably about 20 to 30 people here. Boy, kneel down and beg for mercy right now. Maybe I can ask them to go easier on you later. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might not see the sun tomorrow. When Lu Xing saw his helper coming, his expression suddenly became arrogant. He supported himself on the sand with one hand and took a lot of effort to stand up. At this moment, he glared at Qin Yang fiercely and said, "You are quite arrogant. It's a pity that the result is destined to disappoint you." Qin Yang had a disdainful smile on his face from beginning to end. It seemed that he was not frightened at all by the scene before him. "Brother Lu, who beat you up like this? You're so brave." At this time, the fat man in the lead, along with his men, immediately ran up to Lu Xing and asked in surprise, "It's him." Lu Xing pointed at Qin Yang. Then, he ordered the fat man with a cold face, "Fatty, quickly tell your men to capture this guy for me. Today I must let him know what the price is for offending me, Lu Xing." "Okay." The fat man nodded hurriedly. In less than a moment, his eyes fell on Qin Yang. Immediately, he waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Brothers, come on and take him down." The men were armed with baseball bats and some regulatory steel bars. He rushed towards Qin Yang with great force. "Fair, please step back a little, don't get affected." Qin Yang turned around immediately and gave instructions to Sophie. "Good." Sophie naturally nodded in agreement, and then moved back a distance. At this time, facing the siege of dozens of people, Qin Yang did not retreat but advanced instead. He pushed off the ground with both feet, bursting out with extremely astonishing speed. Swish! In an instant, the figure disappeared from the spot and rushed directly into the encirclement of the group of people. Qin Yang kept swinging his fists, each punch hitting the flesh. Bang bang bang! After just a face-off, his fist suddenly hit several big men in front of him. After that, he took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy, and his attack became more and more fierce. It's like a god descending to earth. The situation on the scene can be described as a crushing defeat. Qin Yang pinned dozens of people to the ground with his own strength. In just a few minutes, Qin Yang stood there unharmed. All around him, there were figures lying on the ground, covering their injured parts and screaming and wailing. How is this possible? The fat man rubbed his eyes hard, and an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. His brothers were all good fighters, but they were knocked down by this pretty boy in just a few moves. And judging by his relaxed look, his true strength has probably not been fully demonstrated yet. "Brother Lu, who on earth have you provoked?" The fat man looked miserable and couldn't help but complain to Lu Xing. I didn't know his skills would be so amazing." Lu Xing was also completely shocked by the scene before him. He never expected that Qin Yang, who looked so weak, could be so ruthless when he started to fight. For a moment, I felt regretful about why I had to provoke such a person. "Little brother, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. If I offended you just now, I hope you don't take it personally." Brother Lu quickly explained to the little brother to avoid hurting the relationship. There was a hint of fear in the fat man's eyes as he looked at Qin Yang. Suddenly, a flattering smile appeared on his face and he said, "Brother, I was blind just now. I apologize to you and your girlfriend. In addition, I will compensate you 1 million for your mental damages. How about we just let this matter go?" Lu Xing also realized that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. So, he chose to give in to Qin Yang and was even willing to spend money to avoid disaster. "Forget it? That's so easy for you to say. Just now you threatened to ask your men to destroy me, and now the situation is changed, you want me to let you go so easily? There is no such good thing in this world." When Qin Yang heard Lu Xing's words, he couldn't help but sneer. His figure flashed and he punched the fat man directly in the chest. In an instant, you can see a clumsy figure flying 7 or 8 meters away, then falling and rolling on the sand. At this moment, Qin Yang and Lu Xing were less than half a meter apart. "I was so obsessed with sex that I did something stupid. I already know I was wrong. Please give me a chance and let me live." Lu Xing was so frightened that his legs went limp and he knelt down facing Qin Yang. He looked frightened and immediately begged for mercy. Chapter 66 Vacation interrupted. Goddess Su was going home for a blind date. "Qin Yang, there's no need to bother with this, just teach him a lesson." Just as Qin Yang was about to take action, Sophie behind him couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to speak. "You're lucky. Since Fair is begging for you, I'll spare your life. Give yourself 20 slaps. Then take these people and get out of here. Qin Yang glanced at Lu Xing with cold eyes and suddenly roared in a low voice. Pa pa. At this point, Lu Xing had no other choice. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and slap himself in front of Qin Yang and Sophie. The sound is crisp and extremely loud. It can be seen that he really put in an effort and did not dare to fool Qin Yang. After being slapped 20 times, Lu Xing's face was swollen like a pig and was unrecognizable. Then Lu Xing didn't care about the pain at all. He quickly got up and fled, fearing that Qin Yang would cause trouble for him again. Fair, you are kind-hearted. If it were me, I would definitely destroy this guy. Qin Yang walked up to Sophie and said to her with a smile on his face. I've seen a lot of people like him. If I have to deal with everyone I meet, I will have a terrible headache. Teach them a lesson, and they won't have the guts to mess with me again next time. Sophie was no longer surprised by such scenes. No, drink some water first. Qin Yang took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to Sophie. Thanks. Sophie was feeling a little thirsty, so she didn't bother to be polite with Qin Yang. After taking the mineral water from his hand, I opened it and started drinking. Let's go find a place to rest. The sunlight is quite harsh now. If she continues to stay here, Sophie's skin will probably be damaged. In order to avoid this from happening, Qin Yang quickly spoke to Sophie. Sophie did not refuse and followed Qin Yang into a lounge. Qin Yang, are we going back in the afternoon? After sitting in the recliner, Sophie's eyes fell on Qin Yang, and she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I plan to go there tomorrow morning. Of course, if you have something urgent to deal with, I can take you back early. Qin Yang couldn't help but look at Sophie. It's okay, I'm just asking. Seeing that Qin Yang's expression became much more serious at this moment, Sophie hurriedly began to explain. If you have something wrong, just tell me directly. I won't be angry with you. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future for a vacation like this. Qin Yang took Sophie's hand and said with a smile on his face. My parents plan to let me go home for dinner tonight and introduce me to a blind date. I heard from them that he seems to be the son of one of my uncles, and he just came back from abroad. After Sophie finished speaking, she kept her eyes on Qin Yang's face, fearing that he would suddenly get angry. So you didn't tell your parents about our relationship? Qin Yang's eyes narrowed and he looked at Sophie and asked. No. I want to wait until our relationship becomes stable before telling them. After all, we've only known each other for a few days. I'm afraid you'll be scared if I take you to meet my parents so soon. Sophie was a little embarrassed, but she still explained it. She knew that her parents had been urging her to find a boyfriend, but she didn't expect that they would take the initiative and arrange a blind date for her this time. If it were before, Sophie would definitely go back for the sake of her parents' face. But now, Sophie and Qin Yang are dating. Suddenly, the blind date arranged by my family didn't seem suitable. It's okay. I understand. Fair, what are you going to do next? Should we go back now or wait until tomorrow morning? Qin Yang didn't force Sophie to make a choice, he just asked out of curiosity. No matter what the other party does, he will fully respect it. Otherwise, I should just tell my parents that I already have a boyfriend, right? But if this is the case, it probably won't be long before they ask me to take you home and have a proper face-to-face with you. Sophie held her forehead with one hand and faced a difficult decision. To be honest, she actually didn't want Qin Yang to meet her parents so soon. But right now, she had no choice but to do so. No need to wait until another day. Why not, just do it tonight? While it's still early, let's go back and pack up, and then rush back immediately. Qin Yang didn't feel the slightest bit timid in his heart, because he would meet Sophie's parents sooner or later anyway. Right now, it's just a matter of moving the time forward a little. Of course, the most important point is that Qin Yang wants to assert his sovereignty. He would never allow anyone to take Sophie away from him. Will this be too much trouble? Sophie frowned and asked worriedly. It's okay, that's decided. Qin Yang made the decision immediately. So he took out his cell phone and called Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei, Sophie and I have something urgent to do, so we'll be back soon. The BB doesn't open until 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you don't want to go back, you can stay until tomorrow. The other side. Zhang Bei answered the phone, and after hearing what Qin Yang said, he quickly replied, Brother Qin, since you have something to do, go and do it first. If you need any help, just come to me. Okay, then you guys have fun, Sophie, and I will go back to the BB to pack up. After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Qin Yang and Sophie returned to the BB and packed their luggage. After checking out, I headed straight to the parking lot. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Porsche 911 returns to Sophie's villa. Qin Yang opened the car and unloaded all the suitcases. Sophie opened the door and Qin Yang followed her carrying the luggage. Soon, we arrived at the room on the second floor. Just when Qin Yang thought he had a chance to see Sophie's boudoir with his own eyes. But he never expected that Sophie would snatch the suitcase directly from Qin Yang. Then, he smiled and said to Qin Yang, "Okay, let me take care of the rest. You've been driving all the way and must be very tired. Why don't you take a rest in my guest room next door? I'll call you later?" Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Sophie to use this trick. Qin Yang just laughed awkwardly, mustered up the courage and said to Sophie, "It's okay. I don't seem to be tired either. I'm curious about what your room looks like. Why don't you give me a chance to take a look?" The smile on Sophie's face grew brighter. He looked at Qin Yang and asked with interest, "Want to see it?" Qin Yang nodded excitedly. "No." But he never expected that Sophie would decisively reject him. For a moment, Qin Yang felt like crying but had no tears. But he did not give up. Instead, he said in a coquettish tone, "I won't go in. It's okay for me to just take a look outside the door." Chapter 67. It is my honor to share Mr. Qin's worries. If your performance tonight satisfies me, I promise I will reward you later. As for now, you should just go and have a rest and get enough rest. Sophie smiled. In the end, she chose not to agree to Qin Yang and give him such a chance. However, she took the initiative to promise that as long as Qin Yang performed well tonight, he would definitely receive a generous reward. This made Qin Yang, who originally had a look of disappointment on his face, suddenly feel pleasantly surprised. "Okay, you said it yourself, so you must not regret it." Qin Yang looked at Sophie excitedly and confirmed again. "Don't worry, Sophie, will keep my word and will never break it. Of course, the prerequisite is that your performance satisfies me and my parents. Tonight is the first time that Qin Yang and Sophie's parents meet. It is such an important moment, so we must be fully alert." It is precisely because Sophie attaches great importance to this that she took the initiative to make such a suggestion. The purpose is to motivate Qin Yang so that he will take it seriously. Just wait and see. Tonight, watch me show my power. Qin Yang's face was full of confidence. He was confident in his own abilities and believed that he would be able to gain the approval of Sophie's parents. "Fair, you go ahead and do your work. I'll drive out for a bit and buy some gifts for your parents." After saying that, Qin Yang turned around and walked down the stairs. Soon, he drove the Porsche 911 to the city center. In the car, Qin Yang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not had time to ask Sophie what gifts her parents liked. "I was just about to take out my phone and call to ask." At this time, when Qin Yang was looking through the address book, he found a name. Xiao, president of China Resources Group. Yeah, how could I forget about him? I heard Sophie mention it during our last meal. Xiao has a good relationship with Sophie's father. Maybe I can get a lot of information from him. After figuring this out, Qin Yang didn't hesitate and immediately called Xiao. At the same time, China Resources Group, President's Office. Xiao was looking through the documents brought in by his secretary, when at this moment his personal cell phone suddenly rang. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, wondering who would call him at this time. When he is at work, he usually does not answer any calls. But when Xiao saw the name on the phone screen, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he immediately put down the work at hand and answered the phone immediately. "Mr. Qin, how come you have time to call me? I am so flattered." Xiao spoke to Qin Yang with a respectful expression. "Boss Xia, I didn't disturb you, did I?" Qin Yang felt a little embarrassed. "No, why would I bother you? Mr. Qin, is there anything I can help you with?" Xiao is a smart man. He knew in his heart that a man of Qin Yang's status would not call him casually. Right now, the other party must have something to tell you. After a wry smile, Xiao took the initiative to ask. "Yes, I really do need Mr. Xia's help with something. It's like this. I'm going home with Sophie to visit their parents in the evening. It's my first time visiting them, and I wanted to prepare some gifts for them, but I didn't know what they would like. I remembered that you should be quite familiar with Sophie's parents, so I wanted to consult you. Qin Yang did not hide it either. At this point, he came straight to the point and stated the purpose of his call. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Xiao immediately understood. Mr. Qin, are you free now? Why don't we meet and talk? Xiao smiled slightly and asked Qin Yang tentatively. Okay, that's what I meant. I'm driving to the group now and will probably be there soon. We'll talk about the details when we meet later. Seeing Xiao happily agreed, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. The phone call was hung up. Less than 10 minutes passed. The Porsche 911 is parked right in front of the group building. The security guard at the door recognized Qin Yang at a glance, and hurriedly ran forward respectfully and took the initiative to open the door for him. Mr. Qin, President Xia has been waiting in the VIP room for a long time. At the front desk, Xiao's secretary hurriedly came forward and greeted Qin Yang respectfully. New. Then. The two took the VIP elevator and went directly to the president's office. Boom boom boom. Mr. Xia, Mr. Qin is here. The secretary knocked on the door and took the initiative to speak into the house. Snap. In less than a moment, Xiao opened the door himself. When he saw Qin Yang, a smile instantly spread across his face and he said, Mr. Qin, please come in. Boss Xia, I'm sorry to trouble you. Qin Yang smiled and said embarrassedly. That's not the case. It's my honor to share Mr. Qin's worries. From beginning to end, Xiao kept a low profile. Because he knew in his heart that with Qin Yang's status and position, he could not afford to offend him. You must be on good terms with him. Even if you cannot become his friend, you must never become his enemy. Mr. Xia, you're welcome. Time is tight, so I'll just get straight to the point. I'm going home with Sophie to meet my parents in the evening, so I want to prepare some gifts before that. Mr. Xia, would you mind giving me some advice? Qin Yang walked into the room, sat on the sofa, and looked directly at Xiao. I want to get useful information from him. Mr. Qin, you have found the right person. Su Tiannan and I have known each other for many years, and we often interact with each other. I naturally know his preferences very well. Since this is your first meeting, I think you should give a gift of sufficient size to prove your strength. You should know in your heart that although the Su family is not a top-tier wealthy family in Shanghai, it is at least a first-class wealthy family. Of course, considering Mr. Qin's status, the gift he gave must not be ordinary. Let me stop here. Xiao didn't say much. He knew that Qin Yang should understand what he wanted to express. Of course I know this. The reason I came here is that I wanted to give them some gifts that they like. Boss Xia, you can speak frankly. If you handle this matter well, I'll just consider it as a favor to you. Qin Yang looked very serious, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. For a moment, Xiao was shocked. He pondered for a while, then said to Qin Yang seriously. Mr. Qin, I have a piece of flowing agate in my hand, which is priceless. Su Tiannan saw it once with his own eyes and fell in love with it. He has always wanted me to sell it to him. Unfortunately, I refused every time. If you give this glittering agate as a gift, I think he will definitely not refuse it. Hearing this, Qin Yang looked a little surprised. I didn't expect that Xiao would spend so much money to get this favor from me. Qin Yang smiled slightly, and couldn't help but curiously ask Xiao, so, Mr. Xia is willing to give up? Of course. I said before, it is my honor to share Mr. Qin's worries. Xiao is a meticulous person and an extremely wise man. At this moment, Qin Yang owed someone a favor just for a piece of flowing agate. In the long run, this deal is definitely a sure win. Chapter 68 2 Gifts just to make friends with Mr. Qin. In addition, I have a bottle of Romane Conti from the Bordeaux winery in my cellar, which is the 1982 vintage. There is no demand for it in the market. If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, you can also give it to Su Tiannan as a gift. With these two gifts, I think he will fully realize Mr. Qin's power and then recognize you as Miss Su's boyfriend. Less than a moment later, Xiao's eyes fell on Qin Yang and he spoke again. It can be seen that in order to make Qin Yang gain Su Tiannan's recognition, Xiao spared no expense. In his opinion, Su Tiannan would absolutely not be able to refuse the gift that Qin Yang specially prepared for him. Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your concern. I will give you the exact value of the flowing jade and Romane Conti red wine you mentioned. I will never let you suffer any loss. I'll also remember this favor from you. Qin Yang nodded towards Xiao, and then a smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the suggestions given by Xiao. With these two gifts, I think his meeting with Sophie's parents in the evening will be more pleasant. Mr. Qin is too polite. Please wait a moment. I will have someone bring the things over. Seeing that Qin Yang was so satisfied with his suggestion, Xiao was suddenly extremely excited. He did not dare to slack off and immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Madam, please go to the study and take out my glittering agate and the bottle of Romane Conti 1982 red wine from the wine cellar. Then pack them carefully and have Lowly deliver them to my group office. Hurry up, I need it urgently. Xiao's wife quickly replied, Don't worry, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiao immediately walked to the counter and took out a can of tea from the drawer. Then, his eyes immediately fell on Qin Yang, and he asked with a smile. Mr. Qin, this is my treasured Wui Mountain de Hongpao. It's hard to find on the market. Would you like to try it? Okay. Qin Yang naturally would not refuse, so he nodded in agreement. Soon, Xiao walked to the sofa and sat down. He removed the boiling water and began to clean the tea set, intending to make tea for Qin Yang himself. Afterwards, the two of them drank tea and chatted. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. Boom, boom, boom. The secretary knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Boss Xia, this is something your housekeeper sent. She waved her hand, and the two security guards behind her placed two exquisitely packaged boxes directly on the table. Okay, I understand, you guys go out. Xiao nodded, then signaled his secretary and others to leave. Soon, Qin Yang and Xiao were the only ones in the room. Boss Xia, do you mind if I admire the true appearance of these two gifts first? Qin Yang was also interested at this time and was extremely curious about the congratulations in the box in front of him. After smiling slightly, he took the initiative to speak to Xiao. How could that be? You know, they belong to Mr. Qin now. Xiao was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses and quickly replied to Qin Yang. Okay, I'll take a look then. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang reached out and opened the box gently. Streamer agate is an antique with an exquisite appearance and looks full of artistic atmosphere. Although Qin Yang didn't understand it very well, at least after seeing its appearance, he knew that it was a rare treasure. The other box contained Romane Conti red wine from the 1982 era, which was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and could not necessarily be bought even if one had money. Yes, I am very satisfied with these two gifts. Mr. Xia, tell me a number, and give me your bank account number so I can transfer the money to you. Qin Yang closed the box. At this time, his eyes fell on Xiao and he spoke with a serious face. Mr. Qin, I can't take your money. These two gifts are just to show that I am making friends with you. Xiao knew it very well. Considering Qin Yang's net worth, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. For him, it wasn't much. But if he could gain Qin Yang's friendship, it would be a huge win for Xiao. He is a shrewd businessman and of course he sincerely wants to make friends with Qin Yang. That's why at this moment, I lower my attitude so much. Since President Xia has said so, I won't force it. I'm determined to be your friend. Qin Yang knew very well what Xiao was thinking. However, for him, there is no harm in having more friends. Who knows, there might be something in the future that will require you to trouble the other party. Qin Yang pondered for a while and then spoke directly to Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Xiao was satisfied and excited. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang and Xiao appeared at the entrance of the group building. After putting all the gifts in the car, Qin Yang said goodbye to Xiao. However, Qin Yang was not in a hurry to return to Sophie's villa at this time. While it was still early, he drove to a nearby shopping mall. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang walked into a high-end brand skincare product store. Hello, I would like to ask which skincare products are the best in your store? Can you recommend them to me? Qin Yang looked at the shopping guide in the store and said with a smile. Sir, are you planning to buy this for your girlfriend? The shopping guide was a beautiful woman in her 20s with a sweet face and an outstanding figure. At this moment, seeing Qin Yang so handsome, they immediately began to entertain him warmly. No, I plan to buy it as a gift for my elders. If there is any more suitable product, just recommend it to me. Remember, price is not an issue. I want the best. Qin Yang shook his head and quickly explained. Then, he gave instructions to the beautiful shopping guide in a generous manner. Understood. Sir, these skincare products are the flagship products of our store and are very popular among the rich ladies. They are absolutely perfect for you to give to your elders. Seeing that Qin Yang was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary temperament, it was obvious at a glance that he was a wealthy man. The beautiful shopping guide took the initiative to introduce several popular products in the store to Qin Yang. Okay, I want them all. Pack them up for me. Also, prepare some good facial masks for me. Finally, Qin Yang did not forget to give a reminder. No problem. The beautiful shopping guide moved quickly and efficiently and packed up all the skincare products Qin Yang had selected. At the end, I also found a lot of facial masks. Sir, the total is 207,008. Soon, the beautiful shopping guide calculated Qin Yang's spending in the store and handed the bill to him. Swipe the card, the password is 6 zeros. At this time, Qin Yang took out a black card from his wallet and handed it directly to the beautiful shopping guide. Drop. As soon as the password is entered, the bill is paid immediately. But when the beautiful shopping guide saw the balance in Qin Yang's bank card, she couldn't help but be shocked. Rich second generation? Rich man? At this moment, the beautiful shopping guide immediately labeled Qin Yang in her mind. At this time, the look he gave Qin Yang became more respectful. Qin Yang took the bank card, picked up the shopping bag and walked out of the store. Chapter 69 Meeting with Goddess Su's Parents. In the evening, Qin Yang drove the Porsche 911 back to Sophie's villa. As soon as I walked into the hall, I saw Sophie had been sitting on the sofa waiting for a long time. Qin Yang, where have you been? Why did you take so long? I almost thought you were running away from the battlefield. Sophie immediately looked at Qin Yang and asked him curiously. Didn't I say hello to you before I left? I'm going to buy some gifts for your parents. It's my first time going to your house, I can't go empty-handed, right? That would be so rude of me. If that's the case, what will your parents think of me then? Qin Yang smiled slightly, and then immediately explained to Sophie. That's right. I didn't think this through. Sophie nodded subconsciously, feeling that what Qin Yang said made sense. The next second, she asked, where are the gifts? What did you buy? At this moment, Qin Yang had nothing in his hands, and Sophie was curious about what he would buy for her parents. They were all in the car. I thought it was too much trouble, so I didn't take them down. It's getting late, do you want to call your parents ahead of time? Qin Yang looked at the time. So, he asked Sophie. No, let's just go back. Sophie rejected Qin Yang's proposal without even thinking about it. Seeing this, Qin Yang didn't know what to say. Sophie stood up and walked out of the villa gate first, and Qin Yang followed behind her. Not long. The two sat in the Porsche 911, the car started, and under Sophie's guidance, Qin Yang quickly drove to the destination. The Su family's mansion is located in the bustling villa area of Shanghai. At this time, in the villa hall, Su Tiannan and his wife Li Ruoxue were sitting on the sofa entertaining guests. Zhao Xiajie, the young master of the Zhao family. He had been studying abroad before, and after graduation he founded an energy company, which was successfully listed on the Nasdaq in just a few years, and his net worth skyrocketed by hundreds of millions of dollars. I just returned to China last week, ready to inherit the family business. After Su Tiannan learned the news, he specially invited him to his home. He had a plan in mind, wanting to bring Zhao Xiajie and his daughter Sophie together. After all, in Su Tiannan's eyes, Zhao Xiajie is considered a leader among the younger generation and is worthy of his daughter. Xiajie, why don't you stay home and have a simple meal tonight? Sophie will be back soon. You two are of similar age, so you should have a lot of common topics. You can communicate more then. From the moment Zhao Xiajie entered the door until now, Li Ruoxue had been looking at him. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and she seemed very satisfied with him. Since it's Auntie's kind invitation, I won't be polite. It just so happens that I've heard of Miss Su's reputation before and have always wanted to find an opportunity to meet her. Zhao Xiaojie smiled and said modestly. Xiao, you just returned to China, so you really need to adjust and get familiar with the situation. Wait until Sophie comes back. If there's anything you don't understand, you can communicate with her more. Su Tiannan had a calm expression on his face, and he exuded the aura of a superior. Although the tone of voice was kind, Zhao Xiajie still felt a little pressured. Zhao Xiaojie nodded, adjusted his state, and replied to Su Tiannan, "Okay, Uncle Su." At the same time, the Porsche 911 drove into the gate of the Su family villa. "Master, Madam, Miss." At this time, the housekeeper ran to Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue with an anxious look on his face, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. "What happened to Sophie? Tell me now." When Su Tiannan saw the butler hesitating, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Suddenly, he shouted at him. "Miss, she brought a man back with her. They were talking and laughing, and they are now walking towards the hall." The butler forced himself to calm his excitement and then told Su Tiannan the truth. "What? There is such a thing?" Hearing this, Su Tiannan's expression changed instantly. His eyes subconsciously looked towards Zhao Xiaojie. "Uncle Su, don't worry, let's get things straight first to avoid any misunderstandings." Zhao Xiaojie didn't expect that things would turn out like this. At this moment, he could clearly feel a sense of oppression coming from Su Tiannan. "Yeah. Let's see the situation first." Although Li Ruoxue was surprised, she was not very angry. No one knows a girl better than her mother. She knew in her heart that this might be a trick Sophie used to avoid blind dates. In less than a few minutes, Qin Yang and Sophie walked through the Su family's gate and went straight to the hall. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." When Sophie saw Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue, she greeted them immediately. Before they could speak, he took Qin Yang's arm and introduced his identity seriously. "You all happen to be here today, so I'll formally introduce him to you. He's my new boyfriend, Qin Yang." As soon as he finished speaking, he enthusiastically introduced his parents to Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, these are my parents, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue." Qin Yang had a smile on his face, and he immediately said to Sophie's parents, "Uncle, Aunt, hello, this is my first visit, so I brought some gifts, I hope you like them." This moment, Su Tiannan, Li Ruoxue, and Zhao Xiaojie were all completely stunned. "It took a long time before I gradually came to my senses." "No, fair, when did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell Mom about it?" Li Ruoxue was the first to come to her senses, then immediately stood up, walked to Sophie and asked her. "Mom, I wanted to wait a while before telling you. But who would have thought that you two would arrange this behind my back? I was forced to bring my boyfriend home, wasn't I?" Sophie glanced at Zhao Xiaojie standing aside, and then whispered to Li Ruoxue. "Mom, he is the blind date that you and my dad wanted to introduce to me?" "That's right. His name is Zhao Xiaojie. He is the heir of the Zhao family. He just returned from abroad last week. Your father has put a lot of thought into your affairs. You suddenly brought a boyfriend back, which really caught us off guard. But this matter still needs to be handled properly, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble." Li Ruoxue nodded and spoke directly to her daughter Sophie. "Uncle Su, Auntie, since you have guests at home, I won't disturb you. I'll come visit you again when I have time another day." Zhao Xiaojie had a calm expression on his face, and subconsciously glanced at Sophie and Qin Yang. Then, he said hello to Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue and turned and left. "That's fine." Su Tiannan nodded and did not stop. He knew that everything he had planned for today was messed up because of Qin Yang's appearance. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to first figure out the true relationship between Sophie and Qin Yang. "Madam, please send Xiao Zhao off for me." At this time, Su Tiannan saw that Zhao Xiaojie was about to walk to the gate, so he signaled Li Ruoxue to see him off, which was considered giving him enough face. Good. Li Ruoxue naturally would not refuse. Soon, only Su Tiannan, Su Fei, and Qin Yang were left in the hall. Chapter 70 Qin Yang's Confidence. "Don't just stand there, come and sit down." Soon, Su Tiannan's eyes fell on Qin Yang and his daughter Sophie, and then he spoke. The voice was neither sad nor happy, but it gave people a feeling that a storm was about to come. Seeing this, Sophie hurriedly pulled Qin Yang to sit in front of Su Tiannan. She showed a trace of apology on her face, and said, "Dad, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to go against you. Who told you to arrange this without informing me in advance?" When Su Tiannan heard his daughter's words, he immediately looked dissatisfied. Immediately, she snorted coldly, "If you had found a boyfriend earlier, would I have to go through so much trouble to do these things? How could you blame me?" "Dad, I was wrong. I apologize. Now, didn't I bring Qin Yang back?" Sophie understood Su Tiannan's painstaking efforts, but she really didn't like her parents interfering in her major life events. Fortunately, Qin Yang appeared and prevented the situation from becoming too bad. Qin Yang, right? At this time, Su Tiannan finally looked at Qin Yang seriously. Yes, uncle. Qin Yang looked at Su Tiannan with respect and replied. How did you meet my daughter? How long have you been together? Su Tiannan's expression was calm, and he asked Qin Yang at this time. To answer your question, uncle, Fair and I met in a restaurant through a blind date. We haven't been together for long, only 3 days. Qin Yang answered truthfully without being humble or arrogant. Only 3 days? When Su Tiannan heard Qin Yang's reply, he was stunned for a moment. What else? Dad, you know my situation best. I'm so busy at work, and it would be impossible for me to find a suitable partner if it weren't for blind dates. Sophie was anxious and couldn't help but stand up and explain. Shut up, I didn't ask you. Su Tiannan's expression turned cold and he spoke angrily to Sophie. Uncle, Fair is right. I did get to know her in this way. Although we were together for a short time, I was sincere to her. When I found out that you two elders were planning to find another blind date for her, I became a little anxious. That's why I dared to ask her to bring me to meet you. Seeing that Su Tiannan had some resentment towards Sophie, Qin Yang took the initiative to excuse her and put the blame on himself. At this moment, Su Tiannan looked at Qin Yang with some surprise. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him would be so responsible. Fair, is that so? Su Tiannan looked at his daughter and asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Sophie didn't dare to hide it and nodded immediately. Tell me, what do you do for a living? What qualifies you to be my daughter's boyfriend? Su Tiannan didn't beat around the bush, staring straight at Qin Yang and then asked. Uncle, I am not doing any work at the moment. Of course, I have my own stable source of income and can fully afford the living expenses of being with Fair. Qin Yang smiled slightly, and he naturally knew Su Tiannan's concerns. Soon, he explained. No job? But a stable source of income? Young man, I see that you are quite good looking. You are not still relying on your parents for support, are you? After hearing this, Su Tiannan's expression suddenly turned cold. The look he gave Qin Yang revealed a hint of disgust. What he hated most was this kind of playboy who idled around all day and did not work. His daughter, Su Tiannan, absolutely cannot be with such a man. Fortunately, with Su Tiannan's upbringing, he naturally would not show it in person. Unfortunately, he was still caught by Sophie. Dad, what are you talking about? Don't you trust your daughter's judgment? Let me tell you, Qin Yang is very capable. He is not as bad as you think. Seeing that her father misunderstood Qin Yang and his eyes flashed with contempt, Sophie's face immediately became anxious and she quickly stood up to explain. Why, isn't it? Su Tiannan couldn't help but reveal a hint of curiosity, and then asked. Uncle, I think you must have misunderstood. I'm not from a wealthy family. I earned all my money through my own ability. If you don't believe it, you can just ask Fair directly. I think she can testify for me on this point. Seeing that Su Tiannan had some misunderstanding, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he still patiently tried to explain it to the other party. Fair, then tell me what he does. Su Tiannan looked a little strange. I was secretly curious, could it be that I really misunderstood this kid? After a moment, Su Tiannan's gaze fell on his daughter and asked her to tell the truth. Sophie's face immediately showed a bit of pride, and then she said to her father, Dad, Qin Yang graduated from the finance department of Magic City University. He is a real academic master. He made a lot of money investing in the stock market. A few days ago, I bought 30% of China Resources Group's shares from Uncle Xia, becoming the second largest shareholder of their group. So, Qin Yang didn't lie to you. With his current wealth, he doesn't even need to work, and he can still support me. Boom! This news was like a bolt of thunder that struck Su Tiannan on the head. He never imagined that Qin Yang in front of him had such ability. At a young age, he became the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group with his own strength. You should know that China Resources Group is a well-known group in Shanghai, with a market value of over 10 billion. Qin Yang must be worth a lot since he was able to acquire so many shares in one go. Such a young talent completely outshines his peers. Even compared with Zhao Xiaojie's achievements abroad, they are not inferior at all. Fair, are you sure that what you said is true? You are not making it up on purpose to deceive me? To be on the safe side, Su Tiannan couldn't help but confirm with Sophie again. He was afraid that all this was a trick played by Sophie to prevent him from arranging a blind date for her. Uncle, you might as well open the gifts I gave you and Auntie, and you will know whether Sophie and I were lying to you. Xin Yang smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew in his heart that Su Tiannan found it hard to believe for a moment. Fortunately, Xin Yang had already anticipated this. So he looked straight at Su Tiannan and spoke to him. What gift? Just at this time, Li Ruoxue returned to the hall of the villa and heard Xin Yang mention the word gift. She couldn't help but walk over and asked curiously. Mom, these gift boxes on the table were carefully selected by Xin Yang for you and Dad. Why don't you see if you like it first? Seeing that Xin Yang looked confident, Sophie took over his words and spoke to her mother Li Ruoxue. These are all bought by Xin Yang for us? Li Ruoxue immediately became interested. In front of everyone, he opened one of the gift boxes. At this moment, everyone looked towards the gift box curiously, wanting to see what was inside that could make Xin Yang so confident. Chapter 71. Father and Mother Su are shocked. Yes, Auntie. After all, this is my first visit, so I can't come empty-handed. That would be too rude. These are not expensive items, just some skincare products and facial masks. I heard from the salesperson in the store that wealthy ladies all like to use these products, so I wanted to buy them specially for you. Li Ruoxue has a pretty face and naturally exudes the temperament of a wealthy and noble lady. Although she is already in her 40s, she still looks youthful and beautiful just looking at her appearance and figure. Obviously, she also pays great attention to maintenance in her daily life. When Li Ruoxue heard Xin Yang's words, she couldn't help but smile. When she looked at Xin Yang again, she couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards him. Xin Yang, you are so thoughtful. Auntie doesn't lack skincare products. Next time you come, don't be so polite. Li Ruoxue smiled sweetly, and then spoke. Auntie, it's okay, as long as you like it. Xin Yang had a smile on his face, like a spring breeze, and his looks were outstanding. For a moment, Li Ruoxue couldn't help but take a few more glances. Ahem. Su Tiannan saw that his wife was bribed by Xin Yang with just a small gift. At this moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. Dad, don't worry, you also have a share of this gift. Seeing that her father looked a little unnatural, Sophie immediately walked forward and took the initiative to open the other boxes. The next second, Sophie's eyes were a little shocked. He turned his head to look at Xin Yang and asked quickly. Xin Yang, what kind of treasure is this? It looks very precious. Are you sure you want to give it to my dad? As soon as the words fell, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue, a married couple, quickly turned their eyes to the gift box in Sophie's hand. No doubt about it, this is definitely flowing agate. In less than a moment, Su Tiannan's eyes focused and he immediately recognized the origin of this treasure. His eyes instantly fell on Xin Yang, and he asked in surprise. I remember this treasure should be in old Xiao's hands, how come it is in your hands? Uncle is right. This treasure is indeed made by Mr. Xiao. Before I came, I specifically looked for him and told him that I would come to see my uncle and aunt tonight. When he heard it, he told me about this treasure and insisted on giving it to me. Xin Yang nodded, and then explained to Su Tiannan. Impossible. That old guy treasures this flowing jade very much. I wanted to offer a high price, but he refused to sell it even if he was beaten to death. How could it be possible that I would just give it to you? Hearing this, Su Tiannan immediately shook his head and directly rejected Xin Yang's statement. Uncle, everything I said just now is true. If you don't believe me, you can call President Xia to confirm it later. Of course, I didn't get it for nothing. Because of this incident, I still owe President Xia a favor. Xin Yang smiled confidently, not afraid at all that Su Tiannan would go and verify privately. By the way, here's another bottle of 1982 Romane Conti, which was also given to me by President Xia. Uncle, I hope you don't mind this gift. Moment. Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue looked at each other. Who is this guy? He is trying so hard to please someone of Lao Xiao's status. He even gave away his treasured treasures and red wine. Sophie came back to her senses and immediately said to Xin Yang, these things are too valuable. Xin Yang, do you want to reconsider it? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? This is Xin Yang's sincere gift, how can you push it away? Su Tiannan was startled and quickly signaled to his wife with his eyes. The latter immediately understood, picked up all the gift boxes, and walked towards the study. Dad, weren't you just complaining that my mom was unhappy for accepting such a small gift from Qin Yang? And you yourself are no exception. Sophie couldn't help laughing. She could tell at a glance that her father liked the gift Qin Yang sent from the bottom of his heart. And this is precisely because Qin Yang did his homework carefully before coming here and tried to please his parents. He even went to great lengths to get these treasures from Uncle Xia. At this moment, Sophie was deeply moved by what Qin Yang had done. Fair, please stop talking. Su Tiannan's old face turned red, and he quickly winked at Sophie, trying to stop her from talking nonsense. Honey, the food is ready. Qin Yang, Fair, the two of you should stop standing there and come and sit down. Not long. Li Ruoxue walked out of the study and appeared in the hall again. Seeing that Su Tiannan was in an awkward situation, he immediately came out to rescue him. Qin Yang, let's go. Sophie was in a good mood. She stood up, took Qin Yang's hand, and walked straight to the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, an extremely luxurious crystal dining table was filled with more than a dozen delicious dishes. Just looking at the scene in front of one's eyes made one hungry. A few minutes later, Su Tiannan, Li Ruoxue, Su Fei, and Qin Yang sat opposite each other. Qin Yang, don't be polite, eat more. Li Ruoxue looked at Qin Yang carefully, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Thank you, Auntie. From beginning to end, Qin Yang had a faint smile on his face. His manners and conversation were just right. Only after the two elders, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue, started using their chopsticks did Qin Yang slowly pick up his chopsticks. He took the initiative to pick up a piece of delicious beef, but did not put it in his own bowl. Instead, he gave it to Sophie first. If Qin Yang remembered correctly, Sophie should prefer eating beef. It has a fresh and tender taste, is nutritious, and most importantly, it is not easy to gain weight even if you eat too much. Fair, tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. Even at this moment, in front of Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue, Qin Yang couldn't help but show some dog food. No need, just eat it yourself. I'll pick up whatever I want to eat. Sophie's face turned red with embarrassment. She didn't expect that Qin Yang would dare to do such a thing in front of her parents. Boom! Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue were stunned for a moment. As parents, they had never seen their daughter look so shy in front of other men. For a moment, the two looked at each other, afraid that they were seeing things. Could it be that Fayer really likes this boy? It's very likely. Don't you find that they are a good match? When they look at each other, their eyes are full of tenderness. I think he's really moved. No one knows a girl better than her mother. Li Ruoxue felt more and more that her daughter Sophie was really attracted to Qin Yang and had developed a good impression of him. Otherwise, they would not have taken the initiative to bring Qin Yang back to meet them. Sophie naturally noticed the looks her parents kept giving her. She was so scared that she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at them. She just ate her meal in silence. Uncle, Aunt, Sophie, and I are now officially dating. Please rest assured, I will treat her well and will never let her suffer any injustice. Qin Yang looked confident and immediately looked at Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue and made a solemn promise. Qin Yang's words immediately lingered in Sophie's ears. At this moment, Sophie felt an unprecedented sense of security. Chapter 72. If you meet someone who is drunk and still says he likes you, just marry him. Qin Yang, my wife, and I only have this one precious daughter. This huge family business will still depend on her to inherit in the future. So, the pressure on her shoulders will be greater. In the beginning, my uncle wanted her to find someone who was of equal status. This way, he could provide her with as much help as he could in inheriting the family business. But I see that you and Faye are like each other, so her mother and I have decided not to interfere in this matter and let you two develop your relationship. I hope that your performance in the future will not disappoint us. Su Tiannan pondered for a while and soon spoke to Qin Yang. For Qin Yang to have achieved such success at such a young age is enough to prove that his ability is no worse than others. Based on this alone, Qin Yang is qualified to become Su Tiannan's son-in-law. Of course, the most important point is that Sophie likes Qin Yang from the bottom of her heart, and they cannot deprive their daughter of the right to pursue happiness. Uncle, Aunt, I promise you, I will never let you down. I am sincere to Fayer. As long as I am here, she will not suffer any injustice. Qin Yang was confident enough to make the promise in front of Sophie and her parents. Very good. I like your courage. When you have time, you can come to my house often. Su Tiannan nodded slightly, which was considered as a preliminary recognition of Qin Yang's identity as his future son-in-law. As for the final result, it depends on whether Qin Yang has the ability to completely win Sophie's heart. Uncle, aunt, I toast to you. Qin Yang stood up on his own initiative, picked up the wineglass on the table, and then looked at Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue with a respectful look and said, "Fair, you can come too." In an instant, Qin Yang's gaze turned to Sophie beside him. "Dad, Mom, thank you for everything you have done for me. From now on, I will take care of my own affairs and will never let you worry about them again." Sophie's eyes were full of gratitude. She knew that everything her parents did was for her own good. But things like feelings cannot be forced. What's more, she thought Qin Yang was a good person, and now that her parents approved of him, she believed that something like this would never happen again. My daughter has grown up and has her own ideas, which is a good thing. Okay, now that Mom and Dad know about this, they won't interfere with your love life anymore. We only have one request, that you must have a good time. If Qin Yang dares to bully you, just come back and tell us, and then we'll see how we deal with him. Su Tiannan smiled with relief. At the end of his words, he did not forget to criticize Qin Yang. "Don't worry, uncle, I will never let this happen." Qin Yang quickly expressed his opinion and then said with a serious expression, "Let's eat first. If we keep chatting like this, the food will get cold." Li Ruoxue smiled sweetly, and felt more and more from the bottom of her heart that Qin Yang and her daughter Sophie were a perfect match made in heaven. After this meal, Qin Yang and Sophie's relationship was finally completely approved by her parents. Of course, Qin Yang still needs to work hard on the development of their relationship. 9:30 p.m. Qin Yang and Su Tiannan were obviously drunk. When Sophie saw this, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He immediately walked up to his mother Li Ruoxue and whispered, "Mom, go and persuade Dad to stop asking Qin Yang to drink with you. Your dad is in a good mood today, so let him drink. Besides, we have so many rooms in our house, why not just let Qin Yang stay at home tonight? He also drank a lot and couldn't drive at all." Li Ruoxue's eyes showed a hint of amusement, and then she looked at her daughter and said, "Mom, tell me the truth, have you and Dad planned this from the beginning?" Sophie finally realized something was wrong and her face suddenly changed. Then, he hurriedly asked Li Ruoxue, "Fair, Mom is thinking about you too. You said Qin Yang is such a handsome guy with outstanding talents. You, on the other hand, are a complete career woman. My mind is full of work and work. If your relationship doesn't develop quickly, and he gets seduced by another woman, you'll cry to death, right? Mom is an experienced person and has more experience than you in this area. If there is an opportunity, you must seize it. If there is no opportunity, you must create one. So, you must let Qin Yang feel your kindness, so that he will be devoted to you and like you even more." Li Ruoxue looked at Sophie and suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. Her daughter is excellent in all aspects, and she has never had to worry about anything since she was a child. The only thing is that when it comes to feelings, I really know nothing about it. Even though Li Ruoxue had said this, Sophie still looked confused, which made her wonder whether her daughter could control Qin Yang. No wonder Qin Yang tried every possible means to create opportunities to be alone with me. So, he really wants to develop a relationship with me. I kept rejecting him. Am I being a little ungrateful? Hearing what my mother Li Ruoxue said, Sophie, a novice in love, finally realized how wrong her previous actions were. At the same time, she also agreed with what her mother said in her heart. Although Qin Yang fell in love with her at first sight and did a lot for her, she just enjoyed Qin Yang's kindness to her, but never took the initiative to do anything for him. What would she do if Qin Yang got bored and lost the passion to pursue her after a long time? Mom, I understand. Thank you for your advice. Sophie was very excited and immediately gave Li Ruoxue a hug. Silly child, Mom just wants you to live a good life. No matter how successful your career is, if you don't have a good relationship, your life will still be incomplete. Mom thinks Qin Yang is a good guy and we can treat him well. Sometimes, you should also put yourself in his shoes. Qin Yang has a crush on you and is willing to do anything for you. But if you don't respond to him and let him know your feelings, conflicts will inevitably arise over time. You two have just started dating, so you must change your attitude as soon as possible. You must not ignore Qin Yang. Being able to control an excellent man is the greatest success in your life. Li Ruoxue glanced at Su Tiannan and immediately couldn't help but smile. Sophie nodded, feeling that what her mother said made a lot of sense. Half an hour later, Sophie saw that Qin Yang was drunk, but still had a trace of rationality. He looked at Sophie and was about to stand up and walk towards her, but the next second his figure became shaky. Sophie ran over immediately and hugged Qin Yang to prevent him from falling to the ground. Then, he said softly, "Qin Yang, you've drunk too much. I'll help you go back to your room to rest." "No, I'm not drunk." Qin Yang was drunk and shook his head. His consciousness was a little fuzzy, but he still spoke out his thoughts under the influence of alcohol. "Fair, do you know? From the moment I saw you, there was a voice in my heart that said I must catch you. I love you and I enjoy every second I spend with you. Whether you are angry or happy, as long as it is you, I like it." Chapter 73. This feels really good. When Sophie heard Qin Yang say this, she was stunned. Of course she knew in her heart that Qin Yang was sincere to her. But now he was drunk and was still thinking about these things subconsciously, which made Sophie deeply moved. "Qin Yang, I know everything you said. I'm sorry, I didn't do that before. Don't worry, from today on, I will definitely change my attitude and will never let you down for your sincerity towards me." Sophie hugged Qin Yang tightly. At this time, she didn't care about the smell of alcohol emanating from Qin Yang, and it took a lot of effort to send him to the guest room on the second floor. Bang! Qin Yang fell on the bed, his consciousness completely blurred. Sophie had no choice but to find a towel, went into the bathroom, washed it with hot water, and then appeared by the bed. "Qin Yang, wake up and take off your clothes first. I'll wipe your body before you go to sleep." But no matter how Sophie shouted, at this moment, Qin Yang was unable to respond at all, like a sleeping dead pig. In desperation, Sophie had to do it herself. "Qin Yang, I'm not taking advantage of you on purpose. It's you who didn't respond. Don't worry, it will be fine soon." Sophie finished her muttering and started to act. Qin Yang was wearing a shirt with cufflinks. Sophie reached out and unbuttoned the cufflinks on his clothes. It only took a moment. Qin Yang's upper body clothes were completely lifted up. The fair and smooth skin suddenly came into view. In addition, there are well-defined chest muscles and abdominal muscles. Such a perfect figure was completely presented in front of Sophie, causing her face to blush and she looked a little nervous. Sophie swallowed subconsciously, then stretched out her slender fingers, placed them on Qin Yang and pressed them. The touch is unexpectedly good. Sophie, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to wipe his body? Why do you want to take advantage of Qin Yang while he is drunk and unconscious?" Sophie came to her senses and realized that she had actually done such a thing, so she subconsciously retracted her hand. "That's not right. This guy has taken advantage of me before. Now the tide has turned, and it's my turn. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, I'm not taking advantage of him. I'm just checking the authenticity of his muscles." "Yes, that's right, that's it." Sophie kept comforting herself. As time went on, her hands became bolder. After finally touching him enough, Sophie picked up the hot towel and wiped Qin Yang's body. The process is not difficult and it only takes a few minutes. Sophie admired it for a few more times, and then was about to help Qin Yang put on his clothes. Qin Yang seemed to have regained consciousness. He grabbed Sophie's wrist and pulled it hard. The huge force caught Sophie off guard. She fell on the bed, her face pressed against Qin Yang's chest. Plop! Plop! Sophie could clearly hear Qin Yang's heartbeat. "Qin Yang, what are you doing? Let me go." However, Qin Yang seemed to be deaf to it and was completely unmoved. This made Sophie wonder if this guy was pretending to be asleep. At this moment, Sophie was extremely nervous. After all, this was the first time she had such close contact with the opposite sex. Just as she was trying to use force to struggle out of Qin Yang's arms. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Qin Yang's restraints. For a moment, Sophie could only hear Qin Yang's breathing and heartbeat. Seeing that Qin Yang did not make any further moves, she could not help but let down her guard and maintain this posture. I don't know how much time passed before I felt sleepy. Sophie fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes and gradually regained consciousness. But I still felt dizzy and dry mouth, especially in my chest, as if something heavy was pressing on it, and my breathing seemed to be difficult for a while. When he looked up, he found that he was shirtless and there was someone lying in his arms. And this person is Sophie. What on earth is going on? Did I drink too much last night and force myself on Sophie? That's impossible. Even though I can't drink very much, I wouldn't do something so extreme after drinking. There must be some misunderstanding here. Immediately, Xin Yang recalled the scene of himself drinking too much last night. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, his mind was blank and he had no impression at all. At this moment, he and Sophie were sleeping in the same bed alone. If he said that nothing happened, even he himself would not believe it. Just when Xin Yang didn't know how to deal with the situation, Sophie in his arms' eyelashes trembled slightly and she gradually woke up. Seeing this, Xin Yang felt extremely guilty. He actually closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. What's going on? Why am I hugging Xin Yang? And sleeping in the same bed? Sophie gradually regained consciousness. She recalled carefully everything that happened last night. After I came to my senses, I was also shocked. Xin Yang, get up quickly. Sophie quickly broke free from Xin Yang's arms, and then slapped his chest hard with one hand. Fair, what happened? Seeing this, Xin Yang was startled and woke up immediately. Stop pretending to be confused. Tell me the truth, did you hold my hand on purpose last night? Sophie frowned and questioned Xin Yang in a serious manner. I don't know what you're talking about. I was drunk last night and I can't remember anything. Why did I hold your hand? Xin Yang looked confused and had no idea what Sophie was talking about. Still pretending for me? You were drunk last night, so I was kind enough to use a hot towel to wipe your body. When I was about to leave your room, you suddenly grabbed my wrist and pulled it, causing me to fall into your arms. No matter how much I screamed, you pretended not to hear me. I ended up sleeping on your chest for the whole night. Tell me, how are you going to deal with this matter? Sophie's innocent reputation was completely ruined because of this night. She actually slept in the same bed with Xin Yang for a whole night. This was something she never dared to think about before. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll accept the punishment if you want. Anyway, you will be mine sooner or later. This step is just put on the agenda. After Sophie's explanation, Xin Yang finally understood what happened last night. He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He didn't expect that such a wonderful thing would happen to him by accident. You're still laughing? You dare to say that all this is not a conspiracy planned by you? Sophie looked so shy that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground so that she could crawl into it. It's unfair. I did have the intention, but I had already lost consciousness at that time. If you want to blame someone, it was my subconscious action. I don't even know what I did. Xin Yang felt a little amused inside. Things I didn't dare to do when I was sober. Instead, after getting drunk, he did all of them. You know what, it feels really good to sleep with Sophie in my arms. Chapter 74, Large-Scale Social Death Scene. Unjust? Xin Yang, how did I wrong you? Can you say you were drunk and clear yourself of any responsibility for something like this? I don't care. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Sophie's face turned red with anger, and her eyes were fixed on Xin Yang. Well, what do you want me to do? Xin Yang touched his nose and didn't know how to answer for a moment. So, he pretended to be willing to be punished by Sophie. Hearing this, Sophie was stunned. At this moment, she didn't know what punishment Xin Yang should take. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Remember this, you can't tell anyone about what happened last night. If you dare to tell anyone, I will never forgive you. After Sophie said this, she jumped out of bed immediately. After she put on her shoes and opened the door, before she could take a step out, she saw her mother Li Ruoxue standing outside the door. Mom, why are you here? You didn't hear everything Xin Yang and I said just now, did you? Suddenly, Sophie covered her face, feeling extremely ashamed. Mom didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just happened to be passing by and heard some noise in this room. Then I realized that you two slept in the same room last night. Li Ruoxue was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that my baby daughter would do something like this just after I had a chat with her last night. But to be honest, Li Ruoxue was still very happy for Sophie. At least from this point of view, her daughter really likes Xin Yang, otherwise she would not be so proactive. Mom, it's not what you think. Nothing happened between Xin Yang and me. He was very drunk last night, and I was kind enough to wipe his body with a towel, but he suddenly grabbed my wrist and refused to let me go no matter what. I felt sleepy and fell asleep without realizing it. We are innocent. At most, we just slept in the same bed. Sophie looked anxious and explained to her mother. I'm really telling you this? Nothing happened between you two? Li Ruoxue looked at Sophie in surprise and couldn't help but ask. Mom, Qin Yang drank too much with Dad last night and completely lost consciousness. How could he do that to me? Even if he had the intention, I wouldn't let him succeed so easily. Just at this time, Qin Yang put on his clothes and walked over. After seeing Li Ruoxue, he quickly explained. Auntie, I was really drunk last night. I can't remember what happened afterwards. But I promise you, I will never force Fair to do anything. Li Ruoxue looked at the two young people in front of her, and a slight smile appeared on her face the next second. She was not angry, but was amused by Qin Yang and Sophie's expressions. Okay, you two go wash up first. Come downstairs later and get ready for breakfast. After saying that, Li Ruoxue turned around and left. Qin Yang, it's all your fault. If you hadn't been drunk, how could this have happened? And you made me be laughed at by my mother so early in the morning. I'm warning you, I'm not allowed to drink anymore. Sophie turned around suddenly, glared at Qin Yang with sharp eyes, and yelled at him angrily. Accidents, all accidents. I promise, this will never happen again. Qin Yang smiled apologetically and didn't dare to refute at all. Sophie walked back to her room angrily, then threw herself on the bed, covering her head with the quilt, feeling extremely shy. 10 minutes later. After Qin Yang finished washing up, he opened the door and walked directly to the hall downstairs. At this time, Su Tiannan and Li Ruoxue were sitting on the sofa reading newspapers. Uncle, Aunt, good morning. Qin Yang walked up to the two of them and took the initiative to greet them. Su Tiannan's eyes could not help but fall on Qin Yang, and then he said with a smile, Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking. Even I am no match for you. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Uncle, you're joking. I can't drink as much as you can. I was drunk last night. If it weren't for Fair, I wouldn't know how to get back to my room. Qin Yang shook his head and said modestly. Don't be so modest. Su Tiannan could see that Qin Yang was just being modest. However, his attitude made Su Tiannan feel quite favorable towards him. Where's Fair? Didn't she come down with you? Su Tiannan couldn't help but be curious, so he asked. I'm not sure about this. Qin Yang was telling the truth. He didn't dare knock on Sophie's door for fear of embarrassment. Then I'll go up and call her. Li Ruoxue looked at Qin Yang meaningfully, then retracted her gaze and spoke. Okay. Su Tiannan nodded. After Li Ruoxue went upstairs, Su Tiannan motioned Qin Yang to sit next to him. Su Tiannan pondered for a while, then asked Qin Yang, how much do you know about the Xiao family in Magic City? Uncle, I'm not very clear about this. Seeing that Su Tiannan looked serious, it seemed that he wanted to test him. Qin Yang did not hide anything and chose to answer truthfully. Qin Yang, I didn't know that Fair and you were dating beforehand. So, I took great pains to invite Zhao Xiaojie, the young master of the Zhao family, to my home as a guest. That's the man you saw at home last night. I can see that he has a crush on Fair. I said I won't interfere with your relationship with Fair, but he will definitely not sit idly by. You have to be prepared. Maybe he will cause you a lot of trouble in the future. Su Tiannan curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile, and then spoke to Qin Yang seriously. Thank you for your reminder, uncle. I will definitely take care of this matter. Qin Yang nodded slightly, knowing that Su Tiannan also had good intentions. Then I feel relieved. To be honest, Su Tiannan is quite optimistic about Qin Yang. After getting along with each other for a while, I found that Qin Yang had a mature personality, was low-key and introverted, and with the achievements he had made, he was already at the top of the pyramid among the younger generation. Even compared with Zhao Xiaojie, he is not inferior. He felt more at ease knowing that Sophie was dating Qin Yang. Dad, what are you and Qin Yang talking about? Not long. Sophie and her mother Li Ruoxue appeared in the hall. Seeing that Qin Yang and Su Tiannan were chatting happily, he couldn't help but ask curiously for a moment. Nothing, we were just chatting. Su Tiannan chuckled. Okay, let's have breakfast. I have a meeting in the morning and need to go to the company. Half an hour later. Qin Yang accompanied Sophie and her family to finish breakfast. Su Tiannan asked the driver to prepare the car and went out directly. Mom, let's go first. I'll come back and go shopping with you next time when I have time. After greeting her mother, Sophie took Qin Yang's arm and walked out of the villa. Chapter 75 Reward from Goddess Su. Then go back and drive carefully on the road. Li Ruox's eyes were full of doting, and she did not forget to give her daughter instructions. Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of Fei. Qin Yang opened the car door, let Sophie sit in the passenger seat first, and carefully fastened her seatbelt. After greeting Li Ruoxue, he sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche 911. He started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, and the car gradually moved away from the Su family villa. Along the way, Qin Yang glanced at Sophie secretly but didn't dare to speak. Did my dad say anything to you before I came downstairs? Sophie had noticed Qin Yang's expression a long time ago. After a period of silence, he finally broke the deadlock and asked Qin Yang directly. You really want to know? Qin Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, and he subconsciously revealed a smile. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Tell me now. Sophie obviously had no patience and was beating around the bush with Qin Yang. Immediately, he started asking questions. Your dad said that I can drink a lot and I'm not bad looking, so he feels relieved that you and I are in a relationship. Qin Yang chuckled and spoke truthfully. Impossible. How could my dad praise you so much? Sophie naturally didn't believe it and questioned Qin Yang's words at the first moment. Maybe he was conquered by my talent and charm. Qin Yang quietly underestimated it. Although the voice was very soft, it still reached Sophie's ears clearly. TSK. Stop flattering yourself. Sophie couldn't stand Qin Yang being so narcissistic, and immediately said unhappily. Fair, I remember you told me before that if I go back with you to meet your parents and my performance satisfies you, you will give me a reward. Now, shouldn't you cash in your reward? Qin Yang suddenly remembered the most important thing. Immediately, he said to Sophie. What reward? Did I tell you? Sophie suddenly remembered that it seemed to be true. But when she saw Qin Yang's smug look, she felt a little unhappy. So, I just pretended to be stupid. Why, are you planning to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Qin Yang was a little anxious. He thought that Sophie actually wanted to turn against him. Hey, who told you to bully me? When she thought about how she woke up in Qin Yang's arms in the morning, they were still sleeping in the same bed. Sophie was just thinking about finding an opportunity to teach Qin Yang a lesson, so how could she possibly reward him? Fair, since you don't keep your word, then there is no need for me to abide by our agreement. When I send you to the company, I will tell your employees that your CEO Su slept with me last night. Qin Yang was surprised to see that Sophie was actually using this trick on him. For a moment, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Instead, he started using this reason to threaten the other party. Qin Yang, you dare. Sophie's face was filled with shock. She didn't expect that this guy would dare to act so recklessly. Okay, don't be angry, I was just joking with you. As for the reward, I don't want it either. Qin Yang decided to quit while he was ahead, as he was really afraid that the two of them would have a conflict because of this matter. Real? Sophie was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Yang to make such a choice. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Qin Yang's eyes were sincere and he didn't look like he was joking. In a blink of an eye. Around 9:30. The Porsche 911 arrived downstairs at Sophie's company. Sophie opened the car door, but did not get out immediately. Baji. While Qin Yang was not paying attention, she leaned forward and kissed Qin Yang's cheek with her beautiful red lips. Qin Yang only felt a touch of warmth on his right cheek. Before he could even come to his senses, Sophie had already shrank back, then swiftly walked out of the car and ran quickly towards the company. This reward is really good. It's a pity that I didn't even have time to feel it. Qin Yang was surprised, and at this moment he reached out and touched the part that Sophie had just kissed secretly. I can still feel the remaining warmth of Sophie. But it doesn't matter. After all, this has happened for the first time, and it will happen countless times in the future. When Sophie and I have a better relationship, then showing affection won't be a problem. Less than 10 minutes. Sophie's figure had already appeared in the office. When she recalled that she had secretly kissed Qin Yang before leaving, her heart beat faster and her face became even more shy. Even Sophie herself didn't know where she got the courage to do such an intimate thing towards Qin Yang. I guess Qin Yang is feeling very proud right now. However, he performed very well last night and even received recognition from my parents. This way, my pressure is relatively less. Sophie sat in the president's office chair, thinking secretly in her heart. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, Sophie heard someone knocking on the door. Come in. A moment later, Secretary Shuya walked in with an anxious look on her face. Boss Su, something happened. Several companies that had previously cooperated well with us suddenly wanted to terminate the cooperation. Suddenly, Sophie frowned and asked her quickly, have you found out why they did this? I heard that President Ning met with them privately a few days ago. I think he has something to do with all this. Shuya nodded, and then reported truthfully. Ning Ziyuan? It seems that he is trying to embarrass me on purpose. Sophie's eyes flickered constantly, and she soon fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, Sophie looked at Shuya and said, Okay, I'll handle this matter myself, you go out and work first. Yes, President Su. Shuya nodded, then turned and left. Qin Yang drove directly back to the Thompson Epine luxury villa. First I took a shower and then changed my clothes. I just walked into the hall and didn't have time to sit down. Then I heard the cell phone ringing. I picked it up and saw it was a call from Jiang Bei. Qin Yang answered the call decisively and turned on the speakerphone. Brother Qin, are you still with your sister-in-law? Soon, Jiang Bei's voice came from the other end of the phone. No. After I sent her to the company, I immediately returned to my villa and just took a shower. Why, what's wrong with you? Qin Yang explained and then asked curiously. My dad wants to see you. Jiang Bei scratched his head and said embarrassedly. What's going on? Your dad is fine, why does he want to see me? Qin Yang was immediately puzzled by Jiang Bei's words. Someone was so nosy that he told my dad about my mortgage. It took me a lot of effort to explain it to him. So he was a little curious about you, and insisted that I arrange for him to meet you. Jiang Bei laughed awkwardly. So that's how it is. Then I can understand it. Send me the address and I'll come find you right away. Qin Yang thought about it for a moment, then immediately spoke to Jiang Bei. Okay, I'll wait for you then. The phone just hung up. In less than a few seconds, Qin Yang received a location on his phone. Chapter 76 Jiang Bei is blessed to have a brother like you. Jiang family. In the villa lobby. After Jiang Bei finished his phone call with Qin Yang, the first thing he looked at was his father Jiang Weiman. Dad, Brother Qin agreed. I just sent him the address. I believe he will be here soon. Jiang Weiman nodded slightly, exuding the aura of a superior. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, you are so brave. You even dared to mortgage all the properties under your name. If no one had mentioned this to me, I would probably still be kept in the dark by you until now. Facing his father's accusations, Jiang Bei remained fearless. Immediately, he said seriously, Dad, I am not doing this recklessly. The reason I did this is simply to raise some funds so that Brother Qin can help me invest in the stock market. And the facts have proved that my vision was correct. In just 1 week, my account made a profit of tens of millions. Even a business tycoon like Jiang Weiman was surprised by this. He squinted his eyes and couldn't help but said curiously. I think all this is thanks to your good brother, right? Jiang Bei nodded decisively, and then said to his father, Not bad. I have known Brother Qin for such a long time, and I know his abilities better than anyone else. That's why I raised such a large sum of money and asked him to help me invest. After hearing Jiang Bei's words, Jiang Weiman became more curious about Qin Yang. What kind of junior is he that he can have such courage? Hundreds of millions of funds were used to speculate in stocks. This is an extremely crazy thing for a young person who has just graduated for less than a few years and has no work experience in any financial company. But it has achieved unimaginable results. Even Jiang Weiman thought he might not be able to do it. Not bad. Even though you didn't learn anything in college, at least you made an incredible friend. Thanks to his help, otherwise this money would have been squandered by you. Jiang Weiman knew very well that with Jiang Bei's ability, it would be difficult to make money in the stock market. Even if you really make money, it must be because of good luck. Dad, even though what you said makes me feel very uncomfortable, I have to admit that you are right. Anyway, I always lose money when I invest in the stock market. If it weren't for Brother Qin helping me, I wouldn't dare to spend so much money even if I had 10 times the courage. Jiang Bei is also self-aware. If Qin Yang hadn't agreed to invest, he would never have invested so much money in the stock market. I want to see who this Qin Yang is and how he can be so capable. Jiang Weiman's eyes flickered at this time, and he felt that Qin Yang must be a rare talent and he must get to know him in person. Less than an hour. Qin Yang drove a Porsche and appeared at the door of the Jiang family villa. "Excuse me, are you Qin Yang, Mr. Qin?" Qin Yang walked out of the car and hadn't had time to take a few steps forward. A middle-aged man appeared in front of him and walked towards him with an enthusiastic look on his face. "Yes, it's me." Qin Yang nodded and replied with a smile. "The master told me to take you directly to the hall when you arrive. This way, please." The middle-aged man was extremely respectful. Not long. Qin Yang followed him and walked into the hall of the villa. Master, Mr. Qin is here." The middle-aged man walked up to Jiang Weiman and Jiang Bei first, and said hello. He bowed slightly and quietly stepped away. "Brother Qin, I'm so sorry to bother you to run this way." Jiang Bei quickly got up from the sofa, walked up to Qin Yang and said, "We are two brothers, why should we be so polite? Besides, this is the first time you invite me to your home. How can I refuse?" Qin Yang didn't take it to heart at all. He chuckled, and then his eyes moved away from Jiang Bei and fell on his father Jiang Weiman. Then, he took the initiative to greet him. "Hello uncle, my name is Qin Yang, I am Jiang Bei's roommate in college and also his good brother." "I know. Come sit over here." From the moment Qin Yang walked into the hall, Jiang Weiman had been looking at him carefully. Seeing Qin Yang greeting him, Jiang Weiman motioned for him to sit in the seat in front of him. "Thanks." Qin Yang did not refuse and walked straight to the sofa and sat down. See this situation. Jiang Bei also hurriedly sat next to Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, uncle asked Jiang Bei to call you over. Actually, he didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to get to know you. After all, uncle is very curious about who is this person that Jiang Bei trusts so much." Jiang Weiman looked at Qin Yang and spoke directly to the point. "Uncle, I want to apologize to you about this matter, too. I didn't know in advance that this money was raised by Jiang Bei by mortgaging his own property. Of course, it's mainly because I have enough confidence in my own vision that Jiang Bei can seize this once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity." Qin Yang took the initiative to confess to Jiang Weiman. When Jiang Weiman heard this, he immediately shook his head. "Qin Yang, uncle doesn't mean to blame you at all. I know you are a rare talent with a unique vision for investment. Even though this is a huge amount of money, you don't take it seriously at all, and you are not afraid of investment failure. Based on this alone, your courage is far beyond that of your peers, and even better than some people who have achieved considerable success in the financial field." Qin Yang looked surprised. He didn't expect that he had such a high status in the eyes of Jiang Bei's father. "Uncle, you think too highly of me." Even though Qin Yang has the confidence and strength to do so, he still looks humble, low-key and restrained. This is Qin Yang's attitude towards life. "No, I have a very good eye for people and rarely make mistakes. Jiang Bei is lucky to have such an outstanding brother like you." Jiang Weiman knew it clearly. Qin Yang is so young, but he has such outstanding talent. With such a sophisticated style of doing things, in time, he will surely become someone that countless people look up to. "Uncle, you are too kind. It is my blessing to have a brother like Jiang Bei. After all, I was taken care of by him in school before." Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh when he thought about the time he spent in college with Jiang Bei. "I heard from Jiang Bei that after you graduated, you didn't work in any financial institution?" At this time, Jiang Weiman asked curiously. "Yes. I'm used to freedom and don't like being restricted by the company. I have always believed that as long as I have the ability, I can make a living anywhere. I don't have to work in a big company." Qin Yang nodded, and then answered truthfully. "Well, what you said makes sense." Jiang Weiman agreed with Qin Yang's idea. After hesitating for a while, he said, "But uncle has a suggestion here, are you willing to listen to it?" Chapter 77, Starting a Company Together. "Uncle, if you have anything to say, just say it." Qin Yang nodded slightly, and then his eyes quickly focused on Jiang Weiman. She seemed very curious about what good suggestions he had. "I only have one son like Jiang Bei. Sooner or later, the Jiang family's huge assets will be handed over to him. Just recently, I acquired a financial company that was not small in size. So I plan to hand this company over to you and Jiang Bei to manage. After all, you are both top students in the finance department of Magic City University. This shouldn't be a difficult task for you. Jiang Weiman narrowed his eyes and soon a smile appeared on his face. The reason why he made this suggestion was mainly because of his appreciation for Qin Yang's talent. Of course, the most important point is that he wants Jiang Bei to learn more from Qin Yang. This way, he will feel much more at ease when Jiang Bei inherits the family business. Uncle, are you sure you're not kidding? After listening to Jiang Weiman's words, it took Qin Yang a while to understand what he wanted to express. However, he still felt a little bit unbelievable. Qin Yang, I'm serious. Jiang Bei still seems relatively immature in his dealings with people. He had no experience in managing a company before, so I always wanted to find an opportunity for him to have some training. And now is the best time. If you were by his side, I would feel more at ease. Jiang Weiman has met many young talents, and they are all more or less arrogant. But Qin Yang is different. If Jiang Bei hadn't taken the initiative to mention to him what Qin Yang had done, he would probably not have believed that this guy had such great ability. In addition to the friendship between Qin Yang and Jiang Bei, no matter what happens, Jiang Bei will not suffer any loss. Uncle, let me think about it. Qin Yang did not agree immediately. To be honest, he had the idea of starting his own investment institution before. Maximize your investment skills. At this moment, Jiang Weiman made such a request, which made him hesitate for a moment. Brother Qin, you are so capable that it is no problem for you to manage a financial company. We are brothers, can you help me? You own the majority of the company's shares, and I just need to follow you and have a share of the spoils. Jiang Bei knew his father's painstaking efforts. To be honest, he agreed with this proposal in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he finally mustered up the courage to speak to Qin Yang. Jiang Bei. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment and looked towards Jiang Bei. Brother Qin, your talent in investment is obvious to all. Following you, I am not afraid of being at a disadvantage. Jiang Bei never doubted Qin Yang's ability from beginning to end. This also made Qin Yang feel extremely gratified. Okay, since you said so, it's hard for me to refuse. I agree to this. Qin Yang thought for a while. Then, he raised his head and looked straight at Jiang Weiman. Regarding the company's shareholding, you two should discuss it in advance. I will not interfere. Uncle only asks you to achieve results. I hope my son will become a successful person. This is Jiang Weiman's biggest wish. He was eager to see Jiang Bei achieve something. Dad, don't worry, Brother Qin and I will never let you down. Jiang Bei was smiling. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. But at least judging from the results, it's still good. After a while, Jiang Weiman received a phone call. After saying hello to Jiang Bei and Qin Yang, he went out directly. Jiang Bei took Qin Yang to visit the Jiang family villa. Modern classical architecture, private backyard, various luxurious designs. Compared with Qin Yang's luxury villa in Tangshaniping, it is not much inferior. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the hall and sat on the sofa respectively. At this moment, Jiang Bei said to Qin Yang, Brother Qin, the stocks you invested in before have all reached their daily limit in the past 2 days. I checked it this morning, and the profit has far exceeded my imagination. Really? How much profit did you make in total? Qin Yang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. 18.5 million. Jiang Bei said excitedly. No hurry. This increase is just the beginning. The next few days will be the highlight. Qin Yang smiled and then said, also, regarding the financial company your father just mentioned, are you sure you want to work with me? I remember you said before that you hated being assigned work by your father. Why do you agree so easily now? This is different. Jiang Bei immediately shook his head. After all, the financial company is in line with my professional background. Besides, with you checking for me, I don't have to put in much effort on my own. Besides, with this platform, your investment talent will surely be fully utilized, Brother Qin. I won't say how much I will earn, but it will definitely be much higher than it is now. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Bei, and immediately said unhappily, boy, you really have a good plan. He, who made Brother Qin so talented? I have to hold on to this thigh tightly. Then, the two chatted for a while. It's almost noon. Jiang Bei planned to invite Qin Yang to have a simple meal at his home, but he refused. I still have to pick up your sister-in-law, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Xin Yang stood up and walked towards the door. Okay, let's make an appointment next time when we are free. A few minutes later, Xin Yang drove the Porsche 911 towards Sophie Company. At the same time, a blue Lamborghini Veneno was parked downstairs of Sophie's company. Ning Ziyuan got out of the car. He was wearing a blue suit and a pair of black sunglasses. He looked quite imposing. Soon, he came directly to the office area of Sophie Company. Boss Ning, please come this way. Boss Su has been waiting in the office for a long time. When Secretary Shuya saw Ning Ziyuan, she immediately came forward and greeted him. Okay, take me there. Ning Ziyuan smiled smugly, and then immediately said to Shuya. The two of them came to the door of the president's office, one in front and one behind. Shuya knocked on the door, then pushed it open and made an inviting gesture to Ning Ziyuan. After he walked in, she closed the door gently. President Su, how are you? Ning Ziyuan walked to the sofa and sat down, staring at Sophie with interest, and then said, Boss Ning, I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between us that caused you to target me like this? Sophie stopped what she was doing. At this time, he stood up from his chair and immediately looked at Ning Ziyuan. President Su, what do you mean by this? When did I target you? Ning Ziyuan took out a cigar from his arms and lit it with a golden lighter. After taking a deep puff of his cigar, he couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 78, Just a Clown. Why, do you still want to quibble? Several old customers of my company suddenly clamored to terminate their contracts. Do you dare to say that it wasn't you who was behind this? Sophie's face was cold as ice. The tone of his voice at this moment was also without any emotion. Humph, what evidence do you have to prove that I did all this? Even if I did it, so what? Do you still want to cause trouble for me? Faced with Sophie's cold questioning, Ning Ziyuan looked disdainful and immediately sneered. Then he said, Sophie, although your company is currently developing well and its scale is gradually expanding. But in my eyes, Ning Ziyuan, it's not worth mentioning at all. If I want to suppress it, it will only take a little more effort. Sophie's eyes were cold. She knew very well that Ning Ziyuan did have the confidence. After a few seconds, she finally said, Tell me, how are you going to stop? Are you begging me? Seeing that Sophie was about to give in, the smile on Ning Ziyuan's face became even more intense. No, I just want to get this over with as quickly as possible. Just tell me what you want. Sophie didn't want to waste time with Ning Ziyuan, so she went straight to the point. It's simple. I want to acquire 60% of your company's shares. By the way, I want you to accompany me to the hotel for dinner. Having said this, Ning Ziyuan's eyes flashed with lust, and he looked at Sophie unscrupulously. It was obvious that he had been drooling over Sophie. That's why they went to so much trouble and spent so much effort to make things difficult for Sophie's company. Ning Ziyuan, forget it. When Sophie heard the conditions proposed by Ning Ziyuan, she immediately became furious. I wanted to sit down and have a good talk with you, but you were totally insincere. In that case, I want you to get out of my office immediately. Ning Ziyuan's face froze for a moment. He never expected that Sophie would speak to him in this tone, as if she was not afraid at all of him using his power to target her company. At this moment, his expression was extremely gloomy. Sophie, you need to understand the current situation for me. If you don't agree to my terms today, you and your company will be in dire straits when I step out of this door. I will use all my resources and connections to ban you. When that happens, I wonder how your company will continue to operate. Don't bother with that. Sophie was not afraid of this. Although she didn't want to use her family's resources and connections. But if he pushed her into a corner, Ning Ziyuan would not be able to gain any advantage at all. You're about to die, but you're still trying to be tough, right? Okay, I want to see what confidence you have to dare to shout at me. Ning Ziyuan sneered. He seemed to have anticipated the scene of Sophie kneeling down to beg him. Sophie Company mainly deals in cosmetics. Although it is a listed company, its market value is hundreds of millions. But compared with the company under Ning Ziyuan's name, there is still a big gap. Moreover, Ning Ziyuan is also a major client of Sophie Company. Now he has brought several important clients to force Sophie Company to terminate their contracts. This is definitely a great loss for Sophie. If it is not handled properly, it will affect the work status of the company's senior management and employees. Roll. Otherwise, I'll call security. Sophie was shaking with anger. Ning Ziyuan was not angry, and a wicked smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sophie, let's wait and see. After saying that, he got up from the sofa and walked out of the office. At this moment, Qin Yang appeared in the hall. Bite. As soon as the elevator door opened, Ning Ziyuan just walked out. When he saw Qin Yang's face, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Is it you? Why are you here? When Qin Yang saw Ning Ziyuan coming down from Sophie's company, his brows immediately frowned. Immediately, an ominous premonition arose in my heart. Humph, why should I report to you where I'm going? But you, kid, are still so arrogant. I tell you, you won't be so proud for long. Ning Ziyuan looked at Qin Yang with a playful look in his eyes. He had not forgotten how this kid embarrassed him last time. He was worried about where to settle this bill. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang came knocking on the door. Really? Whatever means you have, feel free to use them. If I were a coward, I would immediately take your last name. Qin Yang never took Ning Ziyuan seriously from beginning to end. In his opinion, this guy is just a clown who won't be able to jump around for long. Everyone can talk big, but if you have the ability, go help your girlfriend solve the current company dilemma. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I not only want to acquire her company, but also make her willingly accompany me. When the time comes, I will definitely let people witness the scene with their own eyes. Ning Ziyuan smiled evilly and then said to Qin Yang. You dare to hit on Sophie? Hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes instantly burst into nameless anger. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Ning Ziyuan's neck with incredible speed. Then he suddenly exerted force and lifted him up. Asshole, what do you want to do? Let me go. Ning Ziyuan suddenly attacked Qin Yang. His expression suddenly changed drastically. He grabbed Qin Yang's arms with both hands and began to struggle desperately. But what Ning Ziyuan found unbelievable was that no matter how hard he tried, Qin Yang's hands were like a pair of shackles and he couldn't break free. Gradually, Ning Ziyuan felt suffocated and the area above his neck turned red. His face turned red, as if he was going to die at any moment. I don't care who you are or what your background is. If you dare to have any idea about Sophie, I will make you live a life worse than death no matter where you run to. Remember what I said today. After saying that, Qin Yang swung it violently. Ning Ziyuan's figure flew backwards 7 or 8 meters and fell heavily to the ground. You bastard, I won't let you go. Ning Ziyuan breathed in the air greedily. At this moment, his eyes glared at Qin Yang fiercely. I wanted so much that I wanted to step on him and crush him severely. I'm always at your service. But now, you disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but destroy you. For Qin Yang, the most urgent task is to meet Sophie. Find out what happened. As for Ning Ziyuan, it won't be too late to deal with him later. Immediately, Qin Yang ignored Ning Ziyuan. I took the elevator and rushed to Sophie's office immediately. A few minutes later. Sir, what can I do for you? When Xiao Qian, the beautiful front desk clerk, saw Qin Yang, she immediately greeted him warmly. I'm looking for your President Su. Qin Yang said hurriedly. Chapter 79, Do I need to make an appointment to see my own girlfriend? Sir, do you have an appointment? Xiao Qian asked with a smile. I'm your CEO Su's boyfriend. I don't even need an appointment to see her. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he walked straight inside. Sir, wait a minute. Xiao Qian looked shocked. She obviously didn't expect Qin Yang to be of this identity. When she came to her senses, she rushed forward and blocked Qin Yang's way. Why, do you have anything else to do? Qin Yang stopped and his eyes fell on Xiao Qian. Sir, I have to confirm your identity with President Su first. Please wait here for a moment. Immediately, Xiao Qian returned to her workstation, picked up the phone and called Shuya. Secretary Shu, there is a gentleman at the front desk who claims to be our President Su's boyfriend and is about to go to the president's office. Look, should I let him in? Shuya couldn't help but be stunned. However, she quickly came to her senses. No, you entertain them first, I'll go ask Mr. Su for instructions. In less than a few minutes, Shuya walked to the door of the president's office and knocked on it. What's the matter? When Sophie saw Shuya pushing the door and walking in, she subconsciously looked at her and then asked. Boss Su, your boyfriend seems to be at the front desk of our company. Do you want to let him in? Shuya's expression flashed with hesitation, but she finally mustered up the courage to speak out. What? Qin Yang is here? At this moment, Sophie couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, when she came to her senses, she instructed Shuya. Okay, I get it, bring him here. Clear. Shuya nodded. Then he walked straight out of the president's office and soon arrived at the front desk. Secretary Shu. When Xiaoqian saw Shuya, she greeted her immediately. Are you President Su's boyfriend? Shuya's attention immediately fell on Qin Yang. Outstanding appearance and extraordinary bearing. Her whole body exudes a kind of temperament that is hard to describe. No wonder she was able to win over President Su. Yes, I am. Seeing that Shuya was looking at him, Qin Yang did not feel any discomfort. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Boss Su asked me to take you to see her, come with me. After Shuya confirmed Qin Yang's identity, she did not dare to delay for a moment and took Qin Yang directly into the company. Period. When the two passed by the office area, they attracted a lot of people's attention. I heard that this handsome guy is our President Su's mysterious boyfriend. Today I finally saw him in person. He's very handsome, and he dresses very tastefully. He looks like a nobleman from a wealthy family. With this look standing next to our President Su, they are definitely a perfect match. I'm so envious. If I could find such a handsome and rich boyfriend, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Boom boom boom. At the door of the president's office. After Shuya and Qin Yang arrived, she took the initiative to knock on the door. Then he opened the door. Mr. Qin, please come in. Shuya was very thoughtful and she knew that she shouldn't go in at this time. So, she made an inviting gesture to Qin Yang, but she had no intention of going in at all. Good. Qin Yang nodded. Then, he walked directly into the president's office. This was not his first time in Sophie's office, so naturally he was not that nervous. Qin Yang, why are you here? You didn't even tell me in advance. After seeing Qin Yang, Sophie quickly stood up from her office chair, walked straight up to him and said, I just came out of Jiang Bei's house, and since it's about time, I thought of coming over to pick you up for lunch. But I didn't expect to run into Ning Ziyuan in the lobby. Having said that, Qin Yang reached out and touched Sophie's hair, and asked with a worried look on his face. He didn't dare to touch you, did he? Sophie raised her head and her eyes met Qin Yang's. Her eyes couldn't help but become red, with crystal tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. That bastard Ning Ziyuan is too much of a bully. They are doing some shady things behind the scenes and deliberately targeting my company. I originally wanted to talk to him and get this matter settled. But he ended up asking to buy my company and even wanted me to have dinner with him. He's got a lot of evil ideas in his head, which really makes me sick. After seeing Qin Yang, Sophie couldn't help but vent all the anger in her heart. I've already thought about it. If he dares to have any evil thoughts again, I will ask my dad to intervene and make sure he gets punished. It was obvious that Sophie never thought of compromising from beginning to end. Ning Ziyuan thought he had Sophie in his hands, but he didn't expect that in addition to being the president of the company, Sophie also had a more honorable identity. That is the daughter of the Su family, Su Tiannan. If Ning Ziyuan knew this news, he would not dare to bully Sophie like this even if he had 10 times the courage. Well, there's no need to get angry at this kind of scum. Fair, let me handle this matter. I promise that I will make Ning Ziyuan pay the price. Qin Yang had a stern look on his face, and it was obvious that he was completely furious. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziyuan had such evil ambitions that he not only wanted to acquire Sophie's company, but also wanted to do something bad to her. As Sophie's boyfriend, he simply couldn't tolerate this tone. Qin Yang, do you have a way to help me? Sophie's eyes lit up and she looked a little shocked. She didn't expect that Qin Yang had such ability. Well, give me some time, I will bring this guy Ning Ziyuan to ruin. Everything he was proud of was completely shattered. Qin Yang had gradually come up with a plan in his mind. Okay, I believe you. With Qin Yang's promise, Sophie couldn't help but feel happy. Let's go. It's time to get off work. I'll take you out for dinner. After saying that, Qin Yang took Sophie's hand and walked out directly. Wait a minute, I'll get a bag. This time, Sophie didn't feel shy. In other words, after bringing Qin Yang home to meet her parents last night, Sophie gradually became certain of Qin Yang's identity. Now the relationship between the two has obviously become much closer. Sophie had no objection to the intimate act between lovers, such as holding hands. A few minutes later, Qin Yang and Sophie appeared in everyone's sight. Sophie took the initiative to hug Qin Yang's wrist, and the two of them were very intimate, just like a couple in love. The Icy Queen President is now as obedient as a kitten in front of her boyfriend. At this moment, everyone in the company was completely shocked. Secretary Shu, did you see that? Was that really our President Su? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that the high and mighty President Su would behave like such a little woman. That handsome guy is so awesome, isn't he? He actually conquered President Su. Chapter 80 Qin Yang's Fury. The reason why the company employees had such a big reaction was mainly because Sophie usually gave them the impression that she was too cold. She rejected all the suitors around her without hesitation and never gave them a good face. Except Qin Yang, no one else was an exception. Quickly disperse. Don't you think about whose fun you are watching? If President Su gets angry, I wonder what you will do then. Shuya saw that the company employees were all looking forward to watching the fun and were not afraid of getting into trouble. His face immediately turned stern and he quickly shouted at them. That's right, disperse quickly. When everyone heard this, their faces changed in fear and they all ran back to their jobs. However, some people couldn't help gossiping and discussed the matter secretly. Qin Yang and Sophie naturally didn't care about this. Tianxiang Garden. Before coming, Qin Yang booked a private room in advance. Qin Yang ordered a lot of dishes according to Sophie's taste. Qin Yang, there are only two of us. I'm afraid we won't be able to finish this much. Sophie couldn't help but remind her. It's okay. If you can't finish it, just pack it up and take it back. Qin Yang doesn't mind spending this little money. By the way, you just said that you just came out of Jiang Bei's house? Sophie was a little curious and looked at Qin Yang and asked. Yes. After I dropped you off at work, I went home and took a shower. After that, Jiang Bei called me and said that his father wanted to see me. I couldn't refuse, so I drove to his house. Seeing that Sophie was interested, Qin Yang did not hide anything and told the truth. Suddenly, Sophie seemed to remember something and immediately asked Qin Yang again, is Jiang Bei's father called Jiang Weiman? Yes, that's him. The Jiang family's foundation in the Magic City is not much inferior to your Su family. The reason why his father suddenly wanted to see me was because Jiang Bei mortgaged the property under his name and raised a large sum of money for me to invest in the stock market. It can be seen that Jiang Bei's father admires my talent very much. Before leaving, he forced a financial company on me and asked Jiang Bei and me to help manage it. Qin Yang took the ice water on the table and took a sip. This is a good thing. You have been recognized by Jiang Bei's father. If you want to do something in the future, you can also use his connections. This is an opportunity that many people want to get. In just a moment, Sophie could foresee Qin Yang's bright future. Yes. I have been thinking about starting a company recently. Now that his father has invited me so kindly, I can't refuse. Qin Yang nodded. Although with his current net worth and wealth, he could still live a comfortable life even if he just lay down where he was. But he still wanted to do something in his life to make his efforts over the years worthwhile. Okay, I support you unconditionally in this matter. At this moment, Sophie was very happy for Qin Yang. After all, this is Qin Yang, who is seriously starting to build his career. Although she did not reject Qin Yang's Buddhist attitude, Sophie would only be happier if Qin Yang was ambitious. Soon, the waiter brought all the dishes. Qin Yang and Sophie ate and chatted, and the meal was finally over after more than half an hour. Fair, don't go to the company this afternoon. Go home and have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. When the two of them walked to the front of the car, Qin Yang took the initiative to speak to Sophie. Okay, I'll listen to you. Because of Ning Ziyuan, Sophie was feeling a little irritable. It just so happened that she had finished all the work on hand, so she could take this opportunity to take a break. Then, Qin Yang drove and took Sophie back to the villa. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Dihao Private Club. In the number 1 private room. Qin Yang pushed open the door and walked straight in. At this time, Jiang Bei, Bai Yaxin and Chen Jiahao had been waiting for a long time. Brother Qin, you are so anxious to invite us here, has something happened? Jiang Bei is most familiar with Qin Yang's character. Seeing his serious expression, I knew that he had probably encountered some trouble that he couldn't handle. Immediately, I asked directly. Good. Qin Yang did not deny it and nodded in response immediately. After a moment, he looked towards the three people from Jiangbei and asked curiously, "Do you know Ning Ziyuan?" "I know. This guy is a big shot in the upper class of Magic City." "Why, did he offend you, Brother Qin?" Jiang Bei looked surprised and immediately spoke quickly. "Not only does this guy want to buy shares of Fair Company, he even dares to target her. He can no longer be said to have offended me, but he is courting his own death." Qin Yang's eyes flashed with anger, and his voice was full of coldness. To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang so angry in all the time he had known him. This made Jiang Bei look shocked, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. "Ning Ziyuan, this bastard, is so blind. Brother Qin, just tell me, what do you need us to do?" Jiang Bei knew deep down how Qin Yang felt about Sophie. Since Ning Ziyuan has done this, he will inevitably pay a heavy price. Since you are familiar with Ning Ziyuan's background, it will save you a lot of trouble. I will destroy this guy's reputation at all costs and make him have no place to stand in the Demon City. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face, "Sister Bai, Brother Chen, you two have heard it. This is the first time Brother Qin has asked someone to do something for him. As long as we help Brother Qin with this matter, we will be truly family from now on. When the time comes, you will definitely benefit from it." Jiang Bei's eyes flickered, and he immediately looked at Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin standing beside him. At first, Qin Yang only called Jiang Bei. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiang Bei took the initiative to call Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin. He knew very well that although Qin Yang agreed to help them invest last time, it was entirely out of his own face. There is still a slight gap between Qin Yang and them. And now is undoubtedly the best opportunity to bring them closer together. As long as they are willing to help Qin Yang, the relationship between them will definitely improve. By then, Qin Yang will definitely not lose any benefits to them. Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin looked at each other and nodded quietly. With the power they have in the Magic City, dealing with a mere Ning Ziyuan is as easy as stepping on an ant. "Okay, no problem." Then, the two of them quickly agreed. "I owe you a favor this time. If you need me in the future, just ask. I promised to help you with the investment last time, and I will definitely do my best. In a month at the latest, I will definitely give you a big surprise." Qin Yang was very satisfied with Jiang Bei's arrangements. Soon, his eyes turned to Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin, and he made a solemn promise to them. "Brother Qin, don't worry, we will take care of this matter." Jiang Bei understood the importance of this matter, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. After saying that, he immediately took out his cell phone and started looking through his contacts, as if he was ready to take action at any time. Chapter 81 Thunder Strike. It's not just Jiang Bei, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin are also like this. Since they agreed to help Qin Yang with this matter, given their status and influence, they naturally need to take care of it. The influence of these phone calls was enough to cause a shocking shock to the upper class of Shanghai. On the other hand, Ning Ziyuan was filled with anger after being taught a lesson by Qin Yang. At this time, he called a group of friends and went to a private club. He was drinking and enjoying the beauty, and even thinking about finding someone to beat Qin Yang up. Suddenly, a rapid cell phone ring disturbed Ning Ziyuan's interest. He couldn't help but curse and hung up the phone without even looking at it. But within a few seconds, the phone rang again. Seeing the other party's reluctance to give in, Ning Ziyuan felt a little annoyed. Who on earth is this blind fellow who dares to bother me at this time? "Boss Ning, something big has happened." Soon, the company's vice president immediately spoke anxiously to Ning Ziyuan. "You look so panicked. What happened? Why don't you tell me?" In just a moment, Ning Ziyuan was almost sober. He asked the other party with a gloomy face. "There are many big V accounts on the internet that have exposed your immoral private life and some of your illegal operations. Because of this incident, our company's stock price fell to the limit this afternoon. Moreover, shareholders of the company have been asking to divest. Boss Ning, please come back soon. I really can't hold on any longer." Faced with such tremendous pressure, the vice president felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. This incident happened too suddenly. It was obvious that someone was behind it and deliberately targeting Ning Ziyuan. Impossible, how could this happen? Who on earth is so generous as to target me like this? When Ning Ziyuan heard this, his expression was filled with horror. You know, the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, as they were able to plan this series of retaliatory actions within just a few hours. But the problem is that Ning Ziyuan has no idea who he has offended. Could it be Sophie and Qin Yon? After a while, this thought flashed through Ning Ziyuan's mind. But within a few seconds, he rejected it immediately. No, I have already investigated Sophie's background thoroughly. With her strength, how could she threaten me? Ning Ziyuan quickly said to the person on the phone, Fu Lin, don't worry, stabilize the situation for me, I will rush back immediately. Also, you should call the company's shareholders right now and hold an important meeting in half an hour. Obviously, Ning Ziyuan still wanted to make a final effort. He was unwilling to be killed so soon. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Ning Ziyuan appeared in the company lobby. He rushed to the meeting room immediately. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open. All 7 shareholders of the company are present. Ning Ziyuan, look at what you have done. If you don't give us shareholders an explanation today, I will definitely make you pay for it. You are so bold that you even offend the Jiang, Shen, and Bai families. I think you don't want to stay in the Magic City anymore, do you? Even if you want to die, please don't involve us, okay? We invested in your company just to make money, not to join you in going against the wealthy family. Ning Ziyuan didn't have time to speak. The shareholders were all very excited and couldn't help but blame and curse him. At this moment, Ning Ziyuan felt confused. He quickly stepped forward and asked several shareholders who were close to him. Boss Su, Boss Lin, you just said that I offended the Jiang family, the Chen family, and the Bai family. What's going on? Why don't I understand anything? Humph, you're playing dumb. Do you think the company's stock price would have fallen so much if it was just based on the slanderous news about you on the internet? Just an hour ago, the Jiang family, Bai family, and Chen family in Magic City issued a statement, planning to acquire our company. They hold a large amount of funds and deliberately suppress the company's stock price. Those who usually dream of getting in touch with these wealthy families are like crazy, and they all regard us as a springboard. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if our company's stock price did not collapse. Mr. Su's face was cold. Because of what happened today, he lost at least tens of millions. What? This is impossible. At this moment, even Ning Ziyuan himself felt incredible. When on earth did he end up provoking the Jiang family, the Bai family, and the Chen family? They are all wealthy families in Shanghai. Even if Ning Ziyuan thinks he has a rich foundation, he would not dare to offend these wealthy families even if he had 10 times the courage. Moreover, he offended 3 companies at once. Ning Ziyuan, if you can't properly resolve this matter, then I'm sorry, we will withdraw our investment as soon as possible. And sell off a large number of stocks they hold. Mr. Lin did not care about the old friendship. In business, profit comes first. Everything else is just floating clouds. Yes, our idea is the same as Mr. Lin's. Ning Ziyuan, you must give everyone an explanation for this matter. At this moment, all shareholders also expressed their opinions. In an instant, Ning Ziyuan felt the pressure doubled. Just when he was at a loss and had no idea what to do next, his cell phone rang. He quickly picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Ning Ziyuan, do you like this gift I gave you? A familiar voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Ning Ziyuan's eyes widened, his expression filled with shock beyond words. After more than 10 seconds, he came back to his senses and said excitedly, Qin Yang, is it you? You are the one behind all this? Good. When you threatened Fair and even tried to take advantage of her, your fate was already determined. Qin Yang sneered and immediately said to Ning Ziyuan. No, Qin Yang, you can't do this to me. I have worked so hard for so many years to achieve what I have today. You can't destroy it all. Ning Ziyuan began to shake his head like crazy. He couldn't accept the reality before him. He couldn't even imagine how Qin Yang, just a young boy, could get the 3 wealthy families in Shanghai to stand up for him. Humph, I told you that you will pay a heavy price for your actions. The strength, power and status that you are so proud of are ridiculous in my eyes. I can make you lose them at any time if I want to. I will make sure you have no place to stand in the Magic City. Qin Yang's eyes flickered. For him, dealing with Ning Ziyuan like this was considered light. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. It was because I was obsessed with sex that I caught Miss Su's attention. I apologize to you and Miss Su. As long as you give me a way out, I will agree to any conditions you have. At this moment, Ning Ziyuan could not think of any solution except begging for mercy. Chapter 82 The Confused Goddess Sue. You're begging for mercy now? Ha, it's too late. Ning Ziyuan, I will ruin your reputation and take away everything you have. Qin Yang was not moved at all by Ning Ziyuan's plea for mercy. He knew very well that a man as arrogant as Ning Ziyuan would undoubtedly become a complete useless person if he lost his wealth and status. This would be 1,000 times more painful than killing him. And this result is exactly what Qin Yang wanted to see. No, you can't do this to me. Ning Ziyuan screamed hysterically. This scene was seen by all the shareholders present. But there was no trace of pity in their eyes. If it were them, and they offended the Chen family, the Jiang family, and the Bai family, their fate would be the same as Ning Ziyuan's. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to see you in the Magic City again. Otherwise, I will make you pay a more painful price than this. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. Ning Ziyuan was instantly distracted when he heard the beeping sound. He knew that Qin Yang was not joking at all. It's over. Everything is over. After finishing things here, Qin Yang specially booked a private room and planned to invite Zhang Bei and others to dinner. While there was still some time, Qin Yang drove to Sophie's house. Qin Yang, why are you here? When Sophie saw Qin Yang, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. She thought Qin Yang had spent the entire afternoon trying to find a way to help her resolve the company's crisis. So, I never expected that he would suddenly come to my house. Change your clothes and I'll take you to dinner. Qin Yan walked up to Sophie and said with a smile. Okay, wait for me for a moment. Sophie would naturally not refuse this. She went up to the room on the second floor and carefully selected a creamy white dress. About 4 or 5 minutes later, she walked down the stairs wearing crystal high heels. Yes, this outfit is really beautiful. Qin Yang admired Sophie's figure unscrupulously. Of course, there was no evil thought in his eyes. It's just a simple appreciation and love for beautiful things. Where are we going to eat? When she walked in front of Qin Yang, Sophie naturally took his arm. From the current perspective, the two of them seemed to have fallen in love. It seems that I'm slowly getting used to doing some intimate actions between couples. This is undoubtedly great news for Qin Yang. You'll know when you get there. Qin Yang didn't answer, but said with a smile. After Sophie sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, the sports car started and drove straight into the city. On the way, Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Sophie and said, Fair, there is something I need to tell you. That Ning Ziyuan can no longer threaten you. I plan to acquire his company and drive him out of the Magic City. As soon as the words fell, Sophie looked at him with a shocked expression and immediately exclaimed, What did you say? You acquired Ning Ziyuan's company? That's right. Although it was only this afternoon, I put a lot of favors into it. With my current strength, I still can't do it easily. I mainly rely on Zhang Bei and his friends to help. So tonight, I'm going to treat them to a meal. Qin Yang said truthfully. So that's how it is. After hearing Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie immediately understood. Zhang Bei's background is no worse than hers. What's more, he asked his friends for help. With such a large formation, it wouldn't take long to deal with just Ning Ziyuan. In this regard, it is not difficult to understand that Qin Yang owes someone a favor. Fair, don't worry, as long as you give me some time, I can build a wealthy family myself. By then, even if there's no one else to help, I can handle small things like this in minutes by myself. It was because of this idea that Qin Yang decided to make a career for himself. Of course, the resources and connections he currently possesses have already exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Well, I believe in your ability. Sophie believed what Qin Yang said at this time. Half an hour later, Qin Yang held Sophie's hand, and the two of them appeared in the private room. At this time, Zhang Bei and others had just arrived. Sister-in-law, you said something so big happened, why didn't you tell me earlier? If Brother Qin hadn't asked me for help, I would still be kept in the dark. But don't worry, we have already made sure that guy named Ning is completely submissive. I guarantee that he will never have the chance to cause trouble for you again. When Zhang Bei saw Sophie, he walked forward with a smile on his face. In response, Sophie quickly thanked him. Zhang Bei, I'm so sorry to have caused trouble to you all. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. You have to thank my brother Qin for this. If he hadn't mentioned this matter, we wouldn't have been able to help even if we wanted to. Zhang Bei chuckled. Then he blinked at Qin Yang, as if he was intentionally saying something good for him. Okay, let me introduce you all to each other. She's my girlfriend, Sophie. These two are Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin. They are both friends in the Jiangbei circle. The reason why Ning Ziyuan's problem was resolved so quickly was thanks to their help. After everyone was seated, Qin Yang stood up and said with a smile. It's Miss Su. I've heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be Qin Yang's girlfriend. Chen Jiahao was surprised and looked at Sophie with a little excitement. Yes, we have all heard of her name before, but we never had the chance to meet her. I just didn't expect that our first meeting would be in a place like this. A hint of surprise also flashed in by Yaxin's eyes. It seemed that they had wanted to get to know Sophie long before. After all, we are all from the same class, and it is always a good thing to get to know more people. It's a pity that Sophie is not keen on socializing in upper-class circles. She spends most of her time at work and at home, and rarely attends cocktail parties organized by celebrities. I'm really sorry to have caused trouble to everyone because of my personal matter. Sophie knew it very well. The reason why Ning Ziyuan was punished so quickly was entirely due to Qin Yang and the others. For this, she was filled with gratitude. Miss Su, if we really want to thank you, it should be Sister Bai and I who should thank you. Thanks to you, Qin Yang owes us two a big favor. In the future, I may need his help. Chen Jiahao was worried that he had no chance to get closer to Qin Yang. This incident has undoubtedly become the best opportunity. Jiahao is right. In this regard, Bai Yaxin also agreed with Chen Jiahao's statement. We are all family, so why bother to say thank you or not? Zhang Bei asked the waiter to serve the food. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. Qin Yang was in a good mood. So he waved his hand and said with great heroism. Chapter 83. You can stay at my place tonight. Soon, the waiter served a table full of delicious wine and food according to Qin Yang's instructions. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became extremely lively. Qin Yang, Zhang Bei, and Chen Jiahao all drank a lot. Sophie and Bai Yaxin couldn't drink much, so they drank fruit juice instead. Until after 11 o'clock at night. Everyone left satisfied. Since we arranged a designated driver in advance, we didn't have to worry about any safety issues. Sophie supported Qin Yang and put his hand on her shoulder. With the other hand, he hugged Qin Yang's waist tightly. Although Qin Yang's face was red and he looked a little drunk, he did not lose consciousness. Fair, thank you for driving me back. As he spoke, Qin Yang took out the key to the Porsche from his pocket and handed it to Sophie. Qin Yang, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't get drunk again? It's been less than a day and you've broken your promise. Sophie felt a little dissatisfied. After all, Qin Yang drank too much with his father last night, and only promised himself not to get drunk again in the morning. Of course, she was mainly worried that Qin Yang's body wouldn't be able to bear it. I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time, I promise. Without their help, your company's problems wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. In this atmosphere, it would be a real letdown if I didn't drink any wine at all. Qin Yang suddenly showed a bitter smile on his face. It's not that he likes drinking, but in this situation, he simply can't refuse. Although he couldn't drink very much, at least he wasn't drunk. Okay, I won't bother with you this time. After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie also expressed her understanding in her heart. This dinner tonight was also because of her. So, at this moment, Sophie was still a little touched. Where are you going back to? I'll drive you back. Not long. Sophie placed Qin Yang in the passenger seat. After he fastened his seatbelt, he sat in the driving seat. Thompson First-Class Luxury Villa District. When we get there, I'll show you the way. Qin Yang reported this address. After saying that, he closed his eyes. What? You live there? Sophie was shocked by Qin Yang's words. She didn't expect that Qin Yang would actually live in Thompson Epine Luxury Villa. But she quickly came to her senses and said, yes, with your current wealth, you can afford the villa there. About 40 minutes later. The Porsche 911 drives into the Thompson Epine Luxury Villa area. The two of them arrived directly at the gate of Qin Yang's villa. Arrive. After Sophie parked the car. He turned sideways and immediately looked at Qin Yang. At this time, Qin Yang rubbed his eyes and gradually woke up. After the two got out of the car, Qin Yang took out the key and immediately opened the door. Afterwards, Sophie helped Qin Yang sit down on the sofa in the hall. Qin Yang, sit here for a while. I'll make you some hangover soup, Sophie said, and walked straight to the kitchen. About 20 minutes later, she appeared in front of Qin Yang with a bowl of sobering soup in her hand. Come on, be careful with the heat. Qin Yang was enjoying Sophie's feeding him, and at this moment he couldn't help but smile. Thank you. I'm much better now. After a while, Qin Yang's consciousness has gradually recovered. Looking at Sophie, he said softly, It's getting so late, don't go back tonight, just stay at my place. There are so many guest rooms upstairs anyway. You can move into any one you like. Sophie originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Qin Yang's serious expression, he finally had to nod and agree. Okay. But you have to promise me that you won't do anything bad to me. Sophie looked alert. I was afraid that Qin Yang would get drunk and do the same thing he did last night. Don't worry, last night was just a misunderstanding. I promise, I will never have any improper thoughts about you. Come on, I'll take you upstairs for a tour. Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's wrist, then walked directly to the stairs and went up to the second floor. The master bedroom is extremely spacious. Qin Yang had only moved in 2 days, and he had taken the initiative to tidy up the house, so it didn't look too messy. How's it going? Is it okay? Sophie nodded, and looked appreciative of the furnishings and layout of the room. Not bad, no worse than my room at home. Qin Yang, when did you buy this villa? How much is it worth? Now. Sophie couldn't help but feel curious, so she asked Qin Yang a question. It seems to be almost 1 billion. I made a lot of money in the stock market at the time, and after cashing out, I bought this villa as a reward to myself. Qin Yang would not tell the truth. As a last resort, I had to find a random reason to explain it. That's amazing. I've been in business for a few years now, and although my company has gone public, I probably still make less than half of what you make. Sophie had to admit this. Just good luck. I'll find you a bathrobe and pajamas so you can change into them once you're done bathing. After saying, Qin Yang went straight to the closet in the room and started looking. Sophie sat on the edge of the bed, looking around the room. But I found a photo frame on the desk. The photos inside were obviously taken by Sophie and Qin Yang at a beachside BB. Qin Yang, when did you take this photo? Why didn't you inform me? Sophie quickly held the photo frame in her hands and shouted in surprise. When I came back in the afternoon, I happened to pass by a photo studio and paid a large sum of money to have the owner print it for me. I picked out the best one and put it in the frame. The other photos are in the desk drawer. If you like them, you can take them home. I asked the boss to print 2 copies. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang walked up to Sophie with a bathrobe and pajamas in his hands. Thanks. Sophie smiled brightly, and it was obvious that she was very happy at the moment. Come on, I'll take you to your room. Qin Yang took Sophie's tender little hand and walked out of the room. It was not far from his room, just a few steps away. Take a look, if you need anything, just tell me. Sophie walked around the room and made sure that nothing was missing, then immediately pushed Qin Yang out. Okay, you've drunk too much tonight, so you should go to bed early. Good night. As Sophie closed the door, Qin Yang smiled slightly and then walked towards his room. He still felt a little dizzy, so he lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Sophie took a bath on purpose, her mind full of thoughts about what had happened in the past few days. A full half-hour passed before she put on her pajamas and sat back on the bed. She was not sleepy at all and was in a rather excited mood. I don't know how much time passed before I gradually fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight shines into the windowsill. The time is already 8:30. Sophie gradually opened her eyes and came to consciousness. After washing up, she passed by Qin Yang's room and couldn't help but knock on the door. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement coming from the house. Strange, it's already this late, why hasn't he woken up yet? Could it be because you drank too much last night? With this thought in mind, Sophie did not continue to disturb him. I wanted to go downstairs and see if there was any milk or bread in the refrigerator so that I could make a loving breakfast for Qin Yang. However, when Sophie walked down the stairs, she saw a figure busy in the kitchen. For a moment, a warm current surged in her heart, and the smile on the corners of her mouth became more and more obvious. Chapter 84 Because She Is My Woman. Fair, are you up? Did you sleep well last night? Xin Yang noticed movement behind him and stopped what he was doing immediately. When he turned around, he saw Sophie looking at him with a smile on her face. Not bad. Sophie nodded. Naturally, she didn't dare to tell the truth to Xin Yang. She didn't fall asleep until almost 1:30 last night, her mind full of thoughts about every detail of her acquaintance with Xin Yang. I even dreamed of Xin Yang. That's good. I specially made you some egg custard for breakfast, and some nourishing soup to help you recuperate. Xin Yang discovered that Sophie's diet was very irregular. When she was busy, she had no time to eat. If this goes on for a long time, it will be very bad for her stomach and body. Thinking of this, Xin Yang thought about nourishing Sophie's body. Really? I didn't expect you would do this. Sophie showed a hint of surprise on her face. She originally thought Xin Yang could only make some simple breakfasts. Just go sit in the living room and wait for a while. It will be ready soon. Xin Yang smiled slightly. Immediately, the movements of his hands could not help but speed up a bit. Probably less than 10 minutes passed. Xin Yang walked out of the kitchen, holding a stew pot and a bowl of egg custard in his hands. After putting it on the dining table, he immediately looked at Sophie and said, "Fair, breakfast is ready. Come and have a taste." So soon? Sophie put down her phone, then looked up and found Xin Yang standing in front of the dining table. So she quickly got up and walked over there. Try the taste to see if it's too salty. Xin Yang immediately picked up the soup spoon and put a spoonful of it into the egg custard. The next moment he took the initiative to put it to Sophie's mouth. At this moment, Sophie was not as reserved as before. With a smile on her face, she opened her mouth and took the egg custard into her mouth without hesitation. Fresh and refreshing. After just a moment, Sophie's eyes couldn't help but light up. He couldn't help but give Xin Yang a thumbs up and said, "Xin Yang, this egg custard you made is so delicious. Ha, if you like it, I'll make more for you in the future." Seeing Sophie enjoying her meal so much, Xin Yang couldn't help but feel happy too. The two of them spent about 20 minutes eating breakfast. Sophie was the one eating most of the time, and Xin Yang kept his eyes fixed on her. A feast for the eyes. This is probably the scene in front of Xin Yang. Sophie felt a little uncomfortable at first and reminded Xin Yang a little. But Xin Yang just nodded, his eyes showing no sign of softening at all. Sophie had no choice but to give up. 9 o'clock in the morning. After driving Sophie to the company, Xin Yang went directly to the company under Ning Ziyuan's name. He asked Zhang Bei and others to help suppress Ning Ziyuan's company, which already meant he owed them a favor. All the expenses were paid by Xin Yang out of his own pocket. The reason for lowering the acquisition price was to acquire Ning Ziyuan company. The main reason is because of Sophie. Xin Yang wants to help Sophie stabilize the current situation of the company, and the next step is to help her company develop. The company under Ning Ziyuan's name happens to be the most suitable choice. "Sir, what can I do for you?" When the beautiful lady at the front desk saw Xin Yang dressed elegantly and looked very dignified, she knew that he was not a simple person. He immediately walked up to Xin Yang and greeted him respectfully. "I acquired shares of your company yesterday and am now the company's largest shareholder. Please notify the company's senior management and shareholders to come to the conference room for a meeting in 10 minutes. Anyone who doesn't come will bear the consequences." Xin Yang looked at the beautiful lady at the reception desk and then spoke in a calm voice. Okay. Mr. Qin, I will convey your words immediately." The beautiful lady at the front desk saw that Xin Yang was speaking very seriously and it didn't seem like he was joking at all. In an instant, her face was filled with shock. After she came to her senses, she immediately walked to her workstation, took out her phone and called her secretary. Seeing this, Xin Yang walked straight to the meeting room. Less than 10 minutes. The huge conference room was already full of people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xin Yang. Everyone present knew that President Ning had offended a big shot, and in just one afternoon the company had suffered an unprecedented blow. The other party has a powerful background and can even make several wealthy families in Shanghai work for him. Therefore, even though Xin Yang does not look old, no one dares to underestimate his existence. Is everyone here? Seeing that the time was almost up, Xin Yang put down his phone and raised his head. He looked around and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, the shareholders and the senior executives in office are all here." After a few seconds, Mr. Lin stepped forward and said to Xin Yang, "What's your name? What's your position in the company?" Xin Yang looked at Mr. Lin and asked with interest. Mr. Qin, my name is Lin Ping, and I am currently the second largest shareholder of the company. In response to Qin Yang's question, Lin Ping straightened his expression and spoke quickly. Okay, I'll remember you. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Then, he immediately looked at everyone. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why the company has a new owner in just one day. To tell you the truth, it's because your president Ning was blind and actually provoked me. I got angry and forcefully acquired his company. Of course, I, Qin Yang, have no conflicts with any of you present here, so don't worry, I won't deliberately target anyone. I will not interfere too much in the operation of the company. I only have one request, which is that resources must be allocated to Fanlin Company and we must develop close cooperation with it in all aspects. After Qin Yang said this, everyone looked shocked, but at the same time they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They also heard privately that all this was because Ning Ziyuan offended a big shot and eventually got into trouble. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. When everyone looked at Qin Yang again, their eyes were full of fear. I secretly reminded myself in my heart to keep my eyes open and not follow Mr. Ning's old path. As for what happens next, leave it entirely to General Manager Lin. If there is any situation, you can report to me at any time. Before everyone could fully come to their senses, Qin Yang looked at Lin Ping, obviously intending to hand over the company to him. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will strictly follow your requirements and will never let you down. Lin Ping was suddenly flattered. He didn't expect that Qin Yang would take the initiative to give up power and hand over the company to him. Well, I'll leave the company's affairs to you. After saying that, Qin Yang stood up, intending to end the meeting. Mr. Qin, excuse me, but can I ask what is your relationship with President Su of Fanlin Company? Lin Ping thought of the most crucial point. Ning Ziyuan has been paying close attention to Sophie recently, and seems to have some ill intentions towards her. These 2 days, he also made a special trip to the other party's company. Qin Yang convened a meeting and particularly emphasized the need to carry out all-round cooperation with Fanlin Company. From this point of view, the relationship between Qin Yang and President Su is obviously unusual. Perhaps it was because of this factor that Ning Ziyuan offended Qin Yang. Sophie is my woman. I should understand what I am saying, right? Qin Yang did not hide anything and openly admitted his relationship with Sophie. Boom! Everyone present immediately understood. I finally understand why Ning Ziyuan made Qin Yang angry. It turns out that President Ning is harassing this big boss-s woman. No wonder it ended up like this. Chapter 85. I just feel afraid of you. Mr. Qin, I understand. Mr. Lin nodded quickly. He finally understood why Ning Ziyuan was being targeted so maliciously. It turns out that this guy is so bold that he actually wants to touch the woman of this big boss. He deserved what he ended up like this. Okay, that's all I have to say, everyone go away. Boss Lin, come with me. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he took Lin Ping out of the meeting room. Soon, the two arrived at the general manager's office. Xiaolu, quickly get out my best tea leaves and make some for Mr. Qin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ping hurriedly spoke to his secretary. Okay, I'll do it right away. In the room, Qin Yang and Lin Ping sat face to face, and Lin Ping was feeling very nervous at the moment. He didn't know what instructions Qin Yang had for calling him over. Mr. Qin, you asked me to come here. Do you have any instructions? Seeing that Qin Yang had no intention of speaking, Lin Ping plucked up his courage and asked Qin Yang with a smile. No, you don't have to be nervous, we're just chatting casually. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile and explained. Mr. Qin, if you want to know anything, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. Lin Ping quickly calmed down. After a moment, he looked at Qin Yang seriously. I want to find you to understand the current situation of the company. After all, you also know that I have spent a lot of energy in order to make Ning Ziyuan pay the price. But now that I have acquired the company, I can't just sit there and watch it get into trouble. So I was wondering what a good way is to get the company out of its current situation. Qin Yang adjusted himself to a more comfortable posture, and then spoke to Lin Ping. Mr. Qin, things are not as bad as you think. In the final analysis, this matter was all caused by Ning Ziyuan. Now he has paid the price he deserves, and the company has been acquired by you, Mr. Qin. As long as the negative impact on the company is eliminated, I believe it will soon be back on track and will continue to grow under the leadership of Mr. Qin. Although Lin Ping's words might seem like flattery, But it is undeniable that Qin Yang does have this ability. The premise is whether he is willing to put in the effort. Is it that simple? Qin Yang couldn't help but be stunned. It turns out that the matter was so simple, but he made it complicated. That's right. Lin Ping nodded decisively. In that case, I am overthinking. Qin Yang laughed awkwardly and immediately sighed. This is my contact information. If the company encounters any problems that cannot be solved, please call me then. Immediately, Qin Yang walked to the desk. He picked up the pen from the pen holder, tore a piece of paper from the notebook, and wrote down his cell phone number on it. No problem. After receiving the contact information from Qin Yang, Lin Ping showed a slight smile on his face. Afterwards, Qin Yang gave a few more instructions and left the company. An hour later. Sophie Company, President's Office. Secretary Shuya walked in excitedly, looked at Sophie and said, Boss Su, good news. The customers who were planning to terminate their contracts with our company have suddenly changed their minds. Especially Mr. Ning's company, which has listed our company as a key cooperation partner. The signed contracts have been sent directly to me. When Sophie heard this, the expression on her face changed immediately. She seemed to have already anticipated that it was most likely Qin Yang who was helping her behind the scenes. Okay, I understand. Sophie forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart, and then said to Shuya. After the other party walked out of the office door, she quickly took out her mobile phone from her bag and dialed Qin Yang. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for less than a few seconds before Qin Yang answered it directly. In a teasing voice, he said to Sophie, Fair, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you've already started to miss me? Stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, my company suddenly received several large orders. Are you helping me behind the scenes? Sophie blushed. However, she did not forget the purpose of making this call just because Qin Yang was joking. She just wanted to know whether all this was arranged by Qin Yang. Yes. Anyway, Ning Ziyuan's company has been forcibly acquired by me now. It shouldn't be illegal for me to take care of my girlfriend, right? Qin Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Sophie to react so quickly. She immediately thought of all this as something he had arranged. Thank you, Qin Yang. Sophie was deeply moved. Through these days of getting along with Qin Yang, she found that this man really thinks of her in everything. It is indeed a great blessing for her to find a boyfriend who loves her so much. Didn't I tell you that there's no need for us to say thank you? As long as I can help you, I'll be happy. Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Sophie's thanks. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Now. Sophie obviously had little work on hand. Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, she immediately said to Qin Yang. No, I'll pick you up. Besides, you didn't drive. Qin Yang shook his head and quickly rejected Sophie's proposal. Okay, I'll wait for you at the company. Half an hour later. Qin Yang drove a Porsche 911 and appeared downstairs of the company. As soon as he got out of the car, he found Sophie walking towards him. What a coincidence. You came out just as I arrived. Qin Yang immediately went up to him with a smile on his face. That's right. I calculated the time to come down. Sophie smiled. After the two got in the car, they started the engine and quickly left through the company gate. Soon, we arrived at a good quality restaurant nearby. The company's crisis has been resolved, so your stress has been reduced a lot, right? Indeed. But there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. You can't make enough money. When you have free time, you should spend more time with your family and relax. In Qin Yang's opinion, Sophie is indeed different from those daughters of wealthy families. She is not pretentious, has a stubborn personality, is very competitive, and never relies on anyone. It was because of Sophie's behavior that Qin Yang felt even more distressed. Qin Yang, do you not like me like this? Sophie was stunned for a moment, then looked up and asked Qin Yang with a serious face. No, I didn't mean that. You have your own ideals and career plans, which are all good. But work is work, and life is life. The two cannot be mixed up. I just hope you can find a balance between the two, and not just focus on work and not enjoy life. In that case, even if you make a lot of money, what's the point? Qin Yang smiled slightly and explained to Sophie seriously. Chapter 86, God-level cooking and God-level recipes. What you said makes sense. I promise I will pay more attention in the future. Sophie knew that Qin Yang was not trying to blame her by saying this. But I don't want to have too much pressure on myself. Well, that's good. Even if you don't work in the future, don't you still have me? At the rate I'm making money now, I can fully support you. You just need to be beautiful, and leave the rest to me. Of course, these are just Qin Yang's personal thoughts. He respected Sophie's choice and would not deprive her of the right to choose the lifestyle she wanted. I don't want to be a vase. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Sophie immediately rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. If Sophie really had this idea, given her status as the daughter of the wealthy Su family, she would have chosen to lie down long ago. Why would she bother to work hard to start a business alone and not want to rely on her family's resources and connections? Isn't this just because you have nothing better to do? Fair, no matter which lifestyle you choose, I will support you unconditionally. This will remain the same now and in the future. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said very seriously. Qin Yang, thank you. Sophie raised her eyes and her gaze quickly fell on Qin Yang. This thank you comes completely from the heart. She felt that the man in front of her had been accommodating her from beginning to end, and was different from any man she had met before. Although sometimes some tricks are used, at least it is above board. Never force yourself to do anything you don't like. With our current relationship, do you still need to thank me? Of course, if you really want to thank me, shouldn't you express it in some way? Qin Yang immediately showed a playful smile on his face. In just a moment, Sophie knew the other meaning behind this guy's words. Swish. Her pretty face flushed, and her whole face immediately became extremely shy. Such a charming look made Qin Yang stunned. Sophie naturally noticed this and was secretly delighted. It seems that I am still very attractive, otherwise why would the other party look like this? It seems like he has made a great determination. Sophie suddenly leaned forward. In an instant, the distance between him and Qin Yang was shortened. Baji. The delicate red lips kissed Qin Yang's right cheek directly, leaving a faint lipstick mark. Qin Yang was startled. He was just joking and didn't take it seriously at all. But he didn't expect Sophie to be so bold and give him a kiss right away. Qin Yang came back to his senses and the smile on his face became even brighter. He knew in his heart that the relationship between him and Sophie had undergone a rapid qualitative change. At least for now, Sophie has completely confirmed his boyfriend status. The two of them started to do some intimate actions between lovers, and it became more and more natural. Hey hey! Qin Yang smiled awkwardly and stroked the cheek that Sophie had just kissed. He felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. It just happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to enjoy it. We can take it slow next time we have a chance. Qin Yang's first kiss has been preserved until now. If there is a chance, he still wants to have a good communication with Sophie. Humph, you're still being ungrateful after getting an advantage. Qin Yang, I find you becoming more and more like a rogue. Seeing this, Sophie's face turned red, and she couldn't help but scold Qin Yang with a smile. How can this be called a rogue? I am promoting the relationship between us. Fair, I didn't expect you to misunderstand me like this. It really makes me sad. Qin Yang subconsciously covered his chest, looking hurt by Sophie's words. But he never expected that Sophie would roll her eyes at him. Okay, I don't want to argue with you. Where are we going now? It can be seen that Sophie is in a good mood at this time. The company's crisis was resolved and the relationship with Qin Yang became increasingly harmonious. She felt the pressure on her shoulders suddenly eased a lot. Moreover, she found that Qin Yang was so capable, so if she encountered similar things in the future, she wouldn't have to deal with it alone. At least he could help her share her worries. Eat. I had already booked a restaurant before I came. Qin Yang smiled and spoke directly to Sophie. How about we not eat out? I'll go straight to your house. I want to eat the food you cook. Counting the days, her period is almost here. There was no reaction when she went out in the morning, but Sophie was obviously feeling a little uncomfortable at this moment. In response to Sophie's suggestion, Qin Yang subconsciously turned his head and looked at her. Seeing that Sophie was not angry with him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Yang also realized that Sophie's face was a little pale, and she seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Ding! Random task released. When the goddess is on her menstrual period, make a bowl of brown sugar water by yourself. The reward is a god-level cooking skill, a god-level recipe, and 500 points. Just as Qin Yang was about to speak and ask Sophie the reason, he heard the task issued by the system in his mind. Qin Yang finally understood it now. Okay, I'll listen to you. Immediately, Qin Yang nodded. Change direction and drive directly towards the villa. More than half an hour later, the Porsche 911 was parked at the door of the villa. Arrive! After saying that, Qin Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and quickly walked out of the car. Then he opened the passenger door, allowing Sophie to enjoy the highest level of treatment. The two walked to the villa lobby. Fair, go to the sofa and rest for a while. I'll get you something to drink. Qin Yang went straight to the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang appeared in the hall, holding a bowl of brown sugar water in his hand, and walked directly to Sophie. Fair, drink this brown sugar water first. Sophie looked shocked. She didn't even tell Qin Yang that she was feeling unwell. How come he only knew how to make brown sugar water for himself? How did you know I was coming? Sophie was extremely shy, but finally couldn't help but speak to Qin Yang. You looked so unhappy, I guessed it right away. Why else would you have to come back home to eat? Be good, drink this brown sugar water now. I'll make you something delicious to nourish your body later. You'll get better soon. Qin Yang's voice was gentle. When Sophie heard this, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. It's like falling in love directly. At this moment, she was looking at Qin Yang with obsession. Tasted the beauty of love for the first time. Qin Yang saw that Sophie was not moving. So, he picked up the spoon from the bowl and brought it to Sophie's mouth. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. Faced with Qin Yang's commanding tone, Sophie was not angry at all. Instead, she obeyed obediently, opened her mouth, and actively enjoyed Qin Yang's kindness. Soon, Sophie finished the bowl of brown sugar water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with God-level cooking and God-level recipes. And at this moment, Qin Yang also received a reward from the system. Chapter 87, Feelings Heat Up Rapidly, My Treasure Boy. Sophie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked at Qin Yang shyly. At a close distance, she found that Qin Yang's charm was amazing, and was in no way inferior to those popular young actors. Not long. Qin Yang saw that Sophie had finished drinking the brown sugar water in the bowl, so he smiled and said to her, "What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. I like everything you make." Sophie had already seen Qin Yang's cooking skills. So, there is no need to worry about any dark dishes appearing. Okay, then you sit here for a while. After saying that, Qin Yang stood up and walked towards the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and took out a lot of food. There are fish, beef, eggs, fresh shrimps and some vegetables. Because Qin Yang had acquired the cooking skills of the god of cooking, he was naturally more adept at handling the matter at this time. He first washed the beef and placed it on the chopping board, then picked up the knife and displayed his superb knife skills. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the beef was cut into evenly thin slices. As for other ingredients, that's no problem at all. Qin Yang, you are so awesome. I don't know when. Sophie quietly walked into the kitchen and saw Qin Yang preparing the ingredients in an orderly manner. For a moment, I was stunned. Fair, why did you come in? Didn't I tell you to sit on the sofa outside and rest? Qin Yang looked at Sophie. Although his tone was a little dissatisfied, he didn't dare to be really angry. I was sitting outside alone and felt a little bored, so I wanted to come in and see how you cook. Sophie stuck out her tongue and explained a little embarrassedly. Oh well. But don't get too close. There's a lot of smoke here. I'm afraid it will suffocate you. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. At this moment, his hands moved at a rapid pace, and he brought his consummate knife skills to the extreme. Sophie looked at the scene in front of her and subconsciously covered her mouth. She found that she still underestimated Qin Yang's cooking skills. Just based on his knife skills, he is not necessarily worse than the chefs in Michelin restaurants. Qin Yang didn't care about the shock he brought to Sophie. After he cut the ingredients, heat oil in a pan, and the next step is to stir fry. Throughout the whole process, Qin Yang's face showed a meticulous expression. It is said that men who work hard are the most attractive. At this moment, Sophie was watching Qin Yang busying around, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Half an hour passed in a flash. Qin Yang has already prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Then he picked up the plates and placed them on the dining table one by one. Sophie looked at the dishes in front of her, which were delicious, and she swallowed subconsciously. Come, try it first. Qin Yang handed Sophie a set of bowls and chopsticks, and then motioned for her to pick up the chopsticks to try the food to see how it tasted. Sophie couldn't wait any longer. He immediately picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Sophie's eyes sparkled instantly. She had eaten the breakfast made by Qin Yang before and it tasted very good. But I didn't expect that the dishes made by Qin Yang were several times more delicious than those made by the hotel chef. Slow down, there are still a lot of them here, no one will snatch them from you. Seeing Sophie's exaggerated expression, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. Then he tasted the dishes. I have to say, the chef's cooking skills are really amazing. These ordinary home-cooked dishes were cooked so deliciously, no wonder Sophie's expression was so exaggerated. Qin Yang, let's not go out to eat anymore. I just want to eat the food you cook. Sophie suddenly looked up, looked at him eagerly and said, Okay, no problem. As long as you want to eat, I will make it for you. Qin Yang smiled slightly and naturally would not refuse. Lunch is over. Sophie touched her stomach and felt very full. It's over, it's over. The food you cooked was so delicious that I couldn't control myself and ate too much. If it keeps going like this, I'll get fat soon. On one hand, there is the temptation of delicious food, and on the other hand, there is the need to manage your own body shape. At this moment, Sophie couldn't help but have a headache. Don't worry, it won't happen. From now on, I will make you a low-fat nutritional meal. It tastes delicious and you won't gain weight even if you eat a lot. Seeing Sophie feel embarrassed about such a small matter, Qin Yang smiled slightly, and then comforted her. Really? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Sophie looked doubtful, fearing that Qin Yang was deliberately saying this to comfort her. Of course it's true. How could this kind of thing be difficult for me? Seeing that Sophie didn't believe in his ability, Qin Yang immediately spoke seriously. You're awesome. After eating and drinking, Sophie sat on the sofa, lying comfortably. Qin Yang naturally took on the responsibility of cleaning up. Fortunately, he acted quickly. It took more than 10 minutes to clean the dishes on the table and the kitchen. I don't think there will be any work to do in your company this afternoon, right? Sophie is not feeling well. Qin Yang naturally hoped that she could reduce her work and have a good rest at home. Indeed, no. Sophie thought about it seriously and answered with certainty. Then listen to me and rest at home. Tell me what you want to eat and what you want to play. Qin Yang sat next to Sophie, put his arm around her shoulders and let her head rest on him. Seeing the two of them being so intimate at this moment, Sophie looked shy but did not stop them. Deep down in her heart, she has already accepted Qin Yang as her boyfriend. Moreover, after spending these days with Qin Yang, she could truly feel how good Qin Yang was to her. If she missed such an outstanding man, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. The two of them snuggled together like this. No one spoke to break the delicate atmosphere. These 2 days, Sophie has been worrying a lot about the company's affairs. At this moment, she felt more relaxed than ever before. As if she was feeling sleepy, Sophie leaned on Qin Yang's shoulder and fell asleep. Qin Yang naturally noticed it, but he didn't make any noise to disturb her and kept this posture. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sophie woke up and gradually opened her eyes. I found myself leaning on Qin Yang. When I looked up, I saw that this guy was also sleeping soundly. This guy looks so cute when he's asleep. Although it was not the first time I saw Qin Yang sleeping. But now, Sophie had a rare opportunity to take a closer look. A handsome face, a caring personality, and a variety of outstanding talents. Sophie then realized that she had already imprinted Qin Yang's image deeply in her mind. Only such an outstanding man is worthy of me. Take this opportunity. Sophie quickly picked up her phone and took a photo of herself and the sleeping Qin Yang. And I took more than a dozen photos in one go from different angles. The smile on her lips never stopped. Chapter 88, the official announcement of the super reward in the circle of friends. In the past, Sophie would never have dreamed that she would do such a childish thing. But at this moment, Sophie has obviously fallen in love. Instead of feeling repulsed by this behavior, she actually enjoyed it. In fact, she usually likes to update her moments not too late. But at this moment, Sophie had an urge to show Qin Yang off. Do it when you think of it. Sophie found the photos she and Xin Yang took when they went on vacation to the beach. I carefully selected a few photos and arranged them into a 9-square grid. In the middle was placed the intimate photo of her and Xin Yang. Since we are planning to make an official announcement, we can't be hasty. What should I post? Sophie was in a dilemma for a moment. She also hopes to prepare a good official announcement at such an important moment. For this purpose, Sophie went to look for it specially. After a few minutes, the answer gradually came to her mind. The spring breeze and I are just passers-by, while you embrace the stars with the autumn water. The stars are blazing, you are the ideal of the world. From now on, the mist and rain fall on the Golden City, and one person holds an umbrella while the other two walk together. I hereby solemnly declare that I have officially fallen in love with Mr. Qin. After editing the text, Sophie stared at the screen for a long time. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and revealed a shy smile. Confirm to publish. Whoosh. Just a few tens of seconds. There were more than a dozen likes and comments under Sophie's circle of friends. Since this is her private WeChat account, the people in the list are all her relatives and friends. So at this moment, everyone was completely blown away. It was at this moment that Xin Yang quietly opened his eyes. Seeing Sophie leaning on his shoulder and playing with her phone with a smile on her face, he couldn't help but ask softly, "What good thing happened that made you so happy? Share it with me." Xin Yang, when did you wake up?" Hearing Xin Yang's voice, Sophie subconsciously locked her phone screen and instantly looked at him. "Why do you look like you've done something wrong?" Xin Yang looked confused. I didn't. It's just a simple post on Moments." Sophie's face flushed a little. At this time, his eyes were a little evasive and he didn't dare to look directly at Xin Yang. "Really? Show me what you sent." Xin Yang couldn't help but become curious about this. As he spoke, he had already picked up Sophie's cell phone with one hand. Sophie wanted to stop it, but unfortunately she was a step too slow. The phone screen lit up and displayed the official announcement that Sophie had just made on her WeChat Moments. Xin Yang looked at the text and was completely stunned. The next second, he immediately said to Sophie excitedly, "Fair, such an important matter, do you still want to hide it from me? You are going too far." Sophie shook her head suddenly. "I didn't mean to hide it from you. This is a choice I made after careful consideration. Posting this on WeChat Moments is equivalent to telling everyone around me the relationship between us." In other words, Sophie planned to make Xin Yang's boyfriend official instead of just an intern, and the two of them officially confirmed their relationship. She has completely accepted Xin Yang's identity from the bottom of her heart. Xin Yang didn't expect that when he woke up from his sleep, he would face such a surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heart of the goddess. The reward is all the shares of the Civet Cat Group worth 100 billion, a Bugatti Chiron supercar worth 100 million, a Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee watch worth 80 million, the chance to randomly draw a god-level skill, and 3,000 points. Hearing the voice of the system coming from his ears, Xin Yang finally believed in his heart that everything happening before his eyes was real. Love and money, double harvest. Fair, don't worry, I will never let you down. I will definitely spoil you to the heavens when I am here. Xin Yang hugged Sophie tightly in his arms, with an excited look on his face. Well, I believe you. Sophie knew it very well. Xin Yang is definitely not just talking, he can definitely do it. After all, Xin Yang had made breakfast for her every day during this period of time. This thought alone is enough to explain everything. No, I also have to post on WeChat Moments and make an official announcement. Xin Yang was a little excited at the moment. Every Valentine's Day, his circle of friends is filled with all kinds of dog food. Now, he can finally hold his head high. You have to show it off well. Okay. So how are you going to send it? Sophie did not stop him, but instead showed an expectant look on her face. She was very curious about how Xin Yang would introduce himself. Xin Yang didn't answer. He quickly took out his cell phone and opened his Moments. Click the edit bar and start typing. A few minutes later, a dynamic post is published directly. Sudden encounter, unexpected love. I don't have any special abilities. I just happened to catch up with the person I like. Miss Sue, the mountains and rivers are vast, the fireworks of the world, everything is you, everything is you. May we have many more good years to live with from now on. The text is interspersed with beautiful artistic photos that Xin Yang took exclusively for Sophie. At this moment, Sophie was like a fairy from heaven descending to earth, completely defeating those socialites and popular female stars in seconds. Of course, there are also intimate photos of the two of them. Dad, Dad. Soon, the phone received a lot of messages. When Qin Yang took a look, he was surprised to find that it was his own mother. Mother, Yang, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter in advance? What's wrong? Sophie saw the expression and smiled bitterly, and immediately asked curiously. My mom saw the circle of friends I posted and is looking for me to confirm it. Qin Yang looked at Sophie and then chuckled. By the way, I don't know the situation at your home yet. This is a good opportunity for you to tell me about it. Since she chose to date Qin Yang, Sophie naturally needed to have a basic understanding of his family. Before, I was always too embarrassed to ask. Now is a good opportunity, Sophie will certainly not miss it. My hometown is in a small town in the south. In addition to my parents, I have a younger sister named Qin Yun. She is currently studying at the Magic City Conservatory of Music. I'll introduce her to you when I have time. Qin Yang thought about it and told the truth. So what do your parents do for a living? Sophie couldn't help but be curious and asked a question. My dad is a retired soldier and my mom is a middle school teacher. They both work in town. Qin Yang touched Sophie's hair. He knew that Sophie didn't care about her parentage. I just want to understand, nothing else. Although Sophie was born into a noble family, her family was not as mean as the rich. This also made Qin Yang admire him. Real wealthy families don't judge people by appearance, but instead pay more attention to character and ability. Chapter 89 My Qin Yang's girlfriend Sophie. When you have time, you can ask your uncle and aunt to come visit the Magic City. After all, they probably don't know about your current achievements yet, right? Sophie guessed that Qin Yang probably had not told his parents about his affairs yet. Yes. After I graduated, I rarely told my family about my work. I just send some money back home occasionally every month, or call them to chat about family matters. Even my sister doesn't know much about me. Qin Yang nodded. He felt that what Sophie said was right, and he really needed to find an opportunity to explain things to his family. In this way, parents don't have to work so hard and can enjoy a peaceful life in advance. And this matter certainly cannot be concealed. You have to tell them sooner or later, so you might as well confess it proactively and give them a surprise. To be honest, I should thank my uncle and aunt because they raised you to be so outstanding. Sophie smiled sweetly, and then said seriously. She is surrounded by countless young talents. Some of them have prominent family backgrounds, some are talented but arrogant. In terms of character, talent, and appearance, Qin Yang is definitely not inferior to them, and is even far better than them. At first, Sophie had to admit that she was attracted by Qin Yang's handsome looks and unruly personality. But as they spent more and more time together, she discovered that Qin Yang was a treasure boy. The more you understand, the more surprises you will have. Because of this, Sophie felt secretly fortunate. If she missed Qin Yang, she would not be able to experience the taste of love. Don't worry, I'll take you back to meet my parents after a while. In another month, Qin Yun's school will have winter vacation. Qin Yang has already made up his mind that he will take his sister and Sophie back to his hometown when the time comes. Although Qin Yang and Sophie have only been dating for a short time, their relationship is developing rapidly. Qin Yang had met Sophie's parents before, so it wouldn't seem abrupt to take her back to his hometown to meet his parents now. Okay. Sophie nodded, looking happy. Ding dong. Ding dong. Qin Yang and Sophie's phones almost never stopped ringing. Messages came one after another. Especially the circle of friends, it exploded. In the following time, both of them were busy replying to messages. In the blink of an eye, it was almost evening. Brother Qin, open the door. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jiang Bei's voice was also heard outside the villa door. Qin Yang hurriedly opened the door of the villa and walked outside. After seeing Jiang Bei, he immediately asked curiously, Jiang Bei, why are you here? I came here specially to invite you to attend the class reunion tonight. You didn't really want to attend before, but because you announced it on your circle of friends this afternoon, I couldn't stand the pressure, so I came in person. If you don't go, this party will be too boring. Jiang Bei showed a bitter smile on his face. It's no wonder that Qin Yang is so charming. After seeing his updates on WeChat moments, those female classmates all clamored to invite him over, saying that they wanted to get to know how outstanding the women Qin Yang likes are. As Qin Yang's best brother, Jiang Bei naturally faces tremendous pressure. With no other choice, I had to go there in person. Qin Yang, what party are you going to attend? Qin Yang didn't have time to speak. Sophie had already walked over and happened to hear Jiang Bei's words. She couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be here too. Jiang Bei was stunned when he saw Sophie. His eyes rolled and he immediately said to Sophie, "That's right. There's a class reunion tonight, and I came here to invite Brother Qin to join us. After all, everyone knows from their friends that he already has a date, and we really want to get to know him. It's a pity that Brother Qin doesn't seem to be willing to go, and doesn't want to introduce you to everyone. Sister-in-law, you won't be angry with Brother Qin over such a trivial matter, right?" Qin Yang's eyes widened instantly, and he put his arm around Jiang Bei's arm, and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Do you want to get beaten? You dare to joke with me like this? Brother Qin, spare my life. Isn't there anything I can do about it?" Jiang Bei gave an awkward laugh and quickly begged for mercy. "Go, why not go? Qin Yang, Jiang Bei has come to invite you personally, you can't just not give him this face, right? Besides, I also want to integrate into your circle." Sophie has already said this. If Qin Yang refused again, he would inevitably make her angry. So Qin Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." 10 minutes later. The Porsche 911 and the Lamborghini drove out of the Thompson Epine luxury villa area one after another. 7:30 in the evening. Tianhai Hotel is considered a high-end hotel in Shanghai. Private room 305. At this time, many people were already sitting around the dining table. I don't know which goddess actually won the school hunk. I don't know if I can see him in person later. It's really exciting. Don't be too happy too soon. Even if Jiang Bei comes in person, Qin Yang may not agree to keep the appointment. That's true. This guy never likes this kind of occasion. But judging from the official photos, his girlfriend has a really good temperament and looks noble. She might be the daughter of a wealthy family. Just this post by Qin Yang has broken the hearts of countless goddesses. There's nothing we can do about it, since he is so loved by everyone. Everyone was laughing and chatting, with anticipation written all over their faces. Qin Yang gets along well with his classmates. Because they know Qin Yang well, they sometimes joke around with him in innocuous ways. Corner of the room. Lu Ruyan sat in her seat, not saying a word. She was holding her phone, and what appeared on the screen was the official announcement from Qin Yang's circle of friends. She was mesmerized by it. Snap! Just at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. Jiang Bei walked in first. "Jiang Bei, why are you alone? Didn't Qin Yang and his girlfriend come?" Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I'm sorry to trouble you all." As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang stepped into the door of the private room. At the same time, he was accompanied by a beautiful lady with a tall appearance and a graceful figure. Yes, it was Sophie herself. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Qin Yang and Sophie, and they were stunned. The handsome man and the beautiful woman are simply a match made in heaven. Good for you, Qin Yang. You finally show up. What's the trouble? Please introduce the person next to you. That's right. You don't even know this. When I saw the moments you posted this afternoon, I almost thought your phone was infected with a virus. Such a big thing has been kept secret from us until now. You are really amazing. With the appearance of Qin Yang and Sophie, the atmosphere in the private room instantly became lively. Let me formally introduce to you all, my Qin Yang's girlfriend Sophie. Chapter 90, Identity Revealed, Everyone Envious and Jealous. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Su Zhangjie immediately jumped up from his seat. At first, he felt that he seemed to have seen Qin Yang's girlfriend somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where for a moment. Until I heard the name and saw Sophie's face. Only then did Su Zhangjie recognize Sophie's identity. After graduation, he joined a company and was quickly promoted to manager due to his outstanding work ability. He often attended business events with some senior executives, and by chance, he learned about Su Tiannan's background. And Sophie is Su Tiannan's daughter. Zhangjie, why are you so excited? Everyone couldn't help but be startled by Su Zhangjie's action and said with a teasing look on their faces. Qin Yang, you are so awesome. You can actually chase after Su Tiannan's daughter. You are truly a role model for us. Su Zhongjie immediately walked up to Qin Yang and said excitedly. What? Su Tiannan's daughter? Zhongjie, do you mean that Sophie's father is called Su Tiannan? Fuck, this is too scary, right? Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? Everyone present knew about Su Tiannan's reputation. After all, he is very famous in Shanghai. But no one expected that Sophie would actually be Su Tiannan's daughter, and suddenly became Qin Yang's girlfriend. This shocking news undoubtedly shocked everyone present. I didn't expect it to be leaked. Qin Yang spread his hands helplessly. From the very beginning, he had no intention of exposing Sophie's true identity. But now that Su Zhongjie had revealed the truth, it would be difficult for him to hide it. With a slight smile on his face, he admitted it. Really? When they heard Qin Yang admit it himself, the expressions on everyone's faces were so wonderful. Qin Yang, you are really capable. The male compatriots all looked at Qin Yang with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Whether in terms of appearance, figure, or family background, Sophie is undoubtedly the type of person they dream of. If any one of them could get one of the two, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. How could I dare to hope that my girlfriend would be as outstanding as Sophie? Okay, just let everyone know about this, don't spread it outside. I, Qin Yang, am not the kind of person who lives off others. I fell in love with Sophie at first sight. I liked her as a person, not her identity. If it weren't for fate, I would have been kept in the dark. Qin Yang was telling the truth. Sophie's appearance and personal charm alone had already attracted him deeply. As for Su Tiannan's identity as a rich girl, in Qin Yang's eyes, it was not that important. Everyone present knew clearly in their hearts that Qin Yang was not lying. As early as when he was in college, Qin Yang was pursued by a rich girl. If he wanted these things, he would have agreed to date the other party at that time. How could he have been single for 4 years in college? Okay, everyone, stop standing and take your seats. Just at this moment, Zhang Bei quickly spoke up to divert attention. Soon, everyone sat in a circle. Just then the waiter opened the door and brought out appetizers one after another. Sister-in-law, have a glass of juice. Zhang Bei looked attentive. If Sophie hadn't rescued him before, Qin Yang would probably not have let him go so easily, and would not have agreed to come to the appointment. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally has to perform well. Thanks. Sophie smiled brightly at Zhang Bei's kindness. Zhang Bei, I dare say you already know the identity of my sister-in-law, right? Su Zhongjie was sitting next to Zhang Bei. At this time, he reached out and touched Zhang Bei's arm, asking in a low voice. Hey, I also found out by accident. Zhang Bei smiled and didn't explain too much. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room began to heat up. Many male compatriots began to toast Qin Yang. They all admire Qin Yang from the bottom of their hearts, whether it is because of his outstanding performance in school or his popularity with the opposite sex. In this regard, Qin Yang naturally accepted everyone who came. Qin Yang, drink less. Sophie was sitting nearby, advising softly. She had seen Qin Yang drinking too much more than once, and was afraid that it would have a bad effect on his health. Everyone, I'll toast to you on behalf of Brother Qin. Seeing this, Zhang Bei immediately stepped forward. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone had eaten and drunk almost the same amount, and then they all started chatting freely. Talking about the past, work after graduation, and some interesting things. Lu Ruyan sat at the side, looking at Qin Yang from time to time, but never spoke to him. Naturally, this action was caught by Sophie. Zhang Bei. Sophie tugged at Zhang Bei's sleeve. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Zhang Bei quickly turned his head and looked at Sophie curiously and asked. Who is that female classmate? I noticed that she kept staring at Qin Yang. What is the relationship between them? Sophie didn't know why she started gossiping about these things. But now that the question has come to this, it is natural to clarify the relationship between her and Qin Yang. Her name is Lu Ruyan, and she is recognized as the goddess of our department. When I was in college, I always admired my brother Qin, but I didn't dare to confess. Not long ago, she even moved to the neighborhood where Qin Yang and I live. I guess she still has expectations for Qin. But don't worry, sister-in-law. My brother Qin likes you in his heart. He has never been involved in affairs outside. I think you are very clear about this. Soon, Jiang Bei told the truth about the relationship between Lu Ruyan and Qin Yang. In order to avoid Sophie's misunderstanding, he took the initiative to explain it at the end. Well, I know that. Sophie nodded. She is not the kind of woman who gets jealous easily. After all, outstanding people are always liked and pursued by the opposite sex. Even she is no exception. On the contrary, Sophie could actually understand this feeling. Sometimes being too popular is not necessarily a good thing. Instead, it may bring great trouble to your life. That's good, sister-in-law, you are really open-minded. Seeing that Sophie really didn't take it to heart, Jiang Bei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, he couldn't help but praise. Sophie didn't explain much, just smiled sweetly. Soon, the party came to an end. Qin Yang drank a lot of wine and his face looked extremely red. Sophie took the initiative to support him, and the two of them were very intimate. Seeing this scene, everyone present was invisibly fed a wave of dog food, with endless envy revealed in their eyes. It's getting late, so we'll leave first. Sophie said hello to Jiang Bei and prepared to leave with Qin Yang. Sister-in-law, do you need help? Jiang Bei asked with a concerned look on his face. It's okay. I can do it alone. Besides, your brother Qin is not drunk. Sophie shook her head and chuckled, rejecting Jiang Bei's help. Then be careful on your way back. If you need anything, just give me a call. Seeing that Sophie insisted, Jiang Bei didn't say much. Watching Sophie help Qin Yang up and walk out of the private room. Chapter 91 Two-Way Sweet Love. Outside the hotel gate, in front of a Porsche 911. Qin Yang, your alcohol tolerance is so poor, why do you drink so much? Aren't you asking for trouble by doing this? Sophie looked at Qin Yang's drunken face, her eyes full of heartache. I was very happy today and drank too much without paying attention. Fair, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Qin Yang's eyes were a little dazed. He also knew in his heart that he had been so busy drinking with his classmates that he had ignored Sophie's feelings. Now that he was drunk, it was inevitable that Sophie would be angry. Why are you apologizing to me? I don't mean to blame you. I'm just worried that drinking so much is bad for your health. Seeing Qin Yang admit his mistake, Sophie couldn't help but smile. Okay, get in the car, I'll take you home. It's getting darker and the wind is getting stronger. If you're not careful, you might catch a cold the next day. Immediately, Sophie opened the car door and placed Qin Yang in the passenger seat. After helping Qin Yang fasten his seatbelt, he sat in the driving seat and started the engine. Boom! With a low roar of the car, the Porsche 911 drove towards Qin Yang's villa. About an hour. Sophie supported Qin Yang's body, and the two appeared in the hall of the villa. It took her a lot of effort to get Qin Yang into the room. Looking at Qin Yang lying on the bed, drunk, he gradually fell asleep and was unable to take a shower. In desperation, Sophie just got a basin of hot water and wiped Qin Yang's face with a towel dipped in the water. Fortunately, this time, Qin Yang did not do the same thing as last time. After Sophie finished, she tiptoed out of the room and went to the guest room next door. The next morning. The weather is clear and cloudless. The sunlight shines into Qin Yang's room from the windowsill. He slowly opened his eyes and gradually woke up. At this moment, my head is still a little dizzy. Qin Yang sat up straight on the bed and looked around. Isn't this my room? At this moment, he remembered that he had drunk too much last night and it was Sophie who sent him back. After quickly washing up, Qin Yang walked out of the room. As soon as I walked into the hall, I heard noises coming from the kitchen. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but quicken his pace, and the first thing he saw when he came in was Sophie's figure. At this moment, a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He walked forward quietly and put his arms around Sophie's slender waist from behind. Qin Yang, it's so early in the morning, do you want to scare me to death? You walk without making any sound. Sophie was obviously startled. However, when she saw Qin Yang's face, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but she still couldn't help but curse. Fair, what are you doing? Qin Yang's face was pressed against Sophie's shoulder and he could clearly smell the fragrance of her hair. At this time, his voice was gentle and his words were full of curiosity. I'll make you some hangover soup. And some noodles too. After all, you made breakfast for me, so I have to show you something. I'll seize this great opportunity to show you my skills. Of course, it won't taste as good as what you cook. But you are not allowed to dislike it. Sophie smiled brightly and then said to Qin Yang. How could I dislike it? So many people dream of eating your cooking. But it's a pity that they just don't have that blessing. Qin Yang had a very bright smile on his face. He found that his relationship with Sophie was rapidly heating up, and she even began to consider him. This kind of two-way love is so sweet. That's good. After receiving Qin Yang's affirmative answer, Sophie suddenly felt more confident. She knew that Qin Yang was an excellent cook, but she, on the other hand, had never done any cooking. I can only make simple egg noodles. Although the taste is okay, it is simply embarrassing when compared with Qin Yang's cooking skills. That's why Sophie greeted Qin Yang in advance. Then can you please let me go first? I still have to work. At this time, Qin Yang put his arms around Sophie's waist. The two of them acted intimately, showing their sweet love everywhere. She enjoyed it very much, but she still wanted Qin Yang to let go, otherwise she would not be able to perform her movements. No, I won't. I want to hold you, just hold you forever. At worst, I won't eat this breakfast. A feast for the eyes. With such a good deal to be had, Qin Yang no longer had time to think about having breakfast. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. You bastard. Sophie felt helpless about Qin Yang's willfulness. Of course, because the two are currently in the honeymoon period, their relationship is heating up rapidly. Sophie wasn't angry either. He had no choice but to keep an eye on Qin Yang in advance and ask him to behave himself, while he himself focused on the things at hand. The whole process takes about 10 minutes. Sophie finally finished making the egg noodles. Pick it up and put it on the dining table. Qin Yang, try it quickly and see how it tastes. At this moment, Sophie looked at Qin Yang nervously, especially wanting to get his comments. Qin Yang smiled slightly, picked up the noodles with chopsticks, put them in his mouth and started eating. Tasty. Immediately, Qin Yang gave Sophie a thumbs up. Are you sure you're not just being perfunctory? Sophie questioned with a serious face. Why, are you so unconfident in your cooking skills? Don't worry, I'm telling the absolute truth. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that telling the truth would arouse Sophie's suspicion. Although the taste of this egg noodle may not be the most delicious. But it was made by Sophie herself with all her heart, and in Qin Yang's eyes, it was the most delicious. That's good. I want to see you finish this bowl. Don't leave any. Sophie immediately showed a proud expression and said to Qin Yang. Yes, sir. Qin Yang naturally would not refuse. The egg noodles were gone in no time. Considering that Sophie hadn't eaten yet, Qin Yang went to the kitchen to make Tremella fusiformis porridge. As soon as it was brought to her, the air was already filled with fragrance. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with anticipation, wondering what kind of breakfast he would make for her. I made some porridge for you. Drink it slowly and be careful not to burn yourself. Qin Yang filled a small bowl and handed it to Sophie. As expected, the breakfast you make is the best. Just smelling it fills my appetite. This is why Sophie made a pot of egg noodles but didn't even think about eating it. What she was thinking about was the breakfast made by Qin Yang. Of course, Qin Yang did not disappoint her. They are all yours, no one will snatch them from you. Qin Yang looked at Sophie lovingly, and then spoke in a gentle tone. Sophie had been busy all morning and was already hungry, so she naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up the porridge in the bowl and began to eat it seriously. One spoonful, then another spoonful. It wasn't long before Sophie finished the whole bowl. She was really a little foodie. Chapter 92, Top Supercar, Bugatti Chiron worth 100 million. 8:30 in the morning. As usual, Qin Yang drove Sophie to work at the company. At this time, a large crowd gathered not far from the company's gate. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered there? Sophie was curious about this and asked the security guard at the door. Boss Su, I heard that a rich young man bought a Bugatti Chiron sports car worth hundreds of millions of yuan. The staff came here to handle the handover procedures according to the instructions of the leader. Most of the people watching are just there to watch the fun. After all, this is a sports car worth hundreds of millions. Even in the country, there are only a handful of such cars. The security guard was a young man in his 20s, and naturally he was curious, so he had already figured out the situation. Seeing Sophie asking, he told the truth. So that's how it is. Sophie nodded. I don't know what that person was thinking when he spent hundreds of millions on a mere supercar. I guess he just had too much money to spend. Sophie had heard of this situation before, but she didn't expect to witness it with her own eyes. She chuckled and didn't take it to heart. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Qin Yang picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Out of curiosity, I connected directly. Hello, Mr. Qin. The Bugatti Chiron you ordered from our company has been delivered to the designated location. When are you free to complete the handover procedures with our person in charge? An extremely respectful voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Has the car arrived? Where is it? Only then did Qin Yang remember. After he and Sophie made their official announcement last night, the system prompted that the core task had been completed. All rewards received. He didn't care about it before, but he never thought that it would be delivered to his door now. It's right in front of the gate of Funlin Company. The other party was very patient and spoke in a respectful tone. At this moment, Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. His eyes instantly turned to where the crowd was gathered. Sure enough, a silver-gray limited edition Bugatti Chiron supercar was parked not far away. The person in charge next to him was talking on the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. Qin Yang smiled slightly and immediately hung up the phone. Fair, don't rush to the company, come with me. Seeing Sophie taking a step forward and about to walk into the company building, Qin Yang hurriedly took her tender little hand and whispered. Where are we going? Sophie looked confused and had no idea what Qin Yang was up to. At this moment, she just let Qin Yang hold her hand and walk forward. A distance of more than 10 meters. In fact, it doesn't take much time. Please make way. Soon, Qin Yang and Sophie squeezed through the crowd and came to the Bugatti Chiron sports car. The appearance of Qin Yang and Sophie immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's nothing you can do about it. Anyone who sees such a handsome man and beautiful woman can't help but take a few more glances. Qin Yang, what's wrong with you? Why did you bring me here? Sophie felt that Qin Yang was a little abnormal, and for a moment she couldn't help but ask. Ahem, my new car just arrived, so I wanted to share it with you. Qin Yang smiled and said this. A new car? When did you buy it? Could it be that this Bugatti Chiron worth hundreds of millions of dollars is the new car you mentioned? At this moment, Sophie gradually came back to her senses. She subconsciously covered her mouth and asked Qin Yang in shock. Yes. After all, this is a reward from the system. Qin Yang said he bought it himself and there was no problem at all. What? This supercar worth hundreds of millions was actually bought by this handsome guy? Oh my god, isn't this too extravagant? No wonder he has such a good temperament, it turns out he is the young master of a wealthy family. At that moment, everyone exclaimed and looked at Qin Yang in shock. You are Mr. Qin, right? I'm Su Wei, the head of the Asia-Pacific Supercar Club. I'm happy to serve you. The middle-aged man in professional attire hurriedly walked up to Qin Yang and said respectfully. Hello. Qin Yang smiled and nodded at him. Mr. Qin, please show me your ID card so I can check your personal information. After confirming that there are no problems, please sign the contract, and I will handle all the relevant procedures for you. Su Wei looked serious and immediately got into working mode. No problem. See here. Qin Yang took out his ID card from his wallet and handed it to Su Wei. So he began to verify the information. The whole process takes less than 2 minutes. Mr. Qin, please sign the contract. Immediately afterwards, Su Wei took out 2 contracts from his briefcase. Prepare the pen and hand it to Qin Yang together with the contract. Let me take a look first. Su Wei naturally didn't dare to object and nodded quickly. Immediately, Qin Yang read through the contract quickly. Sign your name only after confirming that there are no problems. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, for becoming the distinguished owner of the Bugatti Chiron sports car. This is my business card. If you need anything, you can always contact me. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Su Wei took the initiative to hand over his business card. He knew it very well. Qin Yang can buy a supercar worth hundreds of millions at this age, so his background must be extremely terrifying. If you can make friends with him, it may bring unexpected results to your future career development. Good. Qin Yang took the business card and put it in his pocket immediately. The car keys and related documents are in this file bag. Please have a look. As soon as the words fell. Su Wei took out a file bag and handed it to Qin Yang respectfully with both hands. Thanks a lot. Qin Yang himself was extremely satisfied with Su Wei's service attitude. And this is the effect brought by the power of money. Fair, get in the car. I'll take you to experience a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Qin Yang looked excited. He took Sophie's arm and walked towards the Bugatti Chiron. Bu. Take out the key and press it. The doors on both sides of the sports car opened automatically in an instant, revealing the extremely luxurious interior. When Qin Yang and Sophie sat in the sports car, both of them looked a little excited. Qin Yang, why would you spend such a large sum of money just to buy a super sports car? Don't you think this is too extravagant? Even though Sophie is worth a lot of money, she wouldn't dare spend like this. Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Supercar is a man's dream. Just based on the luxury of this sports car, I think it's worth the money. It's so cool to drive this. Qin Yang looked excited. He dreams of owning a top-of-the-line sports car. I didn't expect that this wish would come true so soon. It's really beautiful. But this price is not cheap. Only a wealthy person like you can afford it. After all, this money was earned by Qin Yang himself. He is free to spend it however he wants. Sophie didn't want to intervene, nor could she. The only thing she could do was to be happy for Qin Yang. Chapter 93, Supercar Club causes a sensation 1-4. How about I drive you around now? Qin Yang looked at Sophie and couldn't help but make a suggestion. Forget it. There might be something in the company waiting for me to deal with right now. You've already bought the sports car, so there's no need to rush. Sophie hesitated for a moment, but finally rejected Qin Yang's proposal. In her opinion, there are plenty of such opportunities. Okay, then you go to the company first. I'll pick you up later. Seeing this, Qin Yang also respected Sophie's opinion very much. Sophie nodded. He immediately opened the car door, stepped out of the Bugatti Chiron, and walked straight to the company building. Qin Yang didn't stay long either. He couldn't wait to experience the performance of this Bugatti Chiron sports car worth hundreds of millions. An hour later, Qin Yang appeared at the entrance of the Magic City Supercar Club in a Bugatti Chiron sports car. Chen Jiahao and Jiang Bei had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Qin Yang getting out of the Bugatti Chiron sports car, they were both stunned in an instant. This is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, worth hundreds of millions. Brother Qin, is this the new car you just bought? Jiang Bei immediately ran to Qin Yang and asked excitedly. Yeah. How's it going? Is it okay? Qin Yang nodded slightly, and then said with a smile. It's more than possible, it's simply amazing. Brother Qin, you asked us to come here just to test the performance of this sports car? Previously, Jiang Bei was with Chen Jiahao. After learning that Qin Yang had just bought a sports car, he wanted to find a place to experience the performance of the sports car. So Jiang Bei immediately sent Qin Yang a location and made an appointment to meet here. Yes. Qin Yang answered affirmatively. What are you waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Jiang Bei looked extremely excited. Although he owns several sports cars, their performance cannot be compared with the Bugatti Chiron in front of him. At this moment, he was also very much looking forward to what kind of performance this Bugatti Chiron could demonstrate. The Supercar Club is an entertainment venue formed by a group of rich second generations. This is the best venue and is Jiang Bei's favorite place to visit on weekdays. Under the guidance of Jiang Bei and Chen Jiahao, Qin Yang drove the Bugatti Chiron sports car directly in. For a time, it caused a huge sensation. A dozen or so rich second generations were staring at the Bugatti Chiron sports car in amazement. This sports car is a dream car for supercar enthusiasts. But because of the high price, they were all discouraged. Even if the family is rich, it is impossible to be willful and buy such an extremely luxurious sports car. Fuck. Am I dazzled? When did a Bugatti Chiron supercar appear in our club? Whose car is this? Oh my goodness. I actually managed to get a top-notch sports car worth hundreds of millions. It is worthy of being the king of the sports car world. Its appearance alone beats other supercars in seconds. If I have the opportunity to sit in it and experience it, it would be worth it. The second generation of rich young masters were discussing excitedly. Brother Qin, where did you get the money to buy a supercar worth hundreds of millions? Jiang Bei came back to his senses from his shock and couldn't help but ask Qin Yang curiously. Of course I earned it through my own investment. Otherwise, do you think this money came from the wind? Seeing Jiang Bei's puzzled expression, Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and explained with a smile. That's right. I was also confused. I actually asked such a meaningless question. Realizing that his question was too stupid, Jiang Bei immediately touched his head embarrassedly and said with a wry smile. After all, Qin Yang does have extraordinary talent in investment. If he wanted to make money, even 100 million would not be a difficult task. Soon, Qin Yang drove the Bugatti Chiron onto the track. Listening to the sound of the supercar engine starting, he felt his blood boiling and an indescribable excitement in his heart. Jiang Bei opened the passenger door and got in. This time, it was thanks to Qin Yang that he was able to experience the charm of this top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions. To be honest, there is still a certain gap compared to those super sports cars that cost millions or tens of millions. The interior of the car alone is luxurious to the extreme. Not to mention, the engine and roar of a sports car. Go! Jiang Bei's face flushed and he looked extremely excited. Qin Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the acceleration to 100 meters took off instantly, and the performance of the Bugatti Chiron sports car was immediately brought to the extreme. Happy. Feeling the speed and passion in front of him, Qin Yang couldn't contain his inner excitement. Boom! The sports car engine is like a sleeping beast, roaring wildly at this moment, making people's blood boil. The venue was spacious, and Qin Yang drove the Bugatti Chiron recklessly. How cool! I wonder who owns this sports car. Isn't that Mr. Chen? He seems to have come with the owner of the sports car. We can ask him about it. At this time, the rich young men in the supercar club saw Chen Jiahao and ran over immediately. What do you want to do? Chen Jiahao was surrounded by the crowd. He looked confused and asked loudly. Mr. Chen, I wonder which young master owns that Bugatti Chiron. Would you mind introducing it to us? Guo Xiaofeng usually has a good relationship with Chen Jiahao. At this moment, he naturally couldn't contain his excitement and immediately started asking questions. He is a friend of Mr. Jiang, not someone from our circle. Faced with Guo Xiaofeng's inquiries, Chen Jiahao had no choice but to reveal a little information. I see. Seeing this, Guo Xiaofeng nodded quickly and did not dare to ask too much. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the track. It has to be said that the Bugatti Chiron, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, has a cool appearance, and the roar of its engine is even more distinctive. 10 minutes later, the Bugatti Chiron slowly stopped at the side of the track. Qin Yang and Jiang Bei got out of the car together. It's so enjoyable. Qin Yang smiled and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Qin, can I drive this car? Jiang Bei touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly. Okay, drive whatever you want. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Brother Qin is really nice. Jiang Bei was excited when he got Qin Yang's permission. He quickly ran to the driver's seat and began to feel the charm of this top-of-the-line sports car worth hundreds of millions. Mr. Qin. Chen Jiahao and a group of wealthy young men had quietly walked over at this time and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Qin Yang was shocked to see so many people suddenly appearing in front of him. These are all members of the supercar club and friends in the circle. When everyone saw your new car, they couldn't help but be curious and came over to take a look. A smile appeared on Chen Jiahao's lips, and he took the initiative to explain. So that's how it is. Qin Yang finally understood it now. Looking at this group of rich young men in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's true that rich people always gather together, and the levels of their circle are very obvious. Chapter 94, The Circle of Rich Family Children. Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is Guo Xiaofeng. The Guo family has quite a bit of heritage in Shanghai. On weekdays, Guo Xiaofeng is respected wherever he goes. But at this moment, Guo Xiaofeng saw that the two young masters of Chen Jiahao and Jiang Bei were so close to Qin Yang, and thought that he must be from a very important background. At that moment, the desire to make friends naturally came into my mind. After smiling slightly, he took the initiative to greet Qin Yang. Hello, I'm Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Guo Xiaofeng and nodded. Immediately, he replied with a smile. Mr. Qin is so rich that he can actually buy this Bugatti Chiron. It's really enviable. Let alone Shanghai, I'm afraid there are not many people in the whole country who can easily buy a top-notch supercar worth hundreds of millions. Guo Xiaofeng said this not intentionally to compliment Qin Yang. You know, there is no shortage of wealthy nouveau riche in the country. But if you want to buy a limited edition top-level supercar, you must have a strong background in connections. Otherwise, you are not eligible to purchase. This Bugatti Chiron top-of-the-line supercar, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, seems to be an unattainable luxury to outsiders. But it fully reflects Qin Yang's financial resources and unfathomable background. Even though they are all the second generation of the richest families in Shanghai, they cannot be as willful as Qin Yang. A top-notch supercar worth hundreds of millions, buy it whenever you want. Mr. Guo, you must be joking. This is just a commuter vehicle at best. It's not worth mentioning. After all, this is a reward from the system. For Qin Yang himself, it didn't cost a penny. In addition, he is a low-key person, so naturally he took this opportunity to show off. Qin Yang didn't know that this small action of his instantly won the favor of everyone present. Mr. Qin is too modest. Guo Xiaofeng was deeply moved. The top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions was unexpectedly just a means of transportation in the eyes of the other party. This realm, this pattern, is completely not on the same level as theirs. Qin Yang was neither arrogant nor impatient, and acted in a low-key and reserved manner. In an instant, Guo Xiaofeng felt a little more respect for Qin Yang. I have a diamond card for the supercar club here. Young Master Qin can come over any time when he is free. At this time, Guo Xiaofeng quickly handed over a diamond card with an exquisite supercar pattern engraved on it. I think it is the credential to enter the super club. When he came in earlier, Qin Yang saw Jiang Bei take it out and show it to the security guard. This supercar club was founded by Guo Xiao and his brothers. If young Master Qin doesn't mind, we can communicate more. Seeing this opportunity, Chen Jiahao smiled and said to Qin Yang. He was well aware of Qin Yang's abilities and talents, and wanted to take the opportunity to integrate Qin Yang into his own circle. This way, everyone can still take care of each other in the future. Yes, that's what Master Chen said. The reason why I founded this club was to make more like-minded friends. The circle in the Magic City is so small. If you run into any trouble in the future, I can still help you out. When Guo Xiaofeng heard Chen Jiahao say this, he also spoke. The second generation of wealthy families like them can unleash considerable power as long as they integrate their resources. This is why some people try their best to squeeze into this circle. Connections, resources, and background are what these second-generation wealthy people are proud of. Since it's Mr. Guo's sincere wish, I can't refuse. Do you have contact information? Let's add it. They are all young people of similar age, and Qin Yang has no prejudice against these second generations from wealthy families. For example, Jiang Bei and Chen Jiahao, their family background is unfathomable, but they are not so arrogant as to be overbearing. In Qin Yang's eyes, these people are at least worth making friends with. Yes. Mr. Qin, I'll add your WeChat and then add you to our Supercar Club's chat group. Seeing Qin Yang's smiling face, he actually agreed to add contact information. Guo Xiaofeng was stunned for a few seconds, then took out his mobile phone with a look of surprise and added Qin Yang on WeChat. Ding dong. Guo Xiaofeng adds you as a friend, do you agree? Soon, Qin Yang received such a message on WeChat. Agree. Without hesitation, Qin Yang confirmed it immediately. A few seconds later, Qin Yang found himself joining a Magic City Supercar Club group. I think it should be the private chat group of Guo Xiaofeng and his gang. I'm new here, let me give everyone some red envelopes. Qin Yang does what he thinks. Ding dong. Ding dong. The next moment, red envelopes rained down in the chat group and messages kept ringing. Everyone reacted and quickly took out their phones to check, only to find that Qin Yang had sent out more than a dozen red envelopes. Mr. Qin, it's our honor that you can join our group. How can we let you spend money? Guo Xiaofeng was the first to react. At that moment, he immediately looked at Qin Yang and said somewhat embarrassedly. It's just a small amount of money anyway, just think of it as me making friends with everyone. The amount of the red envelope is not large. In the eyes of these rich second generations, it is really just small money. However, this precisely represents Qin Yang's own attitude. Seeing this, everyone was filled with joy. None of them had expected that Qin Yang, who was of noble status, was actually so humble at this moment and was even very willing to make friends with them. This surprised them greatly. Mr. Qin is right. Guo Xiaofeng and Chen Jiahao naturally would not refute. On the contrary, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that Qin Yang was a good person. With a drift by Jiang Bei, the Bugatti Chiron stopped in front of everyone. "Brother Qin, this top-of-the-line supercar is really awesome. It really gave me a thrill." Jiang Bei opened the car door and walked directly towards Qin Yang. "Master Jiang." Guo Xiaofeng greeted them warmly. "Hey, you guys are here too?" Jiang Bei looked at Guo Xiaofeng and others and immediately smiled. "Yes. We were all attracted by this top-level Bugatti Chiron supercar. It's just right, let's make friends with Mr. Qin." Guo Xiaofeng nodded and immediately replied. "It is definitely a blessing for you to know my brother Qin. You will understand what I said later." Among all the people present, perhaps only Jiang Bei and Chen Jiahao knew how powerful Qin Yang was. It is a great blessing to get to know him. If you are lucky, you may get a lot of benefits in the future. That is. Guo Xiaofeng and others had no doubt about this. Although they all don't know how powerful Qin Yang's background is. But seeing Jiang Bei and Chen Jiahao being so respectful to Qin Yang, one naturally knew that he must be no simple person. "Brother Qin, I just want to tell you something. It's just that the stocks we invested in before have risen too fast. Would you like to consider throwing some first?" At this time, Jiang Bei came to Qin Yang and asked cautiously. The investment accounts under his name made profits of millions to tens of millions from the beginning. With the market changes in the past few days, I have made a lot of money. In this situation, Jiang Bei couldn't make up his mind at all and was considering whether to sell part of it. Ensure your own profitability first. Chapter 95. Money is a good thing, no one will complain about having too much. How much did you earn in total? Because Qin Yang inherited the investment talent of the stock god, all this was within his expectations. But now that Jiang Bei has brought it up, he naturally has to pay attention to it. After all, he hadn't paid attention to this matter for several days. About 80 million. The main reason is that yesterday, the stocks we held reached their daily limit, and our account made tens of millions of yuan in profit in one go. Speaking of this, Jiang Bei's face flushed a little, and his expression looked full of excitement. Although these tens of millions are not an astronomical figure in his eyes. But for him, there is an essential difference between the money given by his family and the money he earns himself. But Jiang Bei also knew in his heart that the reason he could make so much money must be attributed to Qin Yang's ability. So his advice is crucial. Really? That's not bad. Qin Yang nodded slightly, as if everything was already under his control. Don't rush to sell, I think there will be positive news in the next few days. Remember, wait until the profit exceeds 150% before considering reducing your holdings. Qin Yang thought for a while before speaking to Jiang Bei. Okay, with Brother Qin's words, I feel at ease. Although Jiang Bei is also a graduate of the finance department of Shanghai University, his investment ability is completely incomparable to Qin Yang. At this time, Qin Yang has already put forward his suggestions, so Jiang Bei only needs to follow them and he can make a fortune in silence. This is an extremely easy thing for Jiang Bei. "Mr. Qin, what about the investment that Sister Bai and I made?" Aside. When Chen Jiahao heard the conversation between Jiang Bei and Qin Yang, his expression suddenly became excited and he couldn't help but ask Qin Yang. "Rest assured. I'm paying attention to your investment. It's just that we haven't fully started yet, so the profits are still relatively small. Let's wait another week. I will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory answer by then." Qin Yang glanced at Chen Jiahao and naturally knew what he was concerned about. So, he smiled and said, "That's good." After hearing Qin Yang's answer, Chen Jiahao felt relieved. At this moment, Guo Xiaofeng and the group of second generations behind him were all shocked. Investment? Profit of 80 million? Oh my goodness, is young Master Qin an investment genius? Of course, these people have very impressive backgrounds and identities. But most of the time, it's still spent with the family's money. It looks good on the surface, but there is not much money to actually squander. Every year, he spends several million, or even tens of millions, on food, drink, and entertainment, and he doesn't save much money at all. 80 million is already a considerable sum of money for them. "Mr. Qin, can you take us with you as well?" No one would complain about having too much money, even those from wealthy families like them. Spending is high, and if there is no restraint, the credit card will be overdrawn. They used the resources at hand, and the occasional money they earned was just enough to cover their daily expenses. Now, seeing such a good opportunity in front of me, I naturally don't want to miss it. Mr. Gua, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that you will lose all your money after giving it to me? After all, Qin Yang had just met these young men from wealthy families for the first time and they didn't know each other well. It was too hasty for the other party to rashly give the money to Qin Yang for investment. No. Master Jiang and Master Chen both have such confidence in your abilities, so why shouldn't I believe in them? Besides, investing means both losses and gains. As long as it is within your tolerance range, everything is a small matter. On this point, Xiaofeng has his own ideas. The reason why he was so determined in this idea was mainly because he knew Chen Jiahao's background very well. If Qin Yang did not have certain abilities, Chen Jiahao would not have gone to such great lengths to please Qin Yang. After all, his uncle is in the financial investment business, and his abilities are among the best in the entire demon world. Isn't it great to hand over the money to your own family, which is safe and guaranteed? You have a point there. Seeing that the other party had already said this, Qin Yang couldn't refuse. The next second, he smiled and said, "It just so happens that Uncle Jiang plans to hand over a financial company to me and Jiangbei to manage. Since you are willing to invest so much, you can consider investing the money in this company. I will personally manage the business for you. The profits you make will be calculated according to the industry rules. I won't ask for more." Qin Yang's proposal made everyone's eyes light up. At the same time, it also made them have more confidence in Qin Yang's abilities. Everyone in the circle knows how powerful Jiang Bei's father Jiang Weimin is. Even he recognized Qin Yang's ability and was willing to hand over a financial company to him for full management. So what do they have to worry about? I think this suggestion from young Master Qin is very good. How about this? Let's pool our money together and discuss this matter later? Wei Xiaofeng nodded happily. He expressed satisfaction with the result. No problem. If you have any further questions, feel free to talk to Jiang Bei. Qin Yang is really good to Jiang Bei. In this situation, don't forget to train him. Okay. Wei Xiaofeng replied quickly. Afterwards, the group came to the VIP lounge. As an entertainment venue for the second generation of wealthy families, the thing it has the most is fun. There were several billiard tables in the center of the room. The seats are all made of high-quality pear wood, which is very valuable and looks very classy. The most advanced coffee machines imported from abroad and the best quality coffee beans. I have to say, these people really know how to enjoy themselves. Mr. Qin, do you want to play a couple of games? Wu Xiaofeng looked at Qin Yang and subconsciously glanced at the billiard table. Sure. Qin Yang thought it was quite interesting and did not refuse. He had played table tennis before, but his skills were just so-so. Come on, let's open the market right away. Let's see who will win between Master Gua and Brother Qin. Seeing this opportunity, Jiang Bei immediately stepped forward and started a gambling game. Everyone found it interesting and started placing bets. I bet Mr. Guo will win, $10,000. I'm optimistic about young Master Qin, 10,000 yuan. In the end, the two bet 50-50. Of course, the stakes weren't huge, so everyone just treated it as fun. Mr. Qin, you better be careful. I won't let you go. Before the game started, Wu Xiaofeng made it clear to Qin Yang. So as to avoid their relationship being affected by this game. It's not a big problem. Qin Yang smiled calmly and then spoke. At this moment, his expression seemed to tell Wu Xiaofeng that he would not lose this game. Then I'll wait and see. Wu Xiaofeng has some confidence in his basketball skills. After all, in the entire supercar club, no one can match him. This is not bragging, but his strength is indeed very strong. Okay, you tee off first. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Bang! Wu Xiaofeng did not act pretentiously. He picked up the club, took aim, and started with a violent start. The table tennis ball instantly scattered in all directions. With the first shot, a billiard ball was directly hit into the pocket. Judging from his performance, he does have some real skills. Chapter 96, Encountering Sister-in-Law Su Wner. It seems that I am lucky today. The first ball of the game was directly scored by Wu Xiaofeng. To be honest, he himself was not sure he could get in. Look, Master Gua has already gained an advantage in the first shot. I think he has the upper hand in this round. Wu Xiao's skills are top-notch in our club. I don't think we can lose. It can be seen that Guo Xiaofeng still has a certain prestige in the hearts of the people. Just by gaining a slight advantage, many people began to cheer for him. Qin Yang looked indifferent and didn't take it to heart at all. Seeing this, Guo Xiaofeng naturally wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue the enemy. Bang! Second shot. In again. The third shot. Fourth shot. Until the fifth shot, because Guo Xiaofeng did not calculate the angle well, the billiard ball hit the edge and bounced out directly. Alas, what a pity. If this ball goes in, given the positions of the other balls in the stands, there's a good chance we can clear the table with one shot. A trace of regret appeared on Guo Xiaofeng's face. However, he was quite satisfied with his performance. After all, we can't let Qin Feng end the game without hitting a single shot. This is too disrespectful to him. Mr. Qin, it's your turn. Guo Xiaofeng walked up to Qin Yang and said with a smile. Mr. Guo's skills are really good. But I may not lose. A strong sense of confidence appeared on Qin Yang's face. Immediately, he picked up the club and began to look for a suitable way to attack. Really? Then I'll wait and see. To be honest, Guo Xiaofeng is also very much looking forward to Qin Yang's next performance. Not only Guo Xiaofeng, but everyone present immediately focused their attention on Qin Yang. I just want to see whether Qin Yang really has the ability. Only Jiang Bei always had a mysterious smile on his face. Bang! Finally, after more than 10 seconds, Qin Yang found an opportunity to attack, got into position, and poked out with the weapon. A billiard ball went into the pocket. Not only that, the white ball seemed to be endowed with intelligence and automatically moved to a good position for Qin Yang to launch the next wave of attack. Major. Seeing this scene, this word instantly emerged in Guo Xiaofeng's mind. This kind of skill is only possessed by experts. Even Guo Xiaofeng couldn't be as precise as Qin Yang. It seems that I still underestimated young Master Qin. I didn't expect that he would have such a powerful ability. No wonder he had such a confident expression on his face. Guo Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Second shot. The third shot. The following time became Qin Yang's personal performance show. He completely cleared the table with one shot, completely destroying Guo Xiaofeng's advantage. Turn the tide in desperate situation. Bullshit. That's what we call a master. If I had the skills of young Master Qin, I would definitely be able to dominate the club. I can only say that young Master Qin's skills are too professional. There is nothing wrong with them at all. Everyone was talking at once. He fully recognized Qin Yang's strength. The winner has been decided, everyone hurry up and pay the bill. Jiang Bei had already anticipated this situation. So, everyone started to settle the bets immediately. After all the hard work, he even earned tens of thousands of yuan. Master Qin, I have to say that your skills are indeed amazing. I was too rude to show off my sword in front of Guangong. At this time, Guo Xiaofeng was so ashamed that he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. No problem. It's just a game, why take it so seriously? Qin Yang shook his head, then chuckled and said. Mr. Qin is right. I am the one who is too narrow-minded. Guo Xiaofeng's eyes were full of gratitude. Next, Qin Yang played a few more games with Jiang Bei. It's all just crushing, so I feel it's meaningless. It's almost noon. Guo Xiaofeng and Shen Jiahao walked forward. Mr. Qin, I have booked a private room at Zuoxianju. I will host you at noon. Please do me a favor. Such a good opportunity is rare, so Guo Xiaofeng naturally wants to get closer to Qin Yang. Therefore, he had already called Zuoxianju to reserve a private room long before. Brother Qin, you don't have anything to do anyway, why don't you come together? Jiang Bei also nodded in agreement. He is close to Guo Xiaofeng in this group of second-generation people, so he is naturally familiar with their backgrounds. He wanted to take this opportunity to help Qin Yang accumulate more connections. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yang did not refuse and agreed immediately. More than half an hour later. Behind the Bugatti Chiron, several supercars followed, and a luxury convoy arrived at the entrance of Zuoxianju one after another. Zuoxianju is extremely luxuriously decorated. Everyone who eats and consumes here is either rich or noble. Hall. Guo Xiaofeng personally instructed the manager to ensure that the best dishes were served. The manager recognized Guo Xiaofeng's identity and naturally did not dare to neglect him. He immediately patted his chest and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, Mr. Guo, I will handle this matter personally, and there will definitely be no problems. Mr. Qin, Mr. Jiang, please come in." Afterwards, Guo Xiaofeng invited Qin Yang and Jiang Bei to the private room with a smile on his face. Then at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. "Brother-in-law? What a coincidence, you are eating here too." Qin Yang subconsciously turned around and looked not far away. He saw a beautiful woman in a black hollow dress, looking at him with surprise. "Beauty, are you talking to me?" Suddenly, Qin Yang pointed at himself and asked uncertainly. "That's right." Wner nodded. Immediately, she took the initiative to explain. "My name is Wner, and I'm Sophie's sister. I've seen you in the photos that my sister posted on WeChat Moments." This time, Qin Yang felt a little surprised. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know Sophie had a sister. Since we happen to meet, would you like to have a meal with us?" Qin Yang just smiled slightly, and the next second he directly invited Wner. "Is this appropriate? Will it be too much trouble? After all, I was here with my friend, and she just happened to go to the bathroom." Wner felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously wanted to refuse. "It's okay. It's just a few more people. It won't affect anything. Mr. Guo, I don't think you would mind, right?" Qin Yang looked at Guo Xiaofeng and then spoke. "No, it will be more lively with more people." Guo Xiaofeng nodded quickly. He had to give this face. After all, he just heard that this beautiful woman was called brother-in-law Qin Yang. Just because of this relationship, he didn't dare to refuse. "Brother-in-law, I may have to wait for my friend. Tell me the location of the private room and we will come to find you later." Wner thought about it for a moment and immediately spoke out. "In the number 1 private room." Guo Xiaofeng spoke directly at the first moment. "Okay, I understand." Wner smiled sweetly. Chapter 97. Wner's Curiosity. "Brother Qin, I didn't expect your sister-in-law to be so elegant." In the private room, Jiang Bei sat next to Qin Yang, his eyes flickering, and said with a smile. "Indeed. If you look closely, you'll find that she looks a bit like Sophie. All I can say is that both sisters have inherited good genes from their parents. Sophie's family has outstanding appearance and temperament." Qin Yang himself witnessed this. Just chatting. The door of the private room was pushed open. Wner walked in arm with another beauty. Both of them have graceful figures, fair skin, beautiful faces and long legs. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Wner, which one is your brother-in-law?" At this time, Lu Shiwen was close to Wner, her eyes scanning everyone curiously. The two of them are good friends and have a very good relationship. So I would occasionally hear Wner talk about her sister, and I was very curious about what kind of outstanding man could become her brother-in-law. "He's the one in the white shirt, the most handsome man in the room." Wner smiled sweetly and then signaled with her eyes. In an instant, Lu Shiwen's gaze fell directly on Qin Yang. After watching for a few seconds, I couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed very handsome. With such a high appearance, if you don't know him, you would think he is a star from a boy band. It seems your sister has a really good eye. Wner also kept nodding, agreeing very much with what her good sister said. "Wner, you and your friend come over here." After seeing Wner and Lu Shiwen, Qin Yang stood up from his seat and greeted them directly. "Okay, brother-in-law." Wner didn't know any of the other people in the private room. But with Qin Yang present, she didn't feel restrained. "Wner, let's go over there." Not long. The two sisters sat in the empty seat next to Qin Yang. Obviously, this was arranged by Qin Yang in advance. "Brother-in-law, can I ask you a question?" Just after sitting down for a while, Wner immediately looked at Qin Yang, and couldn't help but say to him. "Can." Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face and he nodded. "How long have you known my sister? Why have I never heard her mention you before? If I hadn't seen her circle of friends yesterday, I wouldn't have known you existed. You know, when my sister officially announced her relationship, I was completely shocked." When Wner thought about the scene at that time, she felt a little unbelievable. After all, she knew her sister Sophie's character too well. She even once wondered if there was any man in the world who could catch her sister's eye. But such a goddess with extremely high standards suddenly announced her relationship without any warning. The details behind this incident undoubtedly aroused Su Wner's curiosity even more. About half a month. Xin Yang thought about it carefully, and then said to Su Wner. What? It's only been half a month and you've already officially announced your relationship? Hearing this answer, Su Wner looked very surprised. Could it be that my sister fell in love with Qin Yang at first sight? Otherwise, how could she agree to date Qin Yang in such a short time? And the relationship between the two of them seems to be pretty good. Your sister and I met on a blind date. She is my ideal type. I fell in love with her at first sight, so I decided to pursue her actively. Obviously, she also has a crush on me, which is why our relationship developed so quickly. Qin Yang smiled slightly and looked at Su Wner. So that's how it is. I'm just wondering why my sister is suddenly in love. After some communication, Su Wner's favorable impression towards Qin Yang increased sharply. He has an outstanding appearance and speaks in a gentle manner. These two things alone are enough to meet the mate selection criteria of many opposite sexes. Not to mention, Qin Yang even got the approval of his parents. This alone is enough to show how outstanding Qin Yang is. Why didn't I see you when your sister and I went home before? Qin Yang couldn't help but feel curious, so he asked casually. I was playing at my grandfather's house at the time, and I just came back yesterday. As soon as I came back, I heard my parents talking about you and your sister, so I had such a deep impression of you. It's a coincidence. Even Su Wner herself didn't expect to meet Qin Yang here. By the way, brother-in-law, why aren't you with my sister? After a moment, Su Wner frowned slightly and asked. I just called your sister, but she said she had something to do at the company and didn't plan to have lunch with me. So, I came here with these friends. Qin Yang did not hide anything and spoke directly. Sure enough, my sister is a workaholic. Once you're busy, you forget about everything else. You'll probably have to get used to it in the future. Su Wner laughed awkwardly. Everyone has their own pursuits. I can understand your sister very well. Two people decide to be together because they must be happier than being alone. If you force yourself to change your lifestyle just because you're in love, that's not the best way to get along. In this regard, I fully respect your sister's wishes. Qin Yang thought that this was Sophie's personal charm. Brother-in-law, you are so warm-hearted. My sister is so lucky to have found such an excellent boyfriend like you. This moment. Su Wner looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of admiration. Okay, stop flattering me. Just order whatever you want for lunch. It's my treat. Qin Yang was in a good mood. So, he spoke directly to Su Wner. Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Wner looked very happy. Soon, the manager personally brought the waiters and brought up all the best dishes. Please bring 2 menus. We plan to add a few more dishes. At this time, Qin Yang looked at the manager and spoke directly. Yes, sir. The manager nodded respectfully. He then walked out of the room quickly, and returned to the private room in less than a moment, handing the menu to Qin Yang with both hands. Wner and Wenwen, right? Don't be polite to me, just order whatever you want to eat. Qin Yang said with a generous look on his face. Wner, what does your brother-in-law do? I saw in the private room that these second-generation rich people were very respectful to him. Lu Shiwen couldn't help but be curious at this time and asked Su Wner. I heard that he is a top student and very capable. Although I didn't come from a wealthy family, I made a lot of money on my own. In the Magic City, I also have some good connections and resources. Su Wner also heard this news from her parents. She didn't ask about the specifics. But at least one thing is certain, Qin Yang is excellent. Otherwise, he would never have become his sister's boyfriend. Chapter 98 Shopping with Beauty. That's amazing. Lu Shiwen looked at Qin Yang with a little more respect. You have to know that the Su family is considered a wealthy family in Shanghai. If you want to be recognized by the Su family, you must have something outstanding. At first, she thought Qin Yang was a handsome man, probably from a big family. But after some understanding, I realized that Qin Yang completely conquered everyone in the Su family by relying entirely on his own real abilities. No wonder, even when Su Wner and Qin Yang met for the first time, they both called him brother-in-law. Yes. Although I have to admit, my sister's vision in choosing a boyfriend is as unique as her career development. Until this time, Su Wner gradually understood. It's not that my sister has never been in a relationship, it's just that she hasn't met the right person who meets her standards. Just like now, as soon as Qin Yang appeared, his sister quickly announced her relationship. We really need to learn from Sister Fei on this point. I hope we can find a boyfriend as good as your brother-in-law in the future. Lu Shiwen smiled sweetly and then said to Su Wner. That's right. Su Wner nodded, thinking the same thing in her heart. After the meal, Su Wner and Lu Shiwen were both looking at Qin Yang. As Guo Xiaofeng took the initiative to toast Qin Yang, the other rich second generations followed suit. At the end of the dinner, Guo Xiaofeng said hello and left with a group of brothers. Brother Qin, I'll leave first. Zhang Bei felt that he shouldn't stay any longer at this moment. After looking at Qin Yang, he quickly spoke. Okay. Qin Yang didn't think much about it, so he just nodded and replied. What about you? Do you want me to take you back? As soon as Zhang Bei left, Qin Yang looked directly at Su Wner and Lu Shiwen and asked with a smile. No, I just sent a message to my sister, and she's on her way here now. In the afternoon, she wants to go shopping with me. Brother-in-law, if you are free, why don't you join us? Su Wner smiled evilly. As early as when she was eating, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Sophie. So after finishing her work, Sophie rushed over as soon as possible. There must be time. Hearing this, Qin Yang smiled slightly and nodded decisively. 10 minutes later. Sophie appeared in front of everyone driving a Porsche 911. Immediately, he took Qin Yang's wrist and said, Qin Yang, why are you with my sister and the others? I went to the club with Zhang Bei to experience the performance of the Bugatti Chiron sports car, and happened to meet a group of rich kids. They insisted on treating me to lunch at noon, and when I rushed over, I just happened to run into Wner. If she hadn't called me brother-in-law, I wouldn't have recognized her. Qin Yang smiled bitterly, and then explained to Sophie. So that's how it is. Su Wner had not mentioned these things to her just now. Okay, what are your plans for the afternoon? Where are you planning to go? I will definitely accompany you to the end. Qin Yang also liked it very much and accompanied Sophie shopping. At this time, my whole body is naturally full of energy. Brother-in-law is so nice. Su Wner looked very happy. She usually goes shopping in the mall and buys too much without paying attention. The thing was so heavy that she couldn't lift it with her body. This time Qin Yang is here, so he will definitely buy to his heart's content. Norda Shopping Mall. Qin Yang, accompanied by the Sophie sisters and Lu Shiwen, appeared in front of the shop. Handsome men and beautiful women, dressed luxuriously and expensively. You can tell at first glance that he is a child of a wealthy and distinguished family. People passing by, regardless of gender, age, or status, subconsciously took a few more glances. Everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. Sister, let's go to this store. Soon, Su Wner passed by a women's clothing store. Through the glass window, I saw a hanger full of new clothes. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she pulled Sophie straight inside. Qin Yang and Lu Shiwen had no choice but to follow behind. Sister, this dress is so beautiful. It suits you very well. How about you try it right away? Su Wner was holding an extremely sexy black dress in her hand, and immediately spoke to Sophie. Don't mess around. Just pick whatever you want to buy. Sophie was no longer surprised by her sister's unreasonable flattery. Whenever this happens, it is probably because Su Wner has maxed out her credit card and has little money in her pocket. That's why she thought of using this method to get Sophie to pay for her. Hee, sister, you still understand me. Su Wner felt embarrassed to see her tricks being ruthlessly exposed, but a bright smile appeared on her face. After all, Sophie is my biological sister and loves me so much, so she naturally wouldn't be short of this little money. Wner, you can tell me what style of clothes you like to wear. I have some experience in this area. At this time, Qin Yang walked up to Su Wner and volunteered. He has the talent of a dresser. He is the most professional in this area and can definitely choose the most suitable combination. After all, no matter what, Su Wner is his future sister-in-law, and it won't be a bad thing to please her. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Su Wner and Lu Shiwen's eyes instantly fell on him. Brother-in-law, are you sure you are not kidding me? Do you really understand this aspect? There was a hint of doubt in Su Wner's eyes. She even felt in her heart that Qin Yang was deliberately trying to show off in front of her sister. If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister. Qin Yang didn't explain much. Instead, he smiled and spoke directly. Sister, is everything my brother-in-law said true? Wner immediately pulled Sophie's arm and asked hurriedly. He has really good taste. The clothes I bought last time I came to the mall were chosen by him. They really suit my style. If you still don't believe it, you can ask him to show you his skills. Sophie smiled sweetly, then nodded and said, Brother-in-law, I want the youthful and beautiful style. Please help me match it. Wner did it as soon as she thought of it, without any delay. So, the next moment, he directly asked Qin Yang. Good. Of course Qin Yang would not refuse. Immediately, he looked carefully at Wner's figure and facial features. Then, he walked directly towards the dazzling array of clothes racks. Less than a few minutes. He personally matched 3 or 4 sets of clothes from these. Yes, you can try it. Qin Yang smiled slightly and quickly handed the clothes he had chosen to Wner. Wner's eyes sparkled, and her first feeling was that these clothes were matched perfectly. She liked it very much at first sight. At that moment, he excitedly picked up one of the suits and walked towards the fitting room. Snap! A few minutes before and after. The fitting room door was pushed open. Wner had already changed into the clothes that Qin Yang had personally selected. As soon as he appeared, he shocked everyone. Wner, I feel like your temperament has changed dramatically after you changed into this outfit. This is simply incredible. Lu Shiwen covered her mouth and subconsciously showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 99, Please Sister-in-Law. 1-1, is everything you said true? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? If you still don't believe it, go look in the mirror yourself. Wner looked very happy. So she hurried to the mirror. At just one glance, she was completely stunned by her outfit. Only then did she realize that changing one's clothes could actually change one's temperament so drastically. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she probably wouldn't have believed it. Brother-in-law, how did you do this? This is too amazing, right? Wner looked at Qin Yang, and a hint of admiration immediately appeared in her eyes. This is not difficult. As long as you know a little about style matching, it's easy to do. The premise is that personal aesthetics and taste are a little bit particular. If you want to learn, I can teach you slowly when I have time later. Qin Yang could see that Wner should have great interest in this aspect. Otherwise, the expression on her face at this moment would not be so wonderful. He then spoke directly to her. Okay, then it's settled. Wner jumped up on the spot with excitement. By the way, there are a few more sets of clothes that I want to try on. In the following time, Wner tried on several sets of clothes that Qin Yang had chosen for her. Every time she walked out of the fitting room, Lu Shiwen couldn't help but marvel at her. Sophie was less surprised because she had seen Qin Yang's abilities before. However, it is worth mentioning. Both sisters have outstanding looks and temperament. So seeing that Wner looked so good after putting on the clothes, Sophie asked Qin Yang to carefully select a few sets for her. Brother Qin, can you also match me a few sets of clothes of different styles? Lu Shiwen felt a little embarrassed. After all, her relationship with Qin Yang is not as close as that of the Su sisters, so it would inevitably feel abrupt to suddenly ask for help from the other party. But when she saw Wner change her clothes, the effect was so amazing. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Qin Yang. Sure. Qin Yang smiled slightly, then looked at Lu Shiwen and replied. For him, this is just a piece of cake. Besides, both sisters Sophie and Wner have them, so it would be hard for him to justify rejecting Lu Shiwen's request now. Thank you, Brother Qin. After Qin Yang's accurate answer, Lu Shiwen showed a slight smile on her face. At this moment, she was also looking forward to being able to be like Wner and change her temperament by matching a few sets of clothes. Qin Yang was not idle either. Since he chose to agree, he naturally had to take it seriously. He looked at Lu Shiwen carefully for a while and found that her facial features were very symmetrical and her figure was just perfect. He withdrew his gaze and began to select from the dazzling array of clothes. Fortunately, this process did not take much time. I think these pieces are quite suitable for your style. You can try them out first to see if you like them. If not, I can help you pick out a few more. Soon, Qin Yang handed the clothes he had selected to Lu Shiwen. Good. Lu Shiwen was all smiling. After taking the clothes from Qin Yang, he walked straight towards the fitting room. Brother-in-law, Wen is my best friend, you must not have any ideas about her. I don't know Wen. Su Wner had already walked behind Qin Yang. He patted him on the shoulder and warned him directly. What nonsense are you talking about? Your sister is so nice, why would I still think about other women? I'm not the kind of scumbag who has his cake and eats it too. You must not let your sister hear this kind of talk, understand? Hearing what Su Wner said, Qin Yang immediately rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. Then he pretended to be slightly angry and warned her directly. That's good. Su Wner grinned and felt relieved immediately. Of course, she was just joking and never thought that Qin Yang would do such a thing. After all, Sophie is definitely a goddess-level existence in terms of both appearance and figure. Compared with Lu Shiwen, the gap is still quite obvious. Besides, Qin Yang didn't have any feelings for Lu Shiwen at all. No matter what, I would never target her. I'm going to go find your sister. You two can go shopping later. Just take whatever you like. I'll cover all the expenses today as a gift to you too. Facing his future sister-in-law, Qin Yang naturally wouldn't care about this little money. Looking at Su Wner, he immediately spoke in a wealthy and impressive manner. Long live my brother-in-law. Su Wner jumped up with excitement. And at this time, Qin Yang has already walked to the other side. Qin Yang, my sister didn't cause you any trouble, did she? When Sophie saw Qin Yang walking towards her, a smile appeared on her face and she asked curiously. No, why would you say that? Qin Yang shook his head, feeling a little puzzled. She has been spoiled by my parents since she was little. She easily gets into trouble. I have to clean up her mess a lot. If she does something bad in the future and comes to you for help, you must not hide it from me with her. As an elder sister, Sophie is naturally very familiar with Su Wner's style of doing things. The reason why he said this to Qin Yang was to give Qin Yang a shot of prevention in advance. Don't worry, it's just a small matter, is there any need to talk about it? Qin Yang chuckled. He could see that Sophie loved her sister very much. Just because of her status as the future sister-in-law, Qin Yang would definitely not refuse if he could help. After the three women finally finished choosing their clothes, Qin Yang asked the salesperson to come over and pack up all the clothes. Then, he walked to the counter and prepared to pay the bill. Hello sir, your total consumption is 386,500 yuan. The password is 6 zeros, just swipe it. Qin Yang rushed out of his wallet, took out a black card and handed it to the staff. Just a glance. The staff member's face changed drastically. It was the first time in her life that she saw a black card with her own eyes. Afterwards, her hands moved much more skillfully. After settling the bill, he held the black card in both hands and said to Qin Yang respectfully, Sir, please keep your card. Brother-in-law, is this your black card? Su Wner's eyes narrowed, and she immediately walked to Qin Yang and asked. She is not qualified to own a bank card of this level. But Su Tiannan had one on him. She has always wanted to find an opportunity to see it. But her father was afraid that she would spend money recklessly, so he rejected her request. Instead, she was only given a credit card with a limit of 500,000 yuan. Now, seeing the black card on Qin Yang, Su Wner was naturally extremely excited. Chapter 100. The arm is bent outward. That's right. In response to Su Wner's question, Qin Yang smiled slightly, then nodded and replied. I heard that this black card can only be owned by those with a bank deposit of more than 1 billion, and it can also be used to overdraw 100 million without any conditions. Brother-in-law, are these all true? Su Wner's eyes flashed with excitement. Subconsciously, he reached out for the black card in Qin Yang's hand. It's all true. Qin Yang did not refuse this. He took the initiative to hand the black card to Su Wner so that she could see it clearly. Su Wner came from a wealthy family, so it was not surprising that she knew these things. Lu Shiwen had walked up to Su Wner at some point, and the two sisters kept talking. Okay, Wner, quickly return the black card to Qin Yang. Even with Sophie's status and position, she cannot own such a precious black card. Seeing Qin Yang so casually handing the black card to his sister, she felt extremely warm in her heart. This detail is enough to prove Qin Yang's trust in the sisters. Oh. Seeing that her sister had spoken, Su Wner naturally did not dare to disobey. He quickly walked up to Qin Yang and handed the black card back to him. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so capable that you even have a black card. No wonder he was able to pursue my sister. Su Wner smiled pretty and immediately spoke to Qin Yang. In Su Wner's opinion, her sister has very high standards. If you don't have any real skills and only rely on your good looks, it's impossible for you to become her boyfriend, let alone the one officially announced in the circle of friends. Just good luck. Qin Yang smiled slightly and behaved very low-key. Brother-in-law, you are too modest to say that. You know, ever since my sister returned to China, there have been so many young men from wealthy families and young talents in the entire Magic City who have been pursuing her, but she hasn't caught any of them's eyes so far. You are the only exception. Qin Yang managed to do it despite such an extremely difficult situation. If someone said he had no ability, Wner would be the first one to not believe it. Yeah? I'm dating your sister, how come I don't feel it? Qin Yang subconsciously touched his forehead with his hand. From the moment he met Sophie, the relationship between them developed very naturally, as if everything was a natural progression. There is no great difficulty at all. It's not as difficult as Wner said. Maybe it's because my sister has been attracted to you from the beginning. Otherwise, with the way she treats those suitors, you might not be able to stand in front of me properly. Wner thought for a while. Finally, this conclusion was reached. The answer was actually not much different from Wner's guess. The reason why Qin Yang and Sophie's relationship developed so quickly was mainly because they were attracted to each other. Fate is the greatest arrangement made by God. It starts with appearance, is loyal to talent, and falls in love with character. These are Sophie's most true evaluations of Qin Yang. On the other hand, Qin Yang, apart from the help of the goddess strategy system, could not find any fault with Sophie's appearance, figure, and her own character. She also has her own pride, so sometimes she appears to be rather arrogant. But precisely because of this, Qin Yang felt that Sophie was more adorable. Everything seems to be predestined. What are you two talking about? At some point, Sophie had walked in front of Qin Yang and Wner. She had been feeling something strange since just now. It seems like these two people are hiding some secret from me. No. Seeing her sister appear, Wner decisively and tactfully shut her mouth, and quickly gave Qin Yang a wink. This scene made Qin Yang feel funny. However, he had no intention of exposing it. Have you finished buying clothes? In that case, let's go to the next store. Qin Yang didn't dwell on this topic. Soon, he turned his gaze to Sophie and the others and spoke. Long live my brother-in-law. When Wner, who was standing by, heard this, she jumped up excitedly. Only now did she clearly realize that her brother-in-law was not only rich, but also extremely generous. Wner hasn't dared to go shopping in the mall for more than 10 days, and her pocket money has long been spent. Even for meals, he had to rely on Lu Shiwen for help. I originally thought that I would be satisfied if I could ask my sister to go shopping and buy a few new clothes of the season. However, she didn't expect that Qin Yang was more considerate than she thought. Wner's favorability towards Qin Yang soared. 10 minutes later. The group came to a cosmetics store again. The counter is filled with all kinds of luxury cosmetics, which are very valuable. Wner, just buy 1 or 2 sets, don't let Qin Yang spend too much money. Sophie's eyes immediately fell on her younger sister Wner. At that moment, he gave her advance warning. Sister, you haven't even married your brother-in-law yet, and you're already feeling sorry for his wallet? Your arm is bent too fast, isn't it? After hearing this, Wner immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. The good mood I had originally had immediately disappeared. What are you talking about? Sophie had a stern face and seemed a little angry. Whose money comes from the wind? With your extravagant spending, you can spend any amount of money. The Su family's parents are extremely doting on Wner. The monthly pocket money, if not $1 million, is at least 500,000 or 600,000. But even so, Wner would have spent all her money before the middle of the month. It is precisely because Sophie is clear about this that she will not unconditionally meet the other party's demands. Fair, there's no need to get angry over such a small matter. Qin Yang stood beside Sophie and comforted her in a low voice. Then, he leaned close to Wner's ear and said, hurry up and apologize to your sister. As long as you can make her happy, I'll pay for your consumption today. Really? Brother-in-law, are you sure you are not lying to me? Wner's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Why, you don't believe what I say? Qin Yang was stunned. Then he asked seriously. No, I do. Now I understand why my sister chose you as her boyfriend. From Qin Yang's actions at this time, Wner gradually understood. Then why don't you apologize to your sister? Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. Su Wner's originally angry look was replaced by a smile in the blink of an eye. She walked forward, hugged Sophie's arm, and said coquettishly, "Sister, I'm sorry, it was all my fault just now. I made you angry. Will you forgive me?" Sophie shook her head, and then said, "Sister is not angry, I just hope you can be more mature. You can spend money, but you can't squander it recklessly. That's what my sister taught me. I promise, I won't talk nonsense next time." Su Wner quickly stuck out her tongue and said apologetically, "Okay, Wner, accompany Xiwen for a stroll. Leave your sister here to me." At this time, Qin Yang took the initiative to step forward and found a reason to completely liberate Su Wner. Chapter 101 Willful Su Wner. Su Wner looked at Qin Yang with gratitude, then immediately pulled away. Then he quickly walked up to Lu Xiwen, took her hand and walked towards the counter. "Qin Yang, there's actually no need for you to pamper her like this." Sophie saw everything Qin Yang did. Sophie just shook her head and spoke directly to him. "It's okay. It won't cost much anyway. As long as your sister is happy, anything is fine." Qin Yang smiled slightly and spoke seriously. "Thanks." Sophie knew that Qin Yang did this just for her sake. "Wner is your sister, and today is the first time I meet her. These are my gifts to her. Today, as long as she is happy, she can buy whatever she wants." Qin Yang wouldn't care about this little money at all. After he succeeded in wooing Sophie and completing the mission of the goddess strategy system, he acquired a group worth hundreds of billions. Although the handover procedures have not been completed yet, he still has a lot of savings in his bank card. Not to mention that Su Wner wanted to buy a few sets of luxury skincare products. Even if she wanted to buy this store, Qin Yang would definitely not frown. Just as Qin Yang and Sophie were talking, Su Wner and Lu Xiwen had already walked to the counter, looking at the various big-name skincare products with their eyes shining. "Wner, this is the latest lipstick color and sunscreen. Wner, do you really want to buy them all? These things are not cheap. If you buy too much, your sister will scold you again later." Lu Xiwen frowned and immediately reminded Su Wner. "What are you afraid of? My brother-in-law will pay for my expenses today. No matter how angry my sister is, she can't stop my brother-in-law from being so kind to me." Su Wner looked fearless. Then she took a lipstick from the salesperson and started trying it. "If that doesn't work, I'll buy it for you." Lu Xiwen also has some savings. Otherwise, when Su Wner ran out of money, she wouldn't have come to her for help first. "Need not. My brother-in-law is a man with a black card. He can only spend a few dollars on cosmetics. He doesn't care at all. If nothing else, my sister's taste in choosing men is really an example for me to learn from." Thinking of this, Su Wner couldn't help but feel a little envious of her sister. There are many men pursuing her, including some as handsome and rich as Qin Yang. But those people are all fickle and promiscuous, and they all come for her beauty and figure. Or maybe, because she is the second daughter of the Su family. In contrast, Su Wner was very surprised that Sophie could find such an outstanding man like Qin Yang. Indeed. Lu Xiwen also kept nodding. From the time they had dinner in the private room before, she had already seen that Qin Yang was introverted and low-key. Unexpectedly, he just took out a black card easily and proved his identity completely. A few minutes later, Su Wner had a rich harvest and bought 7 or 8 lipsticks of different colors. There are also several sets of skin care products. And Lu Xiwen also selected quite a few at Su Wner's strong request. "Brother-in-law, I've made you spend money again." Su Wner came in front of Qin Yang and said with a sly smile, "It's okay. Just consider these as my welcome gift to you. If you think it's not enough, you can buy some more." Qin Yang didn't feel sorry either. Instead, he smiled and said to Su Wner, "Real? Of course, why would I lie to you?" Then, Su Wner walked to the counter again and asked the salesperson to get a few new models. Afterwards, Qin Yang took out his wallet, handed the black card to the salesperson, and took the initiative to tell him the password. Card swiping successful. The total consumption was 350,000. Qin Yang didn't feel sorry at all about this. 1 hour. They visited several stores one after another. Qin Yang followed behind him, acting as the bag carrier and the payer. "Brother-in-law, I spent so much money on you, don't you feel bad?" Finally, Su Wner couldn't help but walk to Qin Yang and asked him softly, "Is this a lot? It seems to be less than 1 million. I earned this little money back in one day, Qin Yang said calmly. Boom! His words instantly shocked Wner. 1 million, earned in one day? Brother-in-law, are you kidding me? Although Wner still doesn't know what Qin Yang's real occupation is. But making 1 million a day, this speed of making money was really unbelievable to Wner. Even her family's most profitable industry could not achieve such high efficiency. Really, I don't have to lie to you. Qin Yang reached out, patted Wner's shoulder, and spoke to her comfortingly. So, brother-in-law, what business are you in? Wner was so excited that she couldn't help but ask more questions. Financial industry, stock speculation. Seeing that Wner was very interested, Qin Yang did not hide it and answered truthfully. Wow, that is amazing. You can make so much money by speculating in stocks. Brother-in-law, aren't you a big shot in the financial industry? No wonder those rich second generations who had dinner with you before were so flattering to you. So, they just want you to help them invest? Wner's mind was working rapidly. He immediately connected it to the meaning of the conversation that Qin Yang, Jiang Bei, Shen Jiahao and others had in the private room before. It's okay, just to make a living. Qin Yang didn't explain much. It was precisely because of his low keenness that Wner felt so astonished at this moment. It turns out that my brother-in-law is such a powerful financial tycoon. So you are so good at making money, and my sister and my parents know about it? Wner asked again. Well, they all know. Qin Yang nodded. Before, Wner always had a question in her heart. How did Qin Yang get the approval of his parents to allow him to date his sister? Now, Wner finally understood. It is because Su's father and mother understand Qin Yang's true ability that they allow him and his sister to date freely and do not interfere too much. Obviously, they are all optimistic about Qin Yang's potential and the heights he can reach in the future. Brother-in-law, do you have any friends around you who are as outstanding, handsome, and able to make money as you? If there is one, please introduce him to me. Wner stopped immediately. He immediately grabbed Qin Yang's arm and said pleadingly. Unfortunately, no. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing, and then shook his head. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After sending Wner and Lu Shiwen away, Qin Yang and Sophie got into the Bugatti Chiron. At this time, Lord Qin Yang also noticed that Sophie's face looked a little unhappy. I'm sorry, I just acted on my own initiative. But I just want to make your sister happy. After hearing Qin Yang's words, Sophie's expression gradually relaxed. You don't have to apologize to me for this. It was my sister who went a little too far. I'm sorry to have let you spend money. Sophie saw everything Qin Yang did that afternoon. To be honest, she was deeply moved at this moment. Chapter 102 Top Versailles Players. What nonsense are you talking about? Wner is your sister, and my future sister-in-law. I bought her a little gift, how come it's considered a waste of money? Besides, it doesn't cost much in total, there's no need to feel bad about it. Qin Yang suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect Sophie would say these words to me. My sister has been spoiled by her parents since she was young, and she has no restraint when it comes to spending money. My family gives her a lot of money every month, but we still don't stop her from spending it. Once she spends it all, she will come to me for more money first. This is not the first time something like this has happened, and I'm used to it. Sophie sighed helplessly, then spoke to herself. Don't worry, these are nothing. Seeing that Sophie was in an unhappy mood, Qin Yang immediately spoke up to comfort her. The two sat in the cafe and chatted for more than half an hour. Qin Yang also spent a lot of effort to calm Sophie down. Ding-a-ling. And just at this moment, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Qin Yang answered the call subconsciously. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Luo Tianchen from the legal department of the Civet Cat Group. The formalities for your wholly owned holding company have been completed. When do you have time to come over and sign? Soon, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Is the group's headquarters in the Magic City? The Lima Group focuses on internet technology, with countless industrial chains and a value of hundreds of billions. If Qin Yang remembered correctly, the headquarters should be in Shenzhen. However, in order to avoid any deviation from his own ideas, Qin Yang took the initiative to ask. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, the group's headquarters is not in Magic City, but in Shenzhen. Of course, if it's too much trouble for you, I'll bring all the contract documents that need your signature. Luo Tianchen was stunned at first. But soon, he came to his senses. With a gentle tone, he spoke directly to Qin Yang again. Okay, let's do this. Call me when you get to the Magic City. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Luo Tianchen immediately hung up the phone. This whole scene was seen by Sophie, who was sitting in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang, who wants to come to the Magic City? Sophie's heart suddenly jumped. I mistakenly thought that Qin Yang's relatives were coming over. For a moment, he began to ask cautiously. I'm the legal officer of the acquisition group. He has some documents that need my signature. But the headquarters is in Shenzhen, and I couldn't leave for the time being, so I asked him to send it over for me. Qin Yang did not hide it either. He smiled slightly, looked directly at Sophie, and then spoke. So what company did you acquire? Before, Sophie had never taken the initiative to ask about Qin Yang's work. Although she knew in her heart that Qin Yang would never hide anything from her as long as she asked. But this time, Sophie suddenly became interested and curious about how much her boyfriend is worth. So, he asked directly. Qin Yang was stunned, obviously not expecting Sophie to ask further questions. But he quickly came to his senses. After all, he had never intended to hide it from the other party from the beginning to the end. Civet Cat Group, have you heard about it? After a while, Qin Yang asked Sophie. What? The Tanuki Group? Is it the tech giant with a market value of over 100 billion? At this time, Sophie looked extremely shocked. She knew that Qin Yang made a lot of money from stock trading, but she was not sure how much exactly. But the Civet Cat Group is, after all, a technology company with a market value of hundreds of billions. Qin Yang was able to acquire shares of their group, which would be worth at least tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Good. I think that the Civet Cat Group has been developing steadily and rising gradually in recent years, and it is an excellent investment opportunity. It just so happens that I have a lot of spare cash, so I plan to buy some shares and wait for them to appreciate in value in the future. Qin Yang thought about it and finally found a suitable excuse to get away with it. He couldn't say that this was a reward from the system. Even if he really told her, Sophie might not believe it. Instead, she would think she was crazy. Too amazing. Sophie has always been a proud person. Otherwise, as the daughter of the Su family, there would be no need for her to work alone in the workplace. Even if you just make use of your family's resources and connections, your business won't be this big. She didn't expect that the man in front of her was far more capable than she had imagined. If it is said that Sophie was attracted by Qin Yang's appearance at first, now, he was completely conquered by Qin Yang's skills. This achievement is enough to beat any peers in seconds. Even the heir from a top wealthy family is incomparable to Qin Yang. Okay, stop staring at me like that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Qin Yang shrugged and said jokingly to Sophie. Before, I thought I was much better than my peers. But since I knew your secret, I suddenly felt a strong sense of frustration. Looking at Qin Yang, Sophie couldn't help but shook her head. Compared with this monster, my achievements are simply insignificant. That's even better. From now on, I will earn money to support the family, and you will be responsible for looking beautiful. There is no need to work so hard. Qin Yang still felt sorry for Sophie. He knew that the other party had a strong sense of professionalism. Even if they come from a wealthy family, they will not rely on their family connections to seek greater development. To put it bluntly, it means having your own principles. In Qin Yang's opinion, this is actually a good thing that deserves praise. Humph, I don't want to. Sophie rejected Qin Yang's proposal without hesitation. She definitely doesn't want to be a pretty vase. Okay, I won't force you. No matter what choice you make, I will support you unconditionally. Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's tender little hand, and then spoke in a gentle tone. It's so corny. These words immediately made Sophie shy. In the evening, Sophie has been thinking about Qin Yang's cooking ever since she tasted his top-notch cooking skills last time. She said she didn't want to eat at the hotel at all, and instead strongly requested Qin Yang to cook at home. Considering that the food in the refrigerator at home was running out, Qin Yang suggested that he and Sophie go to the supermarket to buy some fresh food. As a result, Sophie nodded and agreed without saying a word. It was already 7:30 in the evening when we returned to the Thompson Epine luxury villa. Fair, please sit on the sofa and wait for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Qin Yang was holding a large bag in each hand. Unable to bear the thought of causing Sophie any trouble, he spoke immediately. No, I want to come with you this time. I can help you wash the vegetables. Sophie shook her head decisively. Then, she immediately hugged Qin Yang's arm and started to act coquettishly. Chapter 103 Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee worth 80 million. In the kitchen. Soon two figures appeared. Qin Yang placed all the ingredients to be used tonight on the table. After washing the beef with clean water, he picked up an extremely sharp kitchen knife in his right hand and demonstrated his superb knife skills. Sophie, who was standing by, was watching intently. Only then did she realize that every slice of beef cut by Qin Yang was as thin as a cicada's wing. It looks like a work of art. Beef, shrimp, and some vegetables. In less than 15 minutes, Qin Yang prepared all the ingredients by himself. Next, heat the oil in a pan. Fair, the kitchen is quite fumed, you should go outside. Qin Yang raised his eyes to look at Sophie, then spoke directly. It's okay, at most I'll stand at the door. Just do your thing and don't worry about me. Sophie smiled. At this moment, she just wanted to watch Qin Yang busying around. A feeling of happiness naturally emerged in her heart. Oh well. Seeing that Sophie insisted on doing so, Qin Yang didn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. 3 neat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. Qin Yang picked it up and placed it on the dining table in the restaurant. At this moment, Sophie had already prepared the hot meal and was waiting for Qin Yang to come and eat together. Thank you for your hard work, Chef Qin. Sophie had a smile on her face. After saying that, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of extremely tender beef and put it in Qin Yang's bowl. Thanks. Qin Yang was not polite either. Pick it up with chopsticks and put it directly into your mouth. I have to say, the food prepared by the chef's cooking skills tastes really delicious. Even Qin Yang couldn't help but want to give himself a thumbs up. Tasty. Sophie finally got what she wished for and ate the delicious food made by Qin Yang again. At this moment, an expression of extreme happiness appeared on her face. It's delicious, so eat more. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell me and I'll make it for you. Today, Qin Yang is proficient in all kinds of cuisines. As long as Sophie could tell the name, he would prepare the ingredients and set up a table in no time. State banquet dishes, can't you make them? For example, Wensi tofu, Buddha jumps over the wall. Sophie saw that Qin Yang looked very proud and a little inflated. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, and he deliberately wanted to make things difficult for Qin Yang. No problem. Then I'll show you my skills again tomorrow at noon. By the way, go get a bottle of good red wine. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. You really can do it? Sophie couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. She just wanted to make a joke, but was shocked by Qin Yang's answer. You know, that's a state banquet dish. Even the best chefs may not be able to prepare these delicious dishes. Not to mention, Qin Yang is just an amateur chef. There are tutorials online. Can't we just learn how to do it? It's not that difficult. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then immediately took the initiative to explain. Sophie was stunned, and then she thought about it carefully and realized it was true. Seeing Qin Yang's serious look, she didn't want to criticize him. Then I'll look forward to it. After dinner, Qin Yang saw that Sophie was a little bored. Suddenly I remembered that there seemed to be a private cinema on the 3rd floor of the villa. So, I suggested watching a movie together. Sophie looked at the time and thought it was still early to go back, so she nodded and agreed. I have to say, the happiness of rich people is simply unimaginable. Lights go out. With a press of the remote control, a bright starry sky appeared on the roof, looking extremely beautiful. The atmosphere in the cinema is extremely romantic. Fair, what kind of movie do you want to watch? Qin Yang put his arm around Sophie's shoulders, and the two of them were extremely intimate. I can do anything. At the moment, Sophie didn't care what movie to watch. She was already very excited to be able to hug Qin Yang in such an atmosphere. You usually have so much pressure at work, you should find opportunities to relax more. In that case, I'll choose a light-hearted and funny one. Seeing that Sophie didn't have any particular movie she wanted to watch, Qin Yang just picked one at random. The two of them were half lying on the sofa, hugging each other tightly. 2-hour movie. Qin Yang and Sophie were fascinated by the scene. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30. Qin Yang, I should go back. Sophie looked at the time and said to Qin Yang. How about you sleep with me tonight? Qin Yang hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. No, I have to go home. Sophie shook her head and rejected Qin Yang's proposal. Seeing this, Qin Yang didn't say anything more. Come on, I'll take you back. It was almost 11:30. Qin Yang drove a Bugatti Chiron and appeared at the door of Sophie's villa. Baji. Before leaving, Sophie took the initiative to step forward and gave Qin Yang a kiss. At the end, the voice gently comforted Qin Yang. Okay, don't be unhappy. Well, go to bed early. Qin Yang reached out and touched the cheek that Sophie had just kissed, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. Then, he said to Sophie with satisfaction. Message me when you get home. After Sophie finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the villa. The next morning. When Qin Yang woke up, it was already 9:30 in the morning. I picked up the phone on the bedside table, only to find several missed calls. Strange, who is calling me? Out of curiosity, Qin Yang dialed the number directly. Beep, beep, beep. About 4 or 5 seconds later. As soon as the call was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Qin, the Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee watch you customized at our headquarters has arrived. Are you planning on coming over to pick it up, or should we send someone to deliver it to you? Only then did Qin Yang come to his senses. It turned out to be a notification of reward arrival. Send the address to my phone and I'll pick it up. After looking at the time, Qin Yang immediately spoke to the other party. Okay. After hanging up the phone. After just a few seconds, Qin Yang's mobile phone immediately received a text message with an address on it. So, Qin Yang got up and washed. Just take the car keys and go out. The Bugatti Chiron sped past on the street, attracting passers-by to look sideways and exclaim in surprise. A little after 10 in the morning. Qin Yang has appeared in the Patek Philippe official flagship store. Mr. Qin, this way please. At this moment, a person in charge dressed in professional attire walked towards Qin Yang, and then spoke with enthusiasm on his face. Qin Yang nodded, and under the guidance of the other party, he soon arrived at the VIP room. Not long. A beautiful waitress came in with a box in her hands. The outside of the box is covered with glass, but you can see the extremely luxurious watch inside at a glance. Mr. Qin, this is the Parrot Frisbee you ordered for Patek Philippe. This watch is worth 80 million. It was made entirely by hand by 13 master craftsmen over a period of 3 months. There is only one of its kind in the world. The person in charge looked at Qin Yang and said respectfully. Chapter 104 Dinner. Qin Yang immediately became interested. After all, this is a famous watch worth 80 million. This was the first time he had seen this in his life. His eyes quickly fell on the Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee watch. The exterior decoration looks extremely luxurious, not to mention that the parts inside the dial are all made of rare metals. Rich and inhumane. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, for becoming a Patek Philippe Diamond VIP. This is a diamond card. Next time you buy a Patek Philippe watch, you will enjoy a 10% discount. The person in charge looked at the beautiful waitress standing beside him. The latter immediately respectfully handed over a card as bright as a diamond with both hands. Qin Yang took it over. I found that this diamond card looks gorgeous and full of style. That's thoughtful. Qin Yang nodded, and then casually put it in his pocket. Although this watch is expensive, it looks like it's worth the money. After a moment, Qin Yang looked at the person in charge and spoke in a gentle voice. That's natural. And there's only one of its kind in the world, which is a huge honor. Only successful people like Mr. Qin are qualified to wear it. The person in charge looked at Qin Yang with a fawning look on his face. Qin Yang picked up the Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee and put it directly on his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. By the way, help me pick out a few women's watches. They must cost more than 1 million. The next moment, Qin Yang seemed to remember something and spoke directly. No problem. The person in charge nodded quickly. Afterwards, he instructed the beautiful waitress beside him to make arrangements. It only takes a few minutes. The door of the VIP room was pushed open, and 3 or 5 beautiful waitresses in professional attire walked directly to Qin Yang with more than a dozen famous watches in their hands. Mr. Qin, this is our latest Patek Philippe model this year. Which one do you think is suitable? I will have someone pack it for you. The person in charge stood beside Qin Yang and said with a smile. After hearing this, Qin Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the dozen or so Patek Philippe watches in front of him. This one, and these few. When the person in charge heard Qin Yang's words, a bright smile appeared on his face. This is because the watches Qin Yang picked out were the most expensive among the dozen or so famous watches. Why are you all standing there? Why don't you wrap it up for Mr. Qin? The next moment, the person in charge turned around and gave orders to the beautiful waitress behind him. Yes, manager. Qin Yang bought 5 women's watches, spending a total of more than 13 million yuan. However, he did not show any pain on his face. To be honest, in his eyes, money is now just a string of numbers. With his current net worth and ability to make money, a mere tens of millions is nothing to him. Half an hour later, the person in charge personally sent Qin Yang to the gate and watched him drive away. Qin Yang did not return to the villa directly, but went to the seafood store and the vegetable market to buy ingredients for lunch today. He did not forget that Sophie wanted to eat state banquet food yesterday. He took out his cell phone and called Jiang Bei immediately. Brother Qin, don't you have to accompany your sister-in-law today? How come you have time to call me? As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Bei's joke came through. At noon, ask Meng Yan to come to my house with you and bring a bottle of good wine. I will show you my cooking skills. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile, and then said to Jiang Bei. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Bei did not refuse and agreed immediately. Okay, then you can just come to my house later. No problem. Hang up the phone. Qin Yang spent more than half an hour buying the ingredients and some seasonings. Then, we drove to Sophie Company. Fair, are you off work? I'll come pick you up. When the car stopped in front of the company's gate, Qin Yang took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Sophie. I didn't reply at first. Waited for about a few minutes. Ding dong. WeChat received a message. I'll be right down. 3 minutes later, Qin Yang saw Sophie. Sophie is wearing a light yellow long dress today. Her perfect figure was highlighted to the fullest, and her capable and dashing temperament simply stunned the male compatriots around her. Her makeup is also extremely delicate, and people who don't know her would think she is a big star. What are your plans for later? Are you planning on going home to cook? Sophie sat directly in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Chiron top sports car. Then, he looked straight at Qin Yang and asked. Well, I just went to buy some ingredients. They are all in the front carriage. By the way, I called Jiang Bei and asked him to invite Meng Yan so that we can have dinner together. Qin Yang and Jiang Bei have a very strong relationship, and Sophie is very clear about this. Seeing that her boyfriend had already made arrangements, she didn't say much. How was it? Did you enjoy your work today? The car moves forward. Qin Yang glanced at Sophie and asked with a smile. Thanks to you, the company is now thriving, with orders more than double that of last year. Sophie smiled. That's good. If you have any difficulties, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Qin Yang nodded, seeming very satisfied with the current situation. A little after 11. Qin Yang carried a big bag of things and walked straight into the kitchen. Then, he immediately started to get busy. Soon, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan also rushed over. Sophie sat on the sofa in the hall and naturally acted as the hostess, greeting the two of them. Sister-in-law, I have to say that you have a very good vision. You found such a good man like my brother Qin. She can handle both the living room and the kitchen. Not only can you make money, but you can also be very considerate to me. Jiang Bei is the most qualified person to speak. Before, when Qin Yang had not yet started dating Sophie, he and Qin Yang spent the most time together. Now that Qin Yang is in a relationship, the time that the brothers spend together privately has invisibly decreased a lot. You are very lucky. You found a girlfriend as beautiful and elegant as Meng Yan. Sophie and Jiang Bei have known each other for a while, and it's harmless for them to joke around occasionally. Sister Fei, please stop making fun of me. Zhang Mengyan looked shy and felt a little embarrassed by Sophie's praise. Sister-in-law, I'm going to the kitchen to help brother Qin. You two can chat first. Jiang Bei smiled. Soon, he found an excuse, got up and walked towards the kitchen. Sophie and Zhang Mengyan were the only ones left in the hall, whispering to each other. Jiang Bei, are you here? Hearing the noise outside, Xin Yang looked up and immediately saw Jiang Bei's figure. Yeah, I just arrived too. Come to think of it, I haven't tasted Brother Qin's cooking for a while. I didn't expect to have such a treat today. Jiang Bei walked up to Qin Yang and couldn't help but make a joke. We two brothers are still talking about this? Whenever you want to eat, just give me a call and I'll arrange it for you in minutes. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Bei and immediately said unhappily. Is there anything I can help you with? Brother Qin, just give the order. Jiang Bei wanted to help. Just stand there. Thayer wants to eat state banquet dishes, so the preparation of these ingredients is quite troublesome. Your cooking skills are of no help at all. Just watch and don't make things worse. Qin Yang shook his head and immediately ruthlessly rejected Jiang Bei's kindness. Chapter 105, State Banquet Gifts. Ha? State banquet food? Brother Qin, don't joke with me. Although your cooking skills are not bad, I have never seen you cook a so-called state banquet dish except for a few home-cooked dishes. Are you serious? Jiang Bei looked shocked. At first he thought Qin Yang was joking with him. But the next second, when Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang start to cut tofu with superb knife skills, he knew that he had been slapped in the face. Wensi tofu requires extremely sophisticated knife skills from the chef. It cannot be chopped into pieces, and each cut must be done with even force. Qin Yang put the cut tofu into the water, and countless strips spread out. Jiang Bei swore that this scene was the first time he had seen it after knowing Qin Yang for such a long time. What do you think? Qin Yang smiled but said nothing. But the scene before us is the most powerful proof. Brother Qin, I was wrong. Jiang Bei looked flattering. The knife skills Qin Yang demonstrated at this time were enough to prove that he was not joking. Next 20 minutes. Qin Yang devoted himself to the preparation and cooking of ingredients. Jiang Bei smelled the fragrance and his appetite immediately increased. Okay, take the dishes out first. I'll make a few more dishes here, and we can have dinner soon. Qin Yang put the first dish aside, and then quickly signaled Jiang Bei to come over to help. No problem. Jiang Bei naturally didn't dare to delay. So, he started moving his hands and feet swiftly. However, as soon as he walked out of the kitchen with the dishes, his way was blocked by two figures. The people who came were Sophie and Zhang Mengyan. It smells so good. I can smell it from such a distance. Is this a ready-made dish? It looks delicious. Sophie walked forward, but her eyes went straight to the dishes in Jiang Bei's hands. Sister-in-law, thanks to you, we are really blessed today. There was a hint of gratitude in Jiang Bei's eyes when he looked at Sophie. If Sophie hadn't wanted to eat the state banquet dishes, Jiang Bei might not have known that Qin Yang had such amazing cooking skills. I didn't expect that Qin Yang could even cook state banquet dishes. Hurry up and prepare it so that everyone can enjoy it later. Sophie couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation on her face at this moment. Soon, Qin Yang prepared the remaining dishes. Jiang Bei walked into the kitchen and placed the dishes on the dining table one by one. Brother Qin, is there anything else? Qin Yang shook his head, these are enough to eat. As she spoke, she untied her apron. Not long. Everyone gathered in the restaurant, looking at the table full of delicious food, and their appetites were whetted. Brother Qin, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Bei stood up and quickly poured wine into the glass in front of Qin Yang. Then, he gestured to toast him. Everyone together. Qin Yang picked up the wine glass and gestured to everyone. Okay, everyone come. Sophie and Zhang Mengyan did not refuse either. After all, this is La Fight from the 1980s, with a smooth taste. You won't get drunk if you drink a little. After a round of drinks, Qin Yang stretched out his hand, pointed at the table full of delicious food and said to the few people. Wensi tofu, Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel mandarin fish, lion head, kung pao chicken, boiled cabbage. These are all authentic state banquet dishes. Don't just stand there, try them quickly. Hearing this, Sophie, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks. After all, these dishes are not easy to find even in a 5-star hotel. This squirrel mandarin fish is so delicious. Sophie was astounded after just one bite, and an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on her face. She came from an extraordinary family, so naturally she had eaten countless delicious foods. But she never expected that the taste of this dish made by Qin Yang himself was far beyond her imagination. The taste of the lion's head is also very authentic. Brother Qin, when did you learn such amazing cooking skills? Aside. Jiang Bei couldn't help but look at Qin Yang. After all, he had been with Qin Yang for such a long time, but he had never seen him cook such delicious dishes. How difficult is this? Just learn a little bit and you'll be able to do it, right? Qin Yang smiled faintly. This calm and composed look made everyone feel his class. Delicious, really delicious. At this moment, Zhang Mengyan resolutely transformed herself into a foodie. At this moment, there is no time to think about controlling your figure. The chopsticks in my hand never stopped moving. Less than 10 minutes. The table was full of delicious food, and all of it was eaten up. Zhang Bei, Zhang Mengyan, and Sophie all leaned back in their chairs, touching their stomachs with one hand, with extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. Brother Qin, I've decided to come to your place for more meals in the future. Of course, I can pay for the food. Zhang Bei looked at Qin Yang with a face full of anticipation. Just because we are brothers, do we need to pay for meals? Zhang Bei, are you deliberately making fun of me? However, you can prepare whatever ingredients you want to eat yourself, and I can help you process them. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Zhang Bei in annoyance, then spoke. Okay, it's settled then. After getting Qin Yang's accurate answer, Zhang Bei's heart immediately calmed down. It can be seen that this kid regards Qin Yang as his early meal ticket. I'll leave the dishes in the kitchen to you to clean. Fair, come with me, I have a gift for you. After Qin Yang said this, he immediately took Sophie's hand and walked straight towards the hall. I'll go over and take a look. Zhang Mengyan was excited on the spur of the moment, winked at Zhang Bei, and quickly stood up and followed behind him. Zhang Bei looked at the table full of dishes and bowls and chopsticks, and suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. After all, he is the young master of the Zhang family, but he has fallen to the point of being a laborer. But for the sake of the great meal in the future, I'll just have to endure it. Villa lobby. Qin Yang walked to the counter and picked out an exquisitely packaged box from the gift boxes. Then, he handed it directly to Sophie. Fair, open it and take a look. Sophie looked shocked. She didn't expect that Qin Yang would give her a gift. However, she still obediently opened the box. A Patek Philippe watch worth 2.5 million appeared in front of Sophie. Sophie raised her head, looked at Qin Yang in shock and said, This gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Why, you don't like it? I carefully selected this watch. I think it suits you very well. Qin Yang smiled slightly and then said, No, I like it very much. It's just that this watch is too expensive. I can't afford it. Sophie and Qin Yang are not dating just for these gifts. With this kind of thought, she is already very happy. Don't refuse. Qin Yang was possessed by the domineering boss, and his tone suddenly became tough. Then he took the watch out of the box and put it on Sophie's wrist. Sure enough, my vision is still very good. Thank you, Qin Yang. Although this watch is very valuable, Sophie can still afford it with her current wealth. But this is a gift Qin Yang gave to himself after all, and it has extraordinary significance. This one is for your sister. That's not all. Qin Yang took out 2 beautifully packaged boxes from the gift box. Then he handed the whole bag to Sophie. I bought 5 ladies' watches in total. I'll leave one for my sister and one for Zhang Bei. You can take the remaining 2 back to your mother and sister. As for your father, I will find him a better one later. Chapter 106, Sweet Little Mouth? I have to taste it. Qin Yang, is it necessary to spend so much money? With Sophie's keen eyesight, she could naturally see that the watches Qin Yang bought were very valuable. According to a rough estimate, it is worth at least 8 or 9 million. Thinking of the gift Qin Yang gave her when he accompanied her home, Sophie felt a little embarrassed at this moment. I've already bought it, just take it back. Qin Yang said with a smile, not giving Sophie any chance to refuse. Brother Qin, what did you buy again? And just at this moment, Zhang Bei walked out of the kitchen and heard the noise in the hall. He couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. Zhang Bei, you're here just in time. I have a gift for you. After saying that, Qin Yang handed over one of the beautifully packaged gift boxes. Brother Qin, what is this? Zhang Bei looked surprised. I never expected that I would have a gift. A lady's watch. It's a good opportunity for you to lend me flowers to offer to Mengyan. Qin Yang has been helped by Zhang Bei all along. He will always remember this kindness. Now that I have enough money, it is natural that I cannot do without his gift. Considering the relationship between Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan, Qin Yang bought an extra lady's watch. As for men's watches, he doesn't like them because they are too old-fashioned. So, I had a few specially customized ones made for me. When the goods arrive, we will definitely make up for it to Zhang Bei and Sophia's father. When Zhang Bei heard this, he couldn't help but look a little shocked. After unpacking, open the box and take a look. Sure enough, a valuable lady's watch appeared before my eyes. Brother Qin, this watch shouldn't be cheap, right? You just said you wanted to give it to me, but why do I feel a little embarrassed? Zhang Bei couldn't help but touch his nose and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, with the help of Qin Yang, he turned losses into profits in the stock market. And made a lot of money. Now, seeing that Qin Yang bought a watch for herself, she immediately felt pressured. Okay, why are you being so polite to me? Besides, this is a lady's watch, not suitable for you. It's quite suitable for you to give it to Meng Yan as a gift. Qin Yang gave Zhang Bei a displeased look and then said, Since Brother Qin has said so, I will accept it. Zhang Bei couldn't resist Qin Yang's kindness. After a moment, he accepted it reluctantly. Zhang Mengyan watched from the side and had a new definition of the relationship between Qin Yang and Zhang Bei in her heart. She found that Qin Yang was indeed very good to her brothers. A watch worth millions can be given away at will, which is simply a generous gesture. Of course, this amount of money seemed not worth mentioning to him at all. Meng Yan, come over and thank Brother Qin. Seeing that Zhang Mengyan was still in a daze, Zhang Bei immediately reminded her. Oh, okay. Zhang Mengyan heard every word of the conversation between Qin Yang and Zhang Bei. She really couldn't believe it. I went to Qin Yang's house for a meal and unexpectedly received such a valuable gift. Although this is a Patek Philippe, she also has several of them at home. But those were all given by some elders and cousins on birthdays. Brother Qin, thank you for giving me such a valuable gift. At this moment, Zhang Mengyan's gratitude to Qin Yang came completely from the bottom of her heart. Be good to Zhang Bei. Don't be fooled by my carefree attitude, but I am absolutely serious about dating you. When you two get married, I will definitely give you a big gift. I promise that it will be 100 times or 1,000 times more precious than the gift in front of you. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Mengyan with a smile on his face, and then spoke earnestly. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. When Zhang Mengyan heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of shyness on her face. Obviously, she hadn't thought about getting engaged to Zhang Bei so soon. After all, they are both still young and there is no need to rush. Zhang Bei, you really should grow up. Your father's company, go and take a look in a couple of days. When the time comes, you will be responsible for contacting Jiahao and those wealthy children and controlling the funds. I will arrange the investment. Since Qin Yang has chosen to agree to take those rich kids out to play, he will naturally not go back on his word. I happen to have some time recently, so I might as well get things going first. No problem, I'll listen to Brother Qin. Zhang Bei admires Qin Yang's investment ability from the bottom of his heart. As long as it was his order, Zhang Bei dared not disobey. Anyway, he doesn't need to think, as long as he obeys absolutely, he can make a lot of profits. Brother Qin, if there's nothing else, we'll go back first. Now that they have eaten and drunk enough, if Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan continue to stay here, I am afraid they will also eat dog food. In this case, it is better to leave first to avoid ruining Qin Yang's good deeds. Okay. Be safe on the road. Not long. Qin Yang and Sophie stood at the gate of the villa and watched Zhang Bei drive away in the Lamborghini. Qin Yang, are you going to start a company with Zhang Bei? Qin Yang seemed to have mentioned this to me a few days ago. At the time, she didn't care. At this moment, Sophie was naturally curious, so she asked Qin Yang decisively. Well, Zhang Bei's father required a fund company and planned to hand it over to the two of us to manage. It just so happens that I recently had an idea, so I took him along to play. Otherwise I'd always be idle and pretty bored. Qin Yang nodded, and then answered directly to Sophie. That's right. You are so talented in finance. It would be a shame if you let it go to waste. Won't you be busier than me in the future? Thinking of this, Sophie felt a little lost for some reason. No way. I am very efficient at work and can handle all kinds of tedious matters more efficiently than you, the president. Don't worry, I assure you that there is no chance of that happening. I can still separate work and life. Compared to money, I think you are more important. Seeing the disappointment inadvertently revealed on Sophie's face, Qin Yang immediately hugged Sophie in his arms. Then, he spoke to her in a loving voice. Hearing this, Sophie felt as if her heart was filled with honey and she was extremely happy. The original unhappiness completely disappeared at this moment. You have such a sweet mouth, you are so good at coaxing people. Qin Yang? When did you taste it secretly? Why don't I have any impression of it? Could it be that you were doing something bad while I was sleeping? Qin Yang grinned evilly and immediately questioned Sophie. No way, don't slander me, I'm not that kind of person. At this time, Sophie's cheeks flushed and she looked extremely charming. Every frown and smile reveals amazing charm. I don't care, I have to kiss you back first. Do what you say. During the time Qin Yang and Sophie have been dating, they have become accustomed to their intimate behavior. But this was definitely the first time for a proper kiss. It is precisely because Qin Yang has this idea that he would be so shameless and take action directly at this moment. Chapter 107, The Zhao Family Heir, The Threat from Zhao Xiaojie. Faced with Qin Yang's sudden sneak attack, Sophie had no time to react. I just felt a warmth between my lips. The next moment, she was kissed domineeringly by Qin Yang. Just a moment. Sophie was extremely shy and tried to push Qin Yang away with both hands. Pity. With her strength, she could never be a match for Qin Yang. Qin Yang ignored Sophie's struggle and began to kiss her passionately. His skills were unfamiliar, but he put in 100% of his passion. Gradually, Sophie was not as resistant as before and began to lose herself in this warmth. After a long time, their lips parted. Sophie's cheeks were flushed and she looked extremely charming. You're such a nuisance. It seemed like she was complaining to Qin Yang, but at this moment she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. You know what, this tastes really good. I think I should experience it again. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang, with an unsatisfied look on his face, hugged Sophie's delicate body again. Then, he kissed her beautiful lips. Woo woo woo. Sophie wanted to refuse, but it was too late. The two of them soon got into another tangle. For several minutes, Sophie felt like she was almost unable to breathe, and she kept hitting Qin Yang's back with her hands. So Qin Yang reluctantly let go. Huff, huff, huff. Sophie took a deep breath. The next second, he stared at Qin Yang sharply, and shouted in a very dissatisfied tone. Qin Yang, you bastard, can you be more gentle with me? Do you know that I almost died? Hey, it's not that exaggerated. I know my limits. Qin Yang smiled awkwardly, but of course he couldn't admit it directly. Humph, I will never let you do this without my permission in the future. Sophie snorted. After saying that, she struggled to break free from Qin Yang's arms. Faye isn't really angry, is she? Oh, it's all my fault for being too anxious. Qin Yang touched his lips. There were still marks of Sophie's lipstick there. Looking at Sophie's back, he couldn't help but smile. Afternoon. Sophie went straight to the company. Qin Yang was free and planned to go back to his room to check the stock market trends. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket rang. I picked it up and saw an unknown caller on the screen. Qin Yang answered the phone without hesitation. Qin Yang, right? My name is Zhao Xiaojie, the heir of the Zhao family. We met last time at the Su family. Soon, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. It's you. In an instant, Qin Yang was impressed by Zhao Xiaojie. You went to such great lengths to contact me, could it be that you are still thinking about Sophie? A moment later, Qin Yang's eyes flickered and he spoke to the other party in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Good. The Su family is considered a first-rate wealthy family in the Magic City. And Miss Su and I are definitely a perfect match. The reason I'm calling you is to make you give up on your own. If you agree, you can ask for any conditions you want. Zhao Xiaojie's tone was extremely arrogant. It seemed that he didn't take Qin Yang seriously at all. He has been busy these days and has been asking his men to investigate Qin Yang's background in details. I found out that this guy came from a grassroots background and was not from a wealthy family at all. Although he is a top student and has some talent, he can never be compared with him. The only thing that surprised Zhao Xiaojie was that Qin Yang was so close to the second generations of wealthy families such as the Zhang family, the Chen family, and the Bai family. Of course, Based on this relationship alone, Zhao Xiajie had nothing to fear. Your method may be useful against others, but in front of me, it's just an insult to Sophie. Mr. Zhao, I advise you not to have any ideas about my woman. Otherwise, even if the Zhao family is behind you, I will make you pay a heavy price. A hint of coldness flashed across Qin Yang's eyes, and he immediately warned Zhao Xiajie. Huh, just you? Qin Yang, don't bluff. I have already sent people to investigate your background thoroughly. Even though young Master Jiang has a close relationship with you, he still has to consider whether he can withstand the pressure from our Zhao family. I advise you to be smart. Zhao Xiajie is determined to win Sophie over. For him, dealing with a mere Qin Yang was as easy as stepping on an ant to death. The reason I'm calling Qin Yang right now is just for Sophie's sake, to give him a chance to beg for mercy. Humph, just relying on your Zhao family? Okay, just use whatever means you have. If I, Qin Yang, am afraid, I am not worthy of being Sophie's man. Qin Yang is also extremely tough. He immediately uttered some harsh words and responded to Zhao Xiajie. Okay. Since you want to die, I will help you. Just wait for me. Bang! Zhao Xiajie was furious and immediately hung up the phone. Immediately, a voice filled with chill shouted out of the door, "Someone come." Master. Soon, several men in black appeared at the door. Bring some people and bring Qin Yang back to me. I want him to know how much it will cost to disobey my orders. Zhao Xiajie's eyes flashed with ferocity and he roared with gritted teeth. Clear. Inside Thompson Epine Villa. Qin Yang returned to the study, took out his cell phone and called Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei, how much do you know about the Zhao family? Brother Qin, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Could it be that you have a conflict with the Zhao family? The other side. Zhang Bei had just returned home and hadn't even sat down when he received a call from Qin Yang. Suddenly, his face changed. Before, Sophie's parents thought their daughter was still single, so the young master of the Zhao family approached her very closely, wanting to set him up with Fair on a blind date. That day, Fair and I happened to go home, which disrupted the plan. I didn't expect this guy to call me just now to warn me to stay away from Fair. This feud has now been completely settled. I guess it won't be long before Zhao Xiajie starts to cause trouble for me. So, I want to understand the details of the Zhao family first, so that I won't be so passive when dealing with them later. Qin Yang did not hide it either. I briefly introduced the process to Zhang Bei. Brother Qin, I'll come find you now, let's meet and talk. It's hard to explain clearly over the phone. At the moment, Zhang Bei had nothing else to do, so he spoke quickly. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Less than an hour. Zhang Bei's figure walked into the gate of Qin Yang's villa. Qin Yang was sitting in the hall making tea. When he saw Zhang Bei coming, he quickly asked him to come over and sit down to chat. The Zhao family has a deep foundation in the Magic City. His businesses include real estate, catering, the internet, film and television entertainment, with a total value of nearly hundreds of billions. Not counting the assets, the Zhao family's connections in the Magic City are terrifying. Even my Jiang family, the Chen family, or my sister-in-law's Su family, can't help but be wary of the Zhao family. Brother Qin, we have to treat this matter carefully, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Bei frowned, and it was obvious that he was unsure at the moment. After all, what we have to face now is the big Buddha of the Zhao family. Even he couldn't think of any good solution for a while. Chapter 108 Retaliation. No problem. Although the Zhao family has a lot of background, it's not that easy to cause trouble to me. Qin Yang looked fearless. With his current strength, he has enough confidence to say this. That's good. Zhang Bei didn't know how powerful Qin Yang was. But seeing that he was full of confidence, it was difficult to say much. I just secretly made up my mind that if anything unexpected happened, I must find a way to remedy it as soon as possible. In the final analysis, it is because my sister-in-law is too outstanding that she attracts the young master of the Zhao family. Otherwise, Brother Qin, you won't conflict with the other party. Since ancient times, beautiful women have always been the root of disasters. Of course, Zhang Bei didn't dare to say this directly. It's come to this point, there's no point in saying this. And as a man, if you can't even protect the woman you love, wouldn't that make you seem incompetent? Even if we are facing the Zhao family, so what? If you piss me off, I will use every possible means to make the Zhao family pay a very painful price. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, he looked extremely serious, not like he was joking at all. This. A hint of hesitation flashed across Zhang Bei's face. Obviously, he didn't believe what Qin Yang said at all. The Zhao family is a powerful family in Shanghai. Even Zhang Bei's father did not dare to offend him easily. No matter how powerful Qin Yang is, he is just one person. Using one person's strength to fight against a wealthy family that has been established for decades? Isn't that like a gnat trying to shake a tree, overestimating one's own abilities? No matter how close Zhang Bei and Qin Yang are, he would never lose his mind because of this. Zhang Bei, don't worry, I'm very clear-headed now. Since I dare to say this, it proves that I have the ability to do it. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and placed it on Zhang Bei's shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. Brother Qin, I didn't mean to doubt your ability, it's just because of this matter. If it is not handled properly, it may really bring unexpected troubles. Zhang Bei cares too much about Qin Yang, which is why he shows this expression. No need to explain, I know everything. Remember, leave this matter to me, you don't need to interfere. The reason why Qin Yang said this was because he was afraid that Zhang Bei would get into trouble and bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the Zhang family. Brother Qin. Zhang Bei originally wanted to say something more. But the next second, Qin Yang's sharp eyes swept towards him. After just one glance, Zhang Bei immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say another word. Evening. Qin Yang drove a Bugatti Chiron sports car towards Sophie Company. But on the road, he found two black business cars following closely behind him. Suddenly, Qin Yang frowned and his face turned cold. I didn't expect the Zhao family to act so quickly. Well, let me see how capable you are. Then Qin Yang stepped on the accelerator and the sports car drove from the city streets to a more remote place. Attention, the target car is speeding up, and it seems to have discovered our tracks. Let's speed up and stop him. Don't let him get away. The leader of this operation gave orders to his men through the wireless headset. Yes, boss. Roar, roar, roar. The engine roared, and the black business car immediately accelerated. In less than 10 seconds, it directly overtook the Bugatti Chiron driven by Qin Yang. In the end, Qin Yang was forced to stop. After all, Qin Yang didn't want his top supercar to be damaged because of these guys. Get out of the car. The 7 or 8 men in black looked well trained. They got out of the car swiftly and surrounded Qin Yang. Did Zhao Xijie send you here to cause trouble for me? Qin Yang opened the car door and walked out in a cool manner. At this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an uninhibited smile. He didn't show any sign of panic at all. Boy, you know it very well. Yes, we are following the master's orders to take you back. If you surrender obediently, you will suffer less. The leading man in black stared at Qin Yang and then sneered. Want to catch me? Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Qin Yang replied calmly. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Go ahead, take him down for me. The man in black waved his hand. Everyone started moving at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Qin Yang from all directions. Brush. At this moment, Qin Yang was like a clever monkey, his movements were extremely agile. It was very easy and he avoided everyone's capture. Too slow. With this speed, I'm afraid you can't even touch my clothes, let alone catch me. Qin Yang raised a finger and then sneered at the group of men in black in front of him with a look of contempt. Presumptuous. Following a roar, the men in black quickened their pace. They each raised their fists and attacked Qin Yang's chest and various parts of his body fiercely. Brush. 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 Without exception. The fierce attack had no effect on Qin Yang at all. Boss, this kid is a little weird. I'm afraid he's a very powerful martial artist. So what if it is? We have so many people dispatched this time, can we not do anything to a mere brat? Don't just stand there, come on. I just don't believe that he can hide for a while. Is he going to hide forever? The leading man in black had a grim expression on his face. Immediately, he shouted loudly. I didn't want to bully you, but you guys kept provoking me. You will pay the price for your actions. Qin Yang saw that the group of people in front of him were still trying to pester them. Suddenly, a trace of annoyance flashed across his face. As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared from the spot, and then he flashed in front of the man in black and punched him hard. Bang! With just one punch, the man in black flew off the ground with both feet and flew backwards several meters. He fell to the ground and rolled around in a mess. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everything that happened before my eyes was happening too fast. To the point that the men in black subconsciously took a deep breath. After all, no one would have thought that in addition to Qin Yang's swift movement, his instantaneous burst of power would be so terrifying. One punch is enough to kill a person instantly. This is impossible, right? Where does this guy come from? He is so powerful. The leading man in black looked shocked. These people are elites who have undergone rigorous training and been screened through layers of screening. Their strength has reached the level of military special forces. Any one of them can easily beat up a dozen ordinary men. They attacked together, but couldn't even touch Qin Yang's hair. He even killed him instantly with one punch. This Qin Yang looks weak and like a pretty boy, but his real strength is shocking. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 109, A Fatal Question? When Qin Yang saw the man in black was knocked down by his punch, he immediately lost his fighting ability. Suddenly he felt a little bored, so he stretched out his finger and hooked it at the other men in black. You guys come together. Faced with such provocation, the men in black looked extremely angry. Court death. Everyone come with me. A surge of anger surged in everyone's hearts, and they threw away their previous fears. Just a moment. The men in black were full of momentum and launched a fierce attack on Qin Yang again. Bang bang bang. This time Qin Yang did not hold back. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the man in black and punched him several times in succession with his fists. It only took a few seconds. There were figures lying all over the ground. Ah! They covered their wounds and couldn't help but scream. Now, you're the only one left. Qin Yang's eyes instantly fixed on the leading man in black and spoke in a cold voice. Boy, we all underestimated you. I never expected that you would be so skilled. But so what? You have offended my young master, and your fun has just begun. The leading man in black suppressed his fear and stared at Qin Yang with sharp eyes. You know, they are all bodyguards of the Xiao family. Qin Yang dared to be so cruel to them, the Xiao family would never let him off easily. That's nothing for you to worry about. Go back and tell your young master to use whatever means you have. I hope you can give me a little surprise next time. Qin Yang said this. He turned around and got directly into the Bugatti Chiron sports car. He immediately started the engine and rode away. Zhao family, in the hall. Trash, they are all a bunch of useless trash. If you guys can mess up when I ask you to catch someone, what use do I have for you? Zhao Xiaojie looked at the group of men in black in front of him, his eyes extremely gloomy, and he roared angrily. Master! It's our incompetence. That guy is not as simple as he seems. His skills and strength are far superior to ours. With just a few of us, we are no match for him. The leading man in black knelt on the ground and said helplessly. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Is Qin Yang that strong? Upon hearing the news, Zhao Xiaojie frowned, obviously feeling very surprised. Absolutely. Even if all of us attack together, we can't last more than a few rounds under his hands. And it can be seen that the other party did not use all his strength at all. The leading man in black looked ashamed. After all, this was a task assigned by the young master himself, and he failed to complete it well. It is natural that he deserves to be punished. I wonder why this kid has the guts to challenge me. So he relied on his own abilities. Humph, even so, I will definitely let him know what the price is for offending me, Zhao Xiaojie. Go, bring forth Master Hong over here and tell him I have something important to discuss with him. Zhao Xiaojie pondered for a while. Then he looked at his servants and immediately gave orders. Yes, master. An hour later. Qin Yang's figure has already appeared in Sophie Company. Boss Su, Mr. Qin is here. Secretary Shuya knocked on the president's office and walked in to report. Please ask him to come in. Sophie nodded to show that she understood. Then, he said to Shuya. Why, haven't you finished your work yet? Why don't you get off work at this hour? Qin Yang walked in and saw Sophie sitting in the president's chair working, and immediately asked jokingly. Almost finishing touches, almost there. Qin Yang, go sit on the sofa and wait for me. Sophie raised her head and smiled brightly at Qin Yang. Okay. Qin Yang is also a person who knows his limits. Know what to do in different occasions. The wait lasted less than 15 minutes. Sophie signed the document in her hand and handed it to her secretary Shuya. A day's work has finally come to an end. Thank you for your hard work. I ask you to pick me up from get off work every day. Qin Yang, do you find this annoying? Sophie sat next to Qin Yang and took his arm. Then he looked at Qin Yang's face and asked softly. Chapter 110, Taking Office. Fair, what stupid things are you saying? I can pick my girlfriend up from get off work every day. I am so happy. How can I feel annoyed? Seeing Sophie actually say such words, Qin Yang couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. Immediately, he put his big hands around Sophie's delicate body and spoke tenderly. Real? Sophie's eyes flickered, and she seemed to still have some doubts. Truer than gold. Okay, there's no need for us to dwell on this issue. Let's go home. I'll make you whatever you want to eat. Qin Yang then took Sophie's tender little hand and stood up and walked out the door. Sophie couldn't refuse. After arriving downstairs at the company, the two got into the Bugatti Chiron sports car and drove directly towards Thompson first floor. In the evening, Qin Yang specially prepared a candlelight dinner. After enjoying a delicious meal, he took Sophie for a ride on the beach. It was almost 12 o'clock when Sophie was sent home. The next morning, when the sunlight shines into the villa windowsill, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, then he picked up the phone on the cabinet and checked the time. Then, he started to change clothes and wash up. 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yang, dressed in formal attire, walked straight to the garage. Get in your Bugatti Chiron and start the engine. Roar, roar, roar. It was like a sleeping beast that suddenly woke up and let out a roar. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car drove out of the villa gate and immediately headed towards the city. Less than 20 minutes. Qin Yang came to a tea restaurant and ordered something for breakfast. By the way, I also packed a copy. Around 10 o'clock. Qin Yang walked into the gate of Guomao Financial Company. Sir, may I ask you something? The front desk staff is a beautiful lady who has just joined the company. Seeing the handsome Qin Yang, she couldn't help but look infatuated with him for a moment. I'm your CEO John's partner, Qin Yang. Today is my first day at the company. Qin Yang smiled slightly and began to introduce himself. Boss Qin? I'm sorry, I just joined the company and I don't know your identity. The beautiful employee looked embarrassed and apologized immediately. It doesn't matter. Has your CEO Zhang arrived? Qin Yang did not dwell on this topic and then asked the beautiful employee. President Zhang arrived at the company half an hour ago. The beautiful employee did not dare to hide anything and reported the truth. Good. After saying that, Qin Yang took a step forward and walked directly towards the general manager's office. During this period, he also carefully observed the work status and personnel distribution of the company's internal personnel. Who is this person? It looks like he's here to see Mr. Jiang. It's probably Mr. Zhang's friend. Everyone in the company knows that Mr. Jiang is a real rich second generation. He should have many friends like him. So handsome. He's much more handsome than President Zhang. How happy I would be if I could find such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Stop daydreaming. He's handsome and rich, why would he fall for you? Do you look like a celebrity or have a great figure? Qin Yang pushed open the general manager's door and strode in. Brother Qin? Why are you here? Hearing the sound of someone pushing the door, Jiang Bei shifted his gaze away from the computer. Just when he was getting a little annoyed and was about to scold the other party for coming in without knocking, he found that the person who came was Qin Yang. Why, you don't welcome me? Qin Yang walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down, looking at Jiang Bei with a playful expression. Welcome, a warm welcome. Brother Qin, you don't know how many things I have to do right now. If you don't come, I might not be able to hold on any longer. Jiang Bei stood up and hurriedly walked behind Qin Yang. Immediately a smile appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to massage his shoulders. I'm really here, aren't I? Why are you panicking? Qin Yang, who possesses the skills of a stock god, can be said to have absolute power in the financial field. At this moment, Qin Yang immediately showed extremely strong self-confidence. Chen Jiahao, and those rich kids, how are you contacting them? How much money can they raise? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei, and then began to ask questions. It's 500 million in total. Among them, Chen Jiahao personally invested 100 million. Jiang Bei was already familiar with these amounts. So when faced with Qin Yang's question, he answered without hesitation. Good. It seems that your friend is very optimistic about the development of our company. Qin Yang was also somewhat surprised at Chen Jiahao's courage. Including the previous time, Chen Jiahao did invest a lot of money. This is enough to prove that Chen Jiahao has great confidence in Qin Yang's investment ability. Yes. Brother Qin, shall we start now? Jiang Bei looked excited and then asked Qin Yang. There's no rush yet. Check how much funds the company can mobilize now. Since we're going to play, let's play big. There's no point in playing small games. Qin Yang wants to achieve some results with this investment. On the one hand, he wanted to gain recognition from Jiang Bei's father, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to make a name for himself and pave the way for Jiang Bei's future development. No problem. Jiang Bei nodded quickly. He walked to the desk, pressed the phone, and said, Sister Su, come in for a moment. Soon, there was a knock on the door. I saw a mature lady in her 30s or 35s pushing the door open in high heels. Boss Jiang, is there anything you want to tell me? Sister Su wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had very delicate features. She glanced at Qin Yang, then her eyes fell on Jiang Bei. Sister Su, how much funds does our company have available now? Jiang Bei didn't waste any words either. As soon as he came up, he asked Sister Su straight to the point. The company just raised a sum of funds from private placement some time ago, about 3 billion. After deducting investment and management, there is still 1 billion yuan left. Boss Jiang, are you planning to use this money for investment? Sister Su is such a smart person. In just a moment, he guessed Jiang Bei's intention. Good. We have already raised 500 million yuan, but it's still not enough. So, I thought of using the company's existing funds. Since my father chose to let me run this company, I think with my current power, I should be qualified, right? Jiang Bei nodded slightly. Moreover, he had no intention of hiding it from Sister Su from the beginning to the end. Wait a moment, I'll go ask Mr. Jiang for instructions. Sister Su realized the seriousness of the matter. So, he gave Jiang Bei an apologetic look, walked to the corner, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Boss Jiang, little boss Jiang and Mr. Qin are here at the company. They may make some moves in the near future, but since they don't have enough funds, they want to use the company's existing 1 billion in funds. Look. Sister Su lowered her head and reported in a low voice. Whatever their needs are, meet them. Also, keep a close eye on their investment trends. I want to understand their profitability. Report to me immediately as soon as you have any news. Jiang Weiman's voice was so powerful that no one dared to disobey. Chapter 111, 1.5 billion funds. Boss Jiang, I understand. I will definitely follow your instructions. Soon, Jiang Weiman hung up the phone. Sister Su also turned around and walked in front of Jiang Bei and Qin Yang. She smiled and said, Boss Jiang, I have already asked Boss Jiang for instructions. What he meant was that you can now fully exercise your rights as general manager. As for that fund, you can use it at any time. Hearing this, Jiang Bei showed a look of surprise on his face. My dad, did he really agree? He felt a little unbelievable. After all, this is a full 10 billion yuan of funds. If you invest carelessly, it is entirely possible that all the money will be wasted. But Jiang Weiman agreed without hesitation. That's right. Mr. Jiang, if you want to use that money, I will transfer the money to the account you specified now. Sister Su smiled and immediately said to Jiang Bei. Brother Qin, what do you mean? Jiang Bei looked excited, but he did not agree immediately. Instead, he immediately asked Qin Yang for his opinion. Jiang Bei is not a fool, he knows his own weight. He understood even more clearly that the reason his father agreed to let him use this huge amount of funds was because he was optimistic about Qin Yang's investment ability. No need to bother. Jiang Bei, transfer the 500 million directly to the company account. Next, I will use the company's investment account. Qin Yang thought for a moment, then looked at the two of them and said. Ever since he agreed to run this financial company with Jiang Weiman and Jiang Bei, Qin Yang has made up his mind to help achieve some results. Okay, I'll do it right away. Jiang Bei did not delay. Call the bank manager immediately. Transfer the 500 million yuan in your account to the company account. The interval is only a few minutes. Sister Su then received a notice that there was an additional 500 million yuan in funds in the company's account. Boss Jiang, Boss Qin, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll leave first. Go ahead. In the general manager's office. Soon, only Jiang Bei and Qin Yang were left. Jiang Bei, go get another laptop. Qin Yang stood up and sat in the office chair. It was obvious that he was ready to do something big. Good. Jiang Bei naturally had no objection to the request made by Qin Yang. A few minutes later, a notebook appeared on the desk. 10:30. The stock market opens. Qin Yang began to carefully check the stock news. From an investment perspective, this article analyzes the recent market trends in detail. Lishan Gold Mine, Poly New Energy, and Tali Technology. Write down these 3 stocks for me. Qin Yang looked up and gave instructions to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei dare not be careless about this. Pick up a pen and write down the stock name and code as soon as possible. You will do the operation next. Use the existing 1.5 billion funds, allocate them reasonably, and buy these 3 stocks. After that, just keep a close eye on stock movements. Once the profit exceeds 10%, don't hesitate, sell it all. Qin Yang stood up from his office chair and motioned for Jiang Bei to sit in this position and operate it himself. As for himself, he just became a hands-off boss. Brother Qin, do you want to study it for a while? This is $1.5 billion, and it's real money. If you invest carelessly, you might lose everything. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked obviously a little nervous. The previous investment was less than 100 million. But now, the total funds are as high as 1.5 billion. Qin Yang made the decision so hastily that Jiang Bei couldn't remain calm. Why, you still don't believe in my ability? Seeing that Jiang Bei's face looked a little strange, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. Brother Qin, I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the amount of investment this time is too large, so we should be more cautious. How about doing some more research? Jiang Bei took a deep breath. Then, he said seriously. Don't worry, my vision will not be wrong. There is obviously capital behind these 3 stocks. In the next few days, they will rise sharply. Let's go in at this time and just sit back and wait for the meet. With Qin Yang's current vision, he can naturally see the trick. He also wants to prove himself to everyone through the achievements of this investment. Real? Seeing Qin Yang's confident look, Jiang Bei couldn't help but ask. When have I ever made you lose money on an investment? I'm sorry, Brother Qin, I was confused. I will start the operation right now. Soon. Jiang Bei realized his mistake and he shouldn't have doubted Qin Yang's strength. Just 1 hour. All the 1.5 billion in the company's account was spent. Bought a large number of shares of the 3 stocks specified by Qin Yang. From now on, your task is to keep an eye on the movements of these 3 stocks. If it goes as I expected, the price should rise sharply in the next 2 days. Remember what I said. Once the profit reaches 10%, you must not be greedy. You must sell all your shares. If there is any emergency, you can call me at any time. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he walked away from Jiang Bei's office. At the same time, inside Sophie Company. Mr. Su, there is a Mr. Zhao who wants to see you. Secretary Shuya knocked on the door, then walked into the president's office and reported to Sophie. Surname Zhao? Could it be Zhao Xiaojie? At this moment, Sophie's expression felt a little strange. Let him in. Yes. Not long. Zhao Xiaojie stepped into Sophie's office. He looked at Sophie and said kindly, Miss Su, we meet again. Mr. Zhao, what do you want to talk to me about? I have some work to do, so I hope we can keep it short. It was obvious that Sophie had no good feelings towards Zhao Xiaojie. But because of the Zhao family behind him, he had no choice but to greet them. Miss Su, is there any misunderstanding between us? I feel like you don't like me very much. Zhao Xiaojie frowned slightly, and then asked Sophie. No, it hasn't. Before, my parents didn't know that I had a boyfriend, so they arranged that dinner to bring us together. But unfortunately, I don't have that kind of feeling towards you. I need to say sorry to you here. Because of what happened last time, Sophie still felt a little embarrassed towards Zhao Xiaojie. I'd like to take this opportunity to make it clear all at once. Miss Su, what exactly makes me inferior to Qin Yang? In terms of family background, talent and ability, I am 10 blocks ahead of Qin Yang. We two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Why won't you even give me a chance to try? After hearing this, Zhao Xiaojie instantly got furious. He really couldn't understand why he, who was so outstanding, lost to Qin Yang. Chapter 112, Don't accept the toast and drink the wine. Mr. Zhao, please be respectful. I don't know what my parents said to you that caused you to misunderstand. But I can tell you very clearly now that I don't like you. And I already have a boyfriend, his name is Qin Yang. If the reason you came to me today is to tell me this, then please go back. Sophie's face was as cold as ice at this moment. She had never been fond of Zhao Xiaojie in the first place, and his words made Sophie's impression of him drop to the lowest point. She was even too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhao Xiaojie. Humph, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Sophie, let me tell you, I, Zhao Xiaojie, have never failed to get the woman I like. You will be no exception. This moment. A ferocious smile appeared on Zhao Xiaojie's face. Not only that, he walked towards Sophie step by step. In an instant, Sophie realized that something was wrong and her face changed. He hurriedly took a few steps back and shouted at Zhao Xiaojie in a cold voice. This is my company, what do you want to do? Zhao Xiaojie sneered and was not moved at all. Since you won't obey me, I can only use my own way to make you submit. As long as we both make it a done deal, I'll see if Qin Yang will still choose to be with you. You are so beautiful and have a great body. It will be fun to play with you. I will take a video and photos and keep them as treasures. Sophie's expression changed drastically in an instant. She never expected that Zhao Xiaojie would dare to have such a dirty idea. Stop. If you take another step forward, I'll call the police. Sophie immediately took out her cell phone and entered the number. As long as Zhao Xiaojie dared to act rashly, she would immediately press the dial button. Call the police? If you have the guts, just go ahead. Before the police arrive, I promise to make you want to die. Zhao Xiaojie looked fearless. Sophie bit her lip and looked a little panicked. No matter how strong she is still a woman. Faced with this situation, I didn't know how to respond for a moment. Bang! Zhao Xiaojie saw Sophie was in a daze. He immediately rushed forward, snatched Sophie's cell phone and threw it into the corner. Humph, you still dare to threaten me? Sophie, I advise you to just do it. As long as you agree to be my woman, you will be the mistress of the Zhao family in the future. You will have supreme wealth and status, which is tens of thousands times better than being Qin Yang's woman. You are a smart woman. You should know how to make the right choice. Sophie's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said in a cold voice. Zhao Xiaojie, if you dare to do anything improper to me today, I, Sophie, will do whatever it takes to make you regret what you did today. Zhao Xiaojie shook his head and couldn't help laughing. Sophie, do you think I, Zhao Xiaojie, will be scared by you? When I go back today, I will ask the family to prepare the betrothal gifts. Then, I will go to your home and ask your father for marriage. I think he won't refuse. Obviously. This was not a decision Zhao Xiaojie made on impulse. It seemed as if it had been carefully planned from the beginning. No, there's no way my dad would agree to that. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Sophie shook her head frantically. I don't accept Zhao Xiaojie's statement at all. This matter is not up to you to decide. Now let me taste your hot body. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaojie reached out his big hands to touch Sophie's graceful figure. There seems to be some movement inside. Will nothing happen to President Su? Shuya felt vaguely uneasy. She quickly stood up and tried to walk into the president's office. The young master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter this door. You should just go back to work and don't ask for trouble. The two big men in black were guarding the president's door like door gods. This document is urgent and requires President Su's signature. If the signing time is delayed and the company suffers huge losses, can you afford the compensation? Get out of my way. Shuya had already thought of the wording. Seeing that the other party did not agree to let her in, she immediately frowned and exuded an amazing aura. Bang! The big man in black raised his hand and slapped Shuya hard on the face. Bang! Shuya staggered and fell to the ground in an instant. A bright red palm print immediately appeared on that pretty face, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of the mouth. Secretary Shu. When the company employees saw this scene, they all ran forward. Assholes, what on earth do you guys want to do? That's right. This is our company. It's not your turn to act wildly here. Call the police and ask them to come and arrest them all. Everyone was filled with indignation and spoke angrily. What happened? Why is there so much noise? But at this moment, a voice came from the door. The person who came was Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, you're here just in time. A Mr. Xiao came to see Mr. Su, and his men blocked the door and refused to let us in no matter what. I'm afraid something dangerous might happen to Mr. Su in there. After seeing Qin Yang, Shuya seemed to have found her backbone instantly. At this moment, she didn't care about the pain on her cheek, and quickly got up from the ground and walked quickly to Qin Yang. And briefly described what happened. Surname Zhao? Could it be that guy Zhao Xujie? Oh no! Is Feier really in danger? Thinking of this, Qin Yang's face changed instantly. Immediately, he quickened his pace and walked directly towards the president's door. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. This moment. Qin Yang's eyes flashed coldly and he shouted directly to the two men in black. The young master has ordered that no one is allowed to step through this door without his permission. If you don't want to be beaten, just behave yourself. The big man in black didn't take Qin Yang seriously at all. At this time, he spoke even more arrogantly. Court death. Qin Yang was angry. He snorted coldly. Use your legs to exert force suddenly. His whole body was like a cheetah, with an extremely terrifying aura. When the two men in black saw Qin Yang take the initiative to launch an attack, their faces suddenly turned gloomy. Immediately, the two of them took steps. He swung his fist and punched Qin Yang in the chest. Bang! Qin Yang just raised his hands and easily blocked the fists of both of them. Then suddenly exert force. Snap! The sound of breaking bones was extremely clear. Ah! Two miserable screams came from the big man in black. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang raised his leg and kicked. The big man in black flew upside down and broke down the door of the president's office. Chapter 113. I will make the Zhao family pay the price. Such a huge noise undoubtedly scared both Zhao Xujie and Sophie. What the hell are you two doing? Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in and disturb me? When Zhao Xujie saw this scene, his face immediately became gloomy. At this moment, he questioned the two big men in black who were lying on the ground in a cold voice. Master, this kid insisted on breaking in. The two of us are no match for him. The big man in black felt very aggrieved. In fact, they were also strictly following Zhao Xujie's orders. But Qin Yang forced his way in, and with their strength, they couldn't stop him at all. Oh? After hearing this, Zhao Xujie came back to his senses. I found a young man standing in front of me. Qin Yang was as cold as ice, his eyes were staring at him intently. At this moment, he seemed like a terrifying beast that could threaten his life at any time. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to come so timely and even dare to ruin my good thing. You are really brave. Zhao Xiaojie's eyes fell on Qin Yang, and then he sneered. Zhao. Xiao. Jie. You are looking for death. Qin Yang, who has always been gentle and elegant, was really angry at this moment. He didn't expect this guy to be so crazy and dare to come directly to harass Sophie. Looking at Sophie's pale face, it was obvious that she was frightened just now. If Qin Yang had arrived 1 second later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Snort! It's still unclear who is seeking death. Qin Yang, don't take advantage of your abilities to show off in front of me. I'm telling you, if I, Zhao Xujie, want to kill you, it's only a matter of time. Faced with Qin Yang's questioning, Zhao Xujie was not afraid at all. At this moment, he spoke to Qin Yang in an extremely arrogant manner. Bang! Even though the two were 3 or 4 meters apart, Qin Yang took a step forward and immediately appeared in front of Zhao Xujie. Qin Yang raised his hand and slapped Zhao Xujie hard on the face. This slap was merciless. Zhao Xujie was stunned instantly. The whole person staggered and then fell to the ground. A bright red palm print instantly appeared on his fair cheek, looking extremely scary. Zhao Xujie covered his cheek as severe pain swept through his body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Qin Yang and said, Asshole, how dare you hit me? Do you know what consequences this will bring to you? Qin Yang took a step forward and walked directly in front of Zhao Xujie. Lift your leg and kick hard. Bang! The huge impact force caused Zhao Xiaojie's entire body to slide on the ground and finally hit the corner of the wall. Just from this one kick, Zhao Xiaojie had countless broken bones in his chest. After a few seconds, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted completely. You dare to have ideas about my woman, even if you are the king of heaven, I will make you peel off a layer of skin alive. Qin Yang quickly held Sophie in his arms and comforted her in a very gentle voice. Fair, it's okay. With me here, no one can hurt you. Woo woo. Sophie hugged Qin Yang tightly with both hands and finally couldn't help crying. Thinking back to what happened just now, she felt extremely scared. If Qin Yang hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Take your young master with you and get out of my sight immediately. And go back and tell the head of your Zhao family that you should prepare to face my wrath. I want them to see with their own eyes how I trampled the Zhao family from its peak step by step. The big man in black endured the pain in his body and struggled to get up from the ground. He picked up the unconscious Zhao Xiaojie and ran away covered in dust. Now that the matter has been resolved, you can all go back to work. The next moment, Qin Yang's eyes swept towards Shuya and other colleagues in the company, and then he opened his mouth and spoke. Hearing this, the crowd did not dare to watch and quickly dispersed. The president's office immediately returned to calm. Qin Yang picked up Sophie, put her on the sofa, and poured her a glass of water, hoping to calm her down. Fair, are you okay? After a moment, Qin Yang finally spoke and asked Sophie. Sophie shook her head and immediately replied, No. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I had come to you earlier, that bastard Zhao Xiaojie wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of you. Qin Yang felt a little guilty. He could see that Sophie was very frightened. This matter has nothing to do with you. Zhao Xiaojie is a lunatic. In order to get me, he dared to do such a dirty thing. There was a flash of fear in Sophie's eyes. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. I will make the Zhao family pay a heavy price. Having said that, Qin Yang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The Zhao family is in the Magic City and has a deep foundation. Qin Yang, you must not act recklessly. Otherwise, you will get yourself into huge trouble. When Sophie saw Qin Yang wanted to fight the entire Zhao family on his own, she was shocked. At that moment, he hurriedly dissuaded Qin Yang. Don't worry, I won't be so reckless. I know my own limits in this matter, so please don't interfere. In the next few days, you can move into my house and bring all your work from the company back home. Qin Yang was afraid that Zhao Xiaojie was still harboring evil intentions. Next, he will continue to harass Sophie. This okay? Sophie thought about it carefully and felt that what Qin Yang said made sense. So, I agreed directly. Okay, let's go back now, pack up your things, and move back to my house together. Qin Yang does what he thinks. About 40 minutes later, the Bugatti Chiron sports car arrived at the door of Sophie's villa. The two came to the hall and then went directly to the second floor. Sophie's room. Before, Qin Yang always wanted to come in and visit, but unfortunately he was rejected by the other party. And now that he finally had the chance to see it with his own eyes, he naturally wanted to take a closer look. The decoration of the room is very gorgeous. Especially the pink sheets and quilts, which undoubtedly highlight another side of Sophie. What are you looking at? Sophie opened her suitcase and was packing her daily necessities. When I turned around, I found Qin Yang in a daze. Unable to hold back for a moment, he asked out of curiosity. No, I'm just looking around. Qin Yang smiled awkwardly and then said. Sophie followed Qin Yang's gaze and looked at the pink sheets and quilts. Suddenly, his face turned red. What are you standing there for? Come over here and help me pack my things. Sophie rolled her eyes at Qin Yang and then urged him. Good. Qin Yang did not refuse either. It took more than half an hour. Only then did I pack my 2 suitcases. Then he carried the suitcase downstairs and put it in the car. Chapter 114 Uncle, leave this matter to me. Inside the Thompson Epine luxury villa. Qin Yang helped move Sophie's suitcases to the guest room. While Sophie was still packing, he went downstairs to the kitchen, took out some ingredients from the refrigerator, and started to get busy. In a blink of an eye. More than half an hour. 3 dishes and 1 soup, all delicious and fragrant, were placed on the table. Fair, come down to eat. Qin Yang walked to the corridor and shouted upstairs. Okay, right away. In a few seconds, Sophie changed into casual clothes and walked down in slippers. These are all new dishes, try them and see if they are delicious. Qin Yang picked up the chopsticks and took the initiative to put food into Sophie's bowl. I can do it myself. You've been busy for so long, take a rest. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with heartache. She felt that as long as Qin Yang was by her side, she could enjoy the ultimate care. Well, eat it. The meal is finished. Qin Yang picked up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. And at this time, Qin Yang discovered that a pair of soft little hands were hugging his waist from behind while he was washing dishes. Turn around and take a look. Sophie's figure appeared behind him without him noticing. He could clearly smell the fragrance coming from Sophie. Qin Yang, thank you. It seemed that Sophie felt insecure when she recalled what happened before. At this moment, she hugged Qin Yang tightly with both hands, and she felt an invisible force of strength. Do we still need to be so polite to each other? You are my Qin Yang's woman. It is my responsibility to protect you. I don't want to hear the word thank you in front of me anymore. Qin Yang deliberately put on a stern face and spoke to Sophie in a serious manner. Yes, I remember that. Sophie smiled sweetly, holding Qin Yang's waist with both hands, and couldn't help but hold on tighter. And at this time, a key hospital in the urban area. In the senior ward, Zhao Xie is still in a coma and shows no signs of waking up. Zhao Hui, the head of the Zhao family, glanced fiercely at the big man in black. Immediately, he asked in a cold voice. Tell me, why did the young master become like this? Who on earth dares to do such a cruel thing to him? The two big men in black kneeling in front of Zhao Hui suddenly felt as if a thorn was thorned in their backs, and a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly surged in their hearts. The leader gritted his teeth and reported everything to Zhao Hui. After a moment, a hint of viciousness flashed in Zhao Hui's eyes. What a great daughter of the Su family. It's her honor that my son likes her. It would have been fine if you didn't agree, but you actually had the audacity to have someone beat up my son. You are so audacious that you simply don't take my Zhao family seriously. A cold look appeared on Zhao Hui's face, and then he roared angrily. So he immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Su Tiannan's number. Beep, beep, beep. In less than a few seconds, the call was connected. Master Zhao, how are you these days? Soon, Su Tiannan's hearty laughter was heard from the other side. Su Tiannan, what does your precious daughter mean? Why did she ask someone to hurt my son? You took great pains to bring them together before, but after just a few days, you're already thinking of destroying the bridge after crossing it. Isn't this really disrespecting our Zhao family? Zhao Hui was furious. Especially when he heard Su Tiannan's laughter, a burning rage surged in his heart. Immediately, he questioned Su Tiannan. What? My daughter asked someone to beat up Xiaojie? No, there must be some misunderstanding. Su Tiannan's first reaction was disbelief. Sophie has always been smart and steady. Knowing that the Zhao family has a strong foundation, he was unsure of how much trouble this would bring to the family. If they are really forced to this point, there must be some unavoidable reasons. But at this moment, before Su Tiannan figured out the reason, he still wanted to say some good words for his daughter. Misunderstanding? My son is lying in a coma in the hospital, and you still dare to tell me it's a misunderstanding? Okay, Su Tiannan, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will make your Su family pay a heavy price for it. Zhao Hui looked angry. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving the other party a chance to explain. Zhao Hui immediately glanced at his subordinates beside him and said, use all the power of the Zhao family to investigate this thoroughly. I want to know where the guy who hurt my son is now. Yes, Patriarch. The man in black nodded, then immediately walked out of the ward door. The other side. Su Tiannan did not delay and called his daughter Sophie immediately. Dad, why did you call me? Is there something wrong? Sophie was sitting on the sofa at this time. When she heard her father calling, she subconsciously looked towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang was not surprised at all. Then he nodded to Sophie and gave her a look. Fair, tell Dad the truth, did Zhao Xie cause trouble for you? Su Tiannan's voice was extremely confident, as if he knew everything that had happened before. Dad, how do you know? Sophie originally planned to keep this matter secret and not tell Su Tiannan. But he didn't expect that he would find out in the end. Zhao Hui just called me and questioned me, and I guessed it. Zhao Xie, was he injured by Qin Yang? Apart from this, Su Tiannan couldn't think of anyone else who would be so cruel. Yes, Qin Yang was trying to save me, so he stopped in a moment of desperation. Dad, don't blame him. Sophie was afraid that her father would be angry with Qin Yang because of this matter. So, he took the initiative to plead for Qin Yang. Who said I blame him? Su Tiannan's voice immediately rose to a higher level. Then he said, at first I thought Zhao Xijie was a good candidate for son-in-law. But what he has done now really disappoints me. You and Qin Yang are both unharmed? Sophie shook her head, no. That's good. The Zhao family does have a good foundation in the Magic City. Normally, I would only give them some face. But now they actually dared to hurt my daughter. If I, Su Tiannan, hadn't said anything, they would really think that my Su family is so easy to bully. I'll find you some bodyguards later. I'll leave the rest to Dad. It is not difficult to see that Su Tiannan was also full of anger at this time. Because Sophie turned on the speakerphone. Therefore, Qin Yang naturally heard what Su Tiannan said just now. To be honest, he felt very relieved in his heart. At least, Su Tiannan still stood on their side at this critical moment. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said to Su Tiannan, Uncle, I won't bother you with this matter. Why not? Let me handle it. Chapter 115 Goddess Su begs to sleep with me. Qin Yang, this is not the time to joke around. Do you know how powerful the Zhao family is in the Magic City? With your strength, there is no way you can defeat the Zhao family. Faced with this situation, Qin Yang still dared to take the initiative to stand up. Su Tiannan admired this responsibility alone. But now is not the time to act on impulse. Uncle, I'm not kidding. Give me 3 days, and I will prove my strength with my actions. Qin Yang had already accumulated a lot of anger about what Zhao Xijie had done. Isn't it because of the Zhao family's background that he dares to be so arrogant and domineering? In this case, Qin Yang will start with the Zhao family. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Su Tiannan couldn't help but feel curious. Where does this guy get the confidence from? How dare you say such a thing? He did not investigate Qin Yang's background, but he also learned some information from Sophie. Qin Yang has an extraordinary talent for stock market investment. Could it be that he intends to start from this aspect? After a moment's silence, Su Tiannan finally spoke. Okay, I'll give you this chance. Remember, you only have 3 days. If I don't see any results, I will take action myself. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Don't worry, Uncle. I won't let you down. Well, I'll wait and see. After saying that, Su Tiannan hung up the phone. Villa lobby. Sophie's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang. Qin Yang, do you really have a solution? She knew that Qin Yang was filled with anger when this happened. But the enemy we have to face now is the Zhao family. Sophie was worried that if the situation was not handled properly, Qin Yang would be in danger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I promise you that I will make the Zhao family and Zhao Xijie pay the price. Qin Yang has a gentle personality, but that doesn't mean he can be bullied. Especially, the woman who bullied him. What Zhao Xijie did has completely touched Qin Yang's bottom line, so he will no longer tolerate it and must take action. That night. After taking a shower, Qin Yang lay down on the bed, thinking about how to attack the Zhao family. Just at this moment. Snap. The door was wrenched open. Sophie, wearing a sexy nightgown, walked over carefully. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang's whole face was stunned in an instant. Fair, what are you doing? I'm a little scared to sleep alone. Can I come and join you? Sophie was in the room. As soon as she closed her eyes, what happened in the afternoon came back to her mind, and she felt extremely uneasy. So, she plucked up her courage and took the initiative to go to Qin Yang's room. Sure. Qin Yang was overjoyed. At this moment, he quickly jumped up from the bed and walked quickly to Sophie. Then he took her soft little hand and walked towards his bed. Sophie sat on the bed. Seeing Qin Yang's eyes fixed on her, she hurriedly covered her perfect body with the quilt. This action made Qin Yang feel a little regretful. However, he quickly looked away. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. He put one hand on Sophie's shoulder and spoke softly and comfortingly. Sophie leaned on Qin Yang's chest, and a sense of security instantly emerged in her heart. I don't know how much time passed. When sleepiness came over her, Sophie gradually fell asleep. Qin Yang did not take the opportunity to do anything bad. He just hugged Sophie tightly, and they fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Sophie woke up and found herself and Qin Yang hugging each other. Thinking back to what happened last night, my face turned red with embarrassment. She carefully broke free from Qin Yang's arms. After getting up and putting on my shoes, I went straight back to my room to change clothes. Qin Yang was awakened by a phone call. Mr. Qin, I took the first flight this morning and arrived in the Magic City. I wonder if you have time now. I will send you the contract documents. Luo Tianxin's respectful voice soon came from the other end of the phone. So soon? Okay, I'll send you an address later and you can just come over. Qin Yang thought about it and replied directly. Okay, see you later then. Immediately following, Qin Yang greeted the security captain of Thompson Epine and said that someone would come to see him soon. The security captain naturally nodded quickly and guaranteed that the mission would be completed. After getting up and washing, Qin Yang came to the hall. Fair, why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? I saw Sophie was already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Qin Yang smiled and walked up to her and said, I'm used to it. That's great. I've prepared breakfast. Let's eat together later. Sophie specially cooked egg noodles just to reward Qin Yang. Really? Then I'll have to try it. Qin Yang did not feel disgusted, but was deeply touched. Because he knew that Sophie had never been involved in housework. It's rare that she cooks herself, so of course I have to honor her. 10 minutes later, the two sat at the dining table. They each served themselves a bowl of egg noodles and began to eat. How is it? Does it taste okay? Sophie knew very well that her cooking skills were no match for Qin Yang's. But I still couldn't help it and wanted to get the other party's approval. As long as you make it, it's delicious. Qin Yang picked up the chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. While eating, an expression of extreme enjoyment appeared on his face. You just know how to coax me. Sophie's mouth corners raised slightly. It was obvious that she was very happy after hearing Qin Yang's answer. After breakfast, the two planned to go out for a walk. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. It should be the company's legal department that has arrived. Fair, help me make some tea. I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, Qin Yang started walking towards the gate of the villa. Good. Sophie nodded quickly. The entrance of the villa. Luo Tianxin is a middle-aged man with a very mature face. At this moment, he was wearing a black suit, his leather shoes were polished to a shine, and he was holding a briefcase in his hand. Seeing Qin Yang coming towards him, he immediately bowed his waist and said, Mr. Qin. Are you the head of the legal department of the Civet Cat Group, Luo Tianxin? Qin Yang nodded, his eyes immediately fell on him, looking him carefully. Yes, it's me. Come with me. Then, Qin Yang turned and walked towards the villa hall. Luo Tianxin followed closely behind him. Sit anywhere. Qin Yang sat casually on the sofa, and then said to Luo Tianxin. Hearing this, Luo Tianxin nodded quickly. So, he straightened his back and sat directly opposite Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, this is your contract for the full acquisition of the Civet Cat Group. As long as you sign this document, you will have 100% control of the Civet Cat Group. Luo Tianxin took out several contracts from his briefcase. The next moment, he took out a pen from his chest pocket and placed it in front of Qin Yang. Good. Qin Yang picked up one of the contracts at random and scanned it quickly. After confirming that there were no problems, he took the pen and signed his name on the contract. Several contracts were signed one after another very quickly. At this moment, Sophie just walked over with tea and her eyes fell on the contract. Just one glance and she was completely stunned. Chapter 116. From now on, call me Director Qin. Civet Cat Group. Qin Yang had mentioned this to Sophie before, but she didn't know the background of this group. Later, Sophie went to check it out. Good job. This is an internet giant with a market value of hundreds of billions. Qin Yang actually acquired the company in full. Is there anything he can't do? Mr. Qin, who is this? When Luo Tianxin saw Sophie's face, he was immediately stunned by her beauty. It's not like he hasn't seen beautiful women before. But at such a close distance, seeing Sophie, who has even more temperament than a big star, it is inevitable to be flattered. She's my girlfriend, Sophie. Qin Yang shrugged and then began to introduce. Boom. Luo Tianchen was obviously shocked. I didn't expect Sophie would be Qin Yang's woman. Immediately, he stood up and greeted Sophie respectfully. Hello, Miss Su. Hello. When Sophie saw Qin Yang introduce her identity so solemnly, a hint of joy appeared on her face. However, she quickly hid herself. Mr. Qin, from this moment on, you will become the actual controlling shareholder of the Civet Cat Group. Some important decisions regarding the group may require your personal control. Of course, you can also find a capable assistant to help you supervise. Luo Tianchen smiled slightly and then said, Oh. So, do you have any good suggestions? Hearing this, Qin Yang looked at Luo Tianchen first and then asked. The rapid development of the Civet Cat Group in recent years is mainly due to the current executive president, Morong Shui. She graduated from Stanford University and is not only very capable but also very good at management. As soon as he took office, he demonstrated strong leadership qualities. In the 2 years since I took office in the group, I have set a series of records that ordinary people can't imagine. I think she should be a good candidate. The reason why Luo Tianchen recommended Morong Shui in front of Qin Yang was not out of selfish motives. Rather, it states an objective fact. To put it bluntly, Luo Tianchen admires Morong Shui very much. He didn't want Qin Yang to make personnel changes in the group as soon as he took office. Well, I know something about that. Give me Morong Shui's contact information so I can call her. Qin Yang thought about it and decided to talk to Morong Shui in person. Okay. A hint of joy appeared on Luo Tianchen's face. Then, he quickly took out Morong Shui's phone number from his mobile phone and sent it to Qin Yang. Shenzhen City. Civet Cat Group, President's Office. A beautiful female CEO with a proud figure was sitting in an office chair reading documents. She is Morong Shui. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. An unfamiliar caller number appeared on the screen. Morong Shui immediately put down the work at hand and looked at her mobile phone. Strange. Who is calling me? With a hint of curiosity, Morong Shui finally pressed the answer button. Hello, who are you? Qin Yang was suddenly amazed when he heard the melodious voice like a lark. The current executive president of the Civet Cat Group, Morong Shui, right? Hello, my name is Qin Yang. I just signed a contract with Luo Tianchen, the head of the group's legal department, and now I have officially become the actual controlling shareholder of the Civet Cat Group. Hearing what Qin Yang said, Morong Shui suddenly stood up from her office chair. Boss Qin, I'm so sorry. I'm really flattered that you would call me. As the executive president of the group, Morong Shui naturally knew that the group's shares had been fully acquired by a mysterious person. You know, the market value of the Limo Group is nearly 100 billion. The fact that they were able to acquire all of the group's shares so easily shows how profound the other party's background and foundation are. She has also been looking forward to meeting the future chairman. But I never thought that the other party would actually call me on his own initiative. It doesn't matter. Qin Yang could clearly feel Morong Shui's respect for him despite the age difference. He chuckled softly and then began to speak. Boss Qin, you came to me, is there something you want to tell me? Morong Shui is so smart. I already had some guesses in my mind about Qin Yang's call. Since I'm currently in Shanghai, I won't be able to come to Shenzhen to take charge of the work for a while. I plan to let you handle all the matters of the group, big or small. You just need to report to me regularly. I will let Luo Tianchen take the relevant authorization documents back to facilitate your work in the future. In addition, all employees will receive a 30% salary increase, which is a small benefit I will give to the group's employees. Qin Yang has looked at the financial statements of the Civet Cat Group in recent times and found that the performance is very good. Currently, the group has nearly 10 billion in liquid funds on its books, and does not have too much outstanding loans from banks. So, a temporary decision was made. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your trust in me. I, Morong Shui, will definitely not let you down. In addition, on behalf of all employees of the group, I would like to thank President Qin. This brief contact made Morong Shui's favorability towards Qin Yang soar. Well, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Just focus on your work. It was not until the call was hung up that Morong Shui slowly came back to her senses. Her face was filled with shock. It is totally unimaginable that the mysterious major shareholder who was able to acquire a group with a market value of hundreds of billions would be so young. I think Director Qin should be from a top wealthy family. With such a strong background, it's no wonder he's so generous. Following a boss like this, maybe I can reach a higher peak in the future. At this moment, Morong Shui sighed secretly in her heart. Mr. Qin, no, it's Director Qin. Now that the agreement has been signed, my mission on this trip has been completed. If you have no other instructions, I will take my leave now. Luo Tianchen looked at Qin Yang respectfully. Anyone who can reach his position knows how to read people's expressions. Things have been done, and it is not appropriate to continue staying in Qin Yang's house. Thanks a lot. Qin Yang nodded. It is not difficult to see that he has a good impression of Luo Tianchen. Return to the study. Qin Yang took out a notebook, which contained detailed information about the Xiao family. This was specially collected by Qin Yang at the request of Xiao. It has to be said that the Xiao family does have a deep foundation. Industries are spread all over Shanghai, so it is difficult to target them thoroughly. However, Qin Yang had already planned it out. He knew that the Xiao family was planning to acquire a jewelry store in the near future, with the intention of entering the luxury jewelry industry. Qin Yang's first step was to destroy the Xiao family's plan. 10 minutes later. Qin Yang greeted Sophie, "Fair, just stay at home and don't go anywhere. If anything happens, call me first. I'm going out now to take care of some things. I'll be back to accompany you as soon as I'm done." Sophie knew clearly what Qin Yang was going to do next. So she took the initiative to hug Qin Yang and gave him a kiss. "Be careful on the road, I'll wait for you to come back." Chapter 117 Reward, 30% of Tiffany Jewelry Group's shares. Ding, the random mission is started, I will risk my life for my beloved. Destroy the Xiao family's plan to enter the jewelry industry and reward them with 30% of the shares of Tiffany, the jewelry group. Just as Qin Yang stepped out of the villa door, an electronic sound immediately came into his mind. Yes, this mission comes at the right time. Qin Yang suddenly felt a little surprised. Then, the Bugatti Chiron drove directly from the villa gate to the city. Berkeley Jewelry is the partner that the Xiao family has had most frequent contact with in recent times. With the detailed information provided by Xiao, Qin Yang quickly contacted their president Lu Deepening. The two agreed to meet at Yupingxuan Tea House. An hour later, Qin Yang came to the private room. As soon as he arrived, a middle-aged man walked in. The current president of Berkeley Jewelry, Lu Deepening? Qin Yang looked at the plain-looking middle-aged man in front of him and asked curiously. Good. Are you Qin Yang, Mr. Qin? Lu Deepening looked a little shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Yang to be so young. He was just looking at documents in the group office when he suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. He said he wanted to meet me to discuss a big business deal. Lu Deepening didn't believe it at first and thought the other party was joking. But when Qin Yang revealed some of his cards, Lu Deepening instantly changed his attitude and quickly agreed. This is how we get the chance to meet right now. Yes, I am. Mr. Lu, this way please. Qin Yang smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to signal Lu Deepening to sit down and talk. Lu Deepening nodded and then sat on the sofa. But his eyes were always looking at Qin Yang carefully. Mr. Lu, I don't like beating around the bush. If I have something to say, I'll just say it directly. The reason I asked you out is because I know the Xiao family is interested in entering the jewelry industry and wants to reach a cooperation with your group. I only have one goal, which is to hope that Mr. Lu will refuse to cooperate with the Xiao family. Qin Yang did not hide anything and told the purpose of his trip truthfully. Mr. Qin, this is probably unlikely. I think you should be very clear about the influence of the Xiao family in Shanghai. If our Berkeley group cooperates with the Xiao family, it will definitely bring great convenience. Such a good opportunity, even if I agree, the other shareholders of the group will not agree. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Lu Deepening immediately shook his head and rejected his request without hesitation. Mr. Lu, don't rush to refuse. Why don't you listen to my plan first? Seeing Lu Deepening's actions, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. Lu Deepening also realized that he seemed to have lost his composure. After picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip, he nodded to Qin Yang and said, "Okay, go ahead. Businessmen pursue profits, and I know this very well. Since I asked you out, there must be a solution. If you agree to my request, I can allow your Berkeley Jewelry to reach a strategic cooperation with Tiffany and enjoy more resources." Qin Yang smiled and then spoke slowly. Tiffany Jewelry Group? Mr. Qin, are you serious? When Lu Deepening heard about Tiffany Jewelry Group, he became excited instantly. It is a top international jeweler and the king of luxury goods. If Berkeley Jewelry could reach a cooperation with Tiffany, it would definitely be hundreds or thousands of times better than the Xiao family. Of course, I won't joke about such an important matter. At this moment, Qin Yang's face showed strong confidence. Mr. Liu, so you might as well think about it seriously. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can immediately let the person in charge of Tiffany Jewelry contact you and sign a cooperation agreement. Seeing Qin Yang's confident look, Lu Daming couldn't help but believe it a little more. After a while, he said seriously, as long as Mr. Qin can promote the cooperation between Berkeley Jewelry and Tiffany, I agree to your request. Ding, random task completed. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Xiao family's plan to enter the jewelry industry. I will reward you with 30% of the shares of Tiffany, the jewelry group. Suddenly, Qin Yang felt extremely happy. Ding-a-ling. Just then, his cell phone rang. Mr. Qin, congratulations on your successful acquisition of 30% of Tiffany Jewelry Group's shares. The relevant procedures are being processed. In addition, according to the discussion held by the shareholders at the headquarters, they all agreed that you are suitable to serve as the executive president of the Magic City branch, Tiffany Jewelry Group. The appointment will be announced through the group's internal system in 10 minutes. Tiffany Jewelry Group, the legal director of the headquarters, Jackson, said to Qin Yang. Okay, thank you shareholders for your trust. Qin Yang smiled slightly. Things went even more smoothly than he had imagined. Now, he not only got 30% of the shares of Tiffany Jewelry Group, but also inexplicably became the executive president. It would become more convenient for him to do next. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang looked at Lu Daming. Mr. Liu, do you mind coming with me? Where are you going? Tiffany Jewelry, Magic City branch. More than half an hour later. The Bugatti Chiron was parked in front of the Tiffany Jewelry building. Qin Yang and Lu Daming were walking towards the gate at this time. Mr. Liu, tell me the truth, what can you do to facilitate the cooperation between Berkeley Jewelry and Tiffany? Lu Daming had been feeling curious since the beginning, but he felt a little embarrassed to speak out. Now, both of them are standing in front of the Tiffany Jewelry building. Lu Daming finally couldn't help it, so he mustered up the courage to ask Qin Yang. It's simple, because I'm the CEO of the Magic City branch, Tiffany Group. Working with Berkeley Jewelry only takes a word from me. Qin Yang smiled. Then he said to Lu Daming. Mr. Qin, the current CEO of Tiffany Group is obviously a foreigner. There is no point in making such a joke. When Lu Daming heard Qin Yang's words, his face looked a little ugly. He even suspected in his heart that Qin Yang had been painting a rosy picture for him from the very beginning, which made him feel like he was being cheated. I'm telling the truth. If you really don't believe it, I'll prove it to you later. There was no sign of panic on Qin Yang's face. The reason why Lu Daming said this was because he didn't know that Tiffany Group headquarters had issued a new appointment. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? The beautiful clerk at the front desk saw Qin Yang and Lu Daming coming forward, smiled and asked. I am Qin Yang, the newly appointed executive president of Tiffany Jewelry Group headquarters. Notify all mid-level and above personnel in the group to hold a meeting in the conference room in 15 minutes. Chapter 118 New Executive President. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the beautiful front desk clerk was confused. However, when she saw that Qin Yang had a serious face and didn't look like he was joking at all, she immediately used the front desk phone to contact the president's office. As a result, the president's office was in an uproar. What? President Qin is here? He's in the lobby of the group right now? Hurry up and notify all the mid-level and above personnel in the group to hold a meeting in the conference room in 15 minutes. The newly appointed CEO of our headquarters has arrived. For a moment, all the staff in the president's office were busy. Boss Qin, the CEO's office has already notified everyone of your instructions. Besides, they are on their way down now. Why don't you sit over there and rest? I'll bring you a cup of coffee. The beautiful front desk clerk has already confirmed Qin Yang's identity, and her attitude is now extremely respectful. Okay. Qin Yang nodded, and then he and Lu Daming went to the sofa in the corner. Mr. Qin, are you really the newly appointed CEO of Tiffany Jewelry Group? Isn't this too unbelievable? Until this moment, Lu Daming still couldn't believe it. He looked at Qin Yang in shock and said, I just acquired a few shares of Tiffany Jewelry Group, and then the shareholders of the headquarters immediately held a meeting and decided to let me serve as the executive president of the Magic City branch headquarters. This appointment was just issued. Qin Yang smiled slightly and then explained. Is that the phone call just now? Lu Daming only then remembered that Qin Yang seemed to have said thank you into the phone. That's right. Qin Yang admitted it generously. The coffee was served and the two took a sip. The VIP elevator opened, and a beautiful blonde woman with a group of elites in suits and ties immediately came towards Qin Yang. Boss Qin, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect you to take office so soon, so we haven't had time to hold a welcoming ceremony yet. Luna walked up to Qin Yang, a hint of respect in her eyes, and spoke fluent Chinese. No problem. I don't care about the so-called welcome ceremony. Qin Yang waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to meet everyone and get to know them officially. Soon, the group headed upstairs. Boss Lu, please take a rest in the VIP room. After I finish the meeting, I will immediately arrange for someone to discuss cooperation with you. Nearing the door of the conference room, Qin Yang suddenly stopped, turned to look at Lu Daming, and spoke to him. No problem. Lu Daming naturally didn't dare to object and quickly nodded in agreement. A few minutes later. Tiffany Group, in the meeting room. Almost all the mid-level and above personnel are in place. Everyone was talking about it and began to wonder why the headquarters suddenly changed the executive president. Such a big personnel change made many people feel a little nervous. The president's office and senior management in particular seem a little nervous as they will have to work frequently with the new executive president. Snap! The door to the conference room was pushed open. Qin Yang walked in the front, followed closely by Luna and others from the president's office. Qin Yang naturally took the position of executive president. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some people were shocked that Qin Yang was so young, some were amazed at his good looks, and some doubted whether Qin Yang could lead the group further as the executive president. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Yang. I'm 26 years old and graduated from the finance department of Magic City University. Because I acquired the shares of Tiffany Jewelry Group, the headquarters temporarily decided to appoint me as the executive president of the Magic City branch. With so many of you here, you may doubt whether I am qualified for this position at such a young age. But I want to tell you that the reason why Tiffany Jewelry Group has achieved what it has today is not only due to its brand value, but also due to the hard work of everyone here. The reason why I held this impromptu meeting today is mainly because I want to get to know you all. In addition, effective immediately, the salaries of all employees in the group will increase by 30%. Promotions will no longer be based on seniority. As long as you have the ability and have outstanding performance in the quarterly assessment, you will be promoted as an exception. A new official starts with 3 things. However, instead of showing his strong side, Qin Yang took the initiative to raise employees' salaries and benefits and established new rules. Long live President Qin! For a moment, everyone present was ecstatic. After the temporary meeting, Qin Yang called Luna to him and asked, "Who is the sales director of Tiffany Jewelry?" Zhang Linlin. Tell her to meet me in the VIP lounge. Okay, Mr. Qin. Not long. Qin Yang walked out of the conference room and went directly to the VIP lounge. Lu Daming had just drunk a few cups of tea when he heard someone opening the door and immediately looked over. Boss Qin, you finished the meeting so soon? Yeah. It's just an impromptu meeting. It won't take much time at all. Boss Qin, you're looking for me? Just then, Zhang Linlin appeared at the door. She knocked on the door and then walked to Qin Yang. Yes, you've come at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lu from Berkeley Jewelry. She is our Tiffany Jewelry Sales Director, Zhang Linlin. Qin Yang smiled and took the initiative to introduce the two people. Director Zhang, I want Berkeley Jewelry to become Tiffany's partner for the next quarter. I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Is that okay? After saying this, Qin Yang looked directly at Zhang Linlin. No. Zhang Linlin nodded decisively. That's good. Leave your contact information to each other. Mr. Lu, Director Zhang will be in charge of the details of the next cooperation. Okay. Lu Daming was feeling extremely excited at this moment. He never imagined that Berkeley Jewelry could get the support of a big name like Tiffany Jewelry. I was even more grateful to Qin Yang. After coming back to his senses, Lu Daming patted his chest and vowed, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I will definitely take care of the Zhao family." Although the Zhao family has a deep foundation in Shanghai, different industries are like different worlds. Berkeley is not afraid of being targeted and suppressed by the Zhao family. Moreover, if the Zhao family offended Qin Yang, they would face huge troubles. Lu Daming is a smart man and naturally knows how to make a choice. Well, that's fine. Seeing that the purpose of this trip had been achieved, Qin Yang did not stay here any longer. Before leaving, Qin Yang exchanged contact information with Luna. Although Qin Yang is now the executive president of Tiffany Jewelry Group, he obviously intends to be a hands-off boss. If there is nothing particularly important, I probably won't come. Therefore, Qin Yang needs someone to help him keep an eye on things. And Luna is undoubtedly the best candidate. Chapter 119, Acting Cool in Front of Goddess Su. That afternoon. A key hospital in the city, a high-end ward. Zhao Xiejie was in a coma all night and only woke up just now. "Xiaojie, you finally woke up? How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell?" When Zhao Hui saw his son wake up, excitement immediately showed on his face. "Dad, where is this place? Why am I here?" Zhao Xiejie just felt his head was a little heavy and his consciousness was fuzzy. "This is the city hospital. Yesterday, you were severely injured by Qin Yang and you were unconscious for the whole night." Zhao Hui looked at Zhao Xiejie with a distressed expression. "Yes, I remember. Qin Yang, this guy, he ruined my plan again." Zhao Xiejie leaned on the hospital bed. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and he cursed angrily. "Xiaojie, just stay in the hospital and recover from your injuries. Dad promises you that he will make Qin Yang kneel before you and kowtow to you to apologize. Anyone who dares to hit Zhao Hui's son will pay a heavy price no matter who he is. What's more, according to the information obtained by Zhao Hui's investigation, this Qin Yang is just a young man with no background. With the Zhao family's background, it would be easy to deal with this kid." "Thank you, Dad." When Zhao Xiejie heard this, his expression eased a little. But at this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Zhao Hui's secretary came in anxiously and said to Zhao Hui, "Mr. Zhao, something happened. Mr. Lu from Berkeley Jewelry just personally refused to cooperate with our Zhao group. Our plan to enter the jewelry industry may be ruined." "What? What the hell is going on?" Upon hearing the bad news, Zhao Hui instantly lost his composure. He had been preparing for this plan for a long time and had invested a lot of money in it. It can be said that this is the largest project of the Zhao group at present. In order to facilitate this cooperation, he even personally met with Lu Daming. All the details had been discussed and the only thing left was to sign the cooperation agreement. Zhao Hui would never have thought that Lu Daming would dare to change his mind at such a critical moment. "I have investigated and found that it is Qin Yang who is behind this. I don't know what means he used to make Berkeley Jewelry and Tiffany Jewelry Group reach a cooperation agreement. So, Mr. Lu changed his mind at the critical moment." The secretary told Zhao Hui all the information he had obtained from the investigation. "It's this Qin Yang again. I think this guy is simply tired of living. He dares to go against my Zhao family again and again." At this moment, Zhao Hui was so angry that his face turned blue, and he wished he could make Qin Yang pay a heavy price immediately. "Boss Xiao, what should we do now? The group has invested a large sum of money in this project. Without Berkeley Jewelry's support, the previously estimated returns would be greatly reduced. When the shareholders on the board of directors come to investigate, things will be even more difficult to handle." The secretary was a little confused for a moment and could only hope that Zhao Hui would come up with a decision as soon as possible. "Make an appointment with Lu Daming for me. I want to talk to him in person." Zhao Hui frowned and said to his secretary. Qin Yang returned home to his villa. "As soon as I walked into the hall, I saw Sophie sleeping on the sofa." He walked carefully to Sophie, his eyes full of tenderness. "Finally, I couldn't help but reach out and touch her hair." Also at this time, Sophie's eyelashes trembled slightly. The next second, he opened his eyes. "Qin Yang, when did you come back?" Sophie looked shy. "I didn't expect that I would fall asleep while lying on the sofa. Just now." "Why, are you too bored at home alone?" Qin Yang picked up Sophie's delicate body and asked in a low voice. "Yes, it is true. I've asked Shuya to help me keep an eye on the company's affairs. After finishing all these, I sat on the sofa and watched TV, and fell asleep before I knew it. Sophie nodded. On weekdays, she spends all her time at work. Now that I have to put work aside for the moment and can't go out and run around, isn't it boring? Go upstairs and change into your sportswear. I'll take you to some fun place. Xinyan thought about it and quickly said to Sophie. Really? Are you sure you want to take me out? Sophie was stunned for a moment, and then showed an expression of disbelief. Of course. The Xiao family must be having a headache right now and won't be able to take care of us for a while. Besides, I'm here to protect you. Xinyan smiled and nodded. Yeah. Hearing this, Sophie jumped up from the sofa with joy, and hung directly on Xinyan like a koala. Then I'll carry you up. See here. Xinyan simply hugged Sophie and walked upstairs. 10 minutes later. Xinyan and Sophie changed their clothes and walked towards the villa gate hand in hand. Downtown, Youth Sports Club. Xinyan used to come to this place often. As soon as the two stepped into the venue, they heard hurried footsteps. The scene was packed with people, and many young men and women were sweating. Fair, do you want to play basketball or badminton? Before Xinyan arrived, he booked the venue in advance. So I'm not worried about being disturbed by others. Anything is fine. Sophie remembered that when they first met, Xinyan said that he was good at ball sports. Exercising in a place like this is indeed much more interesting than going to the gym. Moreover, in recent times, because Xinyan is an excellent cook, Sophie has been eating more and has not spent time on exercise. So without realizing it, I gained a little weight. She should have come to this place earlier. Okay, then I'll take you to play basketball. Come to think of it, I haven't had much fun since I graduated from college. I guess now, my skills are a little rusty. Xinyan smiled slightly and then explained. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter how unfamiliar you are, you will definitely fight better than me. Sophie had a smile on her face. To be honest, she was also curious about what Xinyan would look like when playing basketball. Probably, he is quite handsome. Okay, let me show you my skills first. After being praised by Sophie, Xinyan really became interested. He took a basketball from the rack and handed it to Sophie. Then, Xinyan picked up another basketball and patted it casually. I want to find the feel of the ball by dribbling. Come on. After Xinyan's physical fitness was strengthened, the first thing that improved was his jumping ability. At this moment, in front of Sophie, he couldn't help but want to show off his handsomeness. Bang bang bang. Xinyan dribbled the basketball, then stopped suddenly and jumped up with his legs. I saw him flying into the air and lifting the basketball high with both hands. Bang! The next moment, Xinyan violently dunked the basketball into the basket. Xinyan was hanging in the air, emitting an indescribable domineering aura. So handsome. At this moment, Sophie looked at Xinyan with eyes full of admiration. Chapter 120 Barbecue. I feel like I've been tricked. In the past, Xinyan could at most barely dunk. But it is still difficult to stretch your body so naturally. Xinyan loosened his hands and landed safely on the ground. Then he looked at Sophie and said, Fair, do you think my level is okay? Amazing, really amazing. Sophie gave Xinyan a thumbs up. She seldom participated in sports meets when she was in school, and she could never understand why every time the boys had a game, there would always be a crowd of girls cheering them on. Now that Sophie is dating Xinyan, and seeing how handsome and heroic he is on the court, she can finally understand this feeling. Well, try shooting a basketball too. Xinyan walked up to Sophie and said with a smile. Well, just wait and see. Sophie squeezes out time to exercise every once in a while, so her figure can stay in perfect shape. Now, she walked into the inside with the basketball in her arms. Probably the free throw line. Sophie looked towards the basket, then threw the basketball in her hand hard. Swish! The basketball forms a parabola in the air. In the end, it went straight into the net. It went in, and I made the shot too. Sophie couldn't help but jump for joy. She obviously didn't expect that her first shot would go straight into the net. As expected of a beautiful CEO, she is so talented. Xinyan couldn't help but look up to Sophie. Unexpectedly, she really has this ability. That is. Sophie was in a very good mood. Suddenly, her mind turned, her eyes flickered, and she said to Xinyan, Xinyan, why don't we make a bet? I shoot from the free throw line and you shoot from the 3-point line. There are 3 balls in a game. See who scores more goals. Whoever loses must unconditionally promise the other party something. How about it, do you dare to bet with me? Qin Yang looked at Sophie in disbelief, thinking that she was deliberately bullying him. Fair, don't you think this is a bit unfair to me? Will it? Sophie pretended not to know. Then, he spoke again. You are a grown man, don't you even have the courage to gamble with me? Besides, even though you are so skilled, I may not be able to beat you. When Qin Yang heard Sophie's words, he felt that it made sense for a moment. So I didn't say much and just agreed readily. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Sophie was secretly delighted to see that her plan had succeeded. He looked at Qin Yang slyly. You go first or me? Ladies first. Qin Yang was very curious. Sophie took the initiative to propose a bet. He wondered if she really had the ability to win the bet. Good. Sophie was not polite either. The bet has been made, and she is not afraid that Qin Yang will break his promise. First goal. Sophie stood at the free throw line and took a deep breath. He stared at the basket and threw the basketball out. Swish. Got in. It's still a hollow ball. Qin Yang nodded secretly. It seemed that Sophie had a good foundation and her shooting accuracy was very high. Second goal. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. The third goal. Another hollow ball. In total, there were 3 goals, and Sophie scored 2. Sophie herself felt a little regretful about this result. If all 3 goals were scored, the game would be a foregone conclusion. When Sophie thought about Qin Yang's excellent ball skills, she was still a little worried, fearing that the opponent would make a comeback in this situation. Next, it's my turn. Qin Yang dribbled the basketball and walked to the 3-point line. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of confidence on his face. This scene made Sophie feel a little uneasy. Chapter 121. Good love will make people willing to surrender. I really don't believe that Qin Yang can always hit the target from beyond the 3-point line. With this mentality, Sophie's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang at this moment. Qin Yang stopped dribbling, bent his legs slightly, then jumped into the air and made a standard shooting gesture with his hands. The basketball forms a beautiful parabola in the air. Swish. Hollow ball. The first shot from beyond the 3-point line went in directly. It seems that I am lucky. Qin Yang was also somewhat surprised by this result. A smile appeared on his face subconsciously, and he looked at Sophie with some pride. Humph, you only scored 1 goal. You may not be able to score the next 2 goals. Sophie pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Then let's continue watching. The first ball was successfully hit, which undoubtedly gave Qin Yang confidence. Soon, Qin Yang started shooting the second ball. Swish. Without a doubt, it was another hollow ball. Seeing this scene, Sophie looked obviously disappointed. Qin Yang also realized that he shouldn't have won this game. The third goal. He obviously let it go on purpose. The basketball hit the basket directly and bounced out instantly. 2 goals out of 3. Same with Sophie. The bet between the two obviously ended in a draw. Oh, what a pity. Qin Yang walked up to Sophie and said with a regretful expression. Okay, I know you let it go on purpose. Sophie saw through Qin Yang's tricks at a glance. At that moment, he ruthlessly exposed it. Okay, fair, don't be angry. At worst, let's have another bet. You take a shot from the free throw line, and if it goes in, you win. The conditions are just as you said. Qin Yang saw that Sophie seemed to be in a low mood. After thinking it over carefully, he spoke again. Hey, this is a good idea. Hearing what Qin Yang said, Sophie showed a hint of excitement. Soon, Sophie walked to the free throw line with the basketball. She stared at the basket and took a deep breath. Then, he threw the basketball. The basketball hit the rim first and then bounced onto the backboard. Boom, boom, boom. It hit the ball several times in a row and seemed to be about to bounce out, but because of the angle, it kept switching back and forth between the basket and the backboard. Sophie's heart also began to tighten. In the end, the basketball stumbled and finally went in. Yeah. I won. Seeing this scene, Sophie jumped up with joy. I see. Qin Yang felt a little amused and helpless about this goal. It seems that even God is helping Sophie. Remember our previous bet. You have to promise me one thing unconditionally. Sophie walked up to Qin Yang with a proud look on her face and said. Then you have to think carefully about what you want me to do for you. Seeing Sophie so happy, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel happy. If Sophie could always be this happy, he would even be willing to lose a few more times. Don't worry, I'll tell you when I think of it. Sophie said with joy. Good. However, at this moment, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan walked over directly. Brother Qin, sister-in-law. There was a traffic jam on the road, which delayed us a bit. It's okay, you two came just in time, how about playing a few games together? Qin Yang smiled slightly and took the initiative to propose. Okay. Jiang Bei did not refuse. He first took a moment to warm up, then dribbled the ball to find his touch. When I was in college, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei are known as the Golden Partners. Both of them are very good at playing basketball and once helped the department win the championship. Of course, at this moment, the two of them were not trying to determine the winner. It's just to have some fun and play around. Qin Yang and Su Fei versus Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan. You guys go first. Qin Yang handed the right to attack to Jiang Bei. Then we won't be polite. Jiang Bei didn't act pretentiously and agreed directly. Zhang Mengyan served the ball and the basketball fell into Jiang Bei's hands. Soon, Qin Yang came up to defend and it was a 1v1 situation in an instant. Jiang Bei first took a tentative step, trying to divert Qin Yang's center of gravity. But it was obvious that Qin Yang didn't buy it at all. Jiang Bei lowered his center of gravity, then accelerated his dribbling, and in one step he left Qin Yang behind him. Qin Yang showed a hint of amusement on his face, and he followed Jiang Bei closely with fast steps. Just at this moment, Jiang Bei made a fake move under his crotch, hugged the basketball with both hands, and took a step back. Then, he jumped up and down on the spot. The whole set of movements is done in one go, flowing smoothly, and the posture is as beautiful as a painting. Swish! The basketball hit the net and scored the first point. Not bad. Your movements are not rusty at all. It seems that you have time to practice basketball regularly. Qin Yang did not hesitate to praise Jiang Beifan for his recent move. Hey, that's it. A hint of pride appeared on Jiang Bei's face. Zhang Mengyan and Sophie also saw Jiang Bei's handsome moves and couldn't help but feel surprised on their faces. Amazing. Mengyan, it seems that your Jiang Bei is quite powerful. Sister Fei, please don't praise him like that. Jiang Bei just can't stand being praised. He gets carried away very easily. Although she said this, Zhang Mengyan's face was full of pride at this moment. And Brother Qin's ball skills are probably not bad either. Let's just watch the show from the side. Sophie smiled and couldn't help but look forward to what Qin Yang would do next. The charm of watching basketball games at such a close distance is simply indescribable. Fair, help me serve the ball, and watch how I teach this guy Jiang Bei a lesson. After all, his girlfriend is right next to him, so how could Qin Yang just focus on letting Jiang Bei show off? He must get this back immediately. Okay. Hearing this, Sophie was delighted. Soon, she passed the basketball to Qin Yang. Brother Qin, please be gentle and save some face for me. Meng Yan is still watching. Jiang Bei didn't want to use it, and he knew that he couldn't defend against Qin Yang at all. At this moment, he had no choice but to beg Qin Yang for mercy in a low voice. Don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Yang smiled playfully. Then he started attacking with the ball. Bang bang bang. Qin Yang dribbled the basketball and first made a few changes of direction under his crotch, intentionally trying to mislead Jiang Bei and reveal his flaws. But Jiang Bei is very smart. He knew that this was the offensive method Qin Yang was good at, so he kept his center of gravity low at all times, for fear of being knocked down by Qin Yang. But this does not mean that Jiang Bei has really successfully defended Qin Yang. Qin Yang accelerated and instantly surpassed Jiang Bei by half his body. Jiang Bei was not willing to be outdone, and immediately chased after him, intending to stop Qin Yang's attack. But unfortunately, it's still too slow. Qin Yang's speed was so fast that before Jiang Bei could catch up, he had already rushed into the inside with the ball. He stopped his feet suddenly and jumped directly into the air. Good opportunity. Jiang Bei's eyes focused and he immediately captured the perfect opportunity. He gritted his teeth, accelerated quickly, and then jumped up. He stretched out his right hand, and was about to reward Qin Yang with a big hot pot. But soon, he found something wrong. Damn it! It was obviously Qin Yang who jumped first, and Zhang Bei was delayed by about 1 second. But when Zhang Bei reached the highest point and was about to fall, Qin Yang continued to fly into the sky. The difference in jumping explosive power made Zhang Bei feel like crying. Chapter 122. How many secrets does he have? I was just daydreaming. I actually wanted to block Brother Qin's shot. Now that I think about it, I'm really bringing shame upon myself. Brother Qin, you said you would torture me gently? Zhang Bei felt extremely complicated. At this moment, he could only watch Qin Yang dunk over his head. Bang! The basketball in Qin Yang's hand was slammed into the basket. And his entire body was hanging in the air. Qin Yang looked down at Zhang Bei with a playful smile on his face. Boy, you want to cover me? You are still a little naive. Brother Qin, you really don't give me any face at all. It would be fine if you just shot and scored, but you had to dunk on me. Yes, you are so handsome, I can only be your background picture. Zhang Bei suddenly looked resentful and felt very bad. Come on, boy, be a man, stop being so pretentious. Later, I'll make you look handsome a few times. Qin Yang opened the basket with both hands, and then his figure landed steadily on the ground. Next, the whole game became a performance show between Zhang Bei and Qin Yang. Sophie and Zhang Mengyan watched and applauded. The admiration and worship values instantly reached the maximum. Drink some water. The showdown is over. In the end, Qin Yang completely defeated Zhang Bei. Sophie handed the mineral water in her hand to Qin Yang with a smile on her face. It can be seen that Sophie was in a very good mood at this time. I haven't exercised like this for a long time. I suddenly feel refreshed all over. Qin Yang took the mineral water, unscrewed it and started drinking. Although he was sweating at the moment, he felt in very good condition. This is the first time I've seen you play basketball. I didn't expect you to be so good at it. I guess you were also a top player on your school's basketball team when you were in college? Sophie's beautiful eyes flickered. She could probably guess that someone like Qin Yang, who was handsome, had good academic performance, and was also such a great basketball player. In school, he will definitely be loved by female classmates. I guess so. But I only play a few games during departmental competitions. Normally, I don't even dare to go to the basketball court, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Qin Yang has a certain understanding of his own charm. I know that if I play basketball, it will definitely attract the attention of the opposite sex and cause a sensation. In order to avoid this situation, Qin Yang usually does not choose to play ball. At most, I would go to the playground to run in the morning. Is this the trouble with being too charming? Sophie took out a towel and took the initiative to wipe Qin Yang's sweat. Why, are you jealous? Seeing that Sophie looked a little uncomfortable, Qin Yang took the initiative to grab her soft little hand and asked in a playful tone. Who's jealous? I'm not. It was obvious that Qin Yang was right, but Sophie quickly denied it. She is also very charming and has many suitors. Why should I be jealous of Qin Yang's classmates of the opposite sex? Really? Qin Yang didn't believe it, and then asked again to confirm. Anyway, your classmates can only watch, and it's impossible for them to date you. There's no comparison with me. Sophie didn't care at all that Qin Yang was covered in sweat. At this time, he took the initiative to hug Qin Yang with both hands. Yes, you are quite right. Only you are the woman I, Qin Yang, love the most. I don't even take other people seriously. Qin Yang looked at Sophie affectionately, his voice full of tenderness. There was a lot of dog food showing off at the scene. Fortunately, Zhang Bei and Zhang Mengyan didn't even look in their direction. The two of them also hugged each other, being as intimate as a couple. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yang and Zhang Bei leaned back on the bench and started chatting. Brother Qin, have you already started to act? I heard that the cooperation between the Xiao family and Berkeley Jewelry has broken down. This should be all your credit, right? When Zhang Bei learned the news, his first reaction was that Qin Yang took action. Although he didn't know how Qin Yang did it, he told Zhang Bei directly that apart from Qin Yang, no one else had such ability. You guessed right. I did this. I acquired shares of Tiffany Jewelry Group and then personally met with Lu Deepening, the president of Berkeley Jewelry, and asked him to voluntarily give up cooperation with the Xiao family. When that happens, I'll have Tiffany work with Berkeley. Businessmen are profit-driven, and they simply can't refuse such good offers. And this is just the beginning. I will trample the Zhao family under my feet step by step. Let them know what the price is for bullying my woman. Qin Yang already had a series of plans in his mind. This incident is just the beginning. I knew it. Jiang Bei was overjoyed when he heard Qin Yang admit it himself. Even now, Jiang Bei still doesn't know how many cards Qin Yang has. But as long as he opens his mouth, Jiang Bei will try every means to help. Jiang Bei, you don't need to worry about things here. Just focus on the financial company. This is also a good opportunity to prove to your father that you are fully capable of standing on your own. Qin Yang has known Jiang Bei for so many years. I know he has been holding his breath. Now is undoubtedly the best time to prove yourself. Brother Qin, don't worry, I know what to do. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with gratitude. If it weren't for Qin Yang's help, he probably wouldn't be where he is today. We are brothers, no need to say more. That night, Zhao Hui and Lu Daming met at Vangstar Hotel. In the private room, the two sat facing each other. A hint of anger flashed in Zhao Hui's eyes, but he still suppressed it. He smiled slightly and said to Lu Daming, "Boss Lu, how come you suddenly changed your mind about the cooperation we agreed on before? My Xiao group has already invested a large amount of money in the early stage. As long as Berkeley cooperates with our group, it will definitely make money. How about you think about it again? If you are not satisfied with the details of the contract, we can discuss it in detail." Lu Daming did not hesitate and shook his head and said, "Mr. Zhao, I am also very willing to cooperate with the Zhao group. But this is a major decision made after the company's shareholders meeting, and it is not something I can change at will. For this, I express my deepest apologies." Lu Daming is a smart man. Although he didn't know what kind of conflict there was between Qin Yang and the Zhao family. But now that things have developed to this point, there is absolutely no way he would offend the Zhao family for no reason. So long before he came, he had already decided to give Zhao Hui an explanation. "Boss Lu, let's not beat around the bush. Tell me honestly, is it that kid Qin Yang who was behind this?" Zhao Hui's eyes flashed with coldness. Immediately, he questioned Lu Daming directly. Lu Daming naturally didn't dare to reveal Qin Yang's news. For a moment, I was in a difficult situation. Chapter 123, The Vengeful Zhao Hui. It seems that what I said was right. Seeing Lu Daming hesitating, Zhao Hui knew that he was right. The next moment, Zhao Hui said angrily, "Boss Lu, I don't know what conditions Qin Yang promised you, but if you refuse to cooperate with the Zhao group, you are going against my Zhao family. As for the consequences, I advise you to think carefully about it." After saying this, Zhao Hui left angrily. Lu Daming did not show any fear on his face. He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Qin Yang's contact number. "Boss Qin, it's just as you expected. Zhao Hui came to see me again. He must be having a headache, right?" On the other end of the phone, Qin Yang replied with a smile. "Yes, he even said something harsh to me before he left. I'm afraid he won't let this go easily. Don't worry, he has no chance of turning over." "Yes, I understand. I will inform you as soon as I have any news." After communicating with Qin Yang for a while, Lu Daming hung up the phone. He muttered with disdain, "So what about the Zhao family? If you offend Boss Qin, your troubles are still to come." Soon, it was the next day. Zhao Hui knew clearly that Berkeley Jewelry was determined not to cooperate with the Zhao group. As a last resort, he had to settle for the next best thing and asked his secretary to contact several other jewelry groups. Although they are not as famous as Berkeley Jewelry, they are still well known in Shanghai and can be considered a good alternative. However, the result shocked him greatly. It seems that these jewelry groups have all communicated with each other in advance. When he heard the title of Zhao Group, he immediately hung up the phone without even giving me a chance to meet. "Qin Yang, I swear, I will make you pay the price." Zhao Hui only then realized that he had underestimated Qin Yang's ability. Golden Glory Club. This is the territory of Hongsihai, the largest underground force in the Magic City. I learned from Zhao Xijie that Qin Yang was a very skilled man and the bodyguards hired by his family at a high salary could not deal with him at all. So, Zhao Hui personally met with Hongsihai to discuss a deal with him. "Mr. Zhao, what a rare guest. What brings you here?" Hongsihai was naturally no stranger to Zhao Hui. Especially when he recognized Zhao Hui's identity, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Because this means that another large sum of money will flow into his pocket. Fourth Master, I won't hide anything from you. Recently, there is a guy who doesn't know how to live or die. He has been opposing my Zhao family by relying on his own abilities. I hope you can help me get rid of him. After the matter is done, I will give you 5 million. How about it? People in the underworld all call Hong Sihai Fourth Master. Zhao Hui has always disdained dealing with such people. But Qin Yang's actions this time were really too much, and he simply couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. Zhao Hui would only come to Hong Sihai for help when he had no other choice. 5 million? As expected of Mr. Zhao, you are so generous. When he heard the amount, Hong Sihai's face showed some excitement. But he soon restrained himself and spoke to Zhao Hui with a flattering look on his face. In a word, do you want to take this job or not? Zhao Hui's patience is limited. If he didn't make Qin Yang pay the price sooner, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred he had for Qin Yang in his heart. Yes, of course. Why not make money? Hong Sihai said hurriedly. There is no reason to push away the money that has been delivered to your door. What is more, he is a big money sponsor like Xiao Hui. Boss Xiao, do you want me to find some brothers and kill that guy directly? Hong Sihai suddenly smiled evilly, looked at Zhao Hui, and asked. No. Let your men give him a good beating first, then tie him back. I will be of great use to him. After pondering for a while, a better plan emerged in Zhao Hui's mind. He then changed the subject and spoke to Hong Sihai. Okay, let's do as Mr. Zhao says. Seeing that Hong Sihai agreed so readily, Zhao Hui couldn't help but speak. Fourth Master, let me be clear. That guy is quite strong. My highly paid bodyguard was knocked down by him in just a few moves. In order to successfully complete the mission, I advise you to send out an expert. Otherwise, if you suffer a great loss, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. These 5 million are not so easy to earn. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will definitely satisfy you about this matter. Hong Sihai nodded seriously. Go and give all of Qin Yang's information to the Fourth Master. Zhao Hui signaled to the secretary. The latter nodded immediately, took out a file bag and handed it to Hong Sihai. In addition, there is a bank card. Master C, there is 2 million in this card. Consider it as a deposit. After the matter is settled, I will transfer the remaining 3 million to this card. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Hong Sihai's face. It's been a pleasure working with you. Qin Yang knew nothing about these things. At this time, inside the Thompson Epine luxury villa. Master bedroom on the second floor. Qin Yang was still sleeping in bed holding Sophie. Qin Yang, get up, it's already past 10 o'clock. Sophie rubbed her eyes and opened them the next second. She turned over, looked at the clock on the bedside table, and couldn't help but push Qin Yang, who was still sleeping. No matter what time it is, I'll talk about it after I get enough sleep. Qin Yang hugged Sophie's delicate body and immediately pressed her under him. No, I'm hungry and want to eat. Hurry up and wash up, then go to the kitchen and make me something delicious. Sophie became furious when she thought about how Qin Yang took advantage of her last night. At this moment, Qin Yang was not given any chance to continue sleeping in. Okay, I'll get up right away. Seeing Sophie said she was hungry, Qin Yang did not linger in his dreams. I got up immediately, washed and went downstairs. Sophie looked at Qin Yang's figure and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on her face. 10 minutes later. Sophie finished washing up, changed her clothes in the room, and then prepared to go downstairs. Before she even reached the kitchen door, she could already smell a fragrance in the air. Qin Yang, what delicious food did you make for me? Soon, Sophie shouted to Qin Yang. A few new dishes will be ready soon. Qin Yang didn't even turn his head, and his hands did not stop moving for a moment. About 20 minutes. 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Fair, eat it while it's hot. Thank you for your hard work. Let me reward you first. Sophie picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish and put it to Qin Yang's mouth. Qin Yang did not refuse this, but took a big bite of it, with a happy expression on his face. Qin Yang, after dinner, can you accompany me for a walk outside? I'm so bored staying at home all day. Sophie smiled slightly and asked Qin Yang. No problem. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Chapter 124 Escape Room. Half an hour later. Qin Yang and Sophie walked towards the garage. After sitting in the Bugatti Chiron sports car, starting the engine, and driving straight out of the villa gate. In front of an oceanarium in the city. Xin Yang held Sophie's hand and they strode in. The reason for coming here is because Sophie said she was busy with work and had always wanted to visit the aquarium, but couldn't find the time. Since she has time now, she wants Xin Yang to accompany her. Oh my god! What a big whale! The two walked towards the passage and saw a huge whale through the glass. Sophie grabbed Xin Yang's arm with excitement and said excitedly, "Fair, stand over there. I'll take a photo of you and the whale." Xin Yang took out his cell phone from his pocket and then spoke to Sophie. Good. Sophie decisively agreed to Xin Yang's proposal. She immediately moved closer to the glass wall and found a suitable angle for Xin Yang to take the picture. Xin Yang found the right moment and took several photos in succession. Soon, he walked over to Sophie and showed her the photos on his phone. She is worthy of being my girlfriend. She is so beautiful. She looks so photogenic even without the beauty filter. Really? Sophie looked shy when Xin Yang praised her. That's certainly true. What Xin Yang said was not without reason. At this moment, Sophie was wearing a light yellow floral dress, which perfectly highlighted her graceful figure. Combined with the environment in the aquarium and his unique shooting technique, Sophie in the photo has an excellent temperament, and anyone who sees it will be unable to help but praise it. The two of them walked around the aquarium for more than half an hour, like a couple in love. After coming out, I still felt a little unsatisfied. Where do you want to go next? Xin Yang and Sophie walked side by side on the road. Xin Yang just smiled slightly, looked at Sophie and asked, "How about we explore the secret room?" Sophie had seen it online before. This is a holy place where couples often go on dates and check in. She had never been there. Firstly, Sophie had been single before and had no boyfriend at all. Secondly, it was because she was not very courageous and could not stand the fright. But times are different now. With Xin Yang accompanying her, Sophie suddenly became very interested in this secret room exploration. Okay, I'll do as you say. Seeing that Sophie was in high spirits, Xin Yang naturally would not refuse. Soon, Xin Yang searched for escape room exploration on his mobile phone, navigated to the nearest location, and rushed there with Sophie. Fortunately, there weren't many people queuing this time. Xin Yang bought the tickets in advance and started chatting with Sophie. Xin Yang, do you still need to take care of the Xiao family's affairs? You promised my dad that you would come up with a solution within 3 days, and today is already the second day. How about we not play anymore? Sophie suddenly woke up at this moment. She almost forgot about this more important thing. At that moment, she looked at Xin Yang with an apologetic look on her face and said. She suddenly felt that she was a little too willful. She still wanted Xin Yang to accompany her to play at this time. Fair, it's okay. I have already arranged this matter. I guess the Xiao family must be going crazy with anxiety right now. Seeing that Sophie was so considerate, Xin Yang couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out and gently stroked Sophie's face. Really? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Sophie didn't want to affect Xin Yang's work because of herself. If that were to happen, she would feel very guilty. Of course, isn't it clear what I am capable of? Don't worry, let's have fun. As for the Xiao family, I will add fuel to the fire later. I will let the Xiao family know what the price will be for trying to take advantage of my woman. At this moment, Xin Yang showed strong self-confidence. Although the situation is a bit tense now, at least it is still under Xin Yang's control. Dealing with the Xiao family is certainly important. But accompany Sophie and make her happy. In Xin Yang's view, this is also an extremely important matter. That's good. Seeing Xin Yang explaining to her with a serious face, Sophie felt a lot more relieved. She opened her arms and hugged Xin Yang tightly. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman showing off their love in public will undoubtedly make the couples nearby extremely envious. Let's go, it's our turn. After a long while, it was finally Xin Yang and Sophie's turn. He took Sophie's hand and immediately walked into the door of the secret room to explore. I heard that the ghosts here are all played by humans. So, I won't be scared. Sophie grabbed Xin Yang's arm tightly and said stubbornly. I hope so. Hearing Sophie's words, Xin Yang wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh out loud. After all, at this moment, he clearly felt that Sophie was very nervous. The passage was narrow and dark all around. In addition to the bottom of the feet, there was a faint light. In this situation, Sophie quickly found herself in the situation and felt a little uneasy. Don't worry, I'm here, don't be afraid. Qin Yang held Sophie in his arms, and they walked slowly forward. Suddenly, a dark green figure appeared before my eyes. Its face was covered by long hair, and its features could not be seen at all. The whole figure was hanging in the air, like a dead body. Ah! The scene before her frightened Sophie. She quickly closed her eyes, buried her head in Qin Yang's arms, and let out a deafening scream. Fair, it's fake, it's fake. Qin Yang immediately hugged Sophie tightly, then whispered in her ear to comfort her. After a while, Sophie's mood finally calmed down, and she looked at the white figure timidly. But I found that it was clearly a puppet. Huh, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to make fun of me? Sophie blushed and questioned Qin Yang when she thought of her predicament just now. You just said it yourself, the ghosts here are all played by humans, so why are you so scared? I wasn't scared to death by this ghost, but you almost gave me a heart attack. Qin Yang said with a wry smile. I was just excited at the moment, so I couldn't tell the difference between true and false. Okay, let's keep moving forward. I promise, I won't be scared again. It was Sophia's first time playing and she had no experience. Moreover, this ghost just appeared out of nowhere. Even if it was fake, Sophie couldn't help but be scared. Hey, really? Qin Yang expressed his disbelief and looked suspicious. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you later. Sophie looked unconvinced. I thought to myself that I had to save my dignity and not get scared again. But she never expected that Sophie and Qin Yang had just walked out of a room when she was slapped in the face by herself. The room is not big. Leaning against the corner, there was a corpse with clothes stained blood red. Sophie thought it was probably a fake, so she didn't take it seriously. But the next second, the headless corpse actually moved. Moreover, he stretched out his bloody hand and touched Sophie's ankle. Ah! A scream came out of Sophie's mouth again. Chapter 125 Trouble at the Door. Let go, let me go now. Sophie was completely frightened by the scene before her. She wanted to step back immediately, but because her ankle was grabbed by the ghost in front of her, she couldn't get away. That's about it. Qin Yang seemed calm on the side. But seeing that Sophie was very frightened, she quickly spoke to the ghost. Hearing this, the other party quickly let go of his hand. He is also played by a human? After a while, Sophie gradually calmed down and realized that she was frightened. What else? Do you really think he is a zombie? Qin Yang couldn't help but smile, and then asked Sophie. I didn't say that. These people are really bad enough to design this kind of scene just to scare people in order to make money. If you are timid, you might even have a heart attack. Sophie gritted her teeth and immediately an angry look appeared on her face. People who come to play escape rooms just want the thrill, don't they? Especially for couples, it's easy to get into close contact. Soon, Qin Yang and Sophie walked into the next room. Just 20 minutes. Sophie was frightened several times again. If Qin Yang hadn't been around, she would have given up and chosen not to play long ago. Phew, it's finally over. When the two of them passed the level, Sophie's face looked a little pale. I think it was because I had just been frightened. Qin Yang, I noticed that you are not afraid at all. Did you know from the beginning when those ghosts would appear? Sophie walked in front of Qin Yang and blocked his way. At this point, she couldn't help but ask. Not really. Why is that? Because this kind of scene alone can't scare me at all. Don't say they are actors. Even if they are real, I have ways to deal with them. With Qin Yang's keen eyesight, he had naturally noticed those people's flaws long ago. The reason why I didn't tell Sophie was because I was afraid of affecting her gaming experience. And he could also take this opportunity to have an intimate contact with Sophie. In this case, Qin Yang naturally had to pretend that nothing had happened. Sophie obviously didn't believe it. At this moment, she stared at Qin Yang with suspicion. But no evidence could be produced, so in the end, they had to give up. Well, it's getting late. Please take me back. In order not to affect Qin Yang's work, Sophie took the initiative to propose. Good. Qin Yang naturally had no objection. After walking out of the gate, the two held hands and walked towards the parking space. At the same time, Hong Sihai sent out his right-hand man, Tainan. Ask him to go out with a dozen men and make sure they follow Zhao Hui's requirements. Boss, that kid's car is parked there. He's probably nearby. The yellow-haired man pointed his finger at Qin Yang's car, the Bugatti Chiron, not far ahead. Well done. Next, let's just wait patiently. As a result, Tainan and others just found a milk tea shop on the roadside and sat down. The next moment, he saw Qin Yang and Sophie walking towards the Bugatti Chiron sports car. Boss, the target has appeared, it's that kid. Huang Mao was shocked and immediately reported to Tainan. Walk. The group rushed forward with great momentum. Stop. With Tianan's loud shout, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Qin Yang looked at the group of people in front of him and felt that they had bad intentions. Boy, you offended someone you shouldn't have offended, so you have to pay the price for it. If you cooperate with us, you may suffer less. Tianan's eyes fell on Qin Yang with coldness, and there was a hint of disdain in his tone. It was as if Qin Yang had become his prey in his hands, at his mercy. So, you guys were all sent by the Xiao family? A sneer appeared on Qin Yang's lips. He didn't expect that the Xiao family would be so stupid as to send a few small fry to cause trouble for him. Could it be that they don't know how strong they are? Not bad, you are smart. Yellow hair, teach him a lesson and take him back. Tainan had an arrogant look on his face. Immediately, he gave instructions to his yellow-haired subordinate. Yes, boss. Soon, Huang Mao and his brothers approached Qin Yang step by step. The crowd quickly stepped back, fearing that the fight would affect them. The Xiao family again. Will they ever be done? Sophie looked angry. She didn't expect that the dignified Xiao family would resort to such despicable means to target Qin Yang behind the scenes. Fair, just stand back and let me handle this matter. Qin Yang was too lazy to waste time talking to these people. Since they want to fight, he will fight to the end. The only thing I'm worried about is that it might affect Sophie. Then be careful. Sophie had some understanding of Qin Yang's strength. Seeing that Qin Yang looked so confident at the moment, there was nothing much to say. So he gave Qin Yang a warning and walked to the back consciously, keeping a relatively safe distance. Don't worry. With this bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, even if there are several times more of them, I can still handle them. Qin Yang nodded, and then spoke with great confidence. You are quite arrogant. I hope you can say such words while waiting for you. Tainan snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Qin Yang. Court death. Huang Mao and others knew that Qin Yang was quite skilled, so they did not dare to underestimate him. A group of people simply rushed forward and surrounded Qin Yang. Then he swung his fist at Qin Yang. In an instant, attacks came towards Qin Yang from all directions. Bang bang bang. Qin Yang suddenly exerted force with his legs and flew into the air from where he was. The next moment, he did a flying kick in the air. The movements were crisp and clear, and the strength was incredible. The figures of 7 or 8 big men immediately flew backwards 4 or 5 meters and fell heavily to the ground. This scene, comparable to a fight in a martial arts drama, completely shocked everyone around. What amazing skills, this handsome guy must have practiced before. This skill is amazing. 1 against 10, comparable to the king of special forces. What a bullshit. In just 1 round, he knocked down so many people. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a TV drama. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all shocked by the strength Qin Yang displayed. How can this kid be so powerful? The yellow-haired man rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe the scene before him. It seems like we've run into a tough guy this time. But it's also true. Only a master as powerful as him is qualified for me to take action personally. Tainan finally realized the real meaning of the 4th master sending him out. Obviously, the 4th master has guessed that Qin Yang's strength is not simple. Except for Tainan, no one else has the ability to complete this task. Chapter 126 Overestimating Your Abilities. Kid, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength. Compared to my boss, you are just an ant. Huang Mao saw Tianan's eager face and couldn't wait to fight with Qin Yang. Suddenly, he started shouting at Qin Yang with disdain. Yeah? In that case, why not give it a try? Hearing this, Qin Yang's gaze fell on Tainan. Then he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a playful look on his face. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Tainan took a step forward, clenching his fists. At this moment, his figure flashed and burst out with extremely astonishing speed. Compared with those subordinates just now, they are not on the same level at all. To this, Xin Yang's expression remained calm, without any fear at all. Bang! I saw his right hand clenched into a fist. Boom! He threw a punch and directly confronted Tainan. The energy and blood in the two men's bodies surged, and they seemed to be evenly matched. You were able to take my punch. It seems like you really have some strength. At that moment, Tianan's face showed a hint of surprise. He thought that even if Qin Yang didn't fly backwards after being hit by his punch, his bones would be seriously injured. It can be seen that Qin Yang was calm and not hurt at all. He couldn't help but look at the other party with respect. Why, is this all the strength you have? It's just like tickling an itch. You are undoubtedly dreaming if you want to hurt me. Compared with Tianan's men, his strength is indeed very strong. But in front of Qin Yang, he couldn't cause any big waves. Court death. Tainan noticed the contempt in Qin Yang's eyes, and his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He was a capable general under Hong Sihai, and was feared by everyone on the street. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, Tainan seemed to have a nameless rage rising wildly in his heart. The next second, he moved. Compared with the previous attack, the attack was even more fierce. You don't know your own limits. Seeing that Tainan was still planning to launch an attack on him, Qin Yang snorted with disdain. Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Tianan's attack instantly missed. Where are the people? Tainan was secretly shocked by what was happening before his eyes. Looking around, there was no sign of Qin Yang at all. Boss, he's on top. In an instant, the yellow-haired man's expression changed drastically and he shouted at Tainan in horror. Tainan looked up suddenly and saw Qin Yang stepping directly on his face, and his whole figure was pressed down hard. Bang! The ground shook. Qin Yang looked down from above and stepped on Tainan hard. Asshole! Tainan felt a burning pain on his face, and was stepped on by a young boy like Qin Yang in front of everyone. He instantly became furious. But when Tainan suddenly grabbed Qin Yang's ankles with both hands and began to struggle hard. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. This is impossible. Tainan is full of confidence in his own abilities. When he was at his peak, he didn't even care about a weight of 500 kilograms. Qin Yang's body looks like it definitely does not weigh more than 150 kilograms. Even with this weight, Tainan couldn't move him even a little bit even with all his strength. At this moment, a sense of fear completely enveloped Tainan. He gradually realized that Qin Yang, who was standing in front of him, was several times more powerful than him. This time, I have completely hit a wall. Why don't you continue to struggle? Qin Yang saw that Tainan had given up struggling. Suddenly, he said with a playful tone. Qin, brother Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the real talent. I shouldn't have come to trouble you. Please, let me go. Tainan looked at Qin Yang with horror in his eyes, completely losing his previous arrogance. Soon, he showed a flattering smile and took the initiative to beg Qin Yang for mercy. Chapter 127 Qin Yang's Plan. You want me to let you go? Not impossible. Tell me, who are you? How did the Xiao family find you? Qin Yang was not afraid. I was just curious, so I asked casually. We are all Fourth Master's men. Just a few hours ago, Mr. Xiao came to Fourth Master's territory in person and offered him 5 million to find someone to teach Brother Qin a lesson. Then, take you back and let him deal with you. At this moment, Tainan was being stepped on. He was afraid of Qin Yang's powerful strength and dared not hide anything. He immediately told everything he knew. So, you are all gangsters? Qin Yang gradually understood. It turns out that in order to get revenge, the Xiao family even spent a huge amount of money to hire someone to get rid of him. Yes. Tainan had no choice but to admit it. Go away. Go back and tell your boss that I am not done with him on this matter. If he doesn't apologize to me in person by tomorrow morning, I promise he will pay a much heavier price. Qin Yang raised his leg and let go of Tainan. The next second, he kicked him hard in the chest. The huge force caused Tianan's entire body to slide on the ground for a long distance. Phew! Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Tianan's mouth. But Tainan did not dare to show any anger, instead he felt grateful. He knew that if Qin Yang had not shown mercy, he would not only have suffered minor injuries, but might even have lost his life. Fair, let's go. After doing all this, Qin Yang didn't even look at Tainan and the gangsters again. He took Sophie's hand and walked towards the Bugatti Chiron sports car. More than half an hour later, Qin Yang sent Sophie back to Thompson Epine Villa, and he drove out without stopping. On the way, he took out his cell phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. Jiang Bei, please arrange a group of traders to wait for me in the company. Clear. Jiang Bei didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded in agreement. Financial company. Qin Yang was in the hall. Everyone stood up quickly and greeted Qin Yang respectfully. Boss Qin. Where is your CEO John? Qin Yang nodded slightly, and then asked. In the office. Okay, I understand. You guys continue with your work. Afterwards, Qin Yang walked towards the general manager's office. Brother Qin, you are here? When Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang pushing the door and walking in, he immediately stood up from his office chair and walked straight towards him. Well, are all the people I asked you to prepare here? Qin Yang didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. We're ready. We're all in the conference room, and everyone has a computer. Okay, let's go. Soon, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei strode towards the meeting room. Boss Qin, Boss Jiang. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a dozen employees sitting in a circle in the conference room. When they saw Qin Yang and Jiang Bei come in, they all stood up and greeted them respectfully. Jiang Bei, close the door. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei and then gave an order. Afterwards, Qin Yang walked to the main seat in the conference room. I called you here because I have a mission to assign to you. The fact that you are here proves that you are capable enough. As long as you follow my instructions, I won't treat you unfairly after the task is completed. Qin Yang glanced at everyone, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, which shocked everyone. Yes, Mr. Qin. Everyone shouted in unison. Okay, from now on, you will be responsible for the operation. One person creates 10 accounts first, and then I will ask someone to top up a sum of money into each account. The next move is up to me. During this period, don't ask why. Just obey absolutely. Do you remember? Qin Yang said with a serious look on his face. Remember. Although everyone didn't know what Qin Yang was up to. But everyone is smart and knows that in the current situation, they have no choice at all. Then let's get started. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Boss Xia, everything will proceed according to the original plan. Okay. On the other end of the phone, Xiao's hearty laughter was heard. 10 minutes later. The local headlines in Shanghai have released a breaking news. Hashtag Zhao Group's attempt to enter the jewelry industry failed miserably. Hashtag the seemingly prosperous Zhao Group has actually long been in decline. Hashtag Berkeley Jewelry refuses to cooperate with the Zhao Group. Is there any other inside story? Hashtag. For a time, news about the Zhao Group was overwhelming. This phenomenon has also attracted countless marketing accounts to follow suit. Financial and economic accounts, and even some well-known experts in Shanghai have joined the discussion. Just 1 hour. The stock price of Zhao Group experienced huge fluctuations. Qin Yang was very satisfied with the current situation because everything was just as he had imagined. Then, Qin Yang contacted the president of Modu Bank, Ren Tianqing. President Ren, I need to make a large transfer next, and I hope you can handle it as soon as possible. This person is the connection Qin Yang met from Xiao. At this moment, Qin Yang needed a large sum of money. The cash he had on hand was far from enough to suppress the Zhao Group in the stock market. So long before. Qin Yang had already discussed this with Xiao. It was decided to transfer some funds from the group for urgent use. Return it after it's over. The total amount is 5 billion. If I didn't have Ren Tianqing's authority, I don't know how much time it would take. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will have someone handle it as soon as possible and will definitely not delay your important matters. Ren Tianqing was mentally prepared in advance. So when I received this call from Qin Yang, I naturally knew what to do. Less than 10 minutes. A total of 150 accounts. 5 billion yuan was recharged into these stock market accounts in batches. When they saw the amount displayed on the computer screen, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they were obviously shocked. Although Jiang Bei had been mentally prepared, his reaction at this moment was similar to that of others. This is 5 billion. Compared with the previous 100 million or 1 billion, it is completely not on the same level. Zhang Bei never expected that Qin Yang's plan this time would be so grand. But when he thought that he was facing the Xiao group, he felt relieved. Brother Qin, what should we do next? Zhang Bei knew that Qin Yang was serious this time. Attack the Xiao group's stock price, and then take the opportunity to acquire it. Since the Xiao family's confidence lies here, I will completely crush it. I'll see, they still have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and then he smiled. Will this work? With only 5 billion, they want to acquire the Xiao group with a market value of tens of billions. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Even though Zhang Bei recognized Qin Yang's ability, he still found it unbelievable. Don't worry. I just took the opportunity to buy some shares at a low price. As for how much you can receive, it depends on luck. Qin Yang simply wanted to teach the Xiao family a lesson. As for how much meat can be cut from the Xiao family, it depends on how the situation changes. Chapter 128, Earning 2 billion. While the outside world is flooded with negative news about the Xiao group, Qin Yang is already prepared. As expected. Just 2 hours. The stock price of Xiao group experienced drastic fluctuations. It continued to decline, falling by a full 5 percentage points. And this is not the end. Everyone listen to my instructions. Wait until the market drops to 8 points before entering the market. I will take all the shares sold by retail investors. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on the market. Then he gave instructions to everyone. Yes, Mr. Qin. Everyone's heart was burning with excitement. Although they are traders, they have never controlled such a large amount of funds since they started working, so they are naturally very excited. Fall. Still falling. Finally, the Xiao group realized that the stock market was about to collapse. So they immediately withdrew a large amount of funds and started to buy back stocks in an attempt to stabilize the stock price. It was at this time Qin Yang gave the order. Go ahead. Take as many shares as retail investors have now. Upon hearing this, the traders immediately started operating on the keyboard. The funds in the account were also shrinking at this time. Xiao Group. Zhao Hui was originally waiting for Hong Sihai's call. However, they received news from the Public Relations Department that someone was maliciously smearing the Xiao group. Negative news was flying all over the place, and the stock price fell sharply. What? How could this happen? Why did you tell me only now? Zhao Hui had a gloomy face and shouted angrily at the director of the Public Relations Department. Boss Xiao, this happened too suddenly. We just got the news. It's obvious that someone is deliberately targeting our Xiao group. The director of public relations felt a little aggrieved. However, she still endured it silently, and then said to Zhao Hui, investigate thoroughly. I want to see which bastard is so ignorant of his own life that he dares to target my Xiao family. After venting, Zhao Hui forced himself to calm down. What is the group's stock price like now? Have any relevant remedial measures been taken? What Zhao Hui is more concerned about now is the group's stock price. After all, this concerns the core interests of the group, so he naturally has to attach great importance to it. Vice President Su transferred some funds from the group. I think it was to stabilize the stock price. With him watching over us, there shouldn't be any big problems. The director of the Public Relations Department did not dare to hide anything and reported the truth. That's good. Seeing this, Zhao Hui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the office was pushed open. Vice President Su rushed to Zhao Hui with an anxious look on his face and shouted, Boss Xiao, something terrible has happened. What's going on? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on the stock price? Zhao Hui's heart skipped a beat and he immediately had a bad feeling. Mr. Zhao, the stock price has stabilized. But at this point, Vice President Su hesitated. But what? Zhao Hui immediately urged. The shares that were sold on the market were bought by others, and in huge quantities. Vice President Su gritted his teeth and finally spoke directly. Do you know who the other party is? Zhao Hui's face was extremely gloomy. He finally realized that the series of accidents that happened in the group might be caused by someone who wanted to maliciously slander the group and buy up the shares of the Xiao group at a low price. It's a financial company. I heard that it was acquired by Jiang Weiman not long ago, and is currently being managed by his son Jiang Bei. Vice President Su replied quickly. Jiang family? How dare he come to cause trouble for my Zhao family? Yes, it must be Qin Yang who persuaded Jiang Bei, and the two of them secretly attacked the Zhao group. Zhao Hui is an old fox. In just a moment, he put it all together. Thinking of this, Zhao Hui immediately asked his secretary for a cell phone and dialed Hong Sihai's number directly. Fourth Master, how are things going over there? Zhao Hui took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and then asked Hong Sihai. Don't mention it. Tai Nan and my men are still lying in the hospital. That guy's strength is beyond my imagination. Moreover, he asked Tai Nan to tell me that if I don't come to apologize in person before tomorrow morning, I will have to pay the price. He is simply arrogant and presumptuous to the extreme. The other side. Hong Sihai is in the hospital ward at this time. He had just learned the whole story from Tai Nan, and before he had time to get angry, Zhao Hui called him. But don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I plan to personally take action this time and give this guy a good fight. I will not let you down in our deal. Okay, then I'll look forward to good news from the Fourth Master. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Hui's face became terribly gloomy. I didn't expect that Qin Yang would get away with it again this time. On the contrary, the Zhao group was sniped. Boss Xiao, what should we do now? The Director of Public Relations and Vice President Su both looked at Zhao Hui nervously. The development of the matter to this point was beyond everyone's expectations. They need Zhao Hui to make a decision personally. We must stop the other party from continuing to acquire the Group's shares at all costs. Since he knew that all this was Qin Yang's conspiracy behind the scenes, Zhao Hui would not be able to succeed no matter what he said. Inside the meeting room. Boss Qin, the Zhao group seems to have discovered us. They have prepared a large amount of funds and are ready to buy out the retail investors in the market at a high price. Soon, one of the traders discovered the actions of the Zhao group and immediately reported it to Qin Yang. Does the Zhao family care so much about its reputation? In that case, I'm going to make you suffer. Qin Yang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and his smile became more and more obvious. Then, he immediately gave another order. Sell all the shares you have on hand. I want to see how much liquidity the Zhao group has and whether it can take over all the goods I have. Clear. The traders nodded and their hands moved more skillfully. 15 minutes later. Qin Yang's shareholding has been reduced by more than half. Excluding the previous investment, Qin Yang earned a full 2 billion in just a few hours. The speed at which the Zhao group was gaining market share was also gradually slowing down. Boss Xiao, we can't go on like this. Our group's working capital is almost exhausted. Stop it. Vice President Su, who was standing nearby, reminded him with a panicked look on his face. Qin Yang. You are a brave boy. I will repay you today's revenge 100-fold and 1,000-fold. Zhao Hui cursed angrily in a gloomy tone. In the end, the acquisition was stopped as a last resort. Boss Qin, the Zhao group's acquisition has stopped. Shall we continue now? The trader looked at Qin Yang with admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect that Qin Yang, at such a young age, had such courage and could actually take advantage of the Zhao group. No, just collect the funds, sort out these accounts, and hand them over to Mr. Jiang. Qin Yang shook his head. This action was enough to severely damage the Zhao family. He was already very satisfied with this. Chapter 129. The Zhao family suffers heavy losses. Brother Qin, you are awesome. Jiang Bei witnessed this smokeless battle with his own eyes. It was because of Qin Yang's careful planning that the Zhao group suffered heavy losses in just a few hours. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel happy for Qin Yang. Stay calm. Compared with Jiang Bei's excited expression, Qin Yang seemed more stable. It seemed that he had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Later, President Jiang will give each of them a bonus of 100,000 yuan. What happened today must be kept strictly confidential. If anyone dares to leak it, I will make him pay the price. Qin Yang glanced at the traders present and spoke with a serious expression. Don't worry, President Qin. We will never spread the news. 100,000 yuan. This is nearly half a year's salary for them. With the money, they will naturally know what to do. Jiang Bei, I'll leave this to you. Also, pay more attention to the stocks you purchase with the company. We've made such a big move today, I guess the Zhao family has already found out about us. To prevent any accidents, we should get rid of it as soon as possible. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said to Jiang Bei. Understood, I'll do it later. Jiang Bei felt that what Qin Yang said made sense. Anyway, those stocks have already made some profits, so the worst that can happen is that you'll earn a little less. Soon. Jiang Bei asked Sister Su to give each of these traders 100,000 yuan. He immediately returned to his room and logged into his account using his office computer. The original investment amount was 1.5 billion. Although it has only been a few days, the current value of stocks held in the account has reached 1.7 billion. Profits have already exceeded 10%. We can't delay any longer. We must get rid of it as soon as possible. Therefore, Jiang Bei immediately started to sell the shares he held. Because these three stocks have shown good growth potential, a lot of capital has been waiting to enter the market. Seeing that someone started to ship in large quantities, I naturally bought them all without hesitation. In less than half an hour, nearly 1.7 billion yuan of funds were returned to Jiang Bei's stock account. Jiang Bei looked at the computer screen and suddenly felt like he was dreaming. 200 million. In just a few days, we made a profit of 200 million. He was so excited that words could not describe it. It's just 200 million, look how excited you are. If you really made 2 billion, wouldn't you be so happy? Just then, Qin Yang pushed the door open and walked in, staring at Jiang Bei and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, how can I compare with you?" Jiang Bei felt a little embarrassed by what was said. Suddenly, he hurriedly suppressed his inner excitement. "Okay, stop kissing my ass. You can divide the 200 million among Qin Jiahao and others according to the proportion we agreed upon before. As for my share, forget it. You can keep it as pocket money." Qin Yang had just made a lot of money and didn't care about the mere tens of millions. Long live Brother Qin. When Jiang Bei heard this, he immediately jumped up excitedly. "I'll leave the rest to you. I'm leaving now." After saying, Qin Yang turned and left the office door. I arrived downstairs at the company, drove the Bugatti Chiron to the nearby supermarket. Today is a great harvest. Qin Yang wanted to buy some food and make a sumptuous dinner for Sophie. King crab, fresh shrimp, beef, and some fresh vegetables. About half an hour later, Qin Yang was seen carrying a large bag of food into the car, and then drove back to the Thompson-Epine luxury villa. At the same time, Sister Su then discovered that Mr. Jiang had actually sold all the stocks he held and obtained a large amount of cash. The total amount of funds is nearly 1.7 billion. 10 billion was directly transferred back to the company's financial account. The remaining money was all transferred to Jiang Bei's personal account. Shortly after Jiang Bei left the company, Sister Su returned to her office and locked the door immediately. Then, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Jiang Weiman's number. "Boss Jiang, little boss Jiang has just sold all the stocks in his account. I looked at the records and found that this investment not only did not result in a loss, but actually made a profit of nearly 200 million yuan." After listening to Sister Su's report, Jiang Weiman showed a hint of shock on his face. Sure enough, I didn't make a mistake. This Qin Yang is extremely talented and capable. It is a blessing for Jiang Bei to meet such a noble man. Jiang Weiman had this premonition in his heart as early as the beginning. But he didn't expect that in just a few days, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei had submitted such an answer to him. The speed at which money is made is incredible. "Xiao Su, help me keep an eye on Jiang Bei. Report any movement to me immediately." Jiang Weiman couldn't help but be overjoyed. After a while, he gave instructions to Sister Su again. "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Sister Su quickly agreed. Returned to Thompson-Epine mansion. Qin Yang walked into the hall carrying a large bag of food. "Fair." Not seeing Sophie, Qin Yang came to the stairs and shouted upstairs. "Qin Yang, you're back?" Hearing the noise coming from downstairs, Sophie quickly ran out of the room and headed straight for the hall. "Well, I bought some food and will make you something delicious later." "Okay. I thought you were going to be home late, and was wondering if I should order takeout." Sophie touched her stomach and found that she was indeed hungry. "Are you hungry? Wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen and cook." Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but speed up his movements and strode into the kitchen. Less than an hour. Qin Yang prepared a table full of delicious food and sat side by side with Sophie, preparing to eat. "Qin Yang, what did you do this afternoon? I saw a lot of negative news about the Zhao group on the internet. Is it a coincidence? Or is it your own work?" Sophie was very curious about this matter. You're so smart. You guessed it so quickly. Yes, all of this was carefully planned by me to deal with the Xiao family. Immediately following, Xin Yang briefly told Sophie what had happened. As Sophie listened, her mouth opened wide. She never thought that Xin Yang could come up with such a sophisticated plan. Moreover, such a large amount of funds was used to actively increase the stock price of Zhao Group. He is worthy of being the man she has chosen, he is so courageous. So, you made another 2 billion this afternoon? Sophie's expression was completely stunned. Is it really that easy to make money these days? 2 billion. It's not 20 bucks. It sounds easy, but you can imagine how difficult it is to make this money. At this moment, even Xin Yang noticed that there was a hint of admiration in Sophie's eyes when she looked at him. Her man is just so outstanding. If you need money in the future, just tell me. Absolutely enough. Xin Yang scratched Sophie's nose and said lovingly. Xin Yang, you are so amazing. The Zhao family suffered heavy losses. This made Sophie very happy. Baji. At that moment, Sophie couldn't help but kiss Xin Yang on the cheek. Chapter 130 Treasure Goddess. Xin Yang was obviously unable to cope with Sophie's sudden sneak attack. He reached out and stroked the cheek that Sophie had just kissed. Suddenly, I felt like I had suffered a great loss. Xin Yang, what are you going to do? Sophie noticed that Xin Yang's eyes changed when he looked at her, and a hint of panic appeared on her face for a moment. Of course, the kiss is back. After saying that, Xin Yang held Sophie's neck with both hands and suddenly kissed her lips. In just a moment, Sophie felt a warmth in her mouth. At first, she was resistant. But with Xin Yang's efforts, Sophie soon fell into it. After a long time, their lips parted. There was a hint of charm in Sophie's eyes and a blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks. At this moment, she exudes all kinds of charm. This scene fell clearly into Xin Yang's sight, and he was stunned for a moment. Fair, you are so beautiful. It is my blessing to have a girlfriend like you. Xin Yang couldn't help but praise. Humph, smooth talk. Sophie smiled secretly in her heart, but at this moment she couldn't help but give Xin Yang a blank look. She also didn't know why Xin Yang would suddenly say such things for no reason. Here, have a bite. Xin Yang smiled slightly. Immediately, he picked up the tender meat with chopsticks and handed it to Sophie's mouth. Sophie's face turned red and she looked very shy. But at this moment, she did not reject Xin Yang's kindness. The dinner was spent in this subtle atmosphere. Night. Sophie finished her shower and came out in her bathrobe. She didn't notice the puddle of water at the door and stepped on it. His feet slipped, his center of balance was instantly lost, and his body fell backwards. He was about to fall to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, a pair of big hands hugged her body. Sophie fell into Xin Yang's arms. Why are you so careless? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been injured. Xin Yang seemed to be scolding Sophie, but his words were full of concern. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Sophie indeed did not notice the water stains at the door. After hearing what Xin Yang said, she also felt that she was too careless. Okay, I'm glad everyone is okay. Next time you take a shower, remember to be careful. Seeing the apologetic expression on Sophie's face, Xin Yang's heart softened immediately. At this moment, he immediately gave a gentle reminder. Well, there won't be a next time. Sophie was wearing a bathrobe and she was leaning in Xin Yang's arms. Xin Yang was looking down from a high place, so he naturally saw scenery that he had never seen before. Round and full. That layer of white scenery and that bottomless gap. This sight made Xin Yang feel his blood boiling. Sophie then noticed that Xin Yang's face was a little red. When she looked down, she realized that she was exposed and her expression instantly became extremely shy. You are not allowed to look at it. Sophie quickly put her hands over her chest, looking alert. Hey. Xin Yang laughed awkwardly. Next second, Sophie felt her body lighten. Xin Yang picked up the whole body. Xin Yang, what do you want to do? Sophie blushed. She seemed to anticipate what would happen next, and her voice trembled a little. What do you think? Xin Yang had a wicked smile on his face. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Sophie. He didn't stop but walked towards the bed. Can we not be so fast? I'm not ready yet. Sophie is a very conservative person at heart. Although she knew very well that she liked Qin Yang, she also admitted that he was a very good man. But when the two wanted to have sex, she still resisted a little. What on earth are you thinking about, idiot? Didn't I tell you before that I won't force you to do anything? Could it be that in your heart, Qin Yang, only think about those dirty things? Qin Yang had a stern face and looked a little angry. After that, he put Sophie on the bed. No, that's not what I meant. Sophie was anxious, afraid of making Qin Yang unhappy, so she quickly stood up and hugged him. Okay, I won't get mad at you over such a small matter. Go to bed early. Qin Yang smiled slightly. Then he reached out and stroked Sophie's hair, comforting her. The next morning, Qin Yang woke up and found Sophie hanging on him like a koala. He couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. So he carefully took Sophie's arm away, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Just when Qin Yang was halfway through washing up, a pair of soft hands wrapped around his waist. Qin Yang turned his head and saw Sophie looking at him with a smile on her face. Don't take what happened last night to heart, okay? Sophie said coquettishly. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it long ago. Qin Yang didn't take it seriously at all. Baji. Sophie kissed Qin Yang excitedly. Wash up first, I'll make you breakfast. Qin Yang washed his face and then spoke to Sophie. In the hall. Qin Yang brought the breakfast just right. Sophie came down from upstairs. She was wearing a creamy white jumpsuit and high heels, exuding the aura of a cool and elegant queen. When Qin Yang saw this scene, his eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. In his eyes, Sophie was born to be a clothes hanger. Sophie can show different charms by wearing various clothes and slightly changing her makeup. Only because Qin Yang lives with her can he feel different surprises every day. It smells so good. Before Sophie reached the dining table, she moved her nose slightly and smelled a fragrance. You came down just in time. I just made breakfast. Qin Yang took Sophie's little hand so that she could sit next to him. Qin Yang, can you spare some time this morning to accompany me home? Sophie looked at Qin Yang and then asked directly. Why, did something happen at home? Qin Yang frowned and couldn't help but ask back. No. That's what my dad meant. It turned out that last night, when Su Tianan learned that Qin Yang had taken these revenge actions against the Xiao family, he immediately called Su Fei to confirm the accuracy of the news. The father and daughter talked for a long time. Before hanging up the phone, Su Tianan asked Sophie to bring Qin Yang home tomorrow. No problem. Have breakfast first, and then we'll set off. Qin Yang nodded decisively and agreed. Don't say Qin Yang is free. Even if he is busy, he will overcome all difficulties and visit his future father-in-law in person. 8:30 in the morning. Qin Yang took the car from the garage and then took Sophie to the Su family villa. It's less than an hour's drive. The two of them appeared at the door of the Su family villa. Sister, brother-in-law, you are finally back. Su Wner was sitting in the hall. When she saw Qin Yang and Su Fei, she rushed over excitedly. Dad, Mom, I brought Qin Yang to see you. Sophie took Qin Yang's arm, and the two of them walked up to Su Tianan and Su's mother and greeted them hurriedly.